Since ancient times, magic has been considered a special art, mastered only by the chosen few, and only a select few dared to touch its mystery. It was said to be a great power bestowed by God himself, but no one knew for sure whether it was true or just a beautiful myth. It was extremely rare to meet a magician in society, but many years later, something unusual happened in the history of the Burial Empire. For the first time, a man who had possessed magical abilities since his youth ascended the throne of a great power. And it seemed that this would end the era of magicians, but events unfolded differently. Strange events were taking place in a deep dungeon, with torches on the walls providing dim lighting in the dark basement. Sitting on his haunches, the guard asked the prisoner why magic was needed and claimed that only weak and insignificant creatures of the lowest order used it. Before him lay a young man in special shackles that were impossible to break, and nothing could help him escape from his chains. His hands were also bound. His body was covered with abrasions. He was exhausted, and his long white curls lay on the ground. The young man's name was Yang. With annoyance in his voice, he told the guard, Crone, that he hadn't changed a bit, and smiled bitterly in response to the cold stare. Puzzled, the guard asked maliciously what the prisoner meant and what he was hinting at, sensing some kind of trick. Recalling his childhood, Yang remembered his opinion that most magicians were born into peasant families and believed that Crony was simply warning him. At that time, he constantly impressed upon the boy the need to hide his abilities. Otherwise, he could be expelled and humiliated right in the mansion. But now the hero realized that the servant was jealous of lower magic. And when Yang said so directly, the overseer was shocked by his words. Enraged by the truth, he swung his arm and, shouting at the young man to shut up, struck him in the face with all his might, unable to contain his anger. When the boy collapsed exhausted on the floor, he exclaimed that it didn't change anything, because the power was completely in his hands. Stepping on Yang's head with his foot, he declared that Yang was getting in his way and must finally disappear once and for all. Glaring at him maliciously, Crony said that it seemed the young man wanted to die, and pulling out his sword, he announced that he had to do it and had no other choice. Without letting go, he said that as a relative, he would ensure a quick death. And Jan, seeing the sword before his eyes, opened them wide. Suddenly, a draft swept through the corridor, and the candle flames flickered as someone hurriedly ran through the dark corridors of the dungeon. At that moment, a servant entered and informed the warden that there was urgent news from Duke Hillen requiring an immediate response. Gritting his teeth, Crone turned around, angry and irritated, because he had been prevented from dealing with Jan and finishing what he had started. Leaving the young man lying on the stone floor, he told the servant that he would be there in a moment, and headed resolutely for the exit. After a while, the hero sat down and could not believe that this was how his life, full of struggles and trials, was to end. Recalling the past, he thought that he had done everything possible and hoped that at least someone would preserve his memory about Duke Jan Vorochin, but gradually his body weakened and he began to lose consciousness. Everything was as if in a fog, floating before his eyes. Through the darkness of his consciousness, he heard someone shouting. A stranger addressed him as Your Highness and begged him to wake up, her voice trembling. Opening his eyes, Jan saw Naum and asked how she got there, but the girl said there was no time to explain and that he needed to run. Stopping her, he confessed that it was thanks to her that he had become a magician and even an emperor. Looking at the moon in the sky shining through the lattice windows, lowering his head and with tears in his eyes, he said that he was giving up and would not fight, deciding to leave everything as it was. Naum asked in bewilderment if he had forgotten about the building for magicians next to the Second Imperial Palace. As a child, he often hid there and cried, and the girl assured him that if he went there, he would have a chance of salvation. Back then, the young man always listened to her, and they read various books on magic together, trying to understand the secrets of ancient spells. Now she didn't know what had happened, but taking him by the shoulders, she sincerely believed that he could handle everything. Suddenly, everything was illuminated by a bright yellow light, and a protective dome appeared. Yang asked her in alarm what was happening. Noticing the blood running down her arm, he realized that the girl was drawing symbols with it right on the cold stone ground. In horror, he shouted for her to stop the dangerous spell immediately, because it could end in tragedy. But the girl replied that it was too late, because the blood had already been spilled, and the process could not be interrupted even by her power. In an instant, a blinding flash of lightning lit up the space, followed by a deafening and terrifying explosion. Crony burst into the chamber and asked in horror what they were doing, his eyes widening in fear at what he saw. An unusual magical glow filled the space, illuminating the dungeon with bright light, and the spell began to take effect. With a smile, Naum said that God does not send misfortunes that cannot be overcome. While the servant behind him swung his sword to strike, In an instant, the floor was covered with scarlet drops of blood, spreading across the stone slabs, instilling fear and horror in all living creatures. With one blow, Crone killed the girl, and Yang watched in horror as her lifeless body fell onto the cold stone floor of the dungeon. Looking at the corpse, Nam could not believe that all this was really happening and felt as if he were in some kind of terrible and endless dream. Lifting the bloodied sword, the servant declared that the young man should pray that he would never see the light of day again. The floor was once again covered with scarlet drops of blood. This time, the ruthless guy had dealt with him, but the hero did not know that this was only the beginning. Yan's head was filled with the girl's last words about God, trials, and faith, which now seemed almost prophetic to him. Like fragments, he remembered his past, how he once became a powerful emperor and ruled an entire empire, how he spent time with Naum in a secret mansion of magic, and after everything ended up in this dungeon without understanding what he was guilty of. His last memory was the girl's smile, which vanished in an instant and was now just a bitter memory. Thanks to magic, he seemed to float in a strange weightlessness, feeling his body disappear and his soul gradually reborn. Looking at his reflection, he saw his younger self as he was many years ago and could not believe his eyes, amazed by the miracle. The sun's rays gently illuminated the tops of the pine trees, breaking through the foliage and creating a feeling of comfort and tranquility. Amidst the forest stood a luxurious mansion with spacious grounds decorated with fountains, gardens, and flower beds. The Count's loud voice echoed through the palace corridor, his sharp words reverberating off the stone and marble walls. Looking at Yan, he shouted that the young man did not even know how to walk, and ordered him to get up immediately, brooking no objection. Nearby, the Countess and the boy laughed at him, saying that they had taken him in only out of pity for his mother, because there was nothing special about him. The lady asked with interest whether the Count considered the young man his son, but the man sharply ordered her to watch her words and not to speak like that in front of Sir Moline. Trying to get up, Jan felt his head spinning and did not understand where he was or who all these people were, so he asked the Duke. But the Duke again demanded that he get up. Once on his feet, the young man looked around at the strange interior and asked who all these people were and why they were looking at him so warily and coldly. Seeing his reflection in the mirror, the hero was very surprised because he saw himself, but in a completely different form. Puzzled, the young man looked around with wide eyes, not believing that he was seeing all this in reality. In a malicious tone, the Duke told Yang to stop disgracing his father and to behave with dignity in front of Sir Moline, because this meeting could decide his future. Looking at him, the young man did not understand which emperor was being referred to, but decided not to ask any questions and remained silent. Angered by the young man's expression, the man took out the imperial decree and showed it to him, trying to prove his words. Explaining, he said that he had not shown the document to the young man because of his illiteracy. But Yang knew that he had not issued any decrees. Discouraged, he stood in the middle of the corridor, wondering who could have taken his place and whose body he was now in. Opening his eyes wide, he saw the date, and his heart sank with incomprehension, for everything that was happening had disrupted the usual order of his life. Looking closely at the decree dated 1100, the young man realized that all this had happened 98 years ago, long before he was born. Suddenly, someone snatched the document from his hands, and Yang froze, not understanding why everything around him was happening so quickly and abruptly. It was Chell, who asked irritably why his brother was studying the documents for so long when he couldn't even read and was just wasting time. Walking ahead, the Count said that he had to work hard to bring the central administrator for the ceremony. Behind him, the hero heard the maids whispering that this was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and wondering what Yang would do this time. Glancing at his watch, he thought he had found himself in the year 1100 and knew nothing about the current emperor, whom everyone mentioned between words. In the mirror reflection, the hero saw a stranger's face and could not believe that it was him, as if reality itself was playing a cruel joke on him. Suddenly, he imagined himself with the girl holding the watch in his hands, the era rushing backwards, and the young man trying to understand what was happening. Remembering Naum's spells, he realized that the result of her magic had turned back time and transported him to the past century. It was the height of summer outside. The sun flooded the mansion with light, and the dining room windows offered a view of a well-kept green garden. In front of the young man was a plate of meat and vegetables, the food looking appetizing and exuding a tempting aroma. Cutting off a piece, Yang put it in his mouth and savored the taste, which was so different from prison food. The Countess and his older brother Chell stared at him in bewilderment, their eyes wide open, as if they had seen something incredibly strange. Wiping his mouth, the young man did not understand what was happening, because after starving in prison, He was used to eating cautiously and in small portions. With a smile, Moline, holding a glass of wine in his hand, said that this was how proper table manners were displayed. Noting the sir's kindness, the count asked him to speak with the emperor, and the man assured him that he would definitely do so. The man noted with interest that the study of philosophy was now very fashionable, and asked John what he thought about this field. As if suddenly realizing something, he first turned to the elder son and asked which philosopher he liked, which greatly embarrassed the disconcerted Chell. The young man tried hard to remember at least one philosopher's name, but nothing came to mind and his thoughts were confused. Looking intently at his brother, Jan realized that Moline was trying to test the level of education in this family. To keep the conversation going, the hero said that he liked Feline, and the sir was surprised that the young man was familiar with the thinker's works. With a smile, the young man added that the sage's humanistic ideology helps to understand the path of a monarch, and Moline was delighted. While the countess ate silently, the count said with a smile that the gentleman was clearly flattering them, and remarked that it all seemed too simple. In a serious tone, the man noted that the duke's son was so intelligent that not only the emperor but also the barbarians would take notice of him. Hearing these words, Yang wondered who they were talking about and assumed they were referring to the night barbarians, their formidable neighbors. There was only one territory in the world called Brack, on the border of which lived the warriors of the clan and the powerful empire. Lost in thought, the hero asked if it was true that the family had signed a peace agreement with the warlike clan. Suddenly, his father placed his hand on his arm, bringing him back to reality and interrupting his heavy thoughts about the future. With a smile, the count said he was sure the young man would soon become a symbol of peace. But Yang remembered that he would one day be given to the barbarians. In order not to disturb the idyll, the hero smiled and agreed with his father, although his heart told him otherwise. Outside, the mansion looked peaceful, but inside, a scandal broke out, disrupting the fragile family peace. The count's eldest son yelled at Yang, claiming that he did not become a nobleman just by joining their family and had no right to humiliate him. The hero confidently replied that if he had not been considered part of the brothers, they would have sent Chill into exile instead of him. In a rage, the man grabbed a vase and, shouting at the young man, was outraged at how he dared to speak to him like that and swung at him. Suddenly, the vase slipped from his hands and shattered into pieces on the tile floor, with glass shards flying in all directions. While Yang watched silently, his brother shouted that he would die like his mother, and that a mere piece of trash had no right to contradict him, but should only follow his instructions. Listening to all this, the hero was filled with anger and resentment, and his heart yearned for justice after the humiliation of his own mother. A moment later, the young man's eyes filled with a strange light, and for the first time he truly wanted to take revenge on his abuser. Calling his brother arrogant, Yang used magic, and everything around him was illuminated by a yellow light, as if a fire had broken out. Blinded by the bright light and taken by surprise, Chell initially covered his face with his hands, trying to protect himself from the strange sorcery. Suddenly, he collapsed to the floor and opened his eyes wide, amazed at what he saw. Magic in real life and the young man's abilities. Unable to believe what was happening, the boy thought it was some kind of dream and that such a thing could not be real, that some kind of madness was taking place. Yan maliciously declared that his brother should watch his words and not talk nonsense with his long and malicious tongue about his mother. Looking at the young man, he said that otherwise he could easily be cut off, and there was a threat in his voice, and his gaze burned everything around him. Frightened, Chell covered himself with his hands, sitting on the floor, and begged Yan not to come closer and to leave him alone, afraid that his brother might hurt him. Suddenly, the hero heard a noise behind the door and turned sharply, sensing that someone was heading straight for the office where they were sorting things out. Mullen entered the room and, ignoring what was happening, suggested that the boys calm down and have some tea. When Sir opened the door, Jan's magic still filled the room, and the air was thick with energy and tension, the glow illuminating the space. With amazement and incomprehension, the man froze in the doorway, watching something he had never seen before in his life. Soon the Count and his wife arrived, and noticing the gentleman's reaction, asked what had happened, but Moline was unable to find the words, stunned by what he had seen. Slamming the door open, the father asked angrily what had happened, his voice sounding very threatening. Sitting on the floor, the eldest son tried to get up and find the words, but his whole body was shaking with fear and horror, and he was afraid to tell the truth. Coming closer, Yang patted his brother on the shoulder and said with a smile that he had only warned him to be careful with the vase. Turning around, he smiled and told Chell to get up quickly, while the boy continued to stare at him in horror and surprise. Reaching out his hand, the hero offered to help him, while the others stood silently, watching the scene in bewilderment, peering through the door. Angered, the Count demanded that Hannah take Jan to his room, for he no longer had the strength to tolerate such behavior. The dark-haired maid quickly ran up and obediently prepared to carry out the order, asking no questions and afraid to object. As she led the young man away, the girl asked him why he was so clumsy and strange and couldn't behave with the dignity befitting a nobleman. Hearing their conversation, Moline tensed up and sensed something was wrong, suspecting that what was happening could turn into an unpleasant and dangerous situation. The young people slowly walked through the corridors of the second building, which seemed much smaller than the main mansion and looked much simpler. Inside was a small room with a bed and a wardrobe, and everything around was made of wood, without any frills or decorations. When Yang opened the door, he immediately noticed the modesty and plainness of the room, for there was nothing special here that reminded him of nobility. As he was about to enter, he suddenly heard the girl address him, and puzzled, he turned toward her, expecting a question. Suddenly, she said that she had a letter from his mother, because the hero had cried every day and begged to send a message, but he himself could not leave. Feeling sorry for the fate of the hero whose body he now inhabited, Yang realized that the poor boy had no way to escape and was like a prisoner in this mansion. In a calm tone, he assured Hannah that he would not cry anymore and asked her not to worry, because now he was a completely different person. Suddenly, she asked about her food, and the hero turned to her in confusion, not understanding how this related to their current conversation. Bowing low, she explained that she had 5 brothers and sisters, and they ate only what Yang gave them, so she asked him to take pity on them. Deeply puzzled, the young man did not understand whether he was now obliged to give away his food, and remained silent, thinking about a possible solution and weighing all the consequences. After a short pause, he said that he agreed to give away his food, but only on one condition, which greatly surprised the maid. With a smile, he asked Hannah to help him in the future when he turned to her, and after a short pause, the girl confidently agreed. Saying that she would return in the evening, she sincerely thanked her master and left the room, leaving Jan alone with his thoughts. When the door closed, the guy grabbed his head and cursed, realizing what a difficult mess he was in and not knowing what to do next. Knowing that magic transports a person to the place where they first appeared, the hero wondered why he had been thrown so far away and into a stranger's body. Pondering why he had ended up here, in a time before his birth, Jan realized that he urgently needed honest answers. The only place where he could find them was the Ministry of Magic at the Imperial Palace, where the hero decided to go at all costs. Racking his brains, he did not know how to get into such a heavily guarded place, but he understood that he had to do it at any cost, otherwise he would lose his last chance. Suddenly, the hero's room was illuminated by a strange glow, reminiscent of the setting sun, giving the ordinary room a homely feel. Stretching out his palm, he saw a ball of fire light up on it, filling the space around him with heat and flames. Closing his hand into a fist, Yang realized that the body he found himself in had the ability to control magic and could withstand its power. What was incredible was that he had possessed a man who, from birth, had enormous potential to become a powerful mage and a great spellcaster. Remembering himself in the guise of an emperor, the young man suddenly realized that they had the same name, and this discovery seemed very strange and disturbing to him. Puzzled and lost in conjecture, he could not believe that such coincidences, seemingly mystical and fateful, could exist in the world. Suddenly, he heard Hannah's voice outside the door. The girl had brought food, but the hero replied that she could leave everything right there without coming inside. A little later, he opened the door, saw the food left on the doorstep, and sighed heavily, thinking about how much his life had changed. There was a piece of bread and a glass of milk on the plate, and Yang immediately realized that someone had taken part of his meal as a reward for his hard work. But even under these circumstances, looking at the tray that had been brought to him, he wondered if this small dinner was too meager. Recalling his lunch with Mayor Moline, he sighed heavily, remembering the feeling of fullness and abundance of food on the table, which he now sorely missed. Even then, with the huge variety of food, he noticed that there was no guli among them and realized that it was missing. It was a nutritious fruit that formed the basis of the burial diet, which had fed people for centuries and saved entire families from terrible famine. It was once considered a weed, and the seeds in the pits were poisonous. But after the discovery of a safe method of consumption, mortality rates dropped sharply by 85%. Holding the tray, Yang suddenly realized that this discovery would only happen in reality in 50 years, far in the future, and no one suspected it yet. Thinking that if he had shown how to use gulu correctly, he caught himself thinking that perhaps there would have been no famine in the empire at all. Then he came to the Count's office, and the man told him the important news that the day after tomorrow there would be a reception attended by advisors coming directly from the capital. In a serious tone, Yang replied that he would do his best and try not to disgrace the Brock family in front of such important people. Suddenly, his father announced that a package had arrived from his mother, and upon hearing this, the young man was stunned and opened his eyes wide in surprise. From the desk drawer, he took out a small white cloth bag, a gift from a loved one of his adopted son. Explaining that there were a couple of coins and a letter inside, he handed them to the young man and suggested that he ask his teacher to read it aloud. While the young man was examining the bag, the count added that if his son behaved well, he would be able to see his mother before leaving for school. Yang politely agreed when suddenly a servant entered the office and called out to the Duke in a quiet voice, clearly bringing important news. Without answering, the man kept a calm and cold expression on his face, hiding his excitement, and just stared silently ahead. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly and left the office, leaving Yang alone, and only the rustling of papers and the faint smell of candles remained in the room. The door slammed shut, and after a while the hero heard someone talking behind the wall, which made him curious and anxious. They were talking about some cold boy, and the young man stared at the entrance in surprise, trying to understand who they were talking about and what it all meant. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a tall stack of papers lying on the table, and he decided to go closer to take a closer look at them. Making up his mind, he took a few sheets and wanted to study their contents, hoping to find something important that could shed light on what was happening. With great interest, he began to read the lines because in fact he had long been able to read, although those around him considered him illiterate and stupid. Comparing the papers, the young man could not believe his eyes when he discovered numbers and records that did not match at all and clearly concealed something. Realizing that he was looking at double accounting, Yang concluded that his father was stealing taxes intended for the treasury and the capital's treasury. Deciding that this was too brazen, the hero thought that it was precisely because of such suspicions and violations that Sir Mullen had been sent here from the capital. Suddenly he heard the door creak and saw it slowly open, and his heart began to beat faster from the fear of being caught. His eyes wide open, he panicked, thinking he was about to be discovered, and deciding not to take any chances, he quickly concentrated to use magic. Directing his power, Yang extinguished all the lights in the office, instantly plunging the room into darkness, hoping that this would save him from exposure. The count who entered asked in surprise why all the lights had suddenly gone out and glanced around the room, trying to understand what had happened. Following him, the servant replied that they had recently changed the lamps and that something had apparently broken again, assuming that a malfunction was to blame. After suggesting that candles be lit, the young man suddenly cried out loudly, and the Duke turned toward him in bewilderment, slightly frightened. Apologizing, the butler said that he had simply tripped over something, and the owner, not paying much attention, told him to gather up the papers and fold them neatly. Suddenly, the man noticed Jan and was very surprised to see him there, because he thought the boy had left long ago and was no longer in the office. With a sharp movement, the count went to the window and pulled back the heavy curtains, letting the sun's rays into the room, filling it with light. When everything became visible, he looked questioningly at the young man, waiting for an explanation. But the hero remained silent, trying not to give himself away with unnecessary words. Stepping away from the table, he continued to stand motionless and humbly while his father looked straight at him with cold anger and a heavy, suspicious gaze. In his outstretched hands, Yang still held the bag of coins sent by his mother, and it looked as if he was defending himself with the gift as a shield. Suddenly, the count's attention was drawn to the papers on the table. He noticed that they were lying differently than before, and immediately suspected something was wrong with his son's actions. With irritation and anger, the man asked what exactly the boy was doing there, but he calmly and with a smile said that his father had not told him to leave. Sitting down at the table, the count announced that the unearthly clan was demanding a letter signed by Jan, and the young man asked in surprise why this was necessary. Saying that the barbarians were a constant headache, he asked the hero to correspond with them from time to time, assuring him that his teacher would help him write under dictation. After these words, he said that his son could leave, and the young man obediently followed the instructions, trying not to arouse unnecessary suspicion and anger in the count. When he left, the door creaked shut behind him, and the echo filled the space with this strange sound. Stepping out into the hallway and looking at the letter, he heard the count wondering why his mother was writing to her blind son on expensive paper and whether she was writing at all. Beginning to read the message, Jan learned that she was doing well thanks to Durga's care, and she tenderly inquired about his own affairs. Walking down the hallway, the hero read every line carefully, trying not to miss a single detail and trying to grasp the hidden meaning of the words. From the message, he learned that his mother was delighted with her son's new family and asked him to fulfill a request if he ever went to a distant desert. After reading the note, Yang smiled, realizing that his suspicions about the strangeness had been confirmed. Now all that remained was to confirm his guesses with facts. In the evening, when the moon silenced the sky, important guests from the capital arrived at the mansion, and the entire Brock family held a solemn reception for them. Bowing, Daegor thanked the Count for the invitation and said that it was a great honor for him to be in his house and sit at the same festive table. Another guest respectfully kissed the Countess's hand and introduced himself as Mac, which made her smile and show him respect. In the garden, a small pond covered with water lilies sparkled, and the stars were reflected in its calm surface, as if someone had poured the sky directly into the water. At the table, Sir Mullen noted Jan's magnificent attire, and the young man replied that he had been looking forward to the meeting for a long time and wanted to ask about life in the capital itself. With a smile, Mac asked what exactly aroused such interest in the young man, and a lively spark of curiosity flashed in his eyes. The hero asked with interest what exactly they ate at court, because it was important for him to know how high society and the royal family actually lived. In a calm tone, Daegor said that there was nothing special about the capital. The rich ate better and more, while the poor made do with what they could. At the end, he added that the nobles still lacked variety in their food, and the young man asked with interest what kind of food he was referring to. Deciding to express his thoughts, he asked what would happen if a new food, previously considered useless, appeared that could feed the poor. The young man's suggestion left the guests frozen in silence, unable to utter a word, simply stunned. With a smile, Mac suggested discussing this unusual idea with the prince himself, assuring them that he would like such bold and innovative proposals. Surprised, Yang asked who exactly he was talking about, as he had never heard of a prince who was interested in food. Explaining, Daegor said that the Empire had His Highness Gale, and he had always shown particular interest in new talented people. Recalling, Yang realized that they must be talking about Gale Veroshin, the very one who raised the magician's rebellion and ultimately suffered a terrible defeat. Suddenly, he caught himself thinking that all these ambassadors were this man's people and had come here for their own benefit. With smiles, they assured him that the young man would definitely become friends with the prince. But the hero understood that it was better not to get close to enemies and thought only of using them. Putting his wine glass on the table, Milton noted with regret that time had flown by too quickly and that he would like to continue the important conversation later. The man politely asked if the Count would consider his request rude, and the host, frowning slightly, agreed to listen to him. Unexpectedly, Milton asked if he could take a walk alone with His Excellency, and the Count asked in confusion if he meant Yana. Agreeing, the man said that he would send Chell with them, but Sir was only glad, and the young man himself did not want to, and was even afraid to stay with his brother. Wiping his sweaty forehead with a napkin, the boy went out into the garden and asked the guests if they had already arrived, trying to hide his tension and extreme fatigue. Turning to him, Mac replied that they were almost there and noticed that the Count's eldest son looked extremely exhausted. Feeling Milton's heavy gaze on him, he suggested that Chell take a little rest, realizing that he was clearly unwell. Leading the young man to a bench, Daegor said that they would catch up with Sir and John later, trying not to let the eldest son collapse in the middle of the walk. With a smile, the hero said that he understood the situation perfectly, asked him to take care of his brother, and headed forward with his guest. Looking at the smooth surface of the lake, the man noticed that the last time he had seen a golden glow in the hero's eyes, which looked very strange and frightening. Stopping at a gazebo overlooking the garden, he asked the young man directly if he was a magician and looked at him intently, waiting for an answer. An awkward silence hung in the air, and Yang wondered whether he should admit his abilities, as it could be very dangerous. Deciding to keep the secret, he smiled tensely and said that he did not understand what they were talking about, trying to hide his excitement and not give himself away. Milton said warmly that Prince Gale was always happy to meet magicians, because magic was a great gift that could change the world and the fate of entire nations. The young man asked doubtfully if that was the only reason Sir was showing such interest, and there was a hint of irony and slight distrust in his voice. Puzzled, Milton asked what exactly the young man meant, and the hero replied that the man was clearly interested in his powers, not only because of the prince. Looking at his reflection in the water, he decided to change the subject and said that he was sure the guest had other important questions for him. Looking at Jan, Milton remained silent, and his gaze betrayed his hesitation, as if he did not dare to ask what he really wanted to talk about. When the hero asked if Sir was there to investigate the embezzlement of tax funds, the man became visibly nervous. Reassuring his interlocutor, he admitted that he also needed something from Milton and, putting on a serious face, offered to make a mutually beneficial deal. Surprised, Sir asked if Jan really wanted to bring him Brock's double accounting, because such documents could change the fate of the entire family. With a smile, the hero asked what the man would offer in return, since embezzlement of public funds was a crime that could also affect him. Reminding him that the young man was not yet a member of the family, the man explained that if he delayed the adoption process, the young man would avoid responsibility and conscription into the army. With a smile, Yang turned around and said that his request was completely different, and that the calculations and papers were only a means to an end, not the ultimate goal of the negotiations. In fact, he needed help to protect himself from punishment at the emperor's court, and he also wanted to obtain land for his personal and full ownership. He said decisively that he was ready to join the warrior clan even without adoption, just to stay out of suspicion and gain a reliable rearguard. Milton asked in bewilderment if the young man really did not know where the clan lived and what life was like there. But the young man confidently showed that he understood the consequences. He explained that if he told anyone about the embezzlement, his father would suspect him, so he needed a place where he would be protected and safe. Having a clan of strong warriors at his disposal was advantageous, and the young man asked with interest if Sir would take him and his mother under his protection. Sighing, Milton seemed to decide to change the subject and said that he had to return to Chell, who still hadn't caught up with them in the garden. With a smile, Yang agreed and realized that the man was not ready for such proposals, as they were too abrupt and direct. Bowing, he said he would stay here, and Sir allowed him to enjoy the views of his native home, leaving the difficult conversation behind. After saying goodbye, the old man left, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts and unspoken plans that could determine his future fate. Recalling this, Yang realized that it was at this time that the Brock family had collapsed, and now he had to act faster than he had planned. Realizing that he would not be allowed into the palace in his current status, he decided to seize any opportunity, even if it was risky and dangerous. After giving the double-entry accounting journal to Molin and framing his family, he knew that his next step had to be to take possession of the Count's estate. Clenching his fist, he was more determined than ever, realizing that he wanted to change his fate and stop being a pawn in other people's games and intrigues. But first, he needed an alliance, and Jan believed that his first task was to befriend the clan of otherworldly warriors, gaining their support and strength. Lost in dreams and plans, the young man gazed for a long time at the smooth surface of the water in the garden, and the reflection of the moon in the pond seemed to push him toward a decision. Turning around, he suddenly saw a woman in a long black cloak, and his heart skipped a beat. The vision seemed unreal and frightening, his eyes wide open. He could not believe what he was seeing. Standing before him was a figure he did not expect to meet here and now. Standing with her back to him, she was holding a pot with a red lily in her hands, as if she was going to give something to someone and was waiting for a meeting. Running up behind her, Yang grabbed her shoulder, his fingers trembling, afraid that it was an illusion. But the warmth of her skin told him otherwise. Shouting in surprise, the woman turned around in fear, and her face lit up with disbelief, joy, and bitter longing at the same time. With a smile, Yang asked how she was doing, and her eyes immediately filled with tears because she couldn't believe that her son was standing in front of her. With bitterness, she asked how he was doing and said she was happy to see him, even if the meeting would be short and painful. She confessed that Hannah had brought news that she should come to the third pond to meet her son, and at first the woman did not believe her words. But the girl insisted confidently and decisively, saying that the meeting was possible right now, and the mother agreed with hope. Touching her palms to Jan's face, she looked into his eyes, and he said that he was fine and had already received her package. He also apologized for his infrequent letters because his heart ached for her, but circumstances prevented him from being close and writing more often. Suddenly, he remembered something important and decided to ask his mother right now, while he had the chance and she was looking him in the eyes. Showing her the bag of coins, he asked if she had sent them to him, but the woman was surprised because she had never had such gold. Handing her the bag, Yang told her to take the money and prepare for the journey, and that he would let her know the exact date of departure through Hannah. Taking it, the lady asked anxiously if something bad was happening, because her heart already foresaw trouble and separation. Kneeling down, she said that if her son wanted to run away from the Count's house, then let him run away, because she had once sent him there with pain in her heart. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she said that if it was hard for him, he should run away rather than endure abuse and danger. Taking her hands, the hero tried to calm his mother, assuring her that he would cope and do everything to protect her and himself from trouble. Suddenly, she noticed that her son's eyes lit up, and she excitedly told him about it, as if she saw it as a sign of change. Smiling, Yang assured her that he would not run away, and said that he would stay here because he had a plan and knew what to do next. Holding her hand, he asked his mother to promise to fulfill all his requests because their future depended on it. At that moment, he heard Milton and his guests calling him, and afraid that they would see his mother, he said it was time for him to leave. As he said goodbye, he asked her to take more guli seeds with her, explaining that they would be useful later and help them in the future. Letting go of her hand, he told her to take care of herself, but the woman suddenly stopped him, as if she wanted to give him something important and personal. Holding out a pot of red lilies, she told him to take them, reminding him that he used to love caring for these flowers. With joy and gratitude, he was happy that she had brought these particular flowers, as they reminded him of his childhood and home. The next day, walking down the hallway with Chell, Yang noticed that his brother looked tired and said that he had seen his weakness yesterday. The guy asked in bewilderment if they were really going to start training today, and the hero replied that their father had allowed them to train together. Reassuring him, Yang said that the first training session would not be difficult, that the captain would take their strength into account, while a stranger listened attentively nearby. Standing up and showing his yellow teeth, the man addressed the young gentleman with a bold look, as if he wanted to test the guy. Coming closer, he asked what brought him there, and the young man explained that he just wanted to see the arena where future fighters trained. Staring at him, the captain asked why, since he had never been here before, and the sharp smell of alcohol on his breath and the coach's arrogance angered Chell. He resolutely admitted that he was not in the best shape and wanted to train to learn how to stand up for himself in the future. As if offended, the man walked ahead and invited the boys to follow him, promising to show them everything that was hidden in the training grounds. First, he showed them a large area, then warehouses and tents where the fighters rested during horseback training and hard workouts. Moving on, he wanted to continue his story, but Yang and Chill heard a loud bang and stopped, looking at each other in confusion. Turning around, they saw a man with a whip and half-naked young men standing on their heads, and asked who these strange people were. Explaining, the captain said that they were orphans and added that if Yang hadn't been lucky, he could have ended up among them too. Suddenly, Chell asked Theo to stop beating the orphans, and the hero was very surprised by his brother's bold action, as he was usually silent. Among the young men, he noticed a red-haired guy who stood upright and, unlike the others, did not collapse despite the pain and screams. The guard watched them maliciously and shouted, while the captain said that the boy's name was Barrick, and spoke of him in extremely unflattering terms. Suddenly, they heard loud screams, got scared, and moved away, trying to hide and figure out what noise had so abruptly caught their attention. Barrick was screaming, and Chell noticed that this red-haired young man was no joke, and that it was better to stay away from him to avoid trouble. Rubbing his head, the captain noted that despite his insolence, this guy could still be useful in the business and bring certain benefits. Suddenly, a whip flew through the air, but the man stopped Theo in time, preventing him from hitting the orphan and causing possible serious injury to the young body. Unable to stay on his feet, Barrick fell to his knees, and the captain noted that this guy was not very skilled, weak, and clearly not ready for hardship. He stared at them with a malicious look, his eyes burning with hatred and rage, his mind filled with thoughts of punishing his offenders. Moving on, the man said that the young man had no special talents and was incapable of accomplishing anything significant, despite all his efforts. He explained that sometimes, no matter how hard a person tries, success cannot be achieved, and it is important to understand in time that it is time to stop trying. Yang and Chill looked at him with admiration, but each was thinking about his own thoughts, trying to understand the meaning of his words while assessing his own abilities and strength. Suddenly, the captain met Jan's gaze, and they stood silently, studying each other, as if trying to guess each other's inner thoughts and intentions. After asking if they were finished, the hero suggested taking a break in the shade so that they could continue their training with full strength. Looking at the exhausted Barrick, he said that he did not want to watch him suffer and hoped that the orphan would be able to cope with the pain on his own. The bright sun illuminated the treetops, and Yang reminded himself that he too could have been there, experiencing fear and pain. Coming closer, the hero asked if his name was really Barrick, and the red-haired guy lying on the ground turned to him, not hiding his surprise and tension. With a smile, he asked if the orphan could get up and try to stand so he could continue his training. Angry, the orphan asked who he was, and Yang introduced himself, explaining that he had come with good intentions and wanted to help. While Chell, Theo, and the captain stood aside, the orphan rudely sent him away, and the hero noted his sharpness, rudeness, and obvious desire to act independently. Grabbing him by the chin, the guy said he would pretend he hadn't heard anything and watch the prisoner's reaction. With abrasions on his body, Barrick broke free from the grip and deftly dodged, demonstrating flexibility, strength, and reflexes that could surprise any observer. Lowering his head to the asphalt, he asked the hero to leave and leave him alone, showing a desire to figure things out on his own and not attract unnecessary attention. Pouring a strange elixir directly into the young man's mouth, Yang knew that magic was dangerous for ordinary people, but a person with potential might experience only a slight rejection. Watching Barrick's reaction closely, the hero was curious to see how the orphan would react to the magical potion and whether he would feel the power hidden in this unusual elixir. Lying on the ground, the captive felt a strange energy passing through his entire body, causing warmth, tension, and strange sensations. Suddenly, his pupils lit up, and Yang felt a faint magical ability, confirming his guess about the orphan's hidden potential. It was the energy of a magical swordsman, and the hero realized that he was right in his assumptions, because the power was clearly manifesting itself and responding to magical influence. Suddenly, with a single movement of his hand, Barrick knocked the flask out of his hands, demonstrating strength, precision, and sharpness of movement that surprised and slightly frightened the young man. The container flew away and fell nearby, and the boy watched the unexpected surge of rage that began to manifest itself in his actions and gaze. Angrily, Barrick asked what had been mixed into the water, his gaze full of distrust and anger, his voice trembling with emotion, betraying his tension and irritation. Staring intently at him, Jan calmly replied that there was nothing in it, trying not to provoke the orphan, but at the same time observing how his hidden energy manifested itself. Noting that the prisoner was feeling better, the hero said he would go on with his business, leaving him perplexed. Standing up and looking at his body in surprise, he noted that he really did have much more strength, as if his energy had increased. Puzzled, he tried to call out to Yan for an explanation, but the hero had already left, and the orphan remained alone, pondering the strange events. As he left, the guy paid no attention to the orphan, who silently watched him go, not knowing how to explain his new feelings. Looking at the flower, Yan decided to write a letter to his mother, telling her that he was doing well and that he was coping with all the difficulties and trials. Remembering the lyrics of a song, he decided to write about the moon, and that there was no endless darkness, so that she would understand his mood and not worry. With his pen on beautiful paper, he wrote each letter carefully so that his mother could read and understand him, feel his care and attention. His teacher sat next to him in the office and checked his spelling, helping the young man avoid mistakes and make his message as clear as possible. As he was about to leave, he stood up, and the young man thanked him for his help, noting that his support was important and helped him keep his thoughts clear. Noticing the man's behavior, the hero asked if he really had so much to do, since he was always rushing somewhere and never stayed long. Puzzled, the tutor stopped and asked again, and Yang noted that the teacher seemed somehow different lately. Not knowing how to respond, the teacher hesitated, but the protagonist said that it was okay, and that he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to, as long as he didn't get distracted or rush. Putting his papers in his bag, he tried to avoid answering, but the young man noticed this and said that everything was fine, trying to reassure him. A tense sweat appeared on the mentor's face as he tried to find the words to explain, but he couldn't. Leaving the teacher, the hero sat down at the table, and the teacher, putting his bag on his shoulder, said he was leaving Yan alone to think. Suddenly, something strange caught his attention, and the guy looked at the ground, noticing a small piece of paper that the man had dropped. It was a sheet of paper with information on it, and the protagonist decided to pick it up to study its contents, which could be important. It turned out to be an article about climate change, the details of which could affect the young man's plans and actions. Later, they went with his brother to practice, running under the scorching sun, and Chell kept asking how much longer it would take, showing fatigue and tension. Running ahead with Jan, the coach said there were only 40 minutes left until the end of training, but the boy didn't hear him because he was too far away. Continuing to run, he sped up, and the boys tried to catch up with each other and the coach, giving it their all to finish all the exercises on time. There was a beautiful building nearby, but suddenly Jan heard a scream and turned around in confusion, trying to understand what had happened. An enraged Barrick flew at his opponent with a sword in his hands, his movements swift and powerful, his gaze radiating fury and determination. Wielding his weapon, he tried to strike his opponent, but the latter deftly dodged, demonstrating his agility and training. Then, with anger, the orphan tried to reach him with his hand, but the stranger dodged again, showing that the fight would be intense. Delivering blow after blow, he switched to hand-to-hand combat, while the young man screamed and covered himself with his hands, trying to understand how his opponent moved and how to repel his attacks. Their swords clashed in a measured battle, but neither was going to give up, each trying to find a weak spot and use it to win. The young man cursed furiously and barely managed to hold off the orphan's attacks, trying not to show too much aggression so as not to miss and leave himself vulnerable. Jumping high, Barrick shouted fiercely, demonstrating his strength and determination to win, forcing the young man to focus as much as possible. Stepping back a little, The guy told him to stop behaving like that and calm down, demonstrating control over the situation and a desire to end the conflict. As he walked away, he heard the orphan address him as Mayrail, which caused surprise and tension, as that name had a special meaning for him. Stopping, he asked angrily how he dared to say his name out loud, showing that it was unacceptable and violated his personal boundaries. Still standing with his weapon in his hands, the orphan declared that the winner had not yet been determined, demonstrating his tenacity and willingness to continue fighting to the end. His eyes glowed with a thirst for revenge and a desire to win at any cost, showing his inner rage, determination, and commitment to achieving his goal. Puzzled, Meryl asked if the boy wanted to die, trying to understand his intentions and test his readiness for the possible consequences. Approaching him, he kicked the orphan in the stomach with all his might, and Barrick fell, not expecting such a turn of events and not having time to defend himself. Calling him names, his rival asked if the young man hadn't understood the first time, while the guys on the bench laughed, watching the boy's awkwardness. Angrily, Mayral said that if he continued to show off, he would not last long, demonstrating severity and warning the prisoner. Sitting exhausted near the boxes, Barrick said he didn't want to fight, showing confusion and a desire to avoid further confrontation. Silence followed. The sun was at its zenith, but suddenly he heard someone call his name. Seeing John in front of him, he asked with annoyance and anger in his voice if it was that annoying young man he had seen before. Not wanting to talk, he told him to go away, but the hero replied that he had to find a way to defeat Miral. The orphan asked maliciously if the boy was suggesting he use cheap tricks, and said that he didn't do that kind of thing, to which the boy just smiled calmly. Grabbing his sword, the prisoner threatened to kill him if he kept talking, showing his irritation and unwillingness to listen. With a smile, Yang said he felt sorry for Barrick, showing kindness and a desire to help, despite the prisoner's aggression. The orphan swung at him, but the hero stopped the attacker with a single movement of his hand, demonstrating his speed, strength, and superiority. With burning eyes, he said he would help him. But in return, the boy must help him, setting conditions and demonstrating control over the situation. Holding his hand on the orphan's head, it suddenly glowed with a strange light, causing Barrick to freeze in confusion, not knowing how to react. His body seemed to be filled with a strange energy that permeated the space around him, and he began to smile, feeling the power within himself. The magical glow and influence spread around, flashes resembling lightning appearing in different places. Letting him go, Yang stood up and decided to watch the young man's reaction, carefully observing how he would behave after the tense events. Suddenly, Barrick jumped up and rushed forward, and the hero, watching him, assumed that this was exactly how the situation would unfold. As Miral walked away, the captive rushed to attack, and the young man realized that they were not his accomplices because his power manifested itself in an unusual magical way. Feeling something strange, the young man turned around, wanting to say something but froze in shock, not understanding where his opponent's unusual power came from. Suddenly, Barrick appeared next to him, catching him off guard and completely disrupting his plans, which surprised everyone present and caused tension. The young man's eyes burned with a magical light. He was full of determination and readiness to act, not noticing Miral's emotions. With one blow, the orphan knocked his opponent to the ground, demonstrating strength and accuracy that no one expected to see from a young but daring captive. Holding him tightly by his jacket, Barrick ignored the boy's protests as he tried to reason with him, explaining that this was not the right thing to do. Unwilling to listen to him, he began to punch his opponent in the face, showing aggression and indicating that he had no intention of stopping. In an instant, the asphalt around them was covered with more and more scarlet drops of blood from Mayral, who was unable to defend himself. The guys sitting nearby, seeing the carnage, were shocked and did not understand how a young kid could display such strength and fury so quickly. Deciding to help, they rushed to his aid, asking what Barrick was doing and trying to intervene, but the young man continued to attack with unprecedented fury. Swinging again, the orphan wanted to strike, but they stopped him, thinking that the young man had completely lost his mind, not believing their eyes. Grabbing him, they knocked Barrick to the ground, trying to calm his aggression and stop the absurd but brutal fight. Lying there like a madman, he raised his head and laughed, showing that he felt no fear or pain and did not care about what was happening. With a smile, he said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and it was foolish to turn away, thinking that it was all over, and not finish what he had started. The guys pushed his head into the ground again, and after hitting it a few times, he calmed down a little while the captain rushed over to them, trying to restore order. Seeing this, the coach gave instructions to send Meryl to the infirmary and Barrick into custody to prevent further conflicts and restore discipline. Suddenly, he caught someone's gaze on him and froze for a moment, not knowing what to do next, and afraid that he would be punished for the fight between the prisoners. Deciding to turn around, he greeted Sir John, who was watching the proceedings closely and hiding his emotions. The concerned captain asked if Barrack had done something wrong, but Jan replied that he had only listened to a bunch of obligations. Noticing the strange atmosphere on the field, the coach suggested ending the training for the day while the beaten boys were being led away, and the hero agreed. Watching the orphan, he asked how he would be punished, and the man said that first he would be flogged and then expelled, which seemed unpleasant to the young man. Surprised, he asked again, realizing that he wanted a completely different outcome for the captive, but this was also not a bad option. Thinking that if the orphan was on his own, Yang decided that Barrack would be much more useful and would learn to use his skills consciously. After training, he met with Milton and the guests for tea and asked if they had made a decision regarding the deal that could determine their common future. The Sir lowered his head and remained silent, while Mac and Dagor looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about or how it related to their duties. After thinking for a moment, he said that the Count was well versed in such matters, so they needed evidence and would require assistance. Agreeing, Jan said he would gather data on the amount of grain, mineral production in the Mona Mountains, and taxation of farmers. With a smile, Milton said he was pleased to see the young man's determination, appreciating his ability to make important decisions in difficult circumstances. Bowing, he was confident that this would determine their future, and expressed his respect for the hero, acknowledging that he had a lot of work ahead of him. In response, the young man thanked Sir Milton and realized that he had been right in his assumptions, appreciating the significance of the meeting and how important it was for all parties to agree. Noticing that the brooch on the man's jacket was the same as the one on the sheet of paper that the teacher had dropped, he decided that there was some kind of secret agreement between them. Continuing to drink tea, Yang decided to use his observations in the future to plan his actions and take into account the hidden plans of others. After the meeting, he decided to take a walk and think about his future, his opportunities, and the need to strengthen his position. Suddenly, someone grabbed him sharply by his jacket, and he did not have time to do anything to defend himself. The stranger dragged him forcefully around the corner, not allowing him to break free or resist, demonstrating his physical strength and determination. A servant standing in the garden heard a strange noise but did not turn around, thinking it was just ambient sounds, unaware of what was happening and the danger to the young man. When he asked his colleague if he had heard anything, the latter just laughed, not paying any attention, thinking it was nothing serious that required intervention. They agreed that it was wild dogs. While behind the building, Barrack grabbed Yan, demonstrating unexpected courage and strength. In a calm tone, the hero noted the unusual greeting and asked how the orphan had ended up here, trying to understand the reasons and circumstances of the sudden attack. Like a madman, the young man did not take his eyes off him, but remained silent, displaying strange behavior and tension. Suddenly, Barrack said that he had been arguing all night, but the senior butler told him that he could come here at any time. Staring intently at him, Jan noticed that the boy was not taking his eyes off him, and thought that Count Brack was involved in this. Sharply tightening his grip, the orphan asked maliciously what drugs the hero was using and noted that he felt uncomfortable when meeting him. Calmly, the character replied that he did not use such cheap tricks, demonstrating confidence and control over the situation. With a smile, he said that Barrack was brave but not very smart, that the water he gave him was from his supplies, and that he didn't even touch him. Widening his eyes, the orphan did not understand what was going on, and tried to comprehend what was happening, wondering why magic and energy had such a strong effect on him. Taking the young man by the hand, Yang said that he could satisfy his curiosity and was ready to explain how energy and magical abilities worked. In return, the hero asked him to promise him something, and the orphan's eyes widened in surprise at the seriousness and unusual nature of the proposed deal. Smiling with shining eyes, the character told the boy to keep quiet about his golden eyes and magical abilities. Seeing the glow, Barrack cried out loudly, and the hero asked him not to be so rude, trying to keep the situation under control. The guy was angry and wanted to argue, but Yang, continuing to explain the use of magic, ordered the captive to always be his bodyguard, which surprised the orphan. Touching the guy, he said that what he felt was the power inside him, and it could be used if he learned to control it properly. Touching his chest with her finger, it suddenly glowed with a bright light, revealing the presence of magical energy and surprising Barrack. Clenching his fist with his glowing torso, he asked in surprise about magic, trying to understand how it worked and where it came from. With interest, Yang asked if the guy had heard of magic or magical sword skills, and upon hearing a negative answer, he grabbed his head in horror. Promising to tell him everything, he asked the boy to listen carefully, and the young man looked at him with interest, ready to absorb the information. Explaining that there are people in this world who are able to find resonance in their souls, the character said that this manifestation is called magic. He also explained that Barrick had potential, but his abilities blocked his energy, so training did not help him fully unleash his power. Finally, Yang said that the orphan should use his skills, and he asked in surprise if they really prevented him from manifesting his power. Continuing his explanation, he said that they needed to follow a path that would connect the energy of the body and soul in order to unlock their true potential. Rushing forward, Barrick joyfully asked if the hero would continue on this path for him, but the character pushed him away and asked him to listen carefully first. The orphan persisted, asking what he needed to do, but the hero asked if he was sure of his decisions, explaining that he would have to protect him everywhere. Seeing no problem with this, the boy said that he had no home or family anyway, but the character explained that he could die, and the boy agreed. With a smile, they made a deal and shook hands, confirming their agreement and mutual obligations, preparing to work together. Holding his hand, Yang understood how stubborn and carefree Barrick was, but it was this quality that made him strong and able to survive in battle. Remembering how he saw him for the first time, the hero realized that he was the right person for the role of a swordsman, because the stronger a person is, the more unique their character and skills are. Thinking about how the orphan wielded weapons, he knew that such people did not accept defeat and did not give their opponents the opportunity to strike, showing tenacity and strength. Barrick's fierce gaze suggested that such people are not afraid of death and can stand up to the enemy, even if the situation seems hopeless. Standing motionless, shaking hands, Yang realized that a warrior who is not afraid to die has no equal, and his determination makes him dangerous and strong. Gradually, the orphan's body was filled with strength again and illuminated with a strange light, demonstrating an increase in energy and potential. Watching the energy fill the boy's body, the character realized that Barrick was now capable of displaying the abilities of a swordsman. Squeezing his hand tightly, the hero offered him friendship, assuring him that together they could overcome any trials and protect each other. Arriving for lunch, Yang heard the Count's reproaches from the doorway. His voice sounded stern and demanding, but he calmly moved toward the table. Ignoring his father's lectures, the character sighed heavily, thinking about his own and upcoming tasks, focusing on his plans and ideas. While the man talked and drank wine, the young man was falling asleep, but suddenly noticed the ring on his hand and was surprised by the man's love of jewelry. He had not noticed Dergi's interest in diamonds before, but the Count never took off this ring, which aroused Jan's curiosity and suspicion. Thinking that it was a wedding ring, the hero immediately dismissed the idea, because the stone on the ring was cut in the simplest way, without any precious sparkle. Looking closely at the jewelry, he thought that this ring was not intended for beauty at all, but perhaps had a hidden function. Suddenly hearing a strange sound, the hero realized that he had heard it before in the Count's office, where he had also been wearing this ornament, which heightened his suspicion. Wondering what Dergi was hiding, he thought about the possible purposes of the ring and what secrets and mysteries might be connected with his father. Noticing the young man's reaction, the Count exclaimed that he should stop counting crows and start eating, while the Countess and Chell dined quietly without interfering. He asked with interest about the young man's new friend, and the young man asked again about Barrick in confusion, trying to understand how important this conversation was. Explaining, the hero said that he had first seen him training with his brother, but thought he would never see him again after what had happened. The Countess asked with interest about what had happened, and Jan explained that the orphan had attacked another person, which puzzled the lady. Not understanding how her adopted son could be friends with a boy who fights, she was indignant, but the hero replied that he didn't care who he was friends with. Smiling, he listened to his new mother's advice not to neglect his studies, agreeing with her words and realizing the importance of education. In a malicious tone, the Count said that if he did not learn to read and write within 3 months, he would blame Barrick and order his execution without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the garden by the fountain, Milton and his teacher were discussing something, going over important details and future steps necessary for their plans. The sir asked hopefully if the man could handle his instruction, and the man bowed obediently, assuring him that he would complete the task well and on time. Suddenly feeling someone's gaze on him, he turned around sharply, surprised by the sudden attention, and noticed that strangers were watching him. Holding the sheet of paper in his hands, Yang asked where the teacher had gone, and it turned out that he had been talking to the sir, which raised questions for the young man. As if apologizing, the man said that he had only exchanged a few words, but the character noted that he had been gone for quite a long time. Taking him by the hand and handing him the paper, the young man explained that the emperor's influence in the province was weakening and that his father was in a state of sluggish conflict, With a smile, he asked what Durgi would think if he found out that a capital official was talking to his son's private tutor in a secluded place. Bowing his head, the teacher assured him that it was just idle talk and asked if it was really so difficult for the young man to pretend he hadn't seen anything. Feeling tense, the man waited for Yang to respond, and Yang replied that it would not be difficult to turn a blind eye to the situation, but only on one condition, surprising his mentor. Explaining, the hero asked the tutor to talk to his father for half an hour in the garden tomorrow. Hearing the request, he was surprised but agreed to do so. Saying that this was not all, the young man handed him a sheet with an article about the desert and asked him to get a map and information about the climate in late spring. With a smile, the character said that he hoped the teacher was a smart man and understood what he was getting at, and that the task would be carried out correctly. Bowing, the man assured him that he understood everything and was aware of the student's goal, preparing to carry out his order as accurately as possible and without unnecessary questions. Magical energy lit up the space around them again, casting strange glare reminiscent of small fireworks. Measuring the space with his fingers, Yang tried to determine the diameter of Durgi's ring, concentrating on the size and details of the precious jewelry. The image of the ring was reflected in the glow, and the young man estimated the size of the stone, but realized that there was one problem with the accuracy of the proportions. Sitting in front of blank sheets of paper, he did not understand how to draw the jewelry so that all the details matched the original and were as accurate as possible. Deciding to give it a try, he began to swing his pen, drawing the image, focusing on the details and shapes to get an exact copy. Suddenly, Hannah entered the room and called out to him, drawing his attention and distracting him from his work for a moment. By that time, Jan had finished, and she noticed that the hero had drawn a ring and written something, paying attention to the illustration. Looking closely at the sheet, the girl said that the jewelry resembled what the Count wore, marveling at the accuracy and similarity to the original ring. Admitting that she was right, the hero explained that his father never parted with it, even though he did not like diamonds, and that this had caught his attention. He noted with surprise the sharpness of the maid's eyes, marveling at her attention and ability to see details that might escape the ordinary gaze. Still, he found it strange that Durgi had decided to make a key out of a diamond, wondering why a precious stone had been used. Thinking about why there was a diamond ring, Yang suddenly realized that it did not conduct electricity, which gave him a new clue about its purpose. Remembering the secret drawer in the Count's office desk, he realized that it had a protective mechanism that used electricity, and the ring could be a lockpick. With a smile, he said that thanks to Hannah, he had an idea, and asked her to find a carpenter who could make a replica of the ring with a rubber coating on top. The next day, the teacher came to the Count's office to fulfill Jan's request, preparing to distract the man and allow his son to enter the office. With a smile, he said that the conversation would be long, and thanked Durgi for agreeing to give him time to discuss important details. Leaving the office, he asked the Count to follow him, and the man obediently followed without asking any questions. In the hallway, he suddenly asked why the teacher wanted to talk and why they needed to go somewhere. Meanwhile, Yang watched them from around the corner and prepared to carry out his plan, thinking through the details and controlling the situation. Silently, they headed for the mansion's doors, saying nothing, only understanding that a serious and important conversation was coming. Hannah was with him, and he asked her to get the fake ring needed to carry out the plan and imitate the key. Taking the jewelry out of the white cloth, the girl handed it to Jan, demonstrating the accuracy of the copy and the neat execution of the details. Examining it in his hands, the hero noted that it was similar in size to the original, and the layer of rubber on top ensured its reliability. Thanking her for fulfilling his request, he gave her a handful of coins, hoping that it would be enough to feed her family, and she was beside herself with happiness. As he left, he asked her to stand guard, and the grateful servant agreed, understanding the importance of the task and the need to be vigilant. Turning around, Yang asked if Barak was ready to carry out his task, assessing the orphan's readiness and his understanding of the importance of the responsibility entrusted to him. Reluctantly, the boy asked why he had to do such things, showing doubt and concern about the possible consequences. Taking his hand, the hero explained that the guard must not let anyone into the office, demonstrating the seriousness of the task. With burning eyes, the orphan replied that he would cope with the task, showing confidence and determination, ready to fulfill his duties regardless of the difficulties. With concern, Yang explained that Barak's role was very important, and if he failed, the whole plan could collapse. Entering the office, he approached the table and noticed a strange bowl with contents on top, attracting attention and raising questions about its purpose. Groping for the opening, he finally found it to insert the duplicate ring, carefully manipulating the objects and controlling his actions. With one deft movement, he managed to open the desk drawer, demonstrating his dexterity and skill, as well as his precision in completing the task without unnecessary effort. When the hiding place opened, the hero froze in amazement for a moment, struck by the simplicity of the device and how easily he had managed to overcome its protection. The young man was delighted that everything turned out to be easier than he had imagined, realizing that the task would not require excessive effort. Looking at the papers in the box, he realized that they were letters from the clan of otherworldly warriors, but he did not understand their content, as he did not know their language well. Taking a blank sheet of paper, he decided to rewrite the letters so that he could study their meaning later, focusing on the details and the possibility of understanding the information completely. For a moment, he thought that if he added a date and a seal, it would give the document authenticity and create the impression of an official document. Deciding to carry out his plan, Yang took the Count's stamp from the table and decided to put his idea into action without fear of the consequences. The Treasury would definitely check this report against the Count's tax records, which would increase its value and convince the auditors of the authenticity of the information. When he was done, he began to fold the papers, thinking that he needed to put everything back as it was so that his father would not notice anything. Suddenly, he heard someone outside the door ask if the Count was in his office, and he froze in horror, realizing that he might be seen by a stranger. In an instant, a servant entered the office and, seeing John with papers in his hands, was very surprised, not understanding what the young man was doing. Realizing that he was in trouble, the hero decided to use magic to hide his actions and temporarily neutralize the guy's attention. In an instant, everything around him was filled with a strange light and energy, and the secretary began to forget what was happening. When the Count returned to his office, he found the servant lying motionless on the floor and thought he had gone mad, not understanding the situation. Standing by the table, the butler did not understand what was happening to his colleague, while Durgi was furious and thought about what measures to take. Banging his fist on the table, he suddenly gave the order to get rid of the servant, and the man asked in surprise, not expecting such harshness. Suddenly, Durgi shouted for the servant to be removed and all his property confiscated, while the rest of the staff stood frozen in amazement behind the doors. The maid and the boy rushed out of the estate and hurried away, fearing the Count's wrath and wanting to save their lives. Meanwhile, Barak, eating an apple, asked how the conflict between the servants and the Count had ended, showing concern for the course of events. With a smile, Jan noted that it had been dangerous, but everything had been resolved, while the orphan was indignant that he had nearly died because of his risky actions. The young man asked with interest whether Durgi had found out that the assistant had searched his office, and the character, studying the papers, asked what difference it made. Remembering how the assistant had caught him with the papers in his hands, he realized that his father believed that he was the one who had searched the Count's office. Fulfilling the request, the teacher drew a map and made a weather forecast, pointing out important points and possible dangers along the way to prepare Jan. He also told the young man to be careful, as there was a high probability of sandstorms that could interfere with the journey. He also attached a note, and the hero racked his brains over the question of who would succeed him and how this would affect the future. Looking at the papers, he didn't understand how important it was to put them in the safe, and thought about the seriousness of protecting these documents. Realizing that this letter was addressed to someone, he thought that it was about an otherworldly clan of warriors, and he began to guess what his father's next steps would be. Suddenly, Barak approached him and said that he understood that the black thing in Jan's hands was text and the white paper, and the hero noted the guard's success. Threatening with his finger, the young man told the orphan not to talk nonsense and asked if he remembered what the hero had told him. The orphan obediently nodded in response. Standing at attention and saluting, he repeated the instruction to throw away the key, give the papers to Molin, and send a message to Felia on the way back. Barak enthusiastically said that he must convey to Jan's mother the request to leave, hide, and collect Guli seeds, showing that he understood the order. Pleased that the servant remembered everything, the hero praised him, but the boy just laughed, noting that it was all very simple and required no special effort. Looking out the window, Jan noticed a thin horse in the courtyard and a servant in a strange robe, which aroused his interest and made him watch what was happening. With a smile, he asked where Barak had given the order to leave today, and the boy said it was from the main gate. Noticing a crowd of people with horses, he asked the guard to leave through the back entrance to avoid unnecessary attention. Among the people was a strange guy who was holding an eagle on his arm, staring at everyone around him and watching everyone in the courtyard closely. He noticed Jan at the window and stared at the young man with wide eyes without saying a word. Smiling, the hero caught his gaze and told Barak that it would be noisy at the gate today, so it would be better to take a different route. In the evening, in his father's office, guarded by guards, He met a stranger who had come on an important mission and introduced himself as a messenger from the clan. He was a representative of the earthly warriors. His name was Balami Sin Nurserin, which aroused Jan's respect and interest. With a smile, the hero introduced himself in return and said that it was an honor for him to meet such an important messenger and hear his requests. Interrupting the pleasantries, the Count asked what urgent business had brought the young man here, wanting to understand the purpose of the visit and assess the importance of his presence. Reporting that the deputy head was in critical condition, the guest said that he would like to discuss a peace agreement with their clan. He solemnly reminded them that the matter required preparation for further action and asked them to understand the significance of the meeting. In the clan, the death of the deputy chief was more significant than that of the chief, as the assistant was a spiritual mentor and symbol of the community. He was revered as a religious mentor, and in the event of his death, the clan mourned for a whole year, observing rituals and traditions. Therefore, before that happened, they wanted to make peace with the county of Brack to avoid instability and losses among their people. Puzzled, the Count noted the deplorable situation, but asked why he should listen to the Balamis, doubting the need for a peace agreement. In a calm tone, the young man explained that the deputy chief was a very important person in their community, a mentor who influenced the decisions and actions of all members. Since ancient times, he had guided them on the right path and earned enormous respect. Everyone had to look him in the eye and gain his authority. Suddenly, he declared that Yang must see him and meet his gaze in order to gain recognition and show the seriousness of his intentions. Angry, the Count shouted that they were doubting his ancestry, reminding them that he had promised to send documents with the Emperor's decree. But Balami said discouragedly that he had not received them. Undeterred, Durgi explained that Jan was the son of his second wife and that not everyone who wanted to prove their ancestry could issue a decree. The guest asked doubtfully whether the Duke really believed that the documents were proof, showing a certain contempt. Looking intently at the young man, he stated that only the righteous gaze of the deputy could verify the lineage and the truth of family ties. While the Count was angry and Jan sat calmly, Balami understood their plan, but wondered why the young man had been entered into the register of relatives and what the purpose of this was. Meanwhile, the hero wondered what would happen to the peace agreement if the deputy died right now, and considered the possibility of providing a new register. Looking at the Count, the young man thought about what his father was thinking at that moment, trying to predict his reactions and decisions. With a smile, hugging him, Durgi said that the situation was clear to him, demonstrating his understanding of what was happening and his readiness for further action. Squeezing his shoulder with his fingers, the Count said that if such changes were to come, the young man needed to prepare himself and suggested postponing the conversation until tomorrow. Looking at his son, he said with a smile that the butler would show him to his room, ensuring peace and order. In a calm tone, Balami thanked the Duke for his hospitality, showing respect for his host and a willingness to cooperate in the future. He was about to leave when the guest said that he hoped for a fair decision from Durgi on behalf of the Emperor, emphasizing the seriousness of his visit. As he got into the carriage, the Count was angry that Balami had come so suddenly to complain about his problems, annoyed by the rush. Deciding that since the young man was the brother of the clan chief, he would be on guard, he said he would prepare the necessary documents and ordered Jan to arrange a proper reception. Humbly bowing his head, the hero said he would do everything he was asked, showing respect and willingness to follow his father's instructions. The gates swung open, and the carriage, drawn by horses and carrying the Duke, rushed forward, leaving behind the noise and rumble of wheels on the stone pavement. Enjoying the moonlight, the young man caught himself thinking that his father was in a great hurry to get the papers ready, realizing the speed and determination of the Count. The space was filled with the silence of the night, and the hero breathed a sigh of relief that the man had finally left, and now he could talk to the representative alone. Setting the table, he smiled and offered Balami various snacks, noting that he was tired from the road and deserved rest and food. The servants drooled over the abundance of food, and Yang said he wanted to ask for something, and the representative listened attentively. Calmly, the hero said that he wanted someone to accompany him to the clan deputy, emphasizing the importance of security. Explaining, the guest said that it was Yang they had been promised, and the others were just a burden considering the request not so important. With a smile and confusion, the character asked again what burden they were talking about, trying to understand the meaning of Balami's words. Suddenly, Barak appeared behind him with a bag over his shoulder and said he would help him and was ready to carry out any orders. Hearing the orphan's exclamation, the guy, not hiding his emotions, laughed so loudly that he surprised the others with his reaction. Looking straight at the guy, he said that he knew how to make people laugh, and Yang asked doubtfully why his words had made the guest laugh so much. In a serious tone, Bellamy suddenly remarked that the hero was talking utter nonsense and seemed too self-confident. Unexpectedly, he stated that the character was no different from their warriors, which caused confusion, as the comparison sounded very strange. Looking intently, he asked if Yang was really suggesting that he take two people who would not be able to survive without water in the desert. In a calm tone, the young man explained that although his partner was not very intelligent, he was strong, and help was always needed, assuring him that there was no need to worry about the rest. After listening nervously to his opponent, Bellamy finally lowered his hands and promised to think about the offer, but only on one condition. With a sly smile, he said that he would only agree if Barrack could defeat his men in battle, proving his strength. When it got dark, by the light of the moon, everyone went out to the clearing near the estate, preparing for a duel that would decide their future fate. Pulling herself together, Sue noted that it was bad to be the younger one, but generously gave her opponent a 5-minute head start. Looking contemptuously at the girl, Barrack asked Jian if he really had to fight this little girl instead of someone stronger. While his opponent warmed up easily, the young man grumbled and wondered why none of the guests had even come to watch such an important fight. Meanwhile, the hero instructed the orphan, warning him that if he was careless, he would risk regretting his defeat. In his mind, he understood that no one had come because the difference in strength between the fighters was enormous, and everyone was confident of Sue's victory. Suddenly, the warrior noticed a glowing window in the mansion and shouted indignantly, distracting himself from the upcoming fight. Yan calmly explained that it was the god of death, Nersaran, whose presence here was an omen, and this stunned the orphan. Hearing this, the boy became even more angry and shouted that no one had the right to underestimate him, but the character tried to calm him down. The preparation time was coming to an end, and the hero said that his partner only needed to defeat his opponent to prove his strength. To help his friend, he decided to use magic, and his palm glowed again with a soft light, as if giving him strength. The light was even reflected in his pupils, and he seemed to hypnotize his friend, instilling thoughts of victory and confidence in his heart. Taking his palm in his own, Yang told the orphan to listen to him very carefully, promising to reveal the secret of victory. Puzzled, Barrack stood frightened but did not let go of his master's hand, who assured him that he knew how to win. At that moment, clouds partially covered the moon, and Sue asked loudly and confidently if her opponent was ready for battle and attacks. Taking the timer, she set it for 5 minutes, which she had promised her opponent in advance as a privilege, and prepared for the fight. With a smile, she said that if Barrack managed to knock her out in that time, the victory would be his, but otherwise he would suffer a humiliating defeat. Pulling his hair back into a ponytail, the guy boldly declared that this time was enough for a confident and beautiful victory. Taking out a rubber band, he added mockingly that in case of defeat, the girl herself would not cry from frustration and resentment. In a threatening tone, the orphan assured his opponent that she would be in great pain and would regret ever agreeing to the fight. Like lightning, he rushed forward, raising huge clouds of dust around him and rapidly closing the distance. With huge strides, Barrack approached his opponent, who remained calmly standing in place the whole time. When the distance was minimal, he swung his fist to strike, determined to crush this self-confident girl with his first move. Standing on her toes, Sue mockingly declared that he would be the one crying, and instantly dodged, avoiding a direct collision. The young man was surprised to see that his punch had missed and did not understand how this had happened, because he had calculated everything correctly. Thanks to her agility and petite stature, the girl easily dodged and even spun around. Turning around, the orphan couldn't believe that his plan had been useless, because he was confident in his speed. Moving nimbly, Sue approached for a counterattack, and the guy did not expect her to be so fast. Angered, he began to swing his fists in different directions, but his opponent skillfully dodged all his blows. Realizing that the girl also possessed incredible speed, the young man was shocked and felt confused. Appearing from one side and then the other, as if teasing him, she playfully hinted at her position in the fight. Suddenly, the lady placed her palms on the grass, preparing for a reception, tensed all the muscles in her body, and held her breath. Standing on her hands, she deftly flipped in the air and kicked Barrack hard in the face, forcing him to stagger back. Gritting his teeth, he cried out in pain and anger, barely managing to dodge another blow that threatened to break his jaw. Discouraged, the guy took a few steps back to catch his breath and regain his composure. Blood flowed from his nose, and he tried to quickly wipe it away with his hand so he could continue the fight without losing his composure. Sue asked mockingly how he was going to defeat her in this fight with such clumsy moves. Puzzled, she wondered how he would last another 5 minutes since he was already barely standing. Smiling, Barrack replied that he had no intention of suffering and that he had plenty of time to achieve the long-awaited victory. In the clearing, where silence reigned, a tense battle was taking place, which Yang watched from the sidelines without interfering. Without emotion, he saw that his partner was clearly losing, as expected, and his strength was gradually running out. Meanwhile, Su continued to strike, and the orphan barely managed to defend himself, crouching down and retreating. The hand-to-hand combat continued, with the girl winning and the boy just trying to hold on and not fall too quickly. Despite the attack, he continued to look her in the eyes, unable to comprehend how such a small body could conceal such immense power. Smiling, Su enjoyed the fight, feeling superior and anticipating a quick victory over her stubborn opponent. Swinging her arm, she angrily aimed her knee at him, intending to deliver a decisive blow to crush her enemy. Realizing that Barrick's defeat was inevitable, Yang decided to use magic to help and turn the tide of the fight in the other direction. Barely moving his lips, he mentally sent a signal, ordering the orphan to fight to the end, and he caught his tense gaze. When Su swung her leg again, Barrick managed to intercept her movement and showed his strength for the first time, surprising his opponent. The girl cried out in pain and surprise, not expecting her weak opponent to be able to pull himself together and attack her. While she was in shock, the boy declared that now it was his turn to act and show his strength. His words echoed across the clearing, breaking the peaceful silence of the night, and blackbirds flew away from the noise, breaking away from the branches. Under the full moon, the girl screamed, demanding that Barrick release her immediately, but he only held her tighter. She struggled to break free, but the orphan said he was following Jan's orders and grabbed her, not intending to let go. With burning eyes, he declared that he had almost killed her, and his anger was so strong that it frightened even the hero who was watching. Blushing and barely holding back tears, Su cursed, feeling pain and humiliation, because it was the first time she had lost in such a way. Standing opposite her, the character realized that Nursarin had deliberately sent the young woman to avoid bloodshed and ordered her to report his bodyguard's victory. With a smile, he noted that the bruises even suited her, and with them she looked unusual, as if she had taken on a new appearance. Lying on the grass, she realized that luck had turned away from her, and the defeat was a real disgrace for her. Standing nearby, Yang watched as the orphan still did not let go of his rival, even though the girl was desperately trying to break free. Suddenly, the hero felt a strange energy behind him and told his partner to let her go. The window was still glowing. Balam watched the events unfold intently, as if assessing not only the fight, but also the relationship between the partners. Meeting his gaze, Yang was happy to have won the bet, but he understood that the negotiations with the representative were not over yet. Looking at Su's battered face, the guest was angry. He thought it was just a regular sparring match, but it all looked like mockery and a real insult. Sitting in front of him, the hero apologized for his bodyguard, while the girl herself was angry nearby and could not hide her irritation. In a serious tone, Bellamy asked if the young man dared to mock him, barely containing his anger. Asking again in surprise, Yang wondered what exactly his fault was, since he had not participated in the fight. The ambassador persisted, telling the young man to look at Su's red face to understand the gravity of his offense. Annoyed, Nursarin asked what would have happened to the girl if Barrick had hit her with full force, as the consequences would have been more serious. The young man smiled silently while the guest burned him with a cold, piercing gaze, as if wanting to penetrate the depths of his soul. Before him stood an orphan, but suddenly Bellamy laughed loudly, as if it were all just a test and unexpected fun for him. As if giving up, he acknowledged that the young count had a character worthy of respect and, without further ado, declared him the winner. Glancing at the orphan standing behind Yan, the ambassador announced that they would also take him with them to the great desert to travel together. Bowing his head in a bow, the hero thanked the guest for allowing him to take a partner and sincerely appreciated the trust of his allies. Out of anger, Su yelled at Barrick to give her something to treat her face, or she would make his life a living hell. But he was only joking. The next day, the count met with his guest and announced that he had accepted his proposal and was ready to conclude a truce and begin an alliance. Bowling, Bellamy thanked Denari for his understanding and support, expressing gratitude on behalf of the entire clan and his ancestors. Shaking hands, the man asked that words of respect and support be conveyed to the chief, after which they parted, having strengthened their mutual trust. A week later, in his room, Yang said goodbye to Hannah. They hugged, and the girl asked him to come home alive. She cried on his shoulder, promising that Alan would cook something delicious for him if only he returned. And the young man was discouraged by her words. Suddenly, he became serious and told her to listen to him carefully, because what he was about to say would change her destiny. Leaning over, the young man whispered in the maid's ear that he wanted her to quit while he was away from the estate, shocking the girl. Terrified, she asked why she should do this, But the hero, without explaining properly, said that it would save her in the future. Holding her by the shoulders, he thanked her for everything she had done for him, and Hannah tried to object but could not find the words. Realizing that he had burned all his bridges at the estate, the hero decided to set off, not wanting to delay and wait any longer. The sun was shining in the sky, and he confidently headed for the exit, not even allowing the servants to object and stop his determination. Eagles soared in the cloudless sky, flapping their huge wings as if accompanying the caravan and heralding change. Meanwhile, Bellamy, his allies, and Jan were heading across the great desert straight to the clan of warriors. A huge yellow palace rose above the sands, where the ambassador and his companions had long been awaited, and preparations for the meeting were underway. Sitting on his throne, Chief Kakanir welcomed the stranger, expressing his willingness to listen to him and discuss important terms. Raising his hand and bowing, the Count introduced himself on behalf of his family, while the hero stood silently nearby, observing the situation. Not wanting to waste any time, the commander immediately suggested getting down to business and signing a truce agreement to cement the alliance. Carefully studying the document, Durgi was afraid of missing important details because any mistake could cost him trust and respect. Taking a vial out of his pocket, he said that it was a blood kinship potion that could prove that Yang was his real son. First, the hero pricked his finger, then the Count did the same, and the drops of blood merged in the vial, mixing together. When the ritual was complete, the bottle glowed with a bright blue light, confirming the blood connection and the power of ancient sorcery. At this time, Bellamy leaned over to Kakanir and whispered something in his ear, but the chief remained silent, giving no hint of his emotions. Finally, he said that they needed the verdict of the first advisor, Vinchin, to confirm it, and only then could they complete the procedure. Keeping his cool, the Baron agreed, but deep down he wondered why they believed the shaman more than the blood potion. Taking a knife, the clan chief cut his hand, and drops of blood fell onto the document as the guests watched with surprise and tension. Puzzled, Yang and Dergi watched as the blood fell on the pages of the pact, as if it were a necessary ritual for warriors. With his bloodied finger, Kakanir signed the agreement, sealing the alliance with his authority and recognizing its power. Shaking hands with his guest, he said that from that moment on, the agreement was in force, and the Baron praised Brack and the clan of otherworldly warriors. A horse-drawn carriage waited at the palace entrance, the sun beating down mercilessly, and guards escorted her to the edge of the sandy desert. As he left, the Count hugged Jan and told him to take care of himself, showing a concern that he had so rarely shown in their previous interactions. Suddenly, Durgi whispered in his ear that the young man should remember the only reason he was still alive. Reassuring his father, the young man said that he remembered everything and was acting for the glory and honor of the House of Brack, for he had no other choice. When the carriage disappeared into the sands, he and Barrack watched it go as the sun beat down mercilessly on their faces. The heat became unbearable, the air shimmered with the heat, and every step through the desert felt heavier and more painful. While the hero and Kakanir were preparing for the journey, the orphan complained of thirst more and more often and drank water constantly. Unfolding the map, Yang showed his companions the location of Vinchin, where they were to arrive in the coming days. After a while, they reached the gates of the clan advisor's castle, where tall palm trees grew and peace and tranquility reigned. People bowed, shook hands, and rejoiced at the arrival of the leader, while the young man and his disguised bodyguard sat nearby on horseback, trying not to stand out. Sweat poured down the young men's bodies, and the crowd whispered, wondering which of them was the Count's son, and made assumptions about them. With concern, the chieftain jumped off his horse and asked his servant about the first advisor's well-being, and he replied that she was already much better. Turning around, Kakanir called the young man to follow him, his gaze piercing, his voice stern and decisive. Calmly, the hero dismounted and followed his guide, trying to remain confident and focused. A few minutes later, they found themselves in front of huge wooden doors that led to the clan deputy's chambers. Entering the room, he saw an old woman lying on a bed, which the chief approached, while Yang himself modestly remained standing aside. While Kakanir explained why the young man had come, he bowed his head and waited obediently for further instructions. Holding her hand, the chief helped Vinchin rise and sit down, showing respect for her age and wisdom in clan affairs. Sitting down, she whispered something in his ear in her language, and he nodded, trying to carefully grasp the meaning of her words. Turning to the guest, he explained that the woman had difficulty speaking and would therefore respond in her own language, and he would translate. Staring intently at the young man, the old woman said that she had to check whether Yang was worthy and asked him to come closer to the bed. With slow and confident steps, the hero approached the advisor's bed, preparing to hear the words that would change his fate. She grabbed his hand with a death grip, showing strength that didn't match her age and frail body. Her eyes lit up brightly, and she asked if the hero was a descendant of Brach or if his relatives were completely different people. Along with the image of Jan, she saw the emperor as he was in the past and as he was to become in the future. While the young man's palms lay in the seer's hands, he confidently confirmed that he was a descendant of Count Durgi. With surprise, she noted that his presence signified peace, and he assured her that being a descendant of Brach was his only destiny. There was a moment of silence, but Vincent continued to hold him, as if she did not want to let go, and they looked at each other silently. Finally, she released his hand, but said nothing, leaving a silence that weighed heavily on everyone around them. Seeing that the deputy was very weak, Kakanir said that they were leaving and told her to rest and take care of her health. Barak and his servant were waiting for them at the exit, and when they saw Yang coming out with the chief, they both turned around in surprise. The captain walked ahead with a determined stride, followed by the young man, trying not to fall behind, his thoughts wandering far from everything that was happening. Unexpectedly, the man gave orders to place the young man and his bodyguard in his clan, showing respect and trust in them. Turning around, he announced that there would be a welcome celebration that night and ordered them to be there on time, refusing to accept any excuses. Without saying another word, the chief silently went about his business, while the disconcerted hero watched him leave. Barak immediately ran up and shouted, asking with interest what the chief had said to him, unable to hide his curiosity and excitement. The young man recounted Kakanter's words with indifference, and the orphan, upon hearing this, was very happy, for everything turned out better than he had thought. In the evening, as promised, feasts took place. Some ate, some entertained themselves, and laughter and music filled the hall, creating a joyful atmosphere. At the appointed time, Yang and Barak entered, their cheeks full of food, but they were called out to and, surprised, immediately turned around. It was the chief, who asked with a smile if they had had time to rest, and next to him stood Sue, who had already returned to her normal state. The guests respectfully thanked Kakanir for his hospitality, and he told them to sit down next to him, showing them special favor. The chief noted that the map of the Great Desert given by the young man had proved to be excellent, and asked if they could keep it forever. Turning around, Yang said that they could use it without any questions, since that was exactly why he had made it. Lighting a cigar, the man summed up that Count Brach had managed to raise at least one worthy son, expressing respect for the family. The hero's attention was drawn to the roll that Kakanir was smoking, and his alertness immediately increased as he tried to understand what it was. After thinking for a moment, he realized that it was a cigar made from Garuda leaves and was very surprised, because it was forbidden. Looking at it, he remembered that this substance was used as a stimulant and had a particularly strong effect on ordinary soldiers. He remembered how Durgi had cunningly tried to get hold of this plant, risking himself for profit and without thinking about the consequences. Gradually, the young man sank into memories of the past and his mother's parcel. His heart ached, and his longing became heavier than usual. Then, seeing a strange note in the bag of gold, he was very surprised at how a woman could write to her illiterate son. In the letter, she asked him to bring those very leaves, and the hero found this too strange, since his mother did not smoke. Soon he realized that this was his father's secret plan. He wanted Yang to get hold of the forbidden goods, and if he was caught, he would blame everything on the woman. Suddenly, Kakanter's voice brought him back to reality, interrupting his memories, and the young man looked up at the chief, hiding his excitement. Catching his gaze, the chieftain said angrily that the boy should not dare to look at the Garuda leaves, because this tobacco was intended only for warriors. He added that he understood that the boy would smoke here, but he would not allow any interest or questions about it anywhere else. With a smile, the hero replied that he understood everything and noted to himself the leader's insight, who did not miss a single detail. Thinking it over, he decided that if he played up the smuggling situation, he could ruin the reconciliation with the brothers. He suddenly noticed the intense gaze of one of Kakanter's servants and wondered why he was looking at him like that. With interest, Yang asked Sue, who was standing behind him, about the man, hoping to hear at least a little information about this strange person. She said that he was Boomer, the chief's stepmother's cousin, and that he was in charge of the clan's food supplies, occupying an important position. The hero became nervous, wondering why the man wouldn't look away, and his anxiety grew with every passing minute. Meanwhile, a servant approached the chief and called out to him, trying not to attract unnecessary attention or disrupt the celebration. Bending over, he whispered something in his ear, and Kakanir's face immediately changed, his stern features reflecting his excitement. Standing up abruptly, he silently followed the servant to the exit without explaining the reason to his guests. but no one paid any attention to him. Watching them leave, the hero decided that the chief had left because of Vincent's attack, and his heart sank with anxiety for the woman. Sue approached him and said that it was the doctor, because they did not know when the old woman might pass away. The young man asked with interest if there was no way to cure her, which shocked the girl, as such questions sounded presumptuous. Sitting down next to him, she said that there was one way, but no one knew if it would work, and she needed a silisk flower. She also added that this plant never withers, and upon hearing this, the hero was so surprised that his eyes widened. Thinking of the red lily in the pot in his room, he realized that this was exactly the flower the deputy needed. In shock, he couldn't believe such a coincidence because, thanks to this flower, he had the opportunity to save Vincent from death. The night passed, and the sun slowly rose from the sandy horizon, painting the sky with fire, as the clan prepared for a new day. In the middle of the sands lay a town of otherworldly warriors, living in their own town, surrounded by legends and mysteries. The first advisor had been unconscious since the previous night, and the doctor and the chief remained by her side, anxiously awaiting what would happen next. The community discussed the need to obtain silisk, but they remembered that the last expedition had not returned, and Kakanir was confused. Seeing the guest in the hut, the leader asked angrily why Nursarin had brought Jan, since his presence here seemed completely unnecessary. Together with Balam, the young man stood silently at the entrance, not interfering in the conversation, and the tense atmosphere became palpable. The advisor announced that the hero knew where to find silisk, and this statement stunned everyone present. The clan members sitting at the table, along with their leader, stared at the young man, waiting for an explanation, and the tension in the air grew. The older clan members did not believe in miracles and whispered among themselves, for the rumors about the flower seemed like a baseless legend. Kakantir asked maliciously if Yang really knew where to find this plant, his eyes flashing with disbelief and anger. Jumping up abruptly, he slammed his hand on the table and told the boy not to dare interfere in the clan's internal affairs. Irritated, he jumped up from the table and ordered the guest to return to his quarters immediately, without objection. But the hero did not give up and told about a plant that never withers, hoping that this would convince at least the chief. He asked with interest whether the silisk was not red in color, and his words sounded unexpected, and Kakanir stopped. Doubtful, he asked if the young man had really seen such a plant, his voice trembling as if torn between disbelief and hope. Thinking for a moment, the hero said that he might have seen it on his father's estate. But before sharing the information, he had a request. First, he explained that the county of Brack was part of the Burial Empire, and that the emperor knew about the peace pact between the chieftain and the count. In a serious tone, the hero demanded respect and guarantees of safety, not just as a guest, but as a representative of the empire. With a sly smile, Kakanir took a few steps forward, his gaze cold and threatening. Coming closer, he asked mockingly for permission to ask the young man one important question, his voice sounding calm. Grabbing the young man by the neck, he asked if the empire would send its army if Yang died right now at his strong hands. Holding back the leader's grip, the young man replied that he was not sure about the dispatch of troops, but he knew for sure that after his death, problems would clearly arise. Looking intently at the man, he said that the soul of the imperial palace was passed down from generation to generation and now resided in him. With contempt, the leader asked again and added that the hero should not make him laugh with such words, because it sounded ridiculous and insolent. Deciding that it was because of people like Yang that God had sent Madame Vincent, he led him to her, where beads swayed on the doors like curtains. Seeing the chieftain dragging the young man, the old woman rose from her bed, her weakened body supported by the doctor, who was trying to keep her balance. Holding the boy by the hand, the man told the deputy everything and asked directly if it was true, waiting anxiously for her answer. Remaining seated, the woman looked at him silently without saying a word, but her gaze conveyed a sense of mystery and hidden power. Suddenly, a strange magical glow appeared in her eyes, and the air in the room changed, making everyone uneasy. She made a strange sound and stretched out her hand, pointing her finger at the young man, as if confirming his words with her movement. The doctor held her so she wouldn't fall, while Kakanir didn't understand what was happening, watching the sudden display of magic with horror. The woman sat down spontaneously, and the chief, continuing to hold Jan's hand, stood in surprise, waiting for further action. A glowing aura appeared above the character's head, but noticing Madame Vincent's condition, he turned to her with concern. In response, the old woman coughed violently, clearly exhausted, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. She fell sharply back onto the bed, and the thought of her death, which now seemed inevitable, flashed through the leader's mind. Everyone rushed to her at once, but Vincent lay motionless, showing no signs of life, and the tension grew. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the boy said that everything was coming together and reported that the Silisk was in his room. The chief immediately gave orders to go to John and bring the flower, hoping that it would save the seer. Barrick stood at the exit and asked in horror why everyone was so angry and what to do now, his voice trembling with excitement and fear. With a smile and calmness, the hero replied that everything was fine, trying to hide his anxiety. But in his heart he was worried. Thinking about the red lily, the young man noted that this was the first gift he would present to the clan as a guest of the Burial Empire. Later, he met again with Balam and Kakantir at the table where the map lay and the plant stood. Bowing, the chief expressed his sincere gratitude for the help, because without the young man, there would have been no chance of saving their advisor. The character noted seriously that, judging by what he had heard, this was not enough, and several more roots would be needed to prepare the medicine. Not wanting to devalue the guest's efforts, the man emphasized that Yang had still helped them and asked if he could find more Silisk. Thinking for a moment, the young man said that he could not guarantee anything, because the plant was very rare and difficult to find. Touching the flower, he said that the pot was his, but he did not remember how to grow it, although he knew someone who could help, but only in a month. The hero thought about his mother, who had remained in the big city, while the chief asked why it would take so long to get help from the mysterious ally. Smiling, the young man explained that it would take 3 or 4 days to get there, but in return, he wanted Kakanir to promise to fulfill his request. Lighting a cigarette, the man said in a serious tone that the young man should voice his desire, preparing to hear something bold. Jan resolutely stated that during negotiations with the Brock family, priority should be given to him, not his father, Count Durgi. Suspicious, the leader asked if the young man really wanted to get rid of the Baron, to which he replied that the strongest would become the leader. Understanding what the character was getting at, he grinned in response, guessing the young man's plan of action regarding the county. He then explained that it would be difficult to transfer the right to negotiate to the young man, since he did not command soldiers or control grain supplies. Unexpectedly, Yang froze in amazement, as he had expected the chieftain to accept his proposal without objection. After thinking for a moment and closing his eyes, he decided to tell them what would happen next, hoping that this would convince them of his seriousness. Soon, the imperial palace would send the Inquisition, because the crime would be treason related to tax evasion. Unable to believe what he had heard, Kakanir asked again if this was really true, and how the young man knew such important and dangerous information. Explaining, the hero said that he had learned everything from the central government officials who had arrived before the ceremony to check on him. The leader asked with interest what would happen if the Brock family fell, and whether Jan himself would be in danger because of such events. With a smile, the character noted the important point and admitted that although he was Durgi's son by blood, according to the documents, this was not the case. Upon hearing that he was not a member of the Count's family, Bellamy and the chieftain were shocked, realizing the seriousness of his words. Folding his arms, the hero calmly stated that the Empire had no reason to accuse him of treason, since he was not part of the family. Recalling the Baron's luxurious estate, he declared that he could become the head of the family if the situation turned in his favor. Realizing that they had sent their son, who was not officially part of the family, Kakantir understood that the Count had deceived them unscrupulously. Deciding to repeat himself, the young man emphasized that he was Durgi's son, adding that he hoped for a wise decision from the leader. Staring intently at the hero, the leader smoked nervously and remained silent, his eyes reflecting doubt, anger, and hidden interest. Suddenly, he asked if Yang had told him everything or if he was hiding something else from him. Standing up from the table, the young man said that he knew he was not trusted, but decided to tell the truth about what awaited them in the near future without lying. Showing a map, he explained that when his father died and the territories were left without a leader, the clan would have to gather warriors for an invasion. In a calm tone, he added that the heavenly warriors would not have to worry about the imperial troops, as they would not intervene. Moving the token, he assured them that they would not have to fight the strongest soldiers of the desert, and even if they failed, the clan would be able to return home. The hero declared resolutely that the community only had to follow him, and he would be glad if the chief and the others supported him. After listening to the young man, Kakanir realized that they would not suffer any losses, but he still did not understand the benefits of such an alliance with the young man. He looked questioningly at Jan, waiting for an answer and new arguments that could convince him of the correctness of his decision. Holding his palm on the map, the character declared that if he became the head of the county, he would turn it into the most prosperous territory. He added that the clan of warriors who would help him would learn the true power of cooperation and receive special privileges. Looking the chief straight in the eye, he declared that there was no longer any need for discord. that the time had come for strong cooperation. Declaring that they were now two leaders leading each other into an era of peace, he wanted to cross swords and become true allies. Suddenly, Bellamy, standing behind the leader, intervened and said that there was one serious problem that must not be forgotten. If a request came from Verga for help against the imperial palace, they would not be able to refuse because they had made an agreement. With a smile, Yang said he had an excuse that would allow them to break the agreement and get out of this situation unscathed. Continuing to smoke his cigar, the man considered the young man's proposal, took a drag, and remained silent, trying to understand all the benefits of the alliance. Remembering the bag of gold and his mother's note, the young man said that his father had ordered him to complete a task related to his future. The following year, upon his return, he was to bring back gurut leaves, ordering the contraband to be smuggled into the country. Looking at the chief with hope, the hero declared that Garuta tobacco was illegal and that this could not be ignored or concealed. He asked with interest whether this was not a sufficient reason to violate the previous agreement with his father. Laughing, Kakanir said that it was a good reason, but these arguments were clearly not enough to cancel the pact. Curious, he asked if there was any evidence, and Yang replied that there was no direct evidence, but it could be checked with Vinchin. Glaring at him, the chieftain said to swear by God, and the young man confidently replied that he was ready to do so without hesitation. Laughing loudly, Kakanir decided to defuse the tense situation, as the tension was becoming too much for everyone. He had previously thought that all the Braki were stupid, but this guy seemed to him to be a very unusual and noteworthy person. Folding his arms, the hero continued to wait for an answer, and then the leader asked if he only needed the support of their clan. Receiving a confident answer, he said he would take care of it, and their swords crossed, confirming the strength of the agreement. Then he asked permission to ask a question and clarified why the young man wanted all this, what his hidden motive was. Thinking over his plans, Yang prepared to answer about a future full of danger and new achievements for him. Looking at the map, he stated that he intended to go to the capital, or more precisely to the county associated with his family. Listening carefully to every word, the chief did not take his eyes off him, and the young man explained that Brock would be his only refuge. Banging his fist on the table, Kakanir said he wanted to clarify something right away so there would be no misunderstandings. At Bellamy's, he declared that the clan had no intention of shedding blood for Yan, and Jan calmly replied that he did not want that either. Surprised, the leader asked if the young man was not afraid of death at all, even though he risked his life at every turn. The character replied with determination that he was not afraid at all, because he had already survived his own death once. Recalling the past, the young man said that his life had already ended, but now he had been given a second chance. Smiling, the chief continued to hold his cigarette and watched him, noting his courage and bravery despite the difficulties. Shaking hands, Kakanir admitted that he liked Jan's determination and that he had great respect for him. As the hero was about to leave, he suddenly called out to him, and the young man turned around questioningly. Curious, he asked if the trip to the capital had anything to do with the emperor, and waited attentively for an answer. Turning around, Yang said nothing, but his determined gaze in the sunlight spoke volumes without words. When he came out, people marveled at how the stranger was still alive, and even Barrick was surprised to see his partner. Suddenly, the young man began to look around as if searching for someone and then shouted Sue's name loudly. Everyone immediately turned to the girl, and she, not expecting any attention, froze in surprise at this turn of events. Coming closer, the hero asked her for help, but she did not understand what exactly he wanted her to do. Suddenly, Yang told her to train Barrick, and the girl blushed, her eyes shining with a special light. After a while, she was swearing and striking blows, and the guy could barely defend himself, receiving each new attack. Swinging back in response, the orphan demanded that she be quiet, but the girl continued to attack fiercely. While Sue was training her partner, the hero sat quietly in the shade, watching the training and gathering strength before the journey. Worried about his friend, he asked if everything was okay, but Barrick got angry and demanded silence during the fight. Watching their battle, the guy found the bodyguard's stubborn behavior very cute and funny, albeit a little dangerous. The hero thought he would slowly win the clan over to his side, but everything worked out faster thanks to Silisk. Suddenly, he caught himself thinking that it had been a long time since he had devoted himself so completely to a cause, immersing himself in it completely. But the more he thought about his past, the more gloomy and disturbing the present and his future seemed to him. Later, he went to see Vice-Chancellor Vincent and, sitting down next to the old woman's bed, was ready to listen to her. He noted to himself that the woman looked much better, and this filled his heart with sincere joy. Suddenly, she began to speak in the language of the clan, and Kakanir translated her words, for the conversation was important to everyone. With a smile, The young man confirmed the truthfulness of the words spoken to the chief and swore by God that none of them were lies. Suddenly, Vincent declared that God himself had told him to change his attitude toward himself, and this confession surprised everyone. Hearing this, Yang froze in amazement and could not understand how to interpret such an unexpected statement and what to do. His eyes wide open, he did not understand this prediction or his future actions and plans. Afraid of making a mistake? Folding her hands in prayer, she said that he might have to completely change his whole life in the near future. After thinking about her words for a while, the young man decided that this was a true divine revelation from above. The clan of otherworldly warriors trusted shamans more than temple oracles, but here everything was completely different. The old woman's hands glowed, as if she were hiding magical light in her palms, not allowing it to escape. Closing his eyes, Yang replayed her words in his head, trying to comprehend their secret and profound hidden meaning. Later, when he was resting in his tent, the girl brought him some strange yellow berries and asked him to try them. Thanking her, he noticed that the servant was embarrassed and admitted that it was nothing for her and that she would gladly carry out any order. The stranger also informed him that the servants were preparing a banquet especially for him, as he had saved Madame Vincent from death. As she left, she called him a savior, and Yang smiled and thanked her again for her attention and generous care. Bowing, she said that the chief was waiting for him to make corrections to the agreement, and the young man replied that he would come soon. Watching Barrack train, the hero thought they were done, but the orphan, receiving a blow to the face, declared that it was not over yet. The servant bowed and promised to convey his words to Kakanir, while Yang himself remained to watch the fight. As she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something important and stopped, searching for the right words to express her thoughts. Holding the object in her hands, she said she had found it in a flower pot, and her voice sounded very excited. With his eyes wide open, the young man guessed that it was a necklace, as he did not know what else could be hidden in the palm of his hand. Taking out the jewelry, the servant asked if it really belonged to Yan himself, or if it was someone else's chain. Taking the medallion in his hands, the hero examined the stone for a long time, trying to understand what kind of jewel it was and why it was in his possession. Even as a former emperor, he had never seen such beauty and did not understand where this unusual piece of jewelry had come from. He couldn't understand how a boy living in poverty had grown a silac and why the necklace was hidden in a flower pot. He suddenly thought that if he had known about the existence of the jewel, he would have sold it long ago for money and would not have had to live such a hard life in poverty. Looking at the lily, he assumed that the jewelry had been hidden by the person who had entrusted him and his mother to take care of this plant. Recalling the past, he realized that his knowledge was fragmentary, and there was no one to ask except for some stranger who came to mind. He also remembered Hannah and his mother, their words and actions trying to piece together a complete picture of what was happening in this story. Looking at the stone, he hoped that the jewelry he had found would not interfere with his plans or change his intended path. Suddenly, Barrack approached and asked what he was doing, watching his partner's actions with genuine interest. Deciding not to draw his friend's attention, Yang hid the ornament and asked if his friend had received power from Su, but the orphan replied that they were equals. Putting the chain around his neck, he told the bodyguard that it was time to go to the meeting with the clan chief and his closest deputy. He also caught himself thinking that he should ask his friend about the great warriors of the desert to find out what he had heard about them and their exploits. Knowing that Barrack dreamed of becoming the strongest in the world, looking at him, the hero clearly understood that he was still very far from that goal. Smiling, he was pleased, knowing that someday his partner would succeed and his dreams would come true. As the sun lit up the clan's settlement, he caught himself thinking that everything was going according to plan. Therefore, he decided to focus on the next important point, for which he needed to prepare in advance. At that moment, panic broke out in Brack County, and the butler ran into the Baron's office shouting, breaking his concentration. Indignant, Dergi shouted at the servant not to make noise while he was working and asked irritably what had happened. Stammering, the manager said that the tax police had arrived from the capital and that it would be better for him to go downstairs and see for himself, which shocked him. Meanwhile, soldiers had already filled the entire hall of the huge estate, and the alarming situation filled the man's heart with heavy fear. At the head of the group stood Batty Erica, captain of the tax police, and her stern and attentive gaze immediately set her apart from the rest. Looking around intently, she noticed the smallest details, as if looking for evidence that something important was being hidden in the house. When she saw the count, she addressed him, and he calmly introduced himself, although inside he was trembling with fear. Showing her document, Batty announced that they had come on the Emperor's orders to investigate embezzlement and treason. Grabbing the railing, the Baron shouted that it was all nonsense and lies, not believing that the king could have given such an order. Putting his hand on his heart, he assured them that he had defended the empire from barbarians for years. But what had he received in return? But Erica did not want to hear excuses. She was only carrying out an order that she was obliged to see through to the end, no matter what. She showed him the paper again and asked if it was not the seal of the House of Durgi, forcing the man to look more closely. The papers contained a statement in which the Count himself admitted to embezzlement and requested an investigation by the competent authorities. Seeing his own seal, the man could not believe his eyes, wondering how the papers could have ended up here and who dared to forge his signature. Walking forward along the carpeted paths, the girl said that the house was beautiful, and deep down she was sorry that everything had turned out this way. While the Baron protested vehemently, she informed him that while the investigation was ongoing, they would live here and manage everything. Batty also added that Durgi himself and all his employees were obliged to obey their orders, regardless of their wishes and personal opinions. Climbing the stairs, Erica ordered her people to start by searching the Count's study on the top floor. Suddenly, someone grabbed her by the arm and told her to follow him, indicating that he knew something secret about the house. Not understanding how people visiting his house for the first time knew the location of the study, the Baron realized that someone had found out about his schemes. In his anger, he did not want to believe that it was Molin, because he was always nearby, but his suspicion grew stronger. He wondered how the old man could have gotten his seal and decided that the traitor was hiding among his closest servants. His former secretary was in a coma, and then the Count remembered that Molly had asked to meet with Jan alone, without witnesses. The image of a smiling boy came to mind, and a cold thought pierced his heart. His son could be the informer. Realizing this, the Count was horrified, for it was impossible to believe that his own offspring was capable of betraying his father. In a rage, he shouted the young man's name, and the sound of his cry echoed throughout the large estate, frightening the servants and warriors. The next day, a messenger from Braca arrived at the clan of otherworldly warriors, holding a flag, wishing to speak with their leader. Kokandir asked in surprise if Durgi himself had asked for help, as this seemed like a really unexpected move. The messenger reported that the Count had been denounced to the Emperor, and now an investigation into treason was underway in his house. The chieftain asked seriously where the evidence of false accusation was, and whether the Baron was calling on them to rise up against the authorities. If the guilt was confirmed, the clan would become enemies of the Emperor, and the chief did not want that. But the servant insisted on innocence. He explained that Durgi was ready to prove his innocence at the cost of his own son Jan's life, wanting to kill him. Hearing these words, the chief could not believe that a father would be capable of sacrificing his own child for his own benefit. The messenger looked at him with surprise and confusion, because he himself did not understand why his master had said such words. After thinking for a moment, Kokanir replied that he understood everything, but decided to postpone the conversation for now and not give a final answer. The messenger continued to mention Jan, but the chieftain told him to act as they saw fit and not to bother him with this question. He only added that the young man was a hostage for peace, and the clan had no intention of killing a warrior who had lived among them for so long. Clutching his sword, the messenger declared that the Count had given orders for just such a case, and he was obliged to carry out those orders. With a sly smile, the chief agreed, allowing him to proceed, as he was curious to see how the situation would unfold. After a while, the hero entered the hut and, noticing the warrior next to the chief, immediately understood that the conversation would be about him. Pointing to the messenger, Kokanir said that this knight had come here to kill the young man on the orders of his own father. With a smile, the young man replied that he expected nothing else from Durgi, as he was already accustomed to his inhuman cruelty. Confused, the warrior asked why the leader called Jan Sir, and what was really going on here. With only a mysterious smile, the man said that he had provided the location for the murder and refused to explain anything further. Realizing more and more that something was wrong here, the messenger himself did not know how to deal with this situation. He was surprised by the young man's calmness, as if he had known about the attempted murder in advance, and by the chief's strange behavior. Gritting his teeth, he tried to understand what the two of them were up to and what secret they were hiding from him right before his eyes. Drawing his sword, he decided that he had to carry out the Count's order, despite his doubts and lack of understanding of what was happening around him. But as soon as he swung, Barak appeared in front of him, taking the blow and blocking the unexpected attack. Unexpectedly, the warrior gasped in amazement, realizing that his opponent had prepared himself and was waiting for his actions. Behind him, Jan's voice rang out, saying that before killing him, he had to defeat his bodyguard in fair combat. With a smile, the hero said he would wait, watching as the orphan steadfastly withstood the enemy's blows, completely confident in his plan. Going out into the street, they prepared for a real battle, and the air was filled with tension, foreshadowing a difficult fight. Standing at attention and preparing his weapon, the warrior was ready to fulfill the young man's condition and then carry out Dergi's instructions. Their eyes met, and both were ready to fight to the end, and for Barrick, it was a chance to show off the skills he had learned from Su. Nearby, in the shadows, the chief and Yang sat watching the proceedings, each lost in their own thoughts, assessing the situation in their own way. The crowd laughed at the orphan and did not believe in his victory, but he just waved them off silently, not wanting to listen to their hurtful words. Everyone around was egging Knight Brasha onto victory, but these shouts annoyed the man and only angered him more. Demanding a head start, the bodyguard declared that he would fight at full strength, and the warrior was angered by such bold words. Rushing forward at lightning speed, the orphan raised clouds of dust around him and forced his opponent to go on the defensive, counterattacking. He said that this was his specialty, but his opponent still managed to withstand the swift blow. Angry, the knight asked why he was rushing around like a mad dog and whether he knew how to fight in a more dignified manner. With a smirk, Barrick took these words as a compliment, for they confirmed his strength, tenacity, and courage. The swings of their sabers passed right by their heads, and each miss seemed like a deadly danger for both fighters. Suddenly, with one precise blow, the warrior pierced the orphan's body, and blood instantly spurted from the wound, staining the ground. Unexpectedly, the bodyguard coughed up blood in surprise and could barely stand, his body treacherously weakened by pain. When he fell to the ground, his opponent began to kick him furiously, preventing him from getting up and defending himself again. Unable to see the details, Yang shouted for Barrick to get up and not give up, his heart torn with horror and anxiety for his friend. Through excruciating pain, the orphan tried to get up, clinging to the ground, but his body no longer obeyed him and was in agony. Gritting his teeth, he gathered his willpower, raised his head, and decided that he would not give up as long as he could still breathe and move. Standing up, he slapped the warrior, who did not have time to dodge, feeling humiliated by such a bold act. Enraged by the young man's attack, the knight only wanted to kill him even more quickly, for his dignity had been hurt. Without wasting any time, Barrick rushed into hand-to-hand combat, striking his enemy in the face again and again without pause. The opponent cursed and stared intently at his opponent, thinking through his next plan to defeat the orphan. Grabbing the weapon on his belt, he realized that he could not defeat the young man with his fists, so only his weapon remained. A fierce struggle began, each attacking and defending, and the crowd watched the fight with bated breath. Cheering himself on with shouts, Barrick realized that his opponent was too persistent, but this only strengthened his desire to fight. Swinging again, he rushed into the attack, but the knight did not yield and swung his saber furiously in response. Also cheering himself on with loud shouts, the man seemed to be proving that he would not yield to the youngster for a moment. Suddenly, the ground was covered in blood, and the spectators recoiled, realizing that the fight had reached a deadly point. Scarlet drops flowed across the stone floor, accompanied by cries of pain, and the atmosphere grew increasingly gloomy. The warrior pierced Barrick's side with his sword, and the white fabric of his clothes instantly turned red with fresh blood. Seeing the sword in his body, the young man noted that his opponent was fighting well, but did not consider this a reason for defeat. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that now the enemy's end had definitely come, and the crowd gasped, believing his last words. Those watching the fight argued, some believing that the knight could have killed Barrick instead of crippling him, others saying that it was all a farce. Suddenly grabbing the blade sticking out of his body, the bodyguard thrust it deeper into himself, shocking those around him. The unbearable pain made his eyes roll back, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground with the weapon still inside him. Falling dead, he crushed his opponent with his behavior, for the warrior did not expect such audacity and desperate action from his opponent. Hiding his sword, the man headed straight for Jan, deciding that it was time to finish carrying out the Count's order and do what he had come for. Saying that he had no time, he informed him that the hero must prove Dergi's innocence with his own death. Silently, without looking away, the young man stared at the warrior, preparing to meet the blow and understanding the seriousness of the moment. But as soon as the enemy swung, Barrick suddenly appeared from behind, raising his sword to strike, and this changed the course of events. Sensing danger, the warrior dodged the attack just in time, and it was only by a miracle and luck that the blade did not reach him. The powerful blow struck the ground, scattering stones, and the opponent realized with surprise the strength of the bodyguard. Puzzled as to how the orphan was still alive, the man glanced quickly at the young man, assessing his deplorable condition. Wounded, Barrick sat with his body pierced and tried to pull the weapon out of his bleeding wound. Blood flowed freely, soaking the ground, but he stubbornly held on and refused to stop fighting. clutching the blade. Pulling out his sword, the orphan gritted his teeth and declared that he was not finished yet and would fight to his last breath for his friend. Struck by his stubbornness, the knight cursed and prepared his weapon, deciding to finish off his persistent enemy once and for all. With hatred in his eyes, the boy thought about how every day of his life had always been close to death. They clashed again in a fierce battle, and the blows of their weapons rang out like thunder in the hot desert. Grabbing his opponent's sword, Barak tried with all his might to wrest it from the enemy's strong hands in order to disarm him. His plan succeeded. He wrested the weapon away and, pushing off, found himself to the side, preparing for a new blow. Pushing off the ground with his boot, he prepared to deliver the decisive blow that would kill the warrior. Jumping high, he understood that in order to grow in combat skills, he had to fight to the end and fight with all his strength. With bloodied hands, he held the enemy's sword, his fingers trembling, but his determination and desire to win were unshakable. With one blow, Barak cut through the warrior's body, and the air filled with the smell of blood, and the crowd gasped in horror, not expecting this. The battle was over, and the boy looked at his slain enemy and lowered his weapon, standing with his last ounce of strength, holding back the pain. The knight's corpse lay on the ground, and the orphan breathed heavily, barely able to stand after a long, bloody, and painful battle. Sweat ran down his face, his strength was leaving him, his body trembled with fatigue and pain from a terrible wound. Saying that he could no longer continue, he fell sharply, dropping his weapon from his hands, next to the body of the enemy he had just killed. Stunned, the crowd watched Barak, admiring him, and even Sue could not hide her shock at what she saw. Watching what was happening, the chief told John that he understood why he had taken the bodyguard and what talent was hidden in him. He went on to note that the young man had the makings of a true warrior, capable of surpassing many of the strongest in the future. Understanding his friend's abilities, the guy just smiled silently, because inside, pride filled his heart. Bleeding profusely, the orphan lay on the ground, clutching his wound, his breathing growing weaker and weaker as consciousness left him. In Count Durgi's castle, the tax inspectorate was investigating treason, and soldiers stood in the garden, closely monitoring the situation around them. Guards stood at the doors, protecting the room where the countess sat with Chell, while the baron paced nervously, unable to find a place for himself. Suddenly, a loud noise outside the window caught his attention, and he turned sharply, wanting to understand what was happening there. Sue was sitting on the windowsill, nodding cheerfully to the man, noting that he looked very agitated. Approaching the girl, he asked where Knight Nursarin was, since she was supposed to arrive with him, but he was nowhere to be found. In response, she simply held out a bag and said it was a gift from Kakanir, then turned to leave, unwilling to continue the conversation. Stopping her abruptly, he demanded to know what the clan chief had said and whether she had killed Yan, but the warrior did not answer him. In a flash, Sue jumped down and disappeared without saying a word, leaving Durgi completely bewildered and unable to do anything. Taking a bundle out of his bag, he felt angry and stood there confused, not knowing what to do next. Taking the letter, the countess began to read it. The clan learned of the betrayal and decided that Yan had been sent by the count as a sign of supposed friendship. The text also stated that the young man was an illegitimate child who had been entrusted with bringing leaves of the forbidden drug Guruta. After reading this, the woman gasped in horror, because the clan had broken its agreement with Durgi, and now they faced inevitable consequences. Hearing the news, the man was frightened, not believing his eyes, sweat dripping from his forehead, and he began to lose control of himself. The baron screamed in horror, and Chell and the lady realized in panic that they were in trouble and that a terrible punishment awaited them. Clutching the letter, the count was beside himself, his teeth gnashing, raging and cursing, unable to understand how such betrayal could have happened. He shouted loudly that he would kill them, and the guards outside the door looked at each other in bewilderment, hearing their master's words. In a panic, the man turned the room upside down, throwing things, papers, and dishes on the floor, creating a scene of complete madness. Clutching his head, he thought that everyone wanted war with him and had brought him to a point where he had no choice and no way out. Approaching the window, he tore down the curtains and began to twist them into a long rope, preparing a means of escape and rescue for his family. Throwing it down, he ordered his wife and Chell to climb down and hide in the storeroom while he dealt with the problem. Worried, the lady insisted that he should go with them, but Durgi just shouted at her to be quiet and do as he said. Ignoring her pleas, the baron became angry and insisted on his decision, assuring her that he would take care of everything, despite the risk. After a while, the woman and her son went down the makeshift staircase while the count remained in the room, thinking about his next steps. Realizing that time was running out, he thought about how to get rid of the enemy's scouts before the capital's army arrived. Grabbing a kerosene lamp, he He decided to set fire to the castle and burn it to the ground to cover his tracks and take revenge on the traitors. A soldier burst into Erika's office and shouted that they had a problem, because Count Durgi had set fire to his own estate and fled. Escaping punishment and hoping to gain some time for himself, Durgi ran away, while everything around him was engulfed in a huge fire. In a calm tone, Erika said that the man was shortening his own life and bringing his own death much closer. She then ordered Philip to inform the capital's troops of the situation and told the rest to follow her without delay. The soldiers running after her listened to her instructions, and she shouted that they should find the Count at any cost and kill him if necessary. Cursing viciously to herself, Batty realized that this estate was supposed to be her property and her dream. Everyone rushed to extinguish the fire with sand, but it did not help. The flames only grew, engulfing more and more rooms of the building. The soldiers kept trying from different sides, but they were running out of resources and nothing was changing. People appeared at the windows, locked inside, begging for help, but no one knew what to do because the sand was completely gone. Philip approached and asked Erika what to do next, as the situation was becoming hopeless and the subjects were screaming in agony. Thinking and pausing, she tried to find a suitable solution, but the choices were becoming fewer with every second. Soon, Batty calmly said that these people would have died with the Count anyway, and there was no point in saving them now. As she left, she ordered them to continue fighting the fire, but to focus their main forces on searching for Durgi, who had escaped. The flames raged. The soldiers searched for the Baron, and the screams of the dying came from the burning building, adding to the horror of the scene. Glaring at the burning estate, the inspector was furious. It had been her dream, which had now turned to ashes and dust. At that moment, the Baron was galloping through the forest on horseback, joyful that he had managed to escape, leaving his enemies behind along with the fire. Suddenly, he remembered how he had sent letters through the butler, one to the unearthly clan, the other to the first prince. The last letter was intended for Theo, and the man hoped that it would help him escape and get out of the trap. Stopping in a clearing, he dismounted and began calling out to the warrior, unable to believe that he could have been abandoned and left alone. No one responded, and the Count did not believe that the knight had really run away and betrayed him at such a difficult moment. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice and opened his eyes wide in surprise and hope. Turning around, he saw the warrior and his army coming out of the bushes and felt relieved that he was not alone. Frightened, Theo asked about the clan and the affairs of the estate, as well as information about Jan, hoping for his death. Explaining, Durgi said that the clan had betrayed them, and that they needed to buy time until the prince responded so as not to lose the war. He also suggested seizing the estate before the capital's army arrived and using their knowledge of the area to their advantage. With a smirk, he said that his soldiers were the best in the world and was confident of their victory without question. Recalling the seal with a tiger, a symbol of special strength and courage, the Baron assured that his men were specially trained and would be able to fight back. Ready to carry out their orders, the soldiers prepared for battle and, bowing obediently, set off. Believing that victory would make him commander, Theo waited for a battle in which he could demonstrate his strength and skill. Waving his sword, Durgi ordered his men to attack and kill the entire tax inspection army in order to seize the estate. Lining up, the fighters moved forward, unaware that they were being watched and had already been spotted by the eagle of the clan of heavenly warriors. Flying in the sky, the bird thought about how to quickly convey the news to its master, because everything that was happening had serious meaning. Spreading its wings, the animal felt hatred for the Baron's actions and set off to deliver the news. Sitting in a tree with a griffin on her shoulder, Sue watched the burning estate, knowing that she would soon report this to Kakanir. Meanwhile, in the clan, the doctor was fighting for Barrick's life. A candle burned on the bedside table, and his battle sword lay nearby. Saying that he would bring more medicine, the medic asked Yan to watch over his friend, as his condition was critical. Kakandir's voice could be heard outside the door. He stood in the doorway and asked about Barrick's health, wanting to know when the boy would recover. In response, the doctor explained that it would take 3 or 4 months, as the wounds were serious, but Barrick was still holding on. He also noted that a normal person would have died long ago, but the orphan endured despite the pain, which surprised everyone around him. Thinking about it, the chief was worried because without this warrior, John had almost no strength left, and his future was in jeopardy. But Yan, hearing the chieftain's words, said that he was wrong, because as long as Barrick had the will, there was a chance of victory. Placing his hand on his comrade's chest, he decided to use magic to speed up his recovery and get him back on his feet as soon as possible. Everything around them was illuminated by a bright yellow light, and the sick man's body was filled with energy. But he did not regain consciousness and lay motionless. Realizing that his strength was not enough, The hero decided to intensify his magic, concentrating his energy and gritting his teeth. Suddenly, a doctor accompanied by Kakandir entered the room, their faces expressing alarm and complete bewilderment at what they saw. Seeing the weakened young man, the doctor approached him and asked if he was all right, and the guy said that he felt a little dizzy. She led him to a seat and assured him that she would check the wounded man's condition to make sure nothing serious had happened. When the woman looked at Barak, she asked sharply what had happened to him and why he was in such a state. Not understanding the question, Yang asked her again. But the doctor got angry and said that she hadn't asked for the young man's name, but about his condition. She added that he would not recover so easily, and now it became clear to her why he was considered a stubborn fighter, while the hero just smiled beside him. Suddenly, Kakantir lit a piece of paper right above a burning candle, watching how quickly the fire flared up. Noting that this would not be enough, he added that if he had known about Jan's illness, he would certainly have brought much more. The chief abruptly shoved the leaf into his mouth, and the character immediately realized that it was garut, a well-known medicinal plant. Smoke spread through the room, and the leader noted that the young man was the first stranger to be allowed to use such medicine. Chewing, the guy thanked Kakantir and couldn't believe that he had so easily shared the secret of the treatment used by the warrior clan. An eagle peered through the window, and the chief reported that Su had sent new information about the alarming situation on their estate. Upon hearing the news, Yang thought that he needed to find out the size of the Empire's army and intelligence forces in order to assess the threat and come up with a plan. Feeling the effect of the Garuda, he pulled the leaf out of his mouth, feeling a strange energy spread through his body. Lighting a new one, Kakanir said that there were still a couple of days left and told the young man to rest and recover a little. But the character was perplexed and admitted that he couldn't sit idly by. The uncertainty and complete inaction annoyed him. Barak was still unconscious. The doctor was fussing over him, and the young man was lost in his own thoughts. Seeing his weakness, the doctor decided to help and show concern, realizing that the hero needed rest. After laying Jan down next to his partner, the woman left, and he fell into a deep sleep without realizing it, not thinking about his problems. It was late at night, and the silvery glow of the moon softly illuminated the room where the guys were recovering after the battle. When he woke up, the hero did not immediately understand where he was. His head was spinning, and there was a slight humming and ringing in his ears. Seeing Barak nearby, he turned to him in surprise, but the bodyguard remained unconscious and silent. Glancing at the door, the character felt alarm and danger, as if trouble was very close to him. Grabbing his dagger, he remembered the kindness of the clan warriors, but a strange feeling did not leave him and kept him on edge. The door burst open, and the silence was broken by a loud sound, as if a gust of wind had blown into the room. Striking him in the chest and not giving him time to defend himself from the attack, a masked stranger rushed at the young man. Sabers flashed in the air, reflecting the moonlight, and the glint of the weapons momentarily blinded the young man at the moment of the attack. Grabbing the hero by the throat, the enemy began to choke him, squeezing his fingers tighter and trying to completely deprive him of air. In a vicious voice, he said that the young man should not have stuck his neck out and asked how he dared to plot against him. Squeezing his face harder, the attacker furiously asked if Yang understood what he had done and called him useless trash. He also added that the boy was just like his father, Durga, and upon hearing that name, the character was surprised and tensed up. Raising his dagger, the stranger shouted that the hero must die and prepared to deliver the fatal blow. Deciding to use magic, the character's body glowed, and his essence was suddenly filled with powerful magical energy. A powerful explosion occurred in the room. The air vibrated with incredible energy and power, breaking the silence around. Hearing the noise, the clan members asked what had happened, and grabbing a lantern, one of them noticed that the sound came from Jan's room. Puzzled, Kakanir wondered if Sir and Barak had been attacked, and the girl led him straight to the room in horror. Entering the dilapidated room, they asked what had happened, and the young man, pointing to the masked stranger, said that he had tried to attack him. The chieftain angrily ordered his men to help the boy and find out who this man was, then frowned as he looked at the beaten enemy. Looking at the hero, he wondered how he had managed to fight off his attacker alone without any combat skills, and considering that Barak was unconscious. While the doctor was helping Jan, the leader tried to understand the cause of such a powerful explosion, since nothing was burning in the room. Approaching the stranger and removing his mask, one of the servants froze in horror when he saw a familiar face right in front of him. Turning to Kakanir, the guy didn't know how to find the words to confess who he had exposed, his lips trembling. The commander looked at the warrior with bewilderment and impatience, waiting for an answer, not hiding his anger and anxiety. It turned out to be Boomerth, and the man ordered him to be sent to the dungeon, saying that he would interrogate the prisoner himself in the morning. Coming to his senses, the criminal saw sand flying into his face and cried out in pain, trying to turn away. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking if he had come to, but fear paralyzed his movements, and thoughts of escape vanished. After that, he was put in chains and taken to the square, where he appeared before the chief surrounded by clan warriors. Kneeling, the prisoner began to struggle and demand to be untied, shouting about his innocence and cursing in despair. Not falling for the provocation, Kakanir asked if it was true that he had attacked Lord Jan, and Boomer was astonished by this statement. Glaring maliciously, the leader's eyes flashed. He clearly had no intention of forgiving his enemy's betrayal and cowardice. Realizing that he had fallen into a trap, the villain gritted his teeth, angry at his own helplessness and exposure. Bowing, he said that he would not make excuses, and if the chief considered him family, he should not ask any questions. Throwing back his head, he warned to be careful with Jan, saying that the young man possessed a strange, mysterious power. In the presence of the hero, he added that the boy's eyes turned golden, and the explosion he caused makes him a suspicious person. Pondering the captive's answers, the young man thought that Boomer was avoiding questions and only talking about him, hiding his goal and a new cunning plan. The character respectfully asked the chief to allow him to say something, and, having received consent, decided to continue his thought. Then, Yang reported that during the attack, the attacker had mentioned Durga, and upon hearing this, the young man became even angrier. The hero continued, saying that his proposals to the clan had been called intrigues, and the enemy wanted to prevent them. Horrified by the thought that the villain might be connected to the Count, his eyes burned with anger and doubt. Suddenly, he remembered a letter from his father's office asking who would take the position of deputy clan leader in the future. Staring intently at Boomer, the character asked if it was he who had sent the letter to the Baron, revealing the secrets of the community. Realizing that his plan had been exposed, the suspect was shocked by the young man's deduction and realized that there was no point in hiding any longer. Wondering why the criminal had mentioned the first advisor, Yang tried to understand what that could mean for everyone. Meanwhile, the villain stuck out his tongue to bite it off, making further interrogation and confession impossible. Realizing his guilt and looking his enemies straight in the eye, Boomer understood that there was no other way out for him. Otherwise, death awaited him. Suddenly, the servants shouted that he had bitten off his tongue, and the chief ordered them to stuff more cloth into his mouth and ignored what was happening. Yan confidently stated that he knew that the villain was responsible for the food and that Madame Vincent was suffering because of his secret manipulations. While Kakanir was thinking, the hero explained that the criminal wanted to become his deputy, and Durgi hoped to benefit from their alliance. Without saying a word, the leader stood up abruptly, and the young man looked at him with respect and surprise, guessing his decision. Approaching Boomer, he asked about Madame Vincent, and the warrior replied that she was now resting in her room. With his tongue bitten off, the criminal tried to mumble something, but no one could make out a single word he said. Turning around, the chief ordered that no one be allowed to enter the deputy's room without his personal permission. Grabbing the villain by the hair, he dragged him along the ground, ignoring the indistinct moaning behind him. Strange, frightening sounds could be heard behind the closed doors, as if a real massacre was taking place inside. After a while, Kakanir came out of the room, his clothes and hands covered in blood, his face stern. Once outside, he ordered the enemy's body to be thrown out to the vultures and his family to be brought to him. While the criminal was being dragged away, the chieftain confidently approached Yun, his steps sounding authoritative and menacing, wanting to talk. The leader asked decisively about the explosion during the attack and clarified whether it was the work of the young man himself. Deciding not to hide the truth any longer, the hero replied directly that he had arranged it all, without going into details. Then the commander said that he knew that such people were called magicians, and the young man lowered his head and said that he did not want to lie. Looking into Kakanji's eyes, he promised to tell him everything later, when the time was right. He also added that it would be difficult for the chief to understand him, because he lived in a different environment and in a completely different time. The man looked at the young man silently, his eyes expressing severity, determination, and wariness. After thinking for a moment, he announced that he was changing his plans, and Yang immediately asked what exactly the chieftain had decided. The leader explained that he had previously intended to take the hero to Braka's estate and give him his full support. But since Durgi had decided to deceive the clan, he would now have to act differently and change all his plans. Since the Count wanted to kill Vincent under the guise of a pact, the leader decided to find him and cut off his head with his own hands. Responding that he understood everything, John mentioned that there was one serious obstacle that could completely ruin the plan. The tax police would not allow him to destroy the Baron on his own, because they would execute him for treason. The guy also said that if he gained power over the estate, he would help Kakanter, and together they would achieve their goal. Standing among the clan's buildings, the chief noted that they should help anyway, but the character said that he was asking for their help. Smiling, he called the guy a demos and said that this is exactly what they would do, acting together. Stretching out his bloodied fist, he waited for Yan to act, who stood there puzzled, not understanding the meaning. Realizing that this was a ritual, he smiled and agreed, showing his willingness to accept the clan's traditions and act together. In response, he struck Kakanir's hand with his own, thus sealing the alliance and demonstrating his loyalty in future endeavors. Entering Barrick's room, he learned that he had awakened and asked how he was feeling, rejoicing at his bodyguard's awakening. Emptying his stomach, the orphan was unable to speak, but Yang understood that he should be happy that his friend had regained consciousness. Complaining that he felt nauseous, the warrior asked if alcohol had been mixed into his food, and the doctor became angry. Coming closer and observing his partner's condition, the hero found it all strange, since mage swordsmen usually recovered quickly. Shivering with fever, the orphan felt cold, but sweat was running down his body, and the character wondered whether his partner would recover quickly or not. He asked with interest if the fighter remembered his parents, and the latter replied that he did, but that they had died a long time ago. Noting that it did not appear as though there were other races in Barrick's lineage, the young man did not understand the reason for such poor regeneration. The bodyguard kept asking when they would return to the county while the doctor prepared a compress for him, and Yang replied that it would be tomorrow. After receiving a bandage for his head, the young man heard that he would not be going with them and was stunned by this unexpected decision. He jumped up and started shouting and asking why, but the pain overwhelmed him, and he said that it was because of his illness that he would stay behind. Getting up again, Barrick argued that he would be able to walk tomorrow, but John stubbornly stood his ground and refused to be persuaded. Assuring him that there were many battles ahead, he said that he needed to recover, but the bodyguard was angry and offended. Crying, the orphan shouted that he wanted to go and called the hero a traitor, but the guy just smiled and did not take his accusations seriously. Grabbing him by the shoulder, the bodyguard reminded him of his training, but the character replied that the warrior should have a conscience. He also asked if he had forgotten that he already knew how to use his powers on his own and looked him straight in the eye. He reminded him of the battle when Barrick, with a sword in his chest, continued to fight despite the pain, without giving up or losing his determination. Surprised, the young man did not believe that he had done it himself, considering what had happened to be something incredible and impossible. Amazed, he asked Jan again, and he confirmed his words, explaining that everything had happened exactly as he had said. Suddenly, Bellamy entered the room and asked her to step outside for a moment, clearly having some important news but wanting to keep it confidential. It turned out that an eagle had arrived, bringing a letter from Brock that could change all future plans. Touching the bird's head, the chief said that the message had arrived at a very opportune moment and was of great importance. The note said that Durgi had ordered his soldiers to surround the estate, that the tax office was defending itself and waiting for reinforcements. The people gathered at the bank, and Yang noted that this was because the place was considered neutral. The Nyman building was the main center for managing the empire's financial flows and kept everything under strict control. Each region of the empire had at least one branch, and if the building was destroyed, the organization would cease to function. Therefore, the police and Durgi could not harm the people at the bank, otherwise all allied regions would suffer. Kakantir asked in bewilderment if this was a sacred place, and the young man confirmed his guess. Yang also believed that they needed to hurry, fearing that without the bank's protection the residents would side with the count. The chieftain solemnly declared that they would leave for burial immediately the next day, not wanting to delay such an important trip. The sun was setting over the desert, illuminating the clan's buildings with a soft light that heralded a new decisive day. The estate was ablaze, and the Baron's warriors approached from the side and began firing at the tax inspection soldiers. In the nearby courses, the Count asked Theo why Mariloff had not come to their aid, but the fighter replied that he had not let their messenger in and had closed the gates. Angered, the man called him a coward, but the young man explained that it was a trading town with a small army, so it should be conquered later. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a trumpet rising into the air, cutting through the air with its piercing signal. Turning around, they were puzzled, not understanding what had happened and who could have sounded the alarm. In the distance, they could see an army with raised flags and weapons, slowly advancing along the road, causing the men's hearts to shrink with fear. Noticing them, the Count cursed under his breath, realizing that he had to retreat immediately to save people's lives and avoid a dangerous encounter. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Portlow Street, and the cries of the people rose straight up into the blue sunny sky. There was a protest near the Heyman Bank, with residents demanding that the gates be opened, and the tension was growing by the minute. The crowd was pushing and shoving, and workers were also trying to make their way to the building, with people shouting that the Imperial Army was killing them. Inside a house with boarded-up windows, a frightened Hannah sat, trembling with fear and hoping that it would all end soon. Her little brother was sitting on her lap when he suddenly pointed to the window, drawing his sister's attention to something flying high in the sky. Through the boards, they saw a large eagle soaring in the wind, as if it were a harbinger of something important. Hope for salvation appeared in the girl's eyes because the sudden appearance of the bird meant that help might soon arrive. At the same time, Yang, accompanied by a clan of otherworldly warriors, was approaching Burial, with birds accompanying them. Chaos reigned around them. Buildings were burning, and when they entered the city on horseback, they struck fear into the hearts of the inhabitants. Children were crying on the ground, some were fighting for bread, and others lay dead from starvation. Terror gripped everyone around them. Looking around, the leader admitted that it was even worse than he had imagined, seeing the destruction and crisis. Surprised, the young man replied that this was exactly what he had expected, knowing how his father had ruled the city. When one guy saw Kakadir's shadow, he screamed in fear, drawing everyone's attention to the unknown warrior. Running away, he began to shout that barbarians had invaded the city and told everyone to flee, creating even more chaos. Terrified, people ran in all directions, thinking that the clan had decided to attack them in such a difficult situation. Lost in fear, Mugurun, a member of the community, was annoyed by these cries, but Kakan calmed him down and told him not to be distracted, to focus on the main goal. A boy was crying on the ground, but when he saw a man on horseback, he opened his eyes in surprise, realizing that someone might have come to rescue him. In an instant, Kakandir gave the order to ride carefully, seeing the child on the road so that he would not be hurt. Amidst the smoldering debris, the boy watched them in surprise, not understanding who these people were or why they had come, hoping that it would all end soon. Suddenly, someone reached out their hand to him, and the child was very surprised, not understanding what was happening and fearing for his life. Sitting down next to him, the character told him to get up from the cold ground, offering help and showing that none of them would harm him. When the hero approached the child, his father arrived with excited cries, asking if he was all right. Seeing the young man, the man asked if he was really Janos, and the hero asked in surprise if they knew each other, and the man explained that he had previously been a stable boy on the estate. Remembering him, the young man was glad that Janos was alive, and the latter decided to ask what was going on in the city. An awkward silence ensued, and passers-by began to watch them questioningly, trying to figure out who these people were. Another man approached the stable boy and asked in surprise how he knew the stranger and why the warriors were here. The man calmly replied that it was Janos, and the other asked in surprise if it was really the Count's son, whom he had sold to a clan of otherworldly warriors. Then Janos said that the tribe had come to save them and hoped that all the inhabitants would understand that they had come in peace. Soon, the young man, along with the chief and the others, stopped at the gates of the estate, assessing the situation. Suddenly coughing, Barak made his presence known, showing that he was there and forcing everyone in the group to pay attention to him. Hearing him, Kakadir asked the hero in surprise why he had brought the sick man with him, and the young man explained that if he had left him behind, there would have been even more problems. Unexpectedly, someone shouted, "Who are you?" raising a sword in the air, showing readiness to defend himself and demanding an explanation. Waving his weapon, the stranger asked why the barbarians had come here, preparing to attack and trying to defend the house. Just as Kakadir was about to draw his sword, the young man stopped him, indicating that now was not the time for battle. Stepping forward, Yang said he was the son of Count Brach, and with him came the great warriors of the desert, who intended to resolve the situation in a civilized manner. Seeing the silhouette in the window, he loudly declared that they had come in peace, hoping that the tax inspector would understand him. Noticing Erica's gaze, he opened his eyes wide and offered to talk, showing that he was ready for dialogue and wanted to resolve the conflict. As the sun was setting, they entered the hall and waited with the chief for the leader of the tax inspection. Suddenly, he heard the girl's voice behind him, addressing him, and he became alert, realizing that the conversation would be difficult. Upon entering, she reported that Sir Molan had told her about the young man and introduced herself as Captain Batty, demonstrating confidence. Surprised, the hero asked if the old man was her boss, and Erica explained that in a sense, yes, but she was the one making the decisions here. The young man asked in bewilderment what was going on, not understanding why the city was in such a dangerous situation. The girl calmly said that they had problems, but everything would soon be resolved, and they had already confirmed the fact of embezzlement of state funds. A blood-stained sword stood nearby, and she added that they had to work hard to deal with the Count's soldiers. In response, she asked what Yang was doing there, and knowing about his personal issues, suggested that the young man had come to watch his father's execution. Without saying a word, Kakanir and the hero silently looked at her, burning her with their gaze, evaluating her words, hoping to understand how much they could trust her. With a smile, the young man said that the estate was his favorite home, and upon learning of what was happening, he became concerned for the safety of its inhabitants. He added that the otherworldly clan of warriors was in solidarity with him, so they had decided to accompany him to ensure that no one was harmed. Pushing off with her heel, Erica said mockingly that the young man's words were nonsense, doubting the true motives behind his actions. After all, everyone in the capital knew that the barbarians and the Braki were sworn enemies, so she did not believe Jan's words and considered them lies. Looking at him, she also declared that the boy was direct proof of this, an illegitimate son of a commoner sold to the inhabitants of the desert. Without objecting, the young man just closed his eyes, realizing that it was useless to argue and preferred to remain silent so as not to aggravate the situation. This behavior surprised Batty because she expected anger or resistance, but the hero remained calm. Bowing, Yang apologized, realizing that to outsiders the situation in his family seemed strange and incomprehensible. Noting that the girl was very arrogant, he asked if the police only recruited people of low birth. Hearing this, the captain was furious. She barely restrained herself and tried to understand what the character meant. Standing up abruptly, Kakadir demanded that the woman listen to him, calling himself the Lord of the Great Desert and drawing her attention. He boldly added that it would be better to watch her language in his presence, otherwise the consequences could be serious. If they had already confirmed Dergi's crime, they should execute him quickly and get out of the way, as they were here to decide the fate of the domain. Jumping up, Erica shouted, asking if the chief had completely lost his mind, violating propriety and demonstrating his determination. Declaring that she was a representative of the Empire and that his words insulted the authorities, she asked where he thought he was. He sternly repeated that she should watch her language and be thankful she was alive, because he was letting her behavior slide. While Batty glared at him furiously. Clenching her fists, she turned to Jan, shouting, "Do you also want to have your head cut off along with your father?" Saying that everyone knows he is the son of a count, no one will blame anyone who kills the young man, she shocked the hero. She maliciously added that he should not think of digging in and should know his place, calling the hero ordinary. Not understanding her anger, the young man looked at her in bewilderment, discouraged by such statements. Looking at the clouds outside the window, he calmly said that he knew his place, not giving in to the girl's provocation. Explaining, he added that he was not exactly a member of the Brock family and was the only person in the Empire who had gained the friendship and favor of the clan of otherworldly warriors. Since Erica was a tax inspector, her job was only to investigate crimes and enforce sentences strictly according to the law. Hearing his words, the inspector resorted to insults again and became even more enraged, while Kakanir barely restrained himself. Throwing the scroll on the floor, he declared that the clan had made a peace pact with the county, emphasizing that they were acting in accordance with the agreements. Unfolding the document with a sneer, the inspector considered this to be insolence and a show of contempt, dissatisfied that someone was making decisions without her. Explaining that according to the document, they were supposed to help Dergi, but since he was a criminal, they were not obliged to do so, the chief said that they could help her. Adding that Yang was the liaison between them, the leader stated that they wanted Erica to appoint him as the county governor, and she froze in amazement. With a smile, she asked in surprise about what she had just heard, not believing her ears and trying to understand how serious these words were. Unable to hide her shock, she asked again if the clan really wanted a bastard to become the ruler of these lands. In response, Jan only smiled and squinted, feeling his superiority and showing that he was confident in his position. Declaring that they had all gone mad, Erica did not hide her indignation and believed that such proposals violated common sense. She realized that the worst thing was that the boy was not clearly guilty of anything except being related to Dergi, and this made the decision extremely difficult. Realizing that the people were out of control and rebelling, she understood that Yang, as the direct heir, could calm them down and restore order. In addition, he had an alliance with the barbarians, which meant stability within the Empire's borders, as their support provided protection. Sealing the pact, she declared that despite all this, only the Emperor could bestow a title on the young man, and that this was not within her competence. With a smile, Yang added that until the king granted anyone real power over the lands, no one but the girl had such authority. Looking at him, Batty stood discouraged, pondering the possible consequences of her decision. Realizing that no one had power, she understood that many had the opportunity to obtain it and deprive her of her rights. Giving in, she said she understood what he was getting at, acknowledging that the proposal made sense, but she still did not want to accept it. She added decisively that the Countess and Chell had fled, and she was obliged to lead the suppression of the remaining resistance and establish imperial rule. Sitting down, the hero said he would help her catch Durgi, showing his willingness to cooperate and keep his promises. He also added that he would restore order after the tax police and the imperial army, so she should complete her tasks as soon as possible and disappear. Angered, Erica told him not to try to deceive her, suggesting that he might switch sides to her father. Looking her straight in the eye, the young man assured her that he would bring the Baron back with his own hands, and then she would see that he had kept his word. Saying goodbye, she closed the hall door behind her and left, leaving everyone tense and pondering the future. In her fury, the girl thought that she only had to wait for the imperial edict granting her power to legally throw the young man out. Meanwhile, in the forest, the warriors led Durgi through the thickets, hiding among the trees and moving cautiously so as not to fall into a trap. The Count asked wearily how much further they had to go, and Theo explained that Mariloff had closed the gates, so they needed to reach the border with the Kingdom of Heaven. Holding the bag of gold close to him, the man realized he was in trouble and decided to just wait it out, trying not to show his fear. Meanwhile, an eagle was approaching him, flapping its wings, but no one noticed the approaching danger. Flying past the Count, the bird wounded one of the soldiers, causing blood to gush out, causing pain and horror, and the other soldiers instantly panicked. Rushing forward, Theo realized that they were being ambushed and ordered his men to protect the Baron, raising their shields and focusing their attention on guarding him. At the top of the mountain, they saw the clan of heavenly warriors and Cockadeer, who greeted the man viciously, demonstrating his readiness for battle. The chieftain said decisively that he wanted to see how low Durgi had fallen, showing arrogance and a desire to demonstrate his superiority. Frightened by the community, Theo strengthened his defenses, while the man stood frozen behind him, not knowing how to act. Suddenly, someone jumped from above directly onto the warrior, who barely managed to defend himself with his shield and withstand the deadly attack. The young man's body ached from previous injuries, but he was not going to retreat, continuing to move forward and demonstrating steadfastness and determination. Approaching his opponent, he asked with a smile if he remembered him, trying to throw the enemy off balance. Anxious, Yang asked from the sidelines how Barrack was doing, but the young man assured him that everything was fine and that his master did not need to help him, continuing the battle. Stepping out of the shadows, the hero greeted his father with a smile, showing confidence and strength, demonstrating that he was ready to act openly. Seeing him, the Count was horrified and very surprised, not expecting to meet his son in such circumstances and realizing who his true enemy was. Puzzled, Theo uttered his name and, taken by surprise, lowered his shield, giving the orphan an opportunity to attack. Red blood instantly covered the ground as a result of the fierce battle, and all the other soldiers felt horror. The shield was also bloodied, and the enemy was defeated. The battle was over, and victory went to the clan and the young man. Entering the hall where the inspector was, the hero declared that he had brought Durgi, fulfilling the promise he had made earlier. Unable to believe her eyes, Erica was shocked to realize that standing before her was a powerful young man who had managed to capture the Count. The unfortunate man lay on the ground, bound and gagged, and she could not believe that this was indeed the powerful Baron. Reporting that the bodies of the soldiers and Captain Theo had been laid out in the backyard, Yang asked if the girl now believed him, and she noted that he was not so useless after all. As the servants carried Durgi away to the dungeon, the hero reminded them that since he had fulfilled his promise, the inspection should leave after the sentence was carried out. Badi snapped back that the boy was getting out of hand and that she had not yet finished carrying out the Emperor's order. She was supposed to kill the entire Braca family, and the Countess and Chell had not yet been found, so her presence here remained relevant. While silence reigned in the street, her voice echoed off the walls of the estate, and Yang asked if she really thought Mary was already abroad. As she left, Badi asked the young man to look for them in the settlements and stop somewhere to rest. Together with the chief, they watched her leave, assessing the situation and thinking through their next steps, understanding that every move could affect the outcome. Approaching the warrior, she gave the order to identify the bodies and find the Count's family first in order to begin restoring order. The inspector also added that if the servant succeeded, he knew what to do, pointing out the need to act strictly according to instructions. Bowing his head, Philip obediently set off to carry out the task, understanding the seriousness of the situation and realizing that a mistake could have serious consequences. She decided that until she had the imperial edict in her hands, she would hide the Countess and Chella so that no one could find them. While smoke enveloped the mansion, conversations between the clan and Jan about future plans continued in the hall. Turning around, Bellamy said that it looked like Erica was waiting for an appointment, and the hero replied that he thought so too. Hearing this, Kakadir intervened and noted that if the girl became the mistress of the territory, the clan's warriors would lose most of their investments. Looking at the young man resolutely, he asked if he had any plan that would help maintain stability in the city. Noting the leader's insight, the young man replied that it was only a matter of time and added that he knew when to act. On the other hand, he understood that if they had time, they would have a chance, which meant they could still win. He also added that it would take 15 days for a carrier pigeon to deliver a letter to the emperor, and that the whole situation was in their favor. Hearing this, the leader was surprised, recalling Erika's words that she must deal with the Brock family completely and that her mission was not yet complete. The hero repeated them. With a smile, the young man understood all the real reasons why the inspection was staying at the estate and realized the hidden goals of the girl and her people. This was because they were sure that the Countess and Shalom had not gone far, and therefore they hoped to find them nearby and complete their task. But if they find out about their escape, they will go after them. So Yang decided to find them first and then use them as bait. With a sly smile, the chief noted that he understood the young man's daring plan and appreciated his cunning and caution. Folding his arms, he said he wanted to watch how things would unfold, and the hero thanked him for his trust. After that, Kakanir asked what the character was going to do, and the young man, standing up, said that he still had a lot of tasks to complete. He explained that he wanted to go with Barrick, who was waiting outside, and told the chief and his warriors to rest peacefully. He himself thought that the Countess and Chell were somewhere in the mansion, but the problem was that all the servants who could have given them away were dead. Going out to his horse, the young man looked around for his bodyguard, hoping to see him among the streets filled with fog and noise. In the distance, he saw the orphan running, who stood at attention and reported that he had checked the forest and everything was in order. Whispering in his ear, he added that Jan's mother liked living there, and that she was doing well because it was safe and quiet. Standing among the buildings, the warrior wondered why they were here, as the place looked poor and dangerous for the young heir. Moving forward, the hero declared that they would go look for Hannah and ordered the boy to show them the way, hoping that the girl could help them. Puzzled as to why they were looking for a former servant, Barrick agreed, even though he felt that the task was too strange. Walking through the streets, he kept asking why he had to do this, and the character asked in response if he really had to do it himself. Along the way, the orphan asked passers-by about the girl, but the only response was silence. People were afraid to speak, which made him wary. After learning some information, the bodyguard led the hero to a building and told him to go upstairs to find the girl. Reassuring the child, Hannah did not notice Yang enter until she heard footsteps behind her and realized that someone else was in the room. When he called out to her, she turned around in surprise and couldn't believe her eyes, because she had long since decided that she would never see the young man again. Rushing to him with tears in her eyes, she was very happy that the hero had returned, and he was happy that the maid was okay. She asked hopefully if he had come for her, and if it was dangerous for him to be here, since he was Dergi's son. But the young man asked her to calm down. He asked with interest if there were any rumors circulating on the estate, but Hannah did not understand what he meant. Realizing that he was talking about secret passages, she replied that she had heard nothing about such a thing, and the hero noted that it would be good to ask the butler if he were alive. Hearing about the butler's death, she asked in surprise, shocked by such news from the estate. Explaining, the guy said that the man had died while crossing the border, and his body had been handed over to the territory of Brach. Noticing that the servant was nervously looking around, Yang asked what was wrong, and Hannah admitted that she felt guilty. Embarrassed, she said that she had taken one thing that belonged to the butler, but the boys were sure that she had stolen it. Demanding an explanation, the character asked if Hannah understood that the loss could be discovered and she could be blamed. Calmly, the servant said that many people had quit at that time, and Lady Mary was very angry and often beat her. Hearing this, Yang was puzzled. Hannah did not know the real reasons, but the Countess's body was covered with spots due to overexertion, so she thought that no one would notice anything and took the box. Embarrassed, she said that when she opened it, she found only letters and drawings and felt terrible for stealing someone else's memories. Looking at Barrick, the hero asked him not to open the chest so carelessly, but he did not understand his friend's prohibition. Suddenly, the contents spilled out onto the floor due to the orphan's sudden movements, which Yan had warned him about. And this was exactly what he had feared. One of the papers fell right at the boy's feet, as if it were something important and fate itself had thrown it right at him. Apologizing, the orphan rushed to pick up the papers, but the young man stopped him, looking at the sheet with surprise. Unfolding the map, the young man noted that the layout of the estate looked a little strange, and something caught his eye. Looking closely, Hannah couldn't understand what was wrong, but Barrick noticed that there was not a single plant drawn in the garden. Explaining, the character said that natural objects are usually removed from plans because they are too difficult to draw, and this is normal. Pointing his finger at the sheet, Jan noted that there was a tree drawn here, a huge willow tree located in the center of the garden. Suspicious, the hero opened his eyes wide in surprise, unable to believe his assumption, which seemed crazy. Could it be that there was a secret passage under this tree, where the Countess and Chell, whom everyone was looking for, were hiding? In the storeroom, Mary paced nervously back and forth, clenching her hands, while Chell sat sadly on the mattress, staring at the floor and sighing heavily. Turning around, he complained that he was very hungry. His mother advised him to eat some meat, but her son said that there was only dried meat and asked how long it would last. Trying to calm him and herself, the woman asked him to wait a little longer and assured him that they would definitely get out of there soon. In her mind, she understood that they would have to hide for the rest of their lives because if they returned home, they would immediately fall into the hands of their enemies and be killed. While she was deciding to stay here and wait for a convenient moment to escape, the pantry door opened and someone came in. Hearing the noise, Madame grabbed her weapon and stood in front of her son, covering Cella with her body and preparing for a possible attack. Suddenly, the only source of light, a candle burning in the corner, went out, plunging the room into frightening darkness. Closing her eyes, Mary whispered prayers and hoped that it was Durgi returning for them, and not strangers with evil intentions. Suddenly, the bright light of a lantern illuminated the room, and what they saw shocked them, and they opened their eyes wide. Jan stood in the doorway with a lantern in his hand and a broad smile on his face, calmly greeting his mother and brother, whom he had been searching for so long. Behind him, lighting the way with a torch, Sue entered and was delighted with how long and strong the tunnel the nobles had managed to dig was. Noticing that the nobles were only making escape routes, the girl angered the Countess, who, trembling with rage, clutched her sword. Suddenly, the woman rushed straight at the hero with her weapon, but Sue managed to stop her furious attack in time. Grabbing Mary and not letting her escape, the girl held her tightly while she protested, and Yang saw that his stepmother was in much worse condition than he had expected. Looking into her eyes, he clearly saw not only anger but also madness. Realizing that her condition was critical and could be dangerous to those around her. Telling Sue to let her go, Yang ordered Kakantar to be summoned, hoping that the chief would restrain the woman and prevent further conflict. Mary continued to blame the hero for everything, and he asked her to calm down, explaining that the scouts were still on the estate and could easily discover them. Hopefully, Chell asked if his brother would help them and what had happened to his father, but the guy coldly replied that Durgi had already been caught and that it was impossible to change fate. Stepping forward decisively, the hero ordered them to prepare to leave, saying that they must leave the storeroom at dawn. Looking at his stepmother, he said that the only way for them was to go to her family in Fontrola, because there they would be accepted and given temporary shelter. After thinking for a moment, Jan noted that the journey there would take about 2 weeks if they went around Marilof, but Mary did not understand why, since they could rest there. The character resolutely informed her that after the butler's murder, the city had closed its gates, and it was impossible to get there even by secret paths. Hearing this, the woman froze in shock and remained silent for a long time, unable to believe that the people of the city, whom she had always considered allies, could do such a thing to her. Gradually, she began to understand what was happening, but she still couldn't believe that the world around her had collapsed and that she had no one to rely on anymore. Grabbing Jan by the shoulders, she shouted that they had to stop near the estate and then go to Marilof anyway. The hero thought she was crazy. Mary insisted that if Durgi was alive, they just needed to wait for him, and then no one would drive them away. But Jan, enraged, promised to shut her up. Leaving, he was angry and puzzled, wondering if the Countess really did not understand the whole picture of what was happening and continued to talk nonsense. Considering her words to be madness, he left, while the woman stood silently by the wall, gradually realizing that there was no way out. In the silence of the night, under the huge shadow of an old willow tree, Kakanir stood and thought about something, breathing in the cold air and listening to the wind. Shaking hands with the soldiers, he thanked them for their work, and realizing that the Countess and Chell were inside, ordered the bodies to be sent away in the morning when the sun rose. He then ordered Shuel and Naru to be in charge and supervise the mission, and they readily accepted the order. Approaching them, the leader ordered them to make sure that the location was far enough away and to bury it so that no one else could find it. The warriors worked hard, rubbing their shoulders as they prepared to carry out the clan chief's orders while their horses galloped forward. Meanwhile, the imperial troops tried unsuccessfully to break through the city gates, but to no avail. At that time, Erica was in her office when Philip ran in to tell her that the Countess and her son had been found, shocking and surprising the girl. Rushing to him, She demanded to know where they were, and the boy explained that there were 4 people at the north gate, and they had all escaped together. Thinking hard, Erica tried to guess where the fugitives might have gone and looked at all the directions available on the map. Realizing that Mariloff was closed and learning that the Count's wife was from Fontrul, she ordered an urgent warning message to be sent there. Then the soldier asked how many people to take with him, and the captain thought about what to do so they wouldn't walk right into a trap. She was tormented by doubts, but she understood that she had to act. Otherwise, she might lose them and her chance to seize the estate. Realizing that too large a detachment could lead to the capture of the estate and too small a detachment would doom everyone to failure and death on the road, she weighed the pros and cons. After assessing the risks, Erica ordered Philip to take 20 fighters and try to save Mary and Chell's lives, but to kill them if necessary. Clearly understanding that she had many opportunities before her, she only needed to use them wisely to gain a foothold and become the mistress of the lands. If she could catch the fugitives and show results, no one would resist her anymore, and she would be appointed to rule the estate legally. While the warriors galloped forward on horseback, the girl was already making plans on how she could easily eliminate Jan and even the entire clan, bringing everything under her control. The warriors rushed through the thick forest, drawing their weapons as they went, unaware of the attack that was being prepared against them. An unknown army attacked them from behind and began to deliver deadly blows to each member of the troop. In an instant, the ground was littered with the bodies of soldiers and horses. Everything around was covered in blood, and the battle turned into a real massacre. When the news reached Erica, she could not believe it was true and furiously demanded details of what had happened. With his arm bandaged, Philip explained that he was the only one who had survived, that the captain had been killed immediately, and then the mass slaughter had begun. The attackers called themselves the Knights of Durga, and it turned out that they were all incredibly skilled fighters, which filled the girl with cold horror. She asked with interest if he had seen the place and the fugitives themselves, and the warrior confirmed that he remembered everything and had seen both Chella and his mother with his own eyes. Announcing that she would assemble a new squad, she waved him away, feeling her dreams and plans crumble. Enraged, the captain shouted, asking why there was no news from the capital, which she had been eagerly awaiting, but did not understand the reasons for the delay. As she clutched the paper fiercely in her hand, the warrior calmly explained that all news came under the Emperor's seal with the ambassador in a golden carriage. Erica also asked about Jan and the savages, and the servant replied that they were busy rebuilding the village and showed no hostile activity. Looking out the window, Batty realized that the people listened to the guy, and while she was busy chasing him, he and his allies had managed to gain an advantage. Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong, because the fugitives had not been seen for a long time. And then, as if appearing out of nowhere, they decided to escape on horseback. Suspecting that Yang might be involved, the girl still did not believe it, because there was no evidence, and the thought of betrayal annoyed her. In anger, the captain shouted, ordering Philip to call the person in charge of the barns, and he obediently went to carry out the order. Realizing that she had made a big mistake, she blamed herself because she should have checked all the horses from the start. Clutching her head in pain and exhaustion, Erica sighed heavily when there was a sudden knock at the door. After being allowed to enter, Jan peeked in with a smile, asking about the success of the chase and feigning polite curiosity. The captain asked him point-blank why he was interested, and he replied that since the fugitives were alive, his own safety was at risk. Hearing these arguments, the girl thought about it, not ruling out that he might be right, although she still had no intention of trusting him. Suddenly, the hero asked if she was sure that the attackers were Brack's men, and if there were any traitors among her ranks. She replied sharply that this was nonsense and rejected the suggestion, considering Jan to be very insolent and ill-mannered. But deep down, the young man's words made her feel an unpleasant doubt about her servants and the soldiers of the tax army. Undeterred, he insisted that if traitors had hidden the Countess and her son and were interfering with her, Erica's situation would become extremely dire. The tax police were tasked with eliminating the Brack family. But to accomplish the task, they needed the mother and son. Otherwise, the mission would be considered a failure. If they suddenly went into hiding or disappeared, Erica would find herself in a dangerous position and could lose the trust of her superiors, which would damage her career. Even if they were found dead, without a report on the fate of Mary and Chell, the task would not be considered complete, and those responsible would be punished. Suddenly shouting, Batty asked how the hero had found his stepmother and brother, and the young man replied with confusion that he did not understand what she was talking about. Grabbing her sword, the inspector shouted that he was lying and had joined forces with the barbarians against the Empire. But Yang assured her that her accusations were unfounded. He calmly added that she could personally check the clan army and see for herself that there were no soldiers. which angered her even more. Undeterred, the hero believed that the tax office was slacking off if it did not want to check this, while Erica was seething with rage inside. A servant timidly entered the office and reported that the head groom had said that 2 horses had disappeared from the imperial stables. While the girl stood with her weapon in her hands, the boy noticed that it was his family's horses that had been stolen, and the situation became increasingly alarming. Assuring her that this was the result of treachery, he insisted on sending a pursuit immediately, and the captain could barely contain her anger at his words. As she left, she shouted that she would kill him with her own hands if the young man dared to interfere with her work, and her threat sounded sincere. With a smile, Yang asked why she was threatening him, as he was well aware of his superiority over her, and her rage seemed amusing to him. In response, Erica only smiled maliciously, showing that her intentions were serious and she was not going to back down. Walking down the corridor, she ordered the warrior to gather his men and immediately set off in pursuit to prove her right and take revenge on the fugitives. Realizing that these were clan warriors, she ordered them to proceed with caution and wanted to expose John's conspiracy with the barbarians by putting them under surveillance. Outwardly, everything seemed calm and peaceful, but behind the walls of the mansion there was real chaos, full of treachery and cunning intrigues. At that moment, the eagle landed on Bellamy's shoulder and reported that the tax authorities had taken action, as he had expected. He also wanted to send a letter with the falcon with orders to get rid of Mary and Chella, and asked for permission to send grain, but Kakanir did not care. Tying the letter to the bird's paw, the young man said that the army was probably already in the mountains and worried about them, as they were used to the hot desert. The chieftain asked in bewilderment if the young man did not trust his brothers, but he replied that he believed in them, for they were true warriors. The leader added that Durgi should be executed and order restored after the imperial army's departure so that the clan could regain its peace and strength. Releasing the bird out the window, Bellamy declared that the family home could not be left unprotected for long, and Kakanir agreed with his words. Suddenly, the man turned to him, and the boy turned around in surprise, expecting to hear important words that could change his future. Biting into an apple, the commander wondered who would remain to rule the lands if Yang decided to go to the capital on important business. After thinking it over, Nursaran decided that the hero would take Baraka with him, since the orphan had already become his shadow and was always by his side. Even if the young man left his bodyguard behind, Bellamy believed that this was not a suitable role for a warrior, but the chief listened silently and did not interrupt. Suddenly, he answered in the negative and realized that Kakanir was hinting at him, and the man was surprised at how the servant understood his hint. Calmly, Nursaran said that it was better for the clan if he stayed here, but added that Yang might not agree with this decision. He also said that he would leave because it was cold here, and the chief sarcastically remarked that this was a very respectable reason for refusal. Looking at the sun, Ballamy hoped that the letter with his appointment would arrive before the cold weather set in, as the messenger was clearly very late. Gradually, the estate returned to normal, the long-awaited peace reigned around, and people began to forget about the anxiety and past troubles. Meanwhile, in the capital of Bariel, events full of mystery and significance were unfolding at night in the palace of the first prince. There were books on the table, a candle was burning. It was a pleasant, quiet evening, and the young man was reading, immersed in the plot. When there was a knock at the door, Marav took off his glasses and calmly told the servant who entered to get straight to the point and not delay with the news. Apologizing for being late, the butler bowed his head in respect, looking a little embarrassed. The prince asked with interest what had brought him at such a late hour, and watched the expression on the confused young man's face closely. On the tray lay a ring and a letter from Count Brock, and upon hearing this, the prince frowned, not understanding why the baron would have contacted him. Taking the note, he wondered why Durgi had decided to write to him, since they had not been close before and had not communicated personally. When he finished reading, he laughed, realizing the true reason hidden behind the words, and handed it to his butler to check. He thought that the butler should also read it and suggest where the truth lay and where the lies were, because the text was very cleverly composed and confusing. Beginning to study the letter, the servant realized that everything was so intertwined that it was difficult to distinguish the truth and determine where the deception was hidden. The prince knew that the alliance of nobles really existed, and the invitation to join it seemed true, because Molan was one of Gale's men. But the refusal to join out of respect for the prince was a lie, because they were barely acquainted, and Durgi also wrote about a false accusation against him. At the same time, the butler thought that the refusal could have been genuine, but Marev decided that the count was avoiding the second prince for fear of his crimes being exposed. He asked with interest who from the tax office had been sent to investigate Brack's affairs and heard that it was Erica Batty. Everyone knew that she was closely associated with Molin and could be biased, which meant that the investigation would not be fair and straightforward. Fearing the worst, the young man asked if the rumors that Gale was planning a rebellion were true, but Marav was not sure, although he suspected that such a thing might happen. Setting fire to the Count's letter with a candle, he ordered information about Brosh and especially Molina's reports to be brought to him so that he could understand the whole picture more deeply. The note burned in his hands, and he also said to convey that he would definitely be at the council tomorrow, preparing for decisive action. In his heart, the prince hoped that Gale would not do anything foolish. Otherwise, it would become a big problem and lead to new conflicts. In the morning, a meeting began in the palace in a beautiful hall with arches, and everyone wondered why Marav had decided to participate, sensing the tension. The attendees were puzzled, as his presence was unexpected and unsettling for them, and many whispered about the emperor's invitation. Listening to all the words addressed to him, the prince remained calm and only smiled silently, showing that he was aware of their opinions. The last topic of the meeting was Count Brock's case of tax embezzlement. Control over the estate was established, but Durgi resisted. The attendees were outraged that the baron had not yet been punished and demanded that he be brought before the emperor's court to put an end to the matter. Suddenly, drawing attention to himself, Marav raised his hand and asked a question concerning the lord's family and the people mentioned. Puzzled, he asked if it was true that only Durgi, Mary, and Chell were subject to execution, since the file also mentioned John, an illegitimate child. But those present said that the young man had been deemed unworthy of succession and had been sold into slavery, and the count had given him as a hostage to the barbarians. The participants in the meeting asked with interest whether the prince had made a decision, but Marav replied that it was simply curiosity. He thought to himself that if John and Moline united against the prince, they would side with Gale, and that would be a serious threat. The others discussed the future of the county after the execution of the Brock family and considered appointing someone from the court to manage the lands. Folding his arms, the prince said he was concerned about what was happening, because the people might react negatively to the appointment of a capital official. The tax police had previously had conflicts with the residents, and therefore an attempt to install a foreign administrator would cause a loss of trust. The county also bordered a clan of otherworldly warriors, and the prince asked if anyone knew their language or culture. Everyone at the table exchanged glances, but no one answered, because they understood that this was a serious problem for the future alliance. Suddenly, the Minister of Magic broke the silence and decided to ask Marav a question that had been bothering her throughout the meeting. Smiling, the dark-haired Wesley asked if he had any suggestions for solving this difficult task. Catching her gaze, the prince smiled silently in response, showing that he had some thoughts but was not yet ready to reveal them. Folding his arms, he suggested temporarily postponing the appointment of the owner of these lands in order to avoid mistakes and buy time. But the girl believed that leaving the land without a manager was much worse, and the prince replied that he would appoint a temporary one and test his abilities. The Master of Magic reminded him that the captain of the tax police had been granted authority and had not yet completed her task in that territory. Putting the papers aside, Marav said that the people considered her a murderer and that she had been entrusted with the execution of 3 people, but she had managed to let 2 of them escape and cause mistrust. Asserting that the order had been given by the emperor and that everything had to be done quickly, because it was a matter of honor for the entire empire, he made everyone think. Noting that both opinions were important, the head of the meeting asked if there were any suggestions from other participants in the discussion of this issue. Doubts filled the entire meeting room, echoing off the walls and heightening the sense of anxiety among all those present, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Raising his gavel, the judge declared that everyone had spoken and proposed a unanimous decision to end the meeting as soon as possible. While the verdict was being delivered, Marav and Wesley continued to glare at each other, demonstrating their strong mutual animosity. At that time in Brock County, the Imperial Army was retreating with their flags flying high, leaving behind painful memories and rumors. Observers said they had gone to look for the Countess and Chella, but others considered them traitors and advised them to remain silent. The rest rejoiced and shouted, calling the soldiers satraps and hoping that the army would never return, disappearing into oblivion. Standing on the balcony, Erica watched the army leave on their quest and heard the cries of the people, filled with joy and hatred for the warriors. Hoping that her people would return with good news, she believed that they would help her regain her power. Suddenly, someone hit her hard on the shoulder with a club, and the girl looked up in horror, not understanding what was happening and who dared to do this. Standing before her was a warrior from the Heavenly Clan, who declared that the estate was now entirely at their disposal, as they were the only ones there. Pointing out that the soldiers had left and there were only 5 police officers, he asked Erica to help them settle into the garden tents, which shocked her completely. Angered, she shouted, asking if he understood who he was talking to, but the fighter calmly replied that complaints should only be sent to their leader. Entering the office, she yelled so loudly that the echoes reverberated throughout the estate, bouncing off the walls, and even the doors shook from her indignation. In a rage, the inspector said that she would not allow John and Cockadeer to live here, that they must remain in tents, and that the house was her personal property. The leader calmly replied that if she wanted to stay here, there had to be fewer of them, otherwise it would be impossible to reach an agreement. He went on to say that he could provide her with accommodation, reminding her that there was a storeroom at the end of the corridor. Looking intently, he added that if Erica reduced the tax police, he would help, because a sword must be stained with blood before it rusts. Hearing his words, Batty flew into a rage and wondered how he could so calmly make such a proposal and threaten her so openly. Clenching her fists, the girl called them damned savages who needed to be expelled, but her voice trembled with deep resentment. She thought that if she had the letter of appointment, she would have kicked them out immediately, but then Philip burst in shouting. Out of breath, the young man announced that it had arrived. But Erica did not understand what he was talking about and asked him to repeat himself in surprise, trying to understand his confused words. When she learned that the letter from the capital was about the appointment, her eyes lit up, for she hoped to gain power and get rid of John and Cockadeer. She jumped around the room joyfully and promised that she would come down to the others now, awaiting the solemn moment of confirmation of her authority. Overcome with anticipation, her heart beat rapidly, and her thoughts were filled only with power and long-awaited freedom of action. But Philip stopped her, saying that she shouldn't go downstairs, and handed her a tray with an envelope, trying not to betray his excitement. Suddenly, the girl froze, as if petrified, and the hero behind her grabbed his head, the leader puzzled by her reaction. Not understanding what had happened, Philip turned to the commander and asked if he had done something wrong, as he had expected gratitude. The sun was at its zenith and bright rays illuminated the entire estate, but none of those present paid any attention to the weather and beauty outside the window. Unfolding Eric's letter, she noticed that her hands were shaking and her gaze was darting around. She couldn't believe the words on the paper. The chief noted that such an important document could not be sent by pigeon post, and Yang confirmed this, becoming alert. The note said that the emperor had appointed Romandro, Molina, Maka, and Dagora as temporary administrators, not her, which was a blow to her pride. After reading it, Batty was beside herself with anger and helplessness. She had no authority, and her hopes were shattered before her very eyes. Noticing her reaction, the leader snatched the letter and began to read it himself, distrusting the inspector's words and deciding to check the text of the document personally. Trying to object, she demanded that he return it, but Cockadeer calmly began to read, as if not noticing her protests. Seeing that it was a message from the Imperial Council, he became interested, realizing how serious a source it was. He handed the document to Jan and asked the hero to read it aloud so that everyone present could hear it and be convinced of its veracity. The young man read the lines with interest, his eyes gliding over the text, his expression changing as he understood the true meaning. Afterwards, he announced that the appointment of the ruler had been postponed and that temporary administrators sent directly from the capital would be in charge for the time being. The man asked with interest what they would do, and the young man replied that the leaders would take care of the restoration, the government, and report on the clan. While Eric was being held back at the door by a warrior, Cockadeer noticed that these people were more important than her, and that her significance now was meaningless. Realizing that she would be running after the Durgi family like a dog, while others took care of important matters, Batty understood that her dreams were unattainable. Expecting a completely different outcome, she realized that she would not become the steward of the lands, and wondered how everything had turned out this way. Approaching her, Yang suggested they talk privately and more calmly, realizing that her state of mind could lead to rash actions. Holding the decree, he smiled and said that he could help her retain her authority if she agreed to execute the Durgi family with her own hands. Shocked by this proposal, Batty could not believe that the young man was capable of saying such a thing, her gaze full of doubt. Yang continued, explaining that they should pretend that the letter had not yet been received and maintain the appearance of the old order until the new administrators arrived. There were 2 weeks left before Romandro's arrival, and they had to execute the count in time, otherwise the appointment of the new authorities would ruin all their plans. They also had to prevent the man from meeting with Durgi, and Yang suggested that the girl take the situation under her personal control. Turning around, he said that the punishment could be entrusted to the clan, because it didn't matter who carried out the order but rather the result. As she left, Erica quietly replied that she would think about the proposal and did not argue, although inside she was boiling with anger and resentment. At the door, she ran into Sue and realized that she had no choice, and that circumstances were cornering her, leaving her with few options. Seeing the girl, Kakadir asked what she was doing there, and her face broke out in a sweat, betraying her inner turmoil and fear. Opening her arms, she showed him the wounded pigeon, and the chieftain asked with a smirk if it was also a messenger from the palace. Angered, he remarked that the girl couldn't go a day without causing trouble, and she apologized as they pulled the paper out of the bird's claws. Unfolding the letter, Jan saw that Moline had written to Erica personally, and immediately became wary, because mail of this kind could carry hidden meaning. The note said that Derga had sent the message to the prince earlier, but Marev had spoken up in the council and ruined all plans for the appointment of the county administrator. After reading it, the hero said that he had a suspicious feeling, and the chief added that a power struggle and a fight between influential people had begun. Burning the letter over a candle, they realized that the first prince had stirred up a hornet's nest, and now everything was playing into their hands, but the risk remained enormous. Yan decided that he needed to meet Romandro and make an impression, because the prince surely thought that he and Moline had entered into a secret alliance. The chieftain asked doubtfully whether they would now become an obstacle for the old man, and the hero replied that this was precisely why they needed to make their position clear. Looking intently, the chieftain asked if the young man really wanted to side with the first prince, testing his determination and political flexibility. Recalling the image of Marev, the young man thought for a moment and folded his arms, imagining the possible consequences of such a choice and its impact on his future fate. Then he said that the prince was not only intelligent, but also the legitimate heir to the throne, which meant that his position was significantly strengthened. Noting that the governors were important for the restoration, the young man understood that it was their decisions that would determine when the clan could return home. While the chieftain was saying that he would send some of his brothers home in the fall and that the goal would be achieved when Durgi's head fell, peace and tranquility reigned in the garden. With a smile, Kakadir noted that whether Yang would become a lord in the future depended solely on him and his ability to weave intrigues. In response, the character smiled silently, thinking about his next plan of action and wishing to get what he wanted. A few days later, a falcon arrived with news of the deaths of Mary and Chella. The clan of otherworldly warriors had skillfully accomplished their task. After that, preparations began for the swift and cruel execution of Count Durgi, which was to take place very soon. Work was in full swing, with craftsmen preparing the site for the gallows, carrying boards and constructing the noose. Meanwhile, Yang walked through the narrow, dark stone corridors of the dungeon, a torch illuminating the walls, the air thick with tension. Durgi lay on the floor, bound and gagged, his gaze darting between fear and anger, panic raging inside him. Entering the dungeon, the hero announced that the day of execution had come, his voice firm as an order, striking terror into the Baron's heart. The young man asked with interest because it was his father who had informed on the first prince of Marev, but the latter looked on in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Bowing, the character thanked the Baron for this, because thanks to him, Erica did not receive an order for a permanent appointment to the position. In a hurry, he had to leave Brack, so the execution was postponed, and the man's eyes filled with horror and anger at the same time. The young man also reported that Mary and Chell were already dead, and now the father, the last bearer of the Brack surname, twitched upon hearing this. Putting his foot on his head, the young man told him not to grieve too much, continuing to emphasize the injustice and consequences of his actions. Pressing down hard, he reminded him that Durgi had separated mother and son, tried to deceive the clan of warriors, evaded taxes, and ignored the needs of the people. Looking intently into his eyes, Yang asked if his father had not been punished for all this, and the man could not hold back his tears, crying quietly. With a torch in his hands, the servant told the hero that it was time to go, and the young man headed for the door, wanting to leave this terrible place as soon as possible. Taking one last look at the unfortunate Baron, he felt no remorse whatsoever, even though he was his father. Bound and pitiful, Durgi lay on the cold stone slab, no longer having the strength or ability to change anything. With a determined step, the character went to watch the execution, feeling the historical significance of the moment. When he left the dungeon accompanied by a warrior, the sky was gray and gloomy, and the rest of the clan members were waiting on the street. Silence reigned around him, and the young man himself was also silent, trying to comprehend that soon the matter with Durgi would be closed forever. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the manor house, and he glanced at it, realizing that soon there would be no more brothers. A silhouette was visible in one of the windows, which attracted his attention, but otherwise the building was completely empty and quiet. Inside, Erica looked at him with anger, for her dream of power had collapsed before it even had a chance to come true. Closing the curtains sharply, she disappeared inside, and it was clear to the hero that the inspector felt disappointment and helplessness. Erica considered the situation absurd and could not understand why Molin had not contacted her when the Emperor signed the order. Gritting her teeth, the inspector realized that now, after the execution, it was impossible to remain in the county of Brach. A servant entered the office and reported that everything was ready for the Count's punishment. She looked at him in surprise for a few minutes. After thinking it over, Batty nodded silently, accepting the inevitability of the sentence and her future fate. Grabbing the incriminating documents, she headed for the gallows, feeling tension and tremors running through her body. Dark clouds covered the sky, bare trees stood around, fallen leaves crunched underfoot, creating an atmosphere of mourning. A crowd gathered in the center of the city near the structure, and Erica stepped forward to read the sentence, causing an ominous silence. The girl also gave the command to bring the condemned man to the center of the structure. Durgi slowly climbed onto the stage in chains, trembling and almost completely drained of strength. Realizing the inevitability of his punishment, pushing him in the back, the warrior sped up the ascent. The Count looked very pitiful and miserable, defenseless before the angry crowd. The crowd began to discuss his appearance animatedly, for without his luxurious clothes, the man looked much worse than a commoner. People were also shouting about the fate of the Countess and Chell, unaware that they were already dead, and dreaming that the strangers would finally leave their lands and go in search of them. In the middle of the square, the crowd sighed with relief, anticipating that everything would soon return to normal. Meanwhile, the Count was led to the center, right to the noose. The crowd froze in anticipation of the verdict, and a tense silence hung in the air. Suddenly, trumpets sounded, their loud noise announcing the beginning of the execution and making people's hearts beat faster with excitement. Unfolding the scroll, Erica introduced herself, said she was speaking on behalf of the Emperor, and read out Durgi's crimes to the people. The first charge was falsification of tax reports, and the people realized that they had been brazenly and cynically deceived all this time. The inspector then read out that the mine produced 60,000 tons of coal, but the document stated half that amount, and their faces filled with anger. Stones and rotten eggs were thrown at Durgi. The crowd was furious because the taxes he demanded from them were unbearably high. Some had sold their homes to survive, worked hard in the fields, and now shouted this in the Count's face, even though his eyes were blindfolded. Finishing reading the scroll, Erica declared that all those bearing the surname Brock in the Bariel Empire were sentenced to death. Approaching the man, the warrior began to remove the blindfold from his eyes, allowing the prisoner to see the people before him for the first time. Hearing the Emperor's order to destroy his entire family, the condemned man was shocked and stood in a daze, unable to believe what he had heard. As he stood at the gallows, the crowd around him chanted joyfully, and death was very close. Everything had already been decided by fate. The crowd hated him because he was the one who had been robbing them all this time, depriving the common people of their last piece of bread. Listening to the shouts, the Count was struck by such intense anger because no one had dared to show it before. In the crowd, he noticed Jan, who was staring intently into his eyes, not looking away, and this struck him even more. The boards beneath the Count's feet collapsed, the noose tightened around Durgi's throat, and he began to choke, gasping for air. The execution was carried out, the gallows worked properly, and death drew closer to the condemned man with every second of his torment. Erica declared that anyone dissatisfied with the Count could throw a stone, and they would become the symbolic foundation of the values of the Bariel Empire. Feeling his impending doom, the Baron wept, tears streaming down his cheeks, and fear filled his soul, leaving not a shred of hope. From afar appeared a clan of otherworldly warriors led by Kakanir, their steps confident, their faces stern and determined. In his hands, the leader held a huge arrow, glistening in the sunlight, as if symbolizing the end of the Brock family. Wielding his heavy weapon, he prepared to deliver the decisive blow, and the tension in the crowd reached its peak as everyone held their breath. With a swing of his arm, he hurled the arrow, and the people watched in horror and curiosity, stepping back and freezing in place. It flew straight at Durgi, leaving a whistling sound in the air, while the man hung motionless on the noose, breathing his last breaths. Piercing his body, the spear stuck. The body swayed in the air, the crowd screamed, and a terrible silence hung in the air. The tip of the arrow protruded from his back, and blood flowed profusely onto the ground, staining it scarlet and causing horror among the spectators. The wounds were fatal, and the Count had no chance of survival. His life faded away before the eyes of the people. Watching the result, the chieftain saw blood dripping from the hanged man's body. and the sight gave him satisfaction. The clan was pleased with their work, for they had waited too long for this moment and were finally able to complete what they had started. The news spread throughout the city that Durgi Brock was dead, that the execution had taken place and had been carried out according to the emperor's will. Feeling relieved, Kakanir sighed deeply and straightened his shoulders, as if he had shed a heavy burden that had weighed on him for many years. Yan was standing nearby, and the leader asked if the young man was all right, for such an event could leave a mark on even the strongest of hearts. Looking at the stones and eggs around the body, the man noted that the boy had not thrown anything at his father, deciding that it would be easier to strangle him with his hands. Admitting honestly, the hero said that he felt strange and remembered all the words that Durgi had never been able to say during his lifetime. The young man thought to himself that he would like the Baron to ask forgiveness from the real Yan, not from him, because the guilt was on the other. Looking ahead, he realized that he had changed the course of history and the fate of the young man whose body he had entered through a magical ritual. Originally, the character would have been sold to a distant country, where he would have become just a grain of sand in the desert, remaining unnoticed. Surprised, the chief asked if now that everything was over, Jan felt better, since his revenge had been complete. Looking up at him, the boy smiled and replied that it had, but added that in fact, everything was just beginning for him. The atmosphere around them changed, the heaviness lifted, and the people felt that with the execution of the tyrant, a new era in their lives was beginning. Walking across the blood-stained square after the execution, Batty asked Philip if there was any news from the reinforcements expected from the central region. In response, he admitted that they had lost track of Mary and Chell, and the inspector, angered, asked where exactly this had happened. The tracks disappeared at the edge of the forest, and the soldiers received a message from the palace that, if they did not complete the pursuit, they would be recalled to the center of the country. Hearing these words, Erica opened her mouth in disbelief, unable to believe her ears and deciding that someone was clearly playing a cruel joke on her. The young man added that all the soldiers sent to the provinces were being transferred back, and the girl sighed heavily, suppressing her anger. She was tormented by the question of whether a small reconnaissance group would be able to cope on its own, even if the central troops had not caught the fugitives. Looking at the captain, Philip asked with interest if she had received a letter from old Sir Melina, and the girl asked the question. Then the warrior reported that the captain of the reinforcements had received instructions from the council and had not waited for a reply, which confused her. Gradually, it dawned on her that the carrier pigeon was supposed to deliver a letter with a magic stone, and there was no way it could have gotten lost. The thought flashed through her mind that Kakadira's falcon had intercepted the bird, torn out the pendant, and carried off the note, which was why she had received nothing. Annoyed, Batty headed to Jan's office, determined to get to the bottom of things and demanding an immediate answer. Seeing her, the young man was surprised and asked if something urgent had happened, but the captain viciously declared her desire to kill all falcons. Amazed, the hero and Belami, with the bird on his shoulder, exchanged glances and looked at her in confusion, trying to understand her strange words. The enraged nurserin yelled at Batty, promising to rip her stomach open, but she insisted that it was the bird that had destroyed the palace pigeon. Understanding the essence of the conflict, Yang repeated her words aloud, surprised at such a conclusion and clarifying what the girl had said. Surprised, Erica asked if he knew anything about it, and the young man calmly explained that the bird had died accidentally and that he had kept everything. Opening a small box with a letter and a magic stone, the young man calmly handed it to the girl, causing her to be shocked. In a rage, Batty exclaimed how he dared to steal the palace pigeon, but the guy replied that it was a personal message from Sir Melina. Hearing his words, she froze in place, completely shocked, unable to comprehend how such a thing could have happened. She wondered what the old man had written, because he would not have revealed his plans just like that. And this letter could be evidence of his betrayal of the Empire. Frowning sternly, she demanded that the note be given to her, brooking no objection, her gaze expressing fury and determination. In return, the hero firmly told her to finish her business in 3 days and leave the land, not wanting to see her here and further conflicts. Handing her the envelope, he noted that Malene had sent it in haste and admitted that he would be glad if Erica left as soon as possible. Closing her hands, the captain realized that the young man was dictating the terms and understood that she had no way out. Her plans were falling apart before her eyes. Snatching the note from him, she said that tomorrow they would take the body and leave, and Yang calmly noted the wisdom of such a decision. Suddenly, she declared that it would be better for the hero himself to leave before the advisors arrived, which shocked him greatly. Finally, she said that she considered his opinion about his own safety to be foolish, simply because he did not belong to the Brock family. She added that the advisor had been appointed governor of the territories, and a guy from a brothel would not be able to cope even with the alliance of the clan chief. Jan and Nurserin exchanged glances as they looked at the girl, and the silence between them grew more tense with every passing second. After that, the hero demanded that the chief not be called a barbarian, threatening trouble, and said that he would report Erica's death to the council. Coming closer, the captain noticed that the young man did not understand the real situation, and her confidence only grew stronger. In a rage, the girl promised that she would return and warned him to be prepared, otherwise it would all end badly. Bowing and pressing his hand to his heart, he solemnly said that this would not happen, his voice firm and resolute. His eyes flashed with a yellow magical light, and he decided to use his power and show her capabilities that no one expected. With a glowing ball in his palm, he said that she should not return here, and that it would be better to find the bodies of Mary and Chella, otherwise she would die. Stunned, the girl asked in horror if he really had such abilities, her voice trembling with fear and complete disbelief. Shining in an aura, the hero stared intently at her, silently instilling terror, and his gaze spoke volumes without words, destroying her calm. Closing his eyes, he let her go, but warned her not to go too far, or the consequences would be dire. Leaving the office, Erica lowered her head, and Philip immediately ran up to her, wanting to know what exactly Jan had said to her. In her mind, she understood his self-confidence and decided that she did not want to be a slave when the Central Army came to the county. Without emotion, she ordered her things to be packed, which surprised the soldier, and, approaching her horse, said that after the body was handed over, they would go in search of the fugitives. Deep down, she knew that difficulties were inevitable, but they had to show their loyalty to the center and take at least one step toward it. When the gates opened, the tax police troops rode out of the estate on horseback, with Erica riding at the head of the detachment. Looking out the window, Jan watched them for a long time and breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that one threat was finally behind them. Deciding that one problem was over, he got ready for an important meeting that awaited him. He clutched the pendant that Hannah had found earlier in a flower pot and thought about how it was connected to his future. Passing through the forest, the young man asked Barrick doubtfully if this was the right road, and the boy replied uncertainly, but still confirmed it. After asking again cautiously, Jan received the answer that the path was correct, because the orphan noticed his marks made of black stones, left earlier. Suddenly, the bodyguard announced that they had arrived at their destination, and the young man opened his eyes in surprise, not believing that it was true. There was a small house in the clearing, with a fire burning nearby with a cauldron, and Barrick moved forward decisively, preparing to enter first. Looking around, they saw no one, and the orphan assumed that the woman had left the house empty. Approaching the entrance, Yang pushed the door and entered the room, ready to find out what the hut was like inside. In the corner stood a wooden bed with a blanket, and the sun's rays fell on it through the window, illuminating the room with light. The young man thought to himself that there was no Salaska flower here, and a slight shadow of disappointment crossed his face at that moment. Suddenly, there was a noise behind him. Someone had dropped a picture of berries, but the hero did not hear it, absorbed as he was by the clearing. Behind him appeared a woman, stunned to see her own son, whom she had missed so much. Uncertainly and a little frightened, she uttered his name aloud with a tremor, doubting that it was really Yang and not someone else. Turning to her, he asked with a smile how she had been all this time, his voice soft and warm. With a cry of joy, his mother rushed into his arms and thanked him with tears in her eyes for finally coming to her. She asked anxiously how he was doing and why he looked so thin, but Barrick intervened, pointing out that it was just his normal build. Holding her son's face in her hands, she listened as he said that it would take a long time to explain and suggested they sit down and discuss everything calmly. Peace and quiet reigned in the thick forest, with rays of sunlight filtering through the treetops, filling the air with soft light. Sitting by the fire under the clear sky, the mother said that the Count's entire family had turned out to be traitors who had betrayed the Emperor and the people. In response, Yang quietly remarked that he had something important to tell her, and the woman listened attentively and caringly to her son's words. Placing his hand on hers, the hero said that even though the flag of Durgi had fallen, there was still much to be done, for officials from the center were already on their way to them. He stated resolutely that he would go there with them and did not know if he would be able to stay with his mother any longer. With tears in her eyes, the mother bowed her head and wept bitterly, losing strength and realizing that the minutes of their meeting were passing too quickly. With hope in her voice, the woman asked if her son could visit her if he wanted to, because just the thought of it would be enough to make her happy. Embarrassed, he silently looked away and lowered his head, not knowing what to say, because false promises could only break his mother's heart. Not wanting to lie, he squeezed her hand and admitted that he didn't know if he would be able to stay close, although he would very much like to be with her always. Throwing herself into his arms, she held him tightly to her chest and whispered that it was enough for her to know that he was alive and well. She happily admitted that she did not want to live in the village and that she was much better off in this valley than in the basements of the poor, where eternal darkness reigned. The mere thought that her son was living like a true hero made her happy, and she did not expect anything more from fate. Without showing any emotion, Yang was still happy that his mother understood his busy life and situation and did not demand the impossible. As a sign of trust, he did not let go of her hand, holding it tightly, and felt that the closeness of a loved one gave him confidence in his abilities. Later, he admitted that when everything was over, he would be able to take her to his place and they would be able to live together. She thought to herself that even though the war was going on and the Count had fallen, John was alive and well, and she silently thanked heaven for that. Deciding not to miss the chance for a quiet conversation, the young man wanted to ask his mother a question and chose the moment while sitting by the house in the thicket. He asked her with interest if she remembered the red flowers she had given him in the park, and the woman thought about it in surprise. In response, she said that she had received them as payment for a job from the Merchants Guild, where they often hired casual workers. The head of the guild had paid her generously for her help and, in addition, had given her these unusual flowers, as if sensing that they would be useful one day. Undeterred, the young man asked if his mother remembered any other details, and she recalled an important person, but did not know his name. Hearing the story, the young man replied that everything was now clear to him, and fell silent, thinking about the strange connection between the stone and the flowers. He understood that the owner of the Silask and the stone was connected to this mystery, and decided that someone in the village would remember the name of the guild. Letting go of his mother's hands, he said he had something to do and said goodbye, hiding his anxiety behind a calm smile. With hope in her eyes, the woman stopped him and asked if her son needed the guli seeds she had been saving for a special occasion. Taking out huge bags, she amazed the young man and his bodyguard, because no one expected the lady to have so many supplies. Smiling as she recalled his request to collect seeds, the mother admitted that she had 2 bags, and Yang called her a talented gardener. She explained that she passed the time caring for the plants, but did not understand the point until the young man opened the bags and explained that the seeds were edible. With a smile, he put 1 seed in his mouth and began to chew it with relish, while his mother and Barrack cried out, fearing for his health. Grabbing him by the cheeks, the orphan begged him to spit out the poison, but the hero laughed and assured him that it was delicious, showing that it was safe. Patting his friend on the shoulder, he said that he would have to try hard, and the bodyguard asked if he would have to carry him unconscious. With a smile, Yang explained that the guy needed to carry the bags to the mansion and hide them, and he just nodded with tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, a carriage was traveling from the center to the estate, carrying temporary administrators ready to restore order to Brach's lands. Clutching folders of documents in his hands, the reconstruction inspector felt like he was losing his mind from the weight of responsibility. With tears in his eyes, he thought that even for Marev, such an assignment was too cruel, because he had begged him to stay. A short time had passed since the restoration of the temple, and the prince had sent him back to the same places. Tears flowed as he missed his wife. Someone called out to him, and he turned around, hiding his weakness, while Molen asked his colleague with interest about the future of Brach. After thinking for a moment, the inspector said that according to Erica's report, the situation was serious, and if they raised the flag and were not pelted with stones, it would be lucky. After listening to his colleague, the old man nodded in agreement, but in his head, he was thinking through his own plan for further action. Gritting his teeth, he realized that Batty should have taken everything into her own hands, but their plan had collapsed because of the stubborn bastard. At that moment, powerful otherworldly warriors stood in the estate's garden, guarding the courtyard and keeping order around it. Seeing them, Ramandra was struck with awe, his eyes widening with fear, for he had never encountered members of the community before. Frightened, he grabbed the folder and trembled, realizing that the old man had not warned him on purpose, believing it better to hide this fact. Suddenly, someone knocked on the carriage window and everyone jumped, turning questioningly toward the sound to find out what had happened. Unexpectedly, the inspector saw Jan, who calmly clarified his position and greeted all the arriving deputies. The young man greeted them politely, while the men looked at him with malice and confusion, not understanding what this youngster was doing there. With a sweet smile, the hero bowed low, and they were amazed to see him so friendly, although they had expected insolence and resistance. Hearing himself called brother, the young man told them to be careful because he had renounced that surname and no longer bore it. In the peaceful garden, he admitted that he did not want to discuss matters in letters and promised to explain everything in detail, personally and openly. When everyone got out of the carriage, he introduced Ramandro Kakadiru and Nursarin, explaining that they were members of the community. While the falcon sat on the window, negotiations were underway in the hall, and the young man talked about the alliance with the clan that had signed a peace treaty with him. Recalling the events, he talked about how he learned about Durgi's atrocities and how the clan wanted to prove its loyalty by supporting him. While Yang was explaining, the old man watched him closely, trying to catch him in a lie and find a weak spot to use later. Studying the documents, Romandro noted that this was not an Erica's report and asked where she was, and the hero replied that the girl had gone in search of the fugitives. Molan took a scroll from his bosom while the young man explained the situation and the reason for his arrival. Throwing it sharply on the table in front of the young man, the man announced that it was an order for the young man's further actions. He asked maliciously if Durgi blood ran through his veins because, according to their laws, he was a slave living in luxury, and asked what the guy had done with body. Pushing the note aside, Yang said that he had crossed the border and now his heart was in Bariel, but according to his documents, he was a resident of the desert. He confidently added that if they decided to punish him, he would still be able to return to the clan, where the laws were completely different. Moline shouted, asking who would allow him to do so, and tried to prove that the power of the center was absolute and indisputable. Suddenly, the chief's voice rang out, saying that he would allow the young man to return, and the old man froze in surprise. Kakadir pointed out that things were calm in the area right now, so the clan would soon leave, leaving only a few warriors behind. Realizing that the dispute was heating up, Romandro suggested not rushing to conclusions and seeking a compromise to avoid bloodshed. With a smile, Yang admitted that he had been waiting for the reconstruction expert, who noted that the situation was much better than he had imagined. In a rage, Molan shouted that bringing barbarians into the Empire's lands was tantamount to treason and asked if the controller really agreed to leave things as they were. Standing up, the old man declared that only their laws would apply in Burial, and if the hero decided to leave, he would make him answer for it. The auditor thought to himself that chaos was reigning in the territory, and realized that he needed this young man to look after the prince. The young man calmly noted that returning to the desert would create problems, because then they would have to deal with another world. Internally, Moline understood that getting rid of Yan was the primary goal, and noted that the clan's help had already reached the palace. He abruptly declared that Yan and the chieftain should leave and not get in the way, while Kakadir silently pondered each of his words. Suddenly, the young man threw the papers up in the air and used magic, terrifying the deputies who did not expect such a spectacle. With eyes burning with rage, he repeated that returning to the desert would cause problems, and that was his last argument. As if in a daze, Romandro asked if the young man really possessed such abilities, because to him it seemed impossible and frightening. Looking at them resolutely, the hero shone with a bright yellow light, not hiding his inner strength and calm at this important moment. With admiration, the inspector asked when Yan's abilities had first appeared, but he replied that it had been a long time ago and naturally. The man admitted with delight that he could not have imagined meeting a person with magical abilities outside the walls of the imperial ministry. Previously, he had considered Yan unusual for his age, but now the young man found himself at the center of events that changed the history of Brasha. Jumping up to him, he asked to shake his hand, because not everyone is lucky enough to meet a magician, and the boy laughed and agreed. Taking the young man's hands, the controller struggled to hide his excitement, while Molan couldn't stand such behavior and was angry. The old man realized to himself that the hero's abilities, which he had seen for the first time, were not a deception of his eyes, but were true. At that moment, Yang simply changed the subject, not wanting to admit it. But now his origins no longer mattered. Looking puzzled, Molan wondered if the young man wanted to become the next Count of Brach, as the young man's behavior seemed bold. Unexpectedly, the character asked if it was true that Mr. Romandro was a candidate for the position of lord of this territory, which surprised him. While the city was being rebuilt, the inspector explained that he had come only to collect taxes, but now he saw new ways to solve problems. Never ceasing to admire him, he assured him that after meeting such a person, success awaited him, to which Yang responded only with cheerful laughter. The young man thought to himself that the first prince had postponed the appointment of an administrator, which had delayed important decisions for the empire. The second had sent Molina here, and the hero wondered on whose orders he was acting, as it seemed extremely suspicious. Surprised by the young man's insight, the controller explained that it was Prince Marev who was very interested in this territory and its people. With a smile, Yang said that it was a great honor for him and promised to help the inspector, while Molan restrained his irritation. He also suggested discussing plans in the evening and allowing the deputies to rest a little, and the man willingly supported this decision. The clan representatives and officials left the office, complaining wearily about the 2-week journey in a cramped, bumpy carriage. Suddenly, the hero heard someone call his name and turned sharply to see who was trying to get his attention. Moline remained in the office, intending to have a serious talk with the young man, and his gloomy tone did not bode well. Alarmed by this mood, Cockatier stopped at the door and looked closely at the hero, but the latter told him to leave. When the door closed, the young man and the old man were left alone, and the tension between them immediately filled the space around them. Clutching his knee, the man asked bitterly why the young man was doing all this and why he was deliberately complicating his own life. Puzzled, the character replied that he was acting honestly, that he had reported his father and received freedom in return, so the accusations were strange. He also reminded him that they had not made any agreements for the future, and upon hearing this, Moline barely restrained his anger. Breaking into a shout, the old man declared that the young man had once claimed to know nothing about people with magical powers. Continuing maliciously, he reproached Yang for wanting to take over the territory, and said that if he had told the truth earlier, the trouble could have been avoided. With sincere bewilderment, the young man asked if he was obliged to report his intentions, since he had no intention of hiding anything. He confidently added that all his past actions had been the only correct course of action. And now, the old man's words were meaningless. Staring intently at him and clenching his hands, Moline clarified what exactly he was after, his voice tinged with a veiled threat of violence. Kicking the table aside, the hero sat down opposite him, deliberately closing the distance and showing his readiness for an open conversation. Burning him with his gaze, he asked in response what the man really wanted because his words sounded suspiciously dangerous. Then, Moline demanded complete control over the territory and offered to negotiate. But Yang reminded him that only the emperor could decide such matters. Hearing the objection, the old man wanted to protest but did not have time to say a word, because there was a sudden knock at the door. After informing him of the letter from Mariloff, the servant waited for a response, and Yang promised to come, deciding to end the conversation before it went any further. As he left, the young man wished the man well and promised to take care of the needs of the people in the palace so that they would lack nothing. Watching him leave, Moline was overcome with rage and could barely contain his desire to scream in frustration, for his plan was finally falling apart. Gritting his teeth, the old man barely managed to keep himself from losing his temper, realizing that defeat in such a struggle was unbearable for him. When the first stars lit up the sky, Monsieur Romandro sat at his desk and wrote intently in neat, calligraphic letters. He worked, writing lines with his pen, until a servant appeared with a tray of dinner to interrupt the inspector's work. Distracted from his writing, the man looked up and invited him in, deciding that the note could wait and that food would help him regain his strength. The butler carefully brought in a tray with slices of cheese, pieces of sausage, and a glass of plain water. Looking at the food in surprise, the inspector asked if everyone in the mansion really ate the same thing, and the servant hesitated awkwardly. Setting down the tray, the young man explained that this was what the gentlemen who had arrived with the inspector were eating, and asked if he wanted anything. Noticing the absence of vegetables and fruit, the man realized that food supplies had not yet been restored after the war, which had devastated the fields. Chewing his simple meal, he was glad that he was having dinner under a roof and sleeping in a warm room, rather than wandering the roads without shelter. When the moon rose, he finished his meal, and Yang knocked quietly on the office door, wanting to discuss important issues of the day. Entering with a smile, the young man asked if Romandro liked the food that had been served and wanted to know his opinion about the dinner. Seeing the hero, the man invited him in and asked about Molina, to which the young man replied that he was also having dinner and was busy eating. Holding out a red folder, the hero said that he had gathered information about the restored territories and asked the inspector to study it. Romandro asked with interest about food supplies, and the character admitted that because of the investigation team, the reserves had been depleted and only the storerooms remained. Holding out the papers, he said that it would be more appropriate to take only a quarter of the tax from this winter's harvest so that the people would not go hungry. The residents said that they had harvested half as much as usual and asked to be exempted from payment so that they could restore their property. Surprised, the man asked if the young man had done the calculations himself, and the young man confirmed that he had done all the work personally. The inspector knew that the hero was a bastard of low birth, but the calculation was so accurate that it could be put into practice immediately. In a serious tone, he stated that he was obliged to restore everything to its previous state and did not have the right to change the rules for collecting taxes at his own discretion. Thinking about possible steps, Yang decided that it was worth using Plan B to convince the inspector and still achieve his goal. Handing over a new letter, he said that he had just received it from Mariloff and that the document could change the course of their discussion. While the expert was reading the papers, Yang explained that he had agreed to buy food from the count, who had promised to send a list of prices and goods. but their corn and wheat reserves were no better than Bracha's. So the character knew that grain prices would be higher than usual. As he recounted the details, he impressed the man with his resourcefulness, and the man realized that at this rate, he would be able to return home earlier than expected. Summing up, the young man noted that the food purchases would only last for a week, but the inspector assured him that subsidies would allow him to buy supplies for 2 months. Bowing in gratitude, the hero said that he would then send a letter to Mariloff with clarification of the conditions and hurry to complete the paperwork. After finishing the conversation, the young man went out into the corridor and closed the door tightly behind him, leaving the man alone with his thoughts. He thought about the conversation for a long time, realizing that the inspector had trusted his words, but the situation was still fragile. Turning to Nursarin, Kakanir, and Barak, he announced that a serious problem had arisen that required their immediate attention. Stepping forward decisively with his sword, the bodyguard asked for clarification, and the hero explained that Romandro could not change his goals. Surprised, the chief asked if Yang had expected this outcome, but the young man admitted that he had hoped for something else and would now implement Plan B. The frightened orphan asked if they had been allocated subsidies, and the young man replied that the amount was approximately 3,000 gold coins. Turning to the chief, he said that they would have to contact the neighboring county ahead of schedule and prepare for negotiations. Walking down the corridor, the leader noted the expert's friendliness and asked what the hero thought of him, since his behavior surprised everyone. Agreeing, the character noted that Romandro had sent Marev, and he acted completely differently than Moline or Lord Gale. The man had the impression that Jan supported the first prince because his father had pushed for an alliance, but when he saw the hostility, he realized that it was all an act. Walking through the dark corridors, the young man assured that if they managed to finally win over the inspector, everything would go according to plan. The commander noted that he was surprised by such an attitude toward mages, as he did not believe that they could be treated with such respect in the Empire. He decided that it was quite possible to lead this clan and ordered Nurserin to keep an eye on Moline and his companions. Turning around, Yang asked if the task had been completed, and the orphan replied that the magic stones had been successfully planted for surveillance. After saying goodbye to each other, everyone went about their business, and deep night spread across the street, lit by the full moon. Meanwhile, in the deputy's office, there was a discussion. Mac asked Digor what they should do, as he had no solution. Glaring angrily, the man asked his colleague to calm down, but the latter could not control himself and kept shouting again and again. They understood that only someone who cooperated with them would become the new manager, and they were surprised by the young man's communication skills. In a rage, Mac insisted that Yang was smart, had the support of the clan, and had managed to establish a good relationship with the inspector. Suddenly, he suggested nominating someone else for the position instead of Erica. But Dagor considered this nonsense, remembering the girl's character. She was driven by a thirst for power and loyalty to Prince Gale, and if she was not given the post, no one could predict how the situation would turn out. After listening silently, Moline said nothing, only pondered what he had heard and looked gloomily at his colleagues, hiding his inner rage. Turning around, he said that whoever was interfering with them was not going to stop and would soon become a real threat. With a bottle of wine in his hand, he remarked that there was no turning back, that there was only one way forward, and Mac looked at him in surprise. Pouring the drink viciously, the old man added that the only thing left to do was to eliminate the one who was interfering. Otherwise, everything would collapse completely. He continued, emphasizing that if the magician was hostile, they needed to get rid of him before he grew stronger and developed his powers. Agreeing, Mac said that if they failed to control the young man's development, it would greatly harm Prince Gale's interests. To himself, Moline thought maliciously that without the boy, the clan of otherworldly warriors would not remain here and would not interfere in Brock's affairs. In that case, Romandro would have no one to rely on and would not be able to fully exercise his newly acquired powers. Raising his glass, the old man insisted that they could not allow the bastard to prevent the prince from carrying out his long-awaited plans. Noting that there was always a way out, he suggested calmly assessing the situation over the next few days without rushing to make a decision. While everyone agreed, no one even suspected that they were being watched, and that every word of the discussion was being heard by prying ears. There was a listening device under the table. Hannah had a special device in her ear that allowed her to listen to the deputies' agreements and understand their cruel plans. To the east of Brock lay a great desert, and a clan of otherworldly warriors had settled in the west of Mariloff, strengthening their influence. The territory bordered the kingdom of Havan, where trade flourished. Brock had previously cooperated with them, and the countesses were friends. At the gate, the guard saw a carriage approaching, demanded it stop, and sternly inquired who exactly had arrived at the castle. The coachman explained that he was transporting an imperial expert from the former territory of Brock, and his face showed confidence. Hearing the answer, the guard immediately ordered the gate to be opened, allowing them to enter the estate unhindered. Inside, Romandro asked in surprise if their relationship had long since broken down, and Jan confirmed this, deciding that Mariloff was avoiding problems. Recalling previous messages, he realized that the county had been trying to keep abreast of the situation and monitor changes in the neighborhood. Passing by the buildings, the hero thought that without the arrival of the Imperial advisor, they could well have tried to seize the territory. The weather was clear, the castle was peaceful, the decorations were gilded, but the whole atmosphere remained restrained and austere. Bowing, Count Carlo Mariloff warmly welcomed the guests, showing respect and readiness for constructive conversation. In response, Romandro introduced himself as an expert of the Imperial Court, emphasizing that he had come here on an official mission. Noticing that the Baron was looking at the young man with a questioning and puzzled look, the controller introduced John. Bowing low, the hero greeted the man, showing respect and gratitude to the neighboring county. Carlo noticed that the young man was not at all like Dergi, and the young man took this as a compliment, then invited him to discuss food supplies. Romandro reported that there had been a poor harvest in Bracha, and it was unknown when the situation would change, so they had asked Mariloff for help. Listening attentively, the Baron noted that there were no other problems, and the inspector explained that the recovery was proceeding faster than expected. The man also admitted that the young man's message had alarmed him, and said that they could not help by depriving themselves of their last resources, handing over the papers. It was a list of goods and prices that they offered, and the instructor began to study each line carefully with tension. Suddenly, he asked if they could discuss the terms in private, as the situation required confidentiality and caution. Laughing, Carlo was surprised that Romandro wanted to discuss important matters with an ordinary young man, not considering it important. Surprised by this reaction, the hero noted to himself that perhaps people in the center really had no prejudices at all. As he left, the Baron ordered lunch to be prepared for the guests so that they could eat and discuss matters in a more relaxed atmosphere. Clutching the papers, the expert seethed with anger, and Jan cautiously asked if he could take a look at the proposed list. Handing over the documents, the man agreed, allowing the young man to carefully study all the items listed and their prices. The character carefully leafed through the pages, trying to understand how well the proposal met Brock's real needs. It turned out that there was no wheat, no corn, no root vegetables, and the remaining products were 5 times more expensive than usual. Clutching his head, Romandro was horrified, because even with the losses after the war, Mariloff's prices seemed too high. Putting the papers aside, Yang turned to him with his own proposal, which could change the course of further negotiations. Smiling, he said that if the expert trusted him, he could tell him how to use the allocated subsidies much more rationally. The controller looked at the young man in bewilderment, but he put his hand on the man's shoulder and told him to listen carefully to every word. Upon hearing the proposal to hire workers from Mariloff, Romandro was surprised and did not understand why such a step was necessary. A heavy silence hung in the room, as the conversation had clearly reached an impasse, and the parties could not reach a mutual agreement. After a while, Carlo entered the office and froze in amazement, wondering if the guests had left without even saying goodbye to their hosts. The butler noticed that they were pretending that the negotiations had never taken place, and the count decided that their stomachs were already full. Looking at the fragrant dishes, he noted that it would soon be cold. The clan of warriors would leave, and the hungry people would have no choice. Bowing, the servant asked if the man was going to see them off, but the Baron abruptly decided to change the subject, avoiding conversation. Looking out the window, he watched Romandro and Jan, who were already preparing to leave Mariloff's estate without further ado. Realizing that the county was far from the palace, he understood that the local lands were not so susceptible to imperial influence. But if Brock was led by someone from the palace, the power of the center would grow, and new restrictions would inevitably intensify over time. Carlo thought to himself that he had to take over this county, because that was the only way he could keep his position and power. At the same time, Jan assumed that Mariloff himself was planning to seize his territories, hiding his true intentions. Reflecting on this, the controller reminded himself that a clan of otherworldly warriors lived nearby, and the damage would be significant, but the hero thought otherwise. Judging by the butler's delay, the young man realized that no one was going to see them off and suggested that they set off immediately. Suddenly, surprised exclamations rang out behind them, and they turned sharply to see what had happened. Surprised, the young man asked if it was really Countess Mariloff herself who had appeared completely unexpectedly. With a smile, the woman asked if he was indeed John. her voice sounding confident and gentle at the same time. Her face expressed confidence and calm, creating the impression that she was completely in control of the situation and herself. Bowing, the character kissed her hand, delighted to meet her, and the Countess just laughed, saying that the feeling was mutual. Knowing of her closeness to Mary, he assumed they were the same age, but it turned out that Madame looked much younger. Looking at her manners and the fan in her hands, he noted that the woman resembled a true aristocrat with refined habits. Surprised, she asked about the expert sent from the palace and introduced herself as Rian Mariloff, smiling reservedly. Romandro bowed and introduced himself in return, and the woman asked in surprise if they had just arrived and were already leaving. The man replied that they had been invited to dinner, but they had too much work to do, and promised to stay another time if possible. Suddenly, the hero caught her gaze and looked questioningly at the lady to find out why she was looking at him that way. Suddenly looking at the young man, she admitted that she was curious to know something, and Yang suggested getting straight to the point. Smiling, she seemed to be choosing her words carefully, showing that she did not want to appear intrusive or too direct. A little embarrassed, she asked if the young man knew who now lived in Mary's chambers, referring to her former rooms in the castle. Surprised, he asked if she was really talking about Lady Brack's room, as he hadn't expected to hear such a question. Coming closer, Rian explained that she had once lent the Countess something but had never gotten it back, and asked if everything was all right there. Jan remembered the moment when his stepmother insisted on returning to her room for a moment before leaving. Silently, he realized that these events were connected, although he did not fully understand how and what secret united them. With a smile, he assured her that no one had entered the room and suggested that she come and check it herself. The butler, who had arrived, asked in surprise why the lady had come out, but Rian explained that she was seeing off the guests. Apologizing, the man said that Kalo was too busy to come out, but as neighbors, they could always turn to him. In response, Romandro asked him to convey their gratitude to the Baron for his hospitality and remarked that it was time to set off. As the carriage drove away from the castle, the servant and the Countess watched the guests with a long, attentive, and thoughtful gaze. Rian kept her eyes on John, clearly showing that she liked the young man, and he noticed it perfectly well. The hero looked at the woman through the window and wondered what the Countess had once entrusted to Mary and was now remembering. Suddenly, Romandro noted her extraordinary youth, and the young man replied that he himself had not expected to see such a young baroness. Noting that this was not so important, the expert asked the young man to tell him about the agricultural crop that yielded a harvest all year round. Admiringly, he exclaimed that it was an incredible discovery and asked where the character had found it, since it was drought-resistant. Smiling, the hero remarked that the expert himself knew the name of the plant, hinting that he was already familiar with it. Hearing the word rumor, the man was stunned and couldn't believe for a long time that this was what the young man meant. Crying, he insisted that it was nonsense and that it was not worth turning down the Count's offer, but Yang assured him that it was true. All the way, he argued that it could be used to prepare many dishes and that the seeds contained many nutrients. The young man persisted, admitting that he had been eating them himself lately and assuring him that even in winter, Brock would not go hungry. Suddenly, the coachman announced their arrival at the town square, and the character asked them to wait a little while they took care of some business. The carriage doors opened abruptly, and Barrack happily announced that the task had been successfully completed and there was no need to wait any longer. Seeing his condition, Jan noted with embarrassment that the bodyguard was drunk and had done nothing, but the latter assured him otherwise. The warrior talked about a popular pub and said that he had even posted an advertisement there, although the expert did not understand the point. Then the young man explained that he was going to hire workers and had deliberately left the notices there and in the center of Mariloff. He promised to pay 1 gold coin for every 3 bags of guli, and upon hearing this, the inspector was extremely discouraged. Indignant, he asked if the young man was serious, and Barrack replied that the reward was too high for people. Nevertheless, the character considered the price justified because the promise of such a reward should motivate the people. But the main thing was that if he did not limit the harvesting process, the peasants would start growing ghoul, and it was still too early for that. He inquired with interest about the state of agriculture in Mariloff, and Barrack replied that things were worse than last year. The battles in Brock had polluted the river, foreign merchants had raised food prices, and life had become even harder than before. Reflecting on this, Jan decided that if the residents collected more seeds, the county itself would soon come to them with an offer. Romandro was tense and did not understand the young man's actions because collecting poisonous plants for gold seemed completely absurd to him. Passing by the houses, their carriage headed back to their native county of Brock, slowly approaching the castle. When night fell, They finally reached home and were able to recover from the difficult and long journey. In the dining room, they were greeted by the cook, who noted that Romandro had not eaten for a long time and that it was time to bring him some food and refreshments. At Jan's command, the cooks prepared dishes of goulash, soup, fried grains in butter, and seeds in honey. Crying, he said that he was only following orders and if anything happened to the inspector, let them punish him, not his daughters. The inspector asked anxiously if the doctor was on duty, but the hero smiled and said that at this hour the doctor had already gone home. Angry, the man shouted that he had told him to wait, but Yang laughed and assured him that there was no danger, offering him some food. Looking at the spoon, the expert hesitated whether to eat it, because he did not trust the strange dish and was afraid of being poisoned. Finally, he made up his mind and tried the prepared food, trying not to show his doubts to the young man. Suddenly, the spoon fell from his hands and his whole body shook, as if the food had had an unexpected effect on him. Clutching his head and not hiding his emotions, he exclaimed loudly how delicious and amazing it was. Turning to the cooks and servants behind the doors, the hero ordered them to come and try the unusual treat, and everyone looked at each other in amazement at the surprise. With a smile, the guy confirmed that he was addressing them, but the whole team already had beads of sweat and heavy nervous perspiration on their foreheads. Suddenly, Hannah's voice came from behind, quietly asking if she could try the ones with honey, and everyone turned around in surprise. Handing her a plate, Yang told her to help herself, and taking one seed, the girl thanked him and began to examine it with interest. Putting it in her mouth and chewing, she unexpectedly called it a real delicacy, which made everyone around her freeze. The young man asked enthusiastically if it was true, and she confidently confirmed that the taste was very rich and pleasant, whetting the appetite of the others. Puzzled, they asked if it was really edible and safe, because they also wanted to try it, and the young man confidently told everyone to help themselves. Taking a grain, people slowly began to chew, carefully tasting and listening to their sensations, trying to recognize the subtle and amazing taste. Afterwards, everyone marveled at the fact that it really was gula, expressing their delight and surprise that they could have been eating it all this time without knowing it. Yang smiled. Hearing loud exclamations that everyone wanted to try the seeds, he felt real pride in himself and his small discovery. Realizing that his connection with the residents of the estate was an important factor in spreading the seeds, he decided to start with the servants. Gradually, everyone learned about the miracle plant, which had previously been considered poisonous, and no one had guessed its usefulness. Continuing the meal, the inspector wondered how the young man had managed to make such a discovery, but he replied that he had simply been incredibly lucky. He loudly declared that a greenhouse for the ghoulie should be built immediately, and then this winter, they would be able to feed on its harvest, his voice echoing off the walls. He thought to himself that while they were planting seeds and preparing for the cold weather, they would also gather all its fruits in the territories of Brach and Mariloff. Romandro cautiously asked if he could share this information in his report to the Imperial Palace, and the hero approved the idea. Promising to tell everything as it really was, the expert asked for more, but Yang calmly explained that their supplies were still small. Seeing that the servants were also chewing, he addressed everyone and ordered them to strictly control consumption until the storehouse was replenished with the necessary provisions. In response, the maid and cooks just smiled silently, agreeing with his words and showing they were ready to follow his instructions without any arguments. A dark night fell over the castle. A full moon rose in the sky, and its cold light flooded the palace walls and illuminated the tops of the towers. Meanwhile, Prince Marev, looking thoughtfully at the flower, went to his father's chambers to check on him personally and find out if he had summoned him. Standing by his father's bed, he calmly asked if the emperor had summoned him, and in response heard an affirmative answer, full of fatigue. Turning around, Clay confirmed that he wanted to see his son because he had not spoken to him in a long time, and his voice sounded quiet and a little sad. The man seriously noted that he had not seen the young man for a long time, as he had been constantly busy lately, and the prince calmly agreed with this. Falling silent, he suddenly thought that he had been too harsh in his answers, and therefore softened his gaze slightly, trying not to offend the emperor with his behavior. Noticing that his father had turned away, he cautiously asked what had happened and what was troubling him, as the old man looked very tired and gloomy. Touching his son's hand with his old, wrinkled palm, he quietly asked if he had heard anything about Gale and his affairs. For a moment, the young man froze in confusion, not expecting such a question, and just looked at his father silently, not knowing how to respond. Then he said he knew nothing and asked why Clay was suddenly asking him about it, since this had never happened before. The emperor then explained that he had recently dreamed of the prince's mother, Carolyn, a beautiful brunette with dark hair. She rarely appeared in his dreams, but this time she asked him to call Gale to her, and so Clay remembered her words very clearly and distinctly. Wanting to object, Marev wanted to address him, but the man said that it was just a dream, unworthy of attention, and did not want to delay him. Thinking about what to do next, the young man remained silent and smiled slightly because he did not want to show his inner excitement. The servants were standing in the corridor with the butler when the prince came out of the emperor's chambers, and they all bowed their heads low before him. Turning to the maid, he calmly asked if they were taking good care of his father's chambers, and the woman replied confidently. In a malicious tone, the prince asked why Klaya was having nightmares, and his voice sounded so menacing that the maid shuddered and became frightened. Hearing this, she froze in amazement, not understanding what was happening, and only breathed heavily, trying not to show her fear. The prince's rage spread throughout the castle corridor, his presence making it cold and unbearably difficult to be near him. Clutching her head, the maid fell to the floor and began to cry, but Marev did not even glance at her, continuing to walk forward with a confident stride. Finally, he added that if he heard anything like that from his father again, he would execute everyone assigned to guard and care for him. Responding that she would remember his words, the woman continued to cry, while the butler stood silently, and Marev headed for his own chambers. On the way, he asked the manager if the day's business was finished, but the man calmly replied that a report had arrived and needed to be read. Rubbing his eyes, the prince said he was tired and asked for a summary, not wanting to reread the documents. Standing in the corridor, the servant leaned toward him and whispered something in his ear, and he listened attentively, without interrupting or asking questions. After listening to the butler, Marev suddenly cried out in delight and could not believe what he had heard. The information turned out to be incredibly important. In fact, the bastard Jan possessed magical abilities and had taken control of the territory of Brock, restoring it together with the clan. They expelled Captain Eric, and the inspector rode off on horseback in search of the fugitives, who had left in an unknown direction. Tying his long, thick hair, the prince noted with anger that this was true lawlessness and that no one should be allowed to commit such acts with impunity. Turning around, he ordered the manager to follow him to his office to discuss the details, and his footsteps quickly echoed in the castle corridor. The sky around him resembled the surface of the sea. The night was quiet and calm, and only the rare lights of windows and the glow of the moon flickered on the ground. The next morning in Mariloff, people on the streets discussed whether Brock was now exchanging ghoul for money, and rumors spread quickly. Puzzled, the young men did not understand why the county needed this weed. No one outside the mansion knew that the plant was completely edible. Looking ahead, the merchant noted that the harvest would continue for a long time, because the nearest areas had already been cleared, and now they would have to go into the forest. On the territory of Brock, the builders, hammering away, discussed the collection of seeds and could not believe that 3 bags would earn them a whole gold coin. Some thought that Jan simply had nowhere to spend his money and were puzzled by what was happening, not understanding the logic behind his strange actions. One worker was indignant, saying he would never have thought that people would pay money for grass, but his partner said it was good work. When Jan went out to check on the construction of the greenhouse, he saw many bags of guli in front of him, and the sight amazed him. When he asked the servant how many there were, he was told 49, and the hero noted that the supplies were accumulating much faster than he had expected. Meanwhile, the gardener claimed that the growth rate depended on watering and suggested trying different soil, while Hannah suggested collecting silt from the river. Turning abruptly, the maid shouted for the expert to stop eating the ghoul, as there would not be enough for planting, and her voice was angry. Hearing the noise, the hero turned questioningly toward the conflict, but said nothing and only watched intently. His thoughts were far away, but suddenly he heard Barrick, the bodyguard, addressing him with a question. Puzzled, the bodyguard wondered if the young man was thinking about Milton, and added sarcastically that the old man was quieter than a dead rat. In a serious tone, the young man admitted that the warrior was right about his thoughts, but did not explain anything else. He noted that after arriving from the palace, the man never left the castle, staying in his chambers the entire time. But judging by the way his subordinates bustled about the grounds, it was clear that he was not idle and was making some plans. Remembering the magic stone for eavesdropping hidden under the table in Milton's office, the young man said that he would have to retrieve it soon. He also instructed Romandro to tell the officials that they could have lunch together, and Barrick asked what to do if they refused. Turning around, Yang said firmly that they should be told that it would be in their best interest not to miss this lunch. At that very moment, the bodyguard was supposed to retrieve the listening device from the official's office without being noticed. Gathering later in the dining room, Milton wondered what was going on and why the young man had arranged such an urgent meeting, as nothing like this had ever happened before. With a smile, the hero said that he hadn't seen his guests in a long time, wanted to know how they were doing, and had something to tell them. But Daegor demanded that they get down to business. Folding his arms, Jan calmly noted that the news he was about to share was not as grand as everyone might expect. He had simply discovered a completely new culture that could help them get through the approaching winter without unnecessary difficulties. Milton asked in surprise if he was talking about the ghoul, and the hero immediately confirmed that Sir was absolutely right and that was exactly what he meant. Glaring back, the man said he couldn't help but know, as he had heard various rumors and gossip about the matter. The mansion paid gold for useless weeds, and this happened not only in Brach, but also in other places, including Mariloff. He also asked if the young man knew about the rumors that the reason for buying up the grass was to launder money received from the sale of land. After hearing the accusation, the young man firmly stated that such gossip was too silly for anyone to believe or take seriously. He explained that if this were true, he would not have restored the land and would not have allowed officials to use the reserves, which greatly angered them. Looking intently at his interlocutors, the young man declared that he did not know who had started such a rumor and ordered that the offender be informed of the impending punishment. At these words, Mac and Daegor froze in amazement, the young man's insolence seeming to them outrageous and completely unacceptable. Milton asked indignantly if Jan really didn't know about the plant, but the young man calmly replied that he was well aware of it. The convinced old man insisted that it was poisonous and produced a large harvest, so the weed must always be destroyed. In turn, the hero argued that the seeds were delicious and rich in nutrients, and the fruits themselves could rightly be called a true blessing from God. Reaching out his hand, Yang asked if Mr. Moline himself had not told him about it earlier and supported him. He remembered that what nature gives does not divide people into rich and poor, and if the gola can satisfy hunger, then everyone should be grateful. The young man noted sarcastically, looking the old man in the eye, that the prince himself was of the same opinion, but the official looked at him with anger. As if giving up, the Sir pushed himself away from the table with his hand, stood up, and reluctantly admitted that perhaps the hero was right, although it was difficult for him to agree. He insisted that people would not accept this, and unless Yang convinced them that the ghoul was not poisonous, no one would take the food. With a smile, the character replied that he already had a suitable idea in mind, which he was going to put into practice. Waving his arms, he began to talk about his plan, while his deputies looked at each other in surprise and silence, not interrupting him. After listening to the end, Milton angrily slammed his fist on the table and declared that he would never allow such a plan to be implemented. In a rage, the man asked if Yang had decided to make fun of the imperial family, worrying that any mistake could tarnish their reputation. The young man replied with bewilderment that there would be no problems, since the seeds were edible, and the inspector was obliged to fight hunger, considering the argument nonsense. While the old man was furious, the hero did not back down, and once again pointed out that he considered this discussion a waste of time. He added maliciously that when it came to death it was a mere trifle, and asked if Milton was really going to discuss reputation in front of people dying of hunger. He also clarified that Sir had misunderstood him. He had not asked for his permission at all, but had presented him with a fait accompli. If they decided to interfere with him, they would have to leave the area immediately, and the soldiers would escort them out. Discouraged, Max shouted that this was rude. Staring intently at them, the young man asked them to look at the situation rationally, rather than trying to pull it exclusively in their favor. As they stared at him with stony faces, he asked what they had been doing all this time, how they had helped people. Wanting to remain neutral, Romandro asked everyone to end the argument and calm down, then said that ghouls had a pleasant taste and could be used in a variety of recipes. Suddenly, the young man's gaze fell on the door, and he was slightly distracted from the tense conversation, which he did not want to continue. Barrick stood in the doorway, smiling and gesturing with his hand to indicate that the plan had been successfully carried out. Standing up, the hero said that he had said everything he wanted to say and would not allow anyone to interfere in such an important matter as this. Wishing everyone a pleasant appetite, he invited the expert to come with him, while Mac shouted indignantly that it was not right to talk like that. Stepping outside, Barrick noted that the young man had said everything very correctly, and Jan immediately asked him if he had managed to retrieve the magic listening device. Taking out the stone, the bodyguard replied with a smile that, of course, he had completed the task, and his eyes sparkled with obvious pride. Tossing the device in his hand, the hero was pleased and proud of his cunning and wanted to test the device. Going into the office, he threw it into a glass of water to see if the stone worked and if voices could be heard. Sitting at the table, he listened to the officials' conversation and their plans, making notes on sheets of paper, while Barrick lay quietly on the sofa nearby. Hearing that they wanted to get rid of him, the young man thought intently about a new plan of action, showing no emotion. Noticing the sound coming from the stone, the bodyguard stared at the glass as if he had never seen such a magical phenomenon before. Listening to the conversation, he opened his eyes wide in surprise but remained silent because he did not dare to interrupt. Unable to believe what he had heard, he asked if the deputies were really going to kill Jan, and the latter replied that it was easier for them to get rid of him than to lose Brach. Puzzled, the warrior wondered what to do and suggested striking first while the hero took the stone out of the water and examined it closely. The young man said decisively that they would wait and identify their enemy's weak spot, while thinking to himself that the officials were also choosing their moment. Smiling, he realized that they would definitely send an assassin that night, as they could not miss such an opportunity. Sometimes memories of the past came back to him, when he was emperor and many tried to take his life. Getting up, he told Barak that it was time to pull himself together. But the warrior said with confusion that he was always ready for action. Leaving the stone and the letter on the table, Yang explained that now they needed to be more vigilant and ordered surveillance to be set up on Melina's group. Meanwhile, reconstruction work was underway in the county to rebuild the city, and Inspector Romandro was confidently overseeing the entire process. The builders called out to him, and he, chewing on some grains, sighed heavily and remarked that he didn't even have time for a proper lunch. The guys looked at the man in surprise, wondering what he had just taken out of his pocket and why he was eating strange grains on the go. Another young man approached them and asked if they had heard anything about guli seeds, but the guys were surprised. Then the guy whispered in his ear that he had heard about guli from a friend, but his friends continued to doubt his words. At the same time, Yang decided to use all these rumors to spread information and strengthen the reputation of his new product. Previously, the Imperial Palace had conducted extensive research on agricultural crops to find a worthy alternative. As a result, it turned out that gulu seeds were incredibly tasty and nutritious, which meant they could be safely adapted for farming. That is why Romandro, an inspector who arrived from the palace, personally began to organize the collection of grains and monitor the process of their storage. The man asked Jan with some doubt whether this would work, and Jan replied with a smile that the emperor only heard rumors from his letters in Melina. After thinking it over, the young man decided that he could share the results of his research to strengthen trust and respect. Meanwhile, the guy on the streets said that the seeds improve skin and blood circulation, but they are not eaten in the capital because Gola does not grow there. While the builders discussed whether it was worth collecting them themselves, the hero and Barak watched from the sidelines, and the bodyguard shared the news. In the tavern, people whispered that the emperor ate Gola for eternal life, and the guy said that was enough, and it was time to prepare for the next step. Meanwhile, at the greenhouse, guards were protecting seedlings that, until recently, had been considered ordinary weeds and destroyed without hesitation. Sneaking in, the thieves made their way inside, bypassing the rows of plants and carefully hiding in their dark hoods. Walking between the rows, one thief said he was right about growing them, and the other confirmed his partner's words. Filling their hands with fruit, they discussed the valuable harvest for the Imperial Palace and planned to sell it to the center to earn some money. Suddenly, a guard with a spear rushed at them, and they froze in horror, not knowing how to avoid punishment for attempted theft. Threatening them with his weapon, the man said he had recently caught others, and the boys raised their hands and begged for mercy, but the guard ordered them to follow him. When they were taken out into the street and their hoods were removed, a man in a robe stood before them, noting that the guards had done a great job. Behind them, Barak yawned, bored, while John stood and smiled in the moonlight. Everyone recognized him immediately, surprised by his calmness and confidence. The servants asked in surprise if the sir had decided to take a walk at this late hour without guards, and the young man replied that his own bodyguard was enough for him. His eyes flashed sharply, and he asked angrily about the two captured men, whether they were thieves or just random residents who had disturbed the peace in the county. Fearing reprisals, they trembled and were afraid to move, realizing that any words could be wrong and lead to severe punishment or imprisonment. Falling to their knees, they began to beg for forgiveness and justify themselves, saying that work was scarce and it was difficult to feed their families, so they had made a mistake. Jan casually praised the guards for their excellent work and ordered the criminals to be put behind bars, while he himself received wishes for a safe journey. Yawning, Barak objected, saying that the original idea was to relax security and allow those who wanted to steal to do so. But now everything was the opposite. The hero calmly noted that this could have been done in other territories, but there was no ruler here, and crimes could cause security problems. Passing through the open gates, he noted that a more effective way of dealing with such situations without risk to the population and crops needed to be devised. While the moonlight illuminated the area, the bodyguard looked closely at the young man, wondering how he managed to control everything and remain calm. With a bag over their shoulders in the middle of the night, they began knocking on houses in the center of Brach, walking the streets to distribute seeds and help residents prepare for winter. Noticing that no one was responding, the hero began to knock harder on the wooden door, showing determination and confidence. A sleepy man with a child on his back asked who had come to visit them late at night. Slowly walking towards the exit, taking off his hood, Yang said it was him, and the man, seeing the gentleman, was taken aback, but realized that the visit had a good purpose. Putting his finger to his lips, the young man asked him to be quiet, as the children were sleeping in the house. The man came to his senses and fell silent, trying not to wake the little ones. With tension, he asked what had happened, fearing that he had made a mistake that could cause trouble for the family. Holding out a small bag, the hero told him to take it, explaining that the seeds were nutritious and would be beneficial if used and planted correctly. Surprised by the gift, he listened as he was told that it was delicious food, but it did not heal or rejuvenate as rumored. Unfolding a large bag with other bags inside, Yang explained that they were now under strict control and should be distributed. Since the man was raising 5 brothers and sisters on his own, he decided to give him the seeds first so that they could prepare for the cold weather. With tears in his eyes, the man did not know how to thank the hero for saving his family and helping the residents, realizing that this was a chance to survive difficult times. Holding the man's hands, the hero said that one seed produces about 10 fruits, told him to eat some, plant the rest, and share them. Bowing low, the young man sincerely thanked the guy, and Yang walked away, waving goodbye, continuing to help others. Walking through the streets, he noted that he did not know the bodyguard and his habits very well, but nevertheless trusted him completely. Surprised, the hero asked if Barak was already almost asleep, and the sleepy warrior replied that he really wanted to be, but had to stay close. Walking on, the character claimed that while the Empire had a monopoly on growing ghouls, their supplies were dwindling. Turning around, Yang asked if they were going to distribute the seeds as Barak thought. Would people perceive it as help or strangeness? After a moment's hesitation, the young man replied that everything had been carefully thought out so that the people would see him as a caring person, not an authoritarian boss. Walking through the center of the village, the young man believed that people would see him as a good guy, and told them to hurry up, as they still had many families to visit. At the doorstep of another house, he was greeted with admiration by a woman with a bunch of surprised kids who happily accepted the gifts. Handing her a bag of seeds, Yang told her to be quiet so as not to wake the others, and explained that the grain had to be distributed properly. Next, they visited a young man with a broken leg, who gratefully accepted the seeds, realizing that he would be able to survive the winter. People sincerely accepted the grains brought by the hero, rejoicing in his care and help, and realizing that this would help them cope with hunger. The elderly were also happy and thanked him, seeing him as a kind person who cared about the future of the village. Suddenly, Barak's attention was drawn to someone's gaze, and he turned around questioningly, noticing someone standing around the corner of the neighboring building. At that moment, Daegor was quietly watching from his hiding place, recording every step Yan and his bodyguard took, trying to remain inconspicuous. Peeking out a little and afraid that he might be noticed, he decided to leave, and his silhouette just slipped away, disappearing into the alley. With quick steps, he went to his colleagues to report that the guy was handing out seeds to the people. With one deft movement, he threw open the door to his chambers, entering with determination and tension. Awaiting the report, Mac asked excitedly what his colleague had seen and listened attentively, trying to understand its importance. Removing his hood, the man remained silent, choosing his words carefully to accurately describe what he had seen, his face expressionless. Stepping forward, he reported that Yang had gone out at night to distribute the gulu, which shocked Mac and made him realize how serious the young man's intentions were. Turning to Milton, he noted that the boy was indeed very strange, but his actions were for the good of the people. The old man thought to himself that the discovery would be attributed to Romandro, not the hero, so he could be sure of the trust of the people and the palace. Sipping his wine, he thought that if Yang and his bodyguard had left at dawn, everything could have turned out differently. It would have been a great opportunity to get rid of the young man forever by killing him. But the boy acted cautiously. Returning to his office, the character noted that the restoration of the village of Gilsum had been successfully completed. Romandro asked with interest about the supply of guli, and Yang assured him that it would be sorted out in time, as the seeds were selling out quickly. The expert asked if the young man was going to continue his charitable work, looking at the bag, and the hero confirmed that he would be distributing it for 3 days. The inspector noted with concern that the young man was busy day and night, and that his magical abilities explained his unusual endurance. In response, the hero asked if it was time to end the meeting, since they had already clarified all the issues regarding the supply of ghouls. Raising his hand, Nursaren reported that people from the Great Desert had contacted him, providing important information about the state of the regions. News came that the health of the advisor Vincent was deteriorating, and Yang tensed, realizing that he needed to act quickly. Remembering the old woman in the Silesk, thanks to which she had been able to heal her a little, the hero decided that it was necessary to carefully think through a plan. Noting the difficult situation, Bellamy reported that they had decided to stop cultivating the flower and use all the remaining roots for their needs. Raising his hand, Romandro asked to be enlightened about the advisor and the plant, while Nursaren and Yang looked at each other. The sunset was already turning crimson outside the window, and the guys decided to fill the inspector in on the situation so that he would understand the current situation. After listening to the story, the man repeated it to himself, pondering the correctness of the decision and its impact on the estate and the village. Staring intently at the hero, Cockanier said that the verdict had been made because of the current situation in Brosh and asked if Yang knew their funeral customs. Tapping his fingers on the table, the hero replied that he knew everything about the clan's culture, including its rules, rituals, and traditions. When the chief or chief advisor died, everyone had to spend a year in isolation, observing traditions and waiting for the mourning period to end. The chieftain stated resolutely that they could no longer remain on the estate, given Vincent's age and condition. There was very little time left. The character asked with interest whether Romandro had received a reply from the palace. The man replied that he had not yet, but hoped for news soon. Hearing that the hero wanted to ask the first prince for an answer, he wondered if it was a good idea and weighed the consequences. Closing his hands, the inspector reported that he had sent only one report, which he had been asked to make to convey information about the situation on the estate. He calmly added that he needed to verify whether Yang possessed magic, as this was important for the entire empire. Puzzled, the hero asked if His Majesty really wanted the new Margrave to have no connection to Melina's group and no ties to the second prince. Yang also admitted that he shared Melov's opinion and was also at odds with the old man, as the expert had already noticed. Placing his hand on his chest, he sincerely asked Romandro to recommend him as a count, explaining that this would ensure safety for Brach. Hearing this, the man was very surprised and thought that the guy had gone mad, because the request was too bold for an ordinary person. Reassuring him, the young man explained that if he did not become a baron, he would have to return to the desert, and the palace would use his abilities and turn him into a slave. Considering this to be the only way to ensure safety for himself and Brach, and seeing the inspector's puzzled look, he assured him that there was no one better than him. Looking at the bag of ghoul on the table, the man realized that the hero was right, because he was at the center of the reconstruction and had obtained edible seeds. Resolutely placing his hand on the papers, he decided to tell the truth and hide nothing from the young man who craved power. The prince sincerely did not understand Jian's connection with Molun, and may have misinterpreted his actions, not taking into account all the nuances of what was happening. Recalling the young man's stories, the expert knew that through the old man, he had denounced his own father to protect himself in the county. In this way, he gave himself the opportunity to make his man a Margrave. But Captain Erica was also claiming this position, which complicated the choice. Moreover, he believed that since the young man was a magician, he would be able to join the ministry and demonstrate his abilities. Gale also thought that the hero could help them fight the conspirators using his strategic mind and strength, as well as his influence over people. Calmly, Yang said that if that was the only reason, he could explain everything, but the inspector was puzzled as to how. In his chambers, he promised to personally convey all the information to the first prince and noted that there were things that could not be communicated in a letter for security reasons. Clenching his fist, the hero declared that he could prove that he and Moline were on opposite sides of the barricade and were performing different tasks. Staring intently at his allies, the hero assured them that this would be the case until his death and even beyond, his eyes shining. Even when he died and only ashes remained, he would remain true to himself, his ideals, and the promises he had made to his people. His words shocked Romandro, while Nursaren and Kokandir smiled, seeing that the young man was serious. Looking at the papers on the table, the inspector replied that he would convey everything to His Highness, confirming the importance of the assignment. Rising from the table, he suggested ending the negotiations for the day, and Yang thanked him for his understanding. Almost forgetting, the young man asked with interest if there were people in the center who dealt with Silisk to set up production. The expert replied doubtfully that he would check, but he was not sure he could find a flower he had never heard of before. Considering that no one knew about this plant, the hero thought about how difficult it would be to find it in burial. As he left, the man noted that the young man would do well to get some rest, and the young man said goodbye, saying that they would meet again tomorrow. Left alone with Barrick, He suggested leaving early today, and the bodyguard asked if the hero was tired. Leaving the office, illuminated by the last rays of the setting sun, the character noted that his eyes were simply closing. When the stars appeared in the sky and the moon rose, they found themselves back in the center of the village, and the people joyfully greeted Jan. Seeing a familiar woman, he asked in surprise why she was still awake, since there hadn't been much preparation today. Approaching her from behind, the man asked her not to cause trouble for the gentleman, explaining that he was hiding from the palace officials, and she gasped in fear. Lining up, the people demanded that the young man bring them more seeds because they understood the importance of the harvest for the coming winter. Having finished distributing the seeds, Yang waved his hand and told his bodyguard to go, continuing to check that everyone had received help. Noticing that the warrior was staring intently at something, the young man asked what was wrong, observing that Barak was paying unusual attention to the surroundings. The bodyguard anxiously reported that there were 3 attackers, and the hero realized that he had fallen into a trap that required quick reactions and tactical decisions. Realizing that they needed to hurry, they quickened their pace toward the estate, knowing that time was against them. As they walked through the dark streets, the strangers followed them, trying not to attract attention but closely monitoring their movements. Moving forward, the hero and his bodyguard walked confidently, the shadows following them but not taking any action. Stopping, the attackers shouted, asking which of the boys was Yang, trying to figure out which of the heroes was their target. Turning around, the character asked what would happen if he was the one they were looking for, preparing for battle and assessing his chances of success. Stones flew sharply off the walls in different directions, creating chaos and distracting everyone present. Finding himself between the attackers, Barak used his skills to deliver a deft blow directly to his opponent's faces. Suddenly, his attention fell on a blade that flew very close to his body, but thanks to his quick reaction, he managed to dodge it. As they tried to surround him, he deftly dodged and counterattacked, demonstrating his mastery of combat skills. Suddenly, Yang shouted that they were being attacked from above, and the bodyguard looked up, assessing the situation and preparing to defend himself. While he was fighting off the attack, another enemy flew at him from above with a saber in his hands, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Dodging at the last moment, the blow struck the asphalt, sending stones and dust flying in all directions. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man decided to counterattack, using strategic techniques to protect himself and Jan. But the attackers also dodged skillfully, demonstrating a high level of training and understanding of combat tactics. Watching the fight, the hero noticed well-trained warriors who knew about Barak's abilities and realized that they had been hired by Moline, or someone from his group. While the bodyguard was striking the attackers, the guy shouted for the young man to leave at least one alive. Shouting back, he agreed, and the character realized that something was clearly wrong because the behavior of the opponents was different from his expectations. If the attackers knew about the bodyguard's abilities, they should have known that he also possessed magic, so why did no one attack him? Meanwhile, people with various weapons in their hands approached them from the other side, surrounding Jan from different sides. Seeing them, the hero noted that this was quite expected, and that he needed to act to protect himself and save his life. As the crowd blocked their path, he realized that they had a lot of work ahead of them today and needed to mobilize all their strength. With a bat in his hands, the leader viciously told Yan to talk less, trying to psychologically pressure the hero. Smiling, the young man knew that he would not allow anyone to attack him and decided not to show weakness. Using magic, his body glowed, and a fireball appeared in his palms. Then he said that he was the one they were looking for. Looking maliciously at his enemies, the hero understood why the attack had taken so long. They had been gathering people, preparing for a mass attack. Standing in front of the crowd, he asked why they were doing this. Didn't they value their own lives, considering that the attackers were taking unnecessary risks? Unwilling to listen, the leader wished him death and asked if Yang knew how much money they would get for his head. With these words, he rushed into the attack while the young man held a fireball in his palm, preparing to counterattack. While the enemy swung his club, the young man deftly moved closer to strike and use his magic. The fireball in his hands gradually grew larger and shone brighter as the character prepared for the decisive blow. With one deft movement, Yang slammed it right into the attacker's face, instantly blinding him and inflicting damage. Feeling the power of magic, the guy froze in horror, his eyes wide open, not knowing how to resist the hero. The bright light gradually engulfed him, and the character did not weaken his grip, demonstrating complete superiority. With a cry, the attacker recoiled, his face covered with small burns, pain and fear overwhelming him. Falling to the ground, the guy started screaming when he saw Yan, who was preparing to attack again, demonstrating his control over the situation. Meanwhile, another man rushed towards him, waving his weapon and shouting, hoping to help his comrade. Deftly dodging the blows, the young man remained on his feet, demonstrating skill and quick reactions. With one movement, he knocked the dagger out of his opponent's hands and delivered a fiery blow straight to his stomach, neutralizing him. Coughing up blood, the attacker fell to the ground, screaming in pain, unable to continue resisting and fighting. Looking at his enemies, Yang noted that they resembled ordinary residents of Brach. But they all shouted that he had no need to know that. Concluding that he had less control over the situation in the city than he thought, he told them to try attacking again if they dared. Some were afraid to approach and trembled with fear, some lay beaten on the ground, and some called him a mere child. While one opponent lay at the young man's feet, the others rushed into a new attack, ready to risk their lives. Standing and assessing his surroundings, the hero noticed that help had arrived in the form of a bodyguard, and stones were ricocheting off the walls. Barak appeared right in front of the attackers, blocking their path and protecting Jan from a direct attack by rushing into the fray. His eyes burned with anger. He was not going to show weakness and was filled with determination and confidence in his own victory. Striking blow after blow, he demanded to know who dared to bother a man late at night, blood flying in all directions. Raising his bloodied hands with the sword, he wondered who had prepared the attack on them in the dark streets. Deftly dealing with his enemies, the warrior was angry that he had to do combat exercises when he was just going to relax. Watching the battle, Yang cautiously asked if the attackers would survive, and the bodyguard, wiping his face, replied that they would. Putting his hand on Barak's shoulder, the hero praised his good work and skill in battle, expressing his trust. Illuminating everything around him with magical light, he decided to remind the guy to leave one attacker alive. As if spellbound, the bodyguard noted the stunning effect, and the character asked irritably if he was listening to him. Jumping up and swinging his saber, the warrior shouted that he was listening and warned that all the attackers would meet their end. Deciding that the young man had lost his mind, the criminals rushed to flee, not expecting such a turn of events. Deftly intercepting them, Barak delivered deadly blows, blood spurting in all directions, disarming his enemies. Some managed to escape, but they noticed the orphan's frenzied fight and decided not to fight for Jan's head anymore. Watching from the sidelines, the young man wondered why they considered the bodyguard evil, since he was only defending himself. A happy smile lit up Barak's face, his eyes burning with the fight, and even though he was covered in blood, he still enjoyed his fighting skills. After the battle, the young man laughed, standing among his defeated opponents, bleeding, feeling his own superiority. As Yang walked toward him among the corpses, the warrior noted that, fortunately, one attacker had survived and could be used for interrogation. Approaching the stranger and looking at his bloodied face, the hero wondered what to do with him and how to use him in the future. Turning to his bodyguard, he admitted that he had a feeling he had seen this guy before. Turning to Barak, the young man asked if the criminal's face looked familiar to him, but the warrior called him some kind of scarecrow. Covering his face with his hands, the ring on the villain's finger sparkled, attracting the character's attention and arousing suspicion. The hero's gaze fell on the strange phenomena before his eyes, causing his eyes to widen in surprise and astonishment. Strange iridescence appeared, as if the result of a magical effect, causing unusual visual effects. Screaming in pain, the criminal's face seemed to be straightening out, while Yang and his bodyguard watched in amazement. Barak noted with surprise that the villain's face had turned into mush. He did not recognize him at all. Everything looked terrible and strange. It was like a poison that completely destroyed the skin, used by hired killers so that their identities would not be recognized. Among the corpses lay the still-living leader, who heard the hero order a soldier to bring someone to take the survivors to the mansion. Otherwise, the village was completely peaceful and calm, the residents unaware of what was happening outside. Meanwhile, late at night in the official's office, the men discussed the consequences of the attack and their plan of action. Nervous, Mac worried whether they had managed to get rid of Jan. And what if everything had not gone according to plan? But Daegor assured him that there was nothing to worry about. Angry, the man shouted that his colleague was too calm, that they needed a plan in case Petrio failed. Suddenly, Mullen told the guy to be quiet. Otherwise, the servants might hear their conversation and report the information to the young man. In a serious tone, the old man noted that the leader possessed excellent abilities, which made him a dangerous opponent. Although he was old, he had been captain of His Majesty's Guard, and what's more, he was a man of faith and would not make mistakes in his actions. While they were discussing the planned attack on Jan and Barak, an uninvited guest was walking quickly toward the office. The orphan walked confidently down the corridor, his presence unnoticed. But the atmosphere around him was tense. Hearing the noise behind the doors, the officials fell silent and turned around questioningly, trying to understand what was happening. The tension was palpable, and the men froze in horror, realizing that the situation was out of control. Staring intently at the door, Mac asked in a trembling voice who was behind it, assuming it was the leader with positive news. Slowly, the door opened, and the bloodied body of Jan, the bodyguard who had come to carry out the young man's orders, appeared in the doorway. Barrick asked in a vicious voice if the one they were waiting for was really named Petrio, a bloodthirsty and insane smile on his face. The disconcerted managers were stunned by the unexpected turn of events, not knowing how to react to what was happening. Entering the office covered in blood with a saber in his hands, the warrior ordered them to follow him, and Daegor jumped up and shouted that the boy was taking liberties. Placing the tip of his sword on the official's shoulder, he ordered him to be quiet, otherwise he would scalp him, because Yang had given such an order. Terrified, the man screamed, calling himself a man from the palace, but seeing the blade too close to his throat, he was afraid to move. Barrick stated decisively that they were at the border and that no one cared about their origins. In the morning, the residents discovered the bloody scene of the massacre in one of the fields, blocked off with threads. People believed that it had happened when Yang was returning to the palace. The girl screamed in horror, asking how this could be possible, and the young man whispered that this was exactly what he was trying to find out. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, chained to the wall, Barrick wiped the poison-melted face of the criminal, and the hero asked if his name was Petrio. Lowering his head, the villain remained silent, not uttering a word. But the character noted that this was what everyone called him. The guy cried out in pain, and the bodyguard, horrified, said that he was washing the wounds and that he could endure it. Lost in thought, Yang remained silent, recalling all the details of the attack and the events that followed. When they searched the villain, even the tattoos that could identify him had been erased. He was clearly hiding his identity. The young man asked decisively if the criminal knew how terrible he looked now, and the doctor said that at this rate, he would not last 3 days. Claiming that the guy would soon die, Yang asked him to confirm his name, offering to make him a member of the council in return, but the villain remained silent. Lifting his head slightly, tears welled up in the prisoner's eyes, but it was unclear whether they were from pain or shame. Catching his gaze, the hero stared at him intently without saying a word, thinking about his next move. As he left, the young man explained that he did not want to torture a man on his deathbed, deciding to leave the criminal alone. Outside the doors, a warrior from the clan of otherworldly warriors awaited him. Warriors who always remembered revenge and never forgot their enemies. He wondered to himself what the stranger's name was and hoped that he had no loved ones left, for those who bore his surname were doomed to die. Finally, he shouted for Barrick not to take his eyes off the prisoner, and the bodyguard obediently remained to carry out the order. The warrior continued to treat the criminal's wounds with a napkin, and the criminal screamed in pain, his face dripping down like tar. On his way to the exit, Yang heard the attacker's cries but tried not to pay attention and thought about what to do next. He strode resolutely forward through the dark corridors of the dungeon, shrouded in the pain and fear of all the prisoners who had been here. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him excitedly and stopped abruptly, a little frightened by the surprise. Romandro appeared before him, anxiously feeling his face and asking how the young man was feeling. He had been informed of the attack. In a calm tone, Yang assured him that he and Barrick were fine, and the inspector noted that as a possessor of magical abilities, he was very strong. Puzzled, the bodyguard noted that he had fought the bandits, while the young man reported that 2 attackers had been captured, one silent and the other unconscious. He took a ring with a spike from his bosom and asked the man if he knew what kind of poison it was because, as soon as the guy pricked himself, his face seemed to melt. Taking a handkerchief, the inspector noted that such symptoms indicated tiberphine, a very strong drug. It was often used by mercenaries and merchants to conceal their identities. Hearing this, the hero looked at the ornament in surprise. Romandro asked with interest what had happened to Melina's group, but the young man replied that they continued to claim they knew nothing. He cautiously asked if Yang was going to kill them, but the hero had no such plans. Otherwise, the palace would send another group to investigate. He firmly stated that he had no right to decide who to kill, believing that this was the emperor's job, which greatly surprised the inspector. Smiling, he clutched the handkerchief with the ring in his hand and ordered that it be conveyed that he would follow Prince Marev's will, thus proving his loyalty. Meanwhile, an ominous silence reigned in the other cells of the dungeon. Time seemed to slow down, and only the dim light of the torches illuminated the walls. Suddenly, a plate of liquid porridge flew straight to the side, spilling in different directions from the sharp movements. Seeing Jan at the door, the officials shouted insults and nearly hit him in the face with the dishes, as if they intended to do so on purpose. Entering the cell, the hero asked decisively if the 3 of them had managed to sleep. ignoring the aggression and insults directed at him. Mac shouted that they had come on the orders of the palace, and Daegor claimed that the young man's behavior was insulting to the emperor. Addressing the warriors of the Great Desert, he asked if they really did not know what would happen if someone from the palace was harmed. Yan said maliciously that this was the only reason the men were still alive. If they were ordinary people, the same thing would have happened to them as to Petrio. Angered, Mac asked what the young man was talking about, pretending not to understand what the hero was getting at. With a sharp movement, Yang took out a flask of water and a magic stone for eavesdropping and demonstratively threw it in. Suddenly, the officials heard their own voices and their agreement to kill the young man, and they were dismayed. Hearing his own threats, Milton felt horror and tension throughout his body, realizing that he had fallen into a trap and their plan had been exposed. Shouting that the recording could not be used as evidence, Daegor insisted that a formal trial was necessary, but the young man only laughed. With determination, Yang explained that this was only the borderlands, not the capital from whence they came, and no one would investigate. Lifting his plate, he confirmed that he was now a member of an otherworldly clan of warriors, and the warriors of the Great Desert did not take revenge lightly. As he left, the character stated that he had drawn one conclusion from the record, but would not turn a blind eye to it, wishing to take revenge in the future. Staring intently at the officials, he asked them to treat food with respect and thought that they understood their disadvantageous position. Mac and Daegor gritted their teeth in anger, while Milton showed no emotion. Their plan had failed miserably. As he left, Yang felt his superiority over his rivals and realized that he would soon be able to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him again and stopped, wondering who it could be this time. Hannah ran up to him excitedly and said that a whole crowd of people were waiting for him outside, all calling for the hero. Hearing that everyone wanted to see him, Yang was very surprised and a little scared, not understanding what he had done wrong. Running after the girl, he asked why, surely not to steal the ghoul, but remembering that the greenhouse was guarded. Receiving no answer, he decided that perhaps Moline had set them on him in order to carry out his plan and kill him. Approaching the exit, he thought that during the restoration of the territories, problems or conflicts with the unearthly clan of warriors could arise. Frowning at the bright light, he thought apprehensively, what if discontent had broken out among the inhabitants, which he did not even know about? Noticing the young man, the people with flowers in their hands froze in amazement, as if they themselves had not just called him and were seeing him for the first time. Rushing to him, the people anxiously asked about his well-being and told him that someone had spread a rumor about his injury. With pure hearts, they began to bring him bouquets, and the hero, not expecting such a reaction, froze in bewilderment. With tears in their eyes, the people expressed their concern and fear for his life, as they had seen a lot of blood in the alley. Suddenly, Yang remembered something, and his gaze froze. A small glow appeared in his pupils, but he restrained his abilities. Feeling the touch of the citizens' warm hands, the grateful exclamations and flowers around him, he remembered his past life. It was only because of this that he endured those 3 terrible years and the enormous pressure of the throne when he was emperor. With a smile, he realized that he was on the right path and would soon achieve his goal, regaining his former glory and power. Noting that it was very good that everyone had come, the young man asked if the people could gather the horses in the square. The hero joyfully announced that Lord Ramandro had finally allowed the distribution of seeds and the cultivation of guli by hand. Thanks to this decision, they would be able to restore the estate and the surrounding areas more quickly and overcome hunger. The next day, people lined up for the ghoul, and the inspector announced that the amount of seeds and seedlings would depend on the size of their gardens and the number of family members. The hero announced that the distribution was free, but that next year a tenth of the harvest would have to be given as tax, hoping that the people would share their experience of growing and preparing goulash. The purchase and sale of seeds to residents of other territories is only possible through the mansion. Violations are punishable by a fine of 50 gold coins, and reporting violators is rewarded. Raising his hand, the man asked about trade between his own people. This was permitted, but selling to residents of other territories was strictly prohibited. The hero also said that if people didn't get anything today, there would be a new delivery tomorrow, saving them from unnecessary worries. Suddenly, Barrick called out to him and said that he needed to return to the mansion for a moment, as important news had arrived. Turning around, Yang waited for an explanation, and the bodyguard said that one of the captured criminals had regained consciousness. With determined steps, the warrior and hero walked to the dungeon to interrogate the attacker and learn new information. The servant noted their return, and Yang inquired about the condition of Petrio, the leader, who was sitting in another cell. There was little hope for recovery, The guy was unable to utter a word and was unlikely to survive even today. The character asked anxiously if the other criminal was in the same condition, not knowing what the future held for them. Upon entering, they saw the young man sitting on the floor, screaming and crying, begging for mercy, in a state of hysterics. Noting that the criminal was not quite right, the servant left, and the noise was so overwhelming to Jan that it felt like blood was pouring from his ears. Calmly, he asked the villain's name, and the man tearfully introduced himself as Colin. He was 22 years old and came from a large family. Clutching his head, the hero said that he was not interested in any of this, and Barrick viciously threatened the prisoner with violence. Then the young man asked where he was from, and the guy explained that the guards at the gambling house had promised to help him earn money and sent him to the right person. The hero thought to himself that this was quite expected, as the customer was looking for performers among the poor who would not refuse. With interest, Yang asked who the customer was, and Colin, stammering with tears in his eyes, said he knew nothing. When Barrick swung his arm, the criminal covered his ears and shouted that the guards had paid him personally, so he had not met the customer directly. Touching his shoulder, Jan decided to use the guy to establish trade relations with Mariloff. As he left, he ordered Barrick to take Colin into custody. The criminal cried and promised to follow all of the young man's instructions. Out on the street, the character reported that he had sent a message to the neighboring county and asked for a horse to be prepared. Working in his office, Romandro heard a knock on the door and, looking up from his papers, ordered the person standing outside to enter. Seeing John, he asked if something had happened, assuming that Petrio had died. But the hero replied that he was still breathing. Reporting that most of the criminals had confessed that they were from Mariloff, the young man asked the inspector for help in sending a letter. Unable to believe that the hero was asking him for such a simple favor, the expert hesitantly asked if this was true. Puzzled, he decided that Jan just needed an excuse to write a letter and asked him about it aloud, not fearing the young man's reaction. Noticing the inspector's insight, the character smiled and said that you could say that. But in reality, he had other motives. Laughing, the man agreed to help the young man with a note to the neighboring county, as he respected the hero. Showing him the letter, he explained that he was just about to send a message with recommendations to Prince Marev. Handing it to Jan to study, he asked for the young man's opinion, as he understood the importance of future events. With a smile, the hero replied with hope that the emperor and the prince would like the letter and take the expert's opinion into account. Hesitant, the inspector asked whether it was worth including it in the mailing, and upon receiving a positive response, clarified that Jan wanted to write to Mariloff. The hero said decisively that it was necessary to report the attack by criminals from the neighboring county on the next Lord of the Brock territory. And since one of them had confessed, the crime had to be investigated, so the young man asked for cooperation, including the identification of the dead and the dispatch of the bodies. Writing down the young man's dictation, Romandro replied that it was a good and concise message, without unnecessary information. Since this was being used as a pretext, the expert hoped that they would not respond. But Yang reminded him that winter was coming soon, and Mariloff himself would need a gola. With a smile, the man offered to sell them seeds at a higher price than they wanted in exchange for essential items, but the hero just smiled back. Thanking him for his help, Yang reported that the rest of the county's affairs were going well, and everything was gradually being restored. The character also expressed hope that Marev would be able to help him, and the inspector smiled in response to these words. But he understood that he couldn't really count on the prince's help, as everyone had their own plans and interests. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Marev set up a hunting camp in the middle of a forest glade in the thicket of trees. Preparing his arrow, he aimed to inflict damage on his future prey and win victory among the other officials. Having frightened the beast, he missed his shot, and the animal hid in the bushes in fear. Behind him stood other administrators, looking with annoyance into the distance and at the young prince's unsuccessful attempt. Holding bows and arrows in his hands, he noted that all the failures were due to the strong wind, as no one could hit the target. They discussed among themselves that Mr. Dorencio would take first place, believing that he would win and that luck would smile on him. As the prince drew his bow, he heard the man say with concern that he had not seen Gale today. With a smile, Marev asked if he regretted it, and the man admitted that he did a little, remembering the prince's childhood. Aiming at the deer, the prince missed again, and the animals scattered in different directions, hiding in the thicket of the forest. With a smile, the prince said that he had been the same as a child. And the man, not understanding his question, looked at him in bewilderment. Turning around, Marev said that he was sorry that the ministers were not satisfied with his hunting skills, not knowing what Gale was doing. Feeling the tension, the official began to justify himself, worried that the prince might get angry and punish him. Leaving the ministers alone, the prince ordered them to continue hunting, while he wanted to rest in the tent camp. Entering the tent, he sat down wearily on the sofa, but when he saw the servant, he asked what business he had coming to him at such an hour. After informing him about the letter from the border, the servant noted that it would be an excellent gift for Marav in such difficult times. Taking the note, the prince began to read it carefully, at first silently, studying every line so as not to miss a word. When he finished reading, he laughed sincerely, because the people of Brach thought they could prevent famine this winter with the help of a goulash. He thought to himself that this was impossible, and no one would eat a useless weed that was considered poisonous. Throwing the note on the floor, he turned to the servant standing nearby and remarked that the gift was mediocre and unworthy of his attention. The servant then added that the letter named Jan as the next lord of the territory and that a ring belonging to Ser Molina was enclosed. Taking out the jewelry, the butler reported that the old man had tried to kill the young man, and his man Petrio had led the attack, failed, and was now in custody. Hearing that the young man wanted to hand these people over to him, the prince only smiled and twirled the jewelry in his hands. In fact, he had expected this to happen sooner or later, from the moment he was informed that Jan had brought an unearthly clan of warriors. After thinking for a moment, he stood up abruptly and ordered a reply to be written to the young man, who called himself the next Count of Brasha. With a smile, Marav dictated that if the owner of magical abilities wanted to become a lord, he must first come to the capital. To himself, he noted that everything was going wonderfully, and that Jan would be useful to him in the Ministry of Magic. Approaching the ministers, he asked if they had caught any deer. They said they had caught many and suggested that the prince try shooting himself. Taking a deep breath, the prince smiled silently, feeling a surge of strength from the news that had come from Braca. Suddenly, an arrow flew by, cutting through the air, barely missing him and causing everyone to flinch in surprise. The accurate shot hit the deer directly, and the animal fell dead, causing horror and amazement among the officials watching the hunt. They turned in horror to see the dead animal lying in the middle of the clearing, hardly believing that the arrow had hit its target. Marav stood with his back turned, silent, observing, assessing the situation and realizing who had shot, which created a tense atmosphere. Turning around, with a wound on his cheek, the prince said that Gale was still careless and that his impulsive actions could create new difficulties and problems. Behind him, riding a horse, sat a dark-haired young man, smiling broadly, demonstrating confidence and agility. Apologizing for being late, the second prince said he was in a great hurry and asked if he had offended anyone with his appearance. Dismounting from his horse, he explained that the delay was due to important business, but the ministers assured him that everything was fine and that they had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Looking around silently, Marav remained calm, assessing the situation and waiting to see how events would unfold, observing the reactions of the others. Drenched in sweat, the ministers announced that they would go and drink some water, as the heat was intense and the hunt required rest. With quick steps, they headed for the tent camp, where they could catch their breath and discuss further actions. Only Gale and Marav remained in the middle of the clearing, watching intently and trying to understand each other's motives and thoughts. Noting that his brother had come despite his busy schedule, the prince asked if he should thank him, to which the latter replied that his schedule was tight. Meeting his gaze, Gale asked why his brother was so interested in the border areas, trying to understand how they might affect the empire. Molina's report stopped abruptly, while letters from Romandro continued to arrive, relaying changes at the border. The second prince thought to himself that he had understood this even when his brother interrupted the meeting, and wondered if Marav had also realized what was happening. Taking aim, the first prince was surprised that his brother was showing interest, given how busy he was, and wondered why it was so important to him. Standing in front, he said that he did not know what Gale had in mind, but that it would be better for him to give up Bracha so as not to create conflicts that could threaten the security of the border. The second prince just smiled silently when he heard the letter recommending the appointment of the next lord of the territory, confirming that he had chosen the right path. While shooting, Marav explained that the contender was a mage who had already built a lot and formed an alliance with a clan of otherworldly warriors. The second arrow hit the carcass of a dead deer, demonstrating extraordinary accuracy and commanding respect for the prince's skills. With a smile, turning to his brother, he said that he had no objections, so he ordered the succession process to be expedited so as not to waste time. A little later, both princes came to the meeting of ministers, and everyone wondered if it was all because of rumors and gossip that could influence the decision about Brash. Hearing that the county would be discussed, the princes glared at each other, realizing how important it was to both of them. The chair of the meeting announced that a letter had arrived from a restoration expert with a recommendation for the position of Lord of the Territory. While the other members of the assembly listened, it was announced that the candidate was the bastard son of the executed Durgi, whose name was Jan. Hearing this, the ministers were outraged, asking how the son of a criminal could be lord and what was the point of punishing the whole family. They believed that the young man should be a slave, but others objected, arguing that the boy himself had brought charges against his father and severed ties with his family. Holding onto the table, Marav declared that, according to the report, the boy had done everything a lord should do, and his candidacy fully met the requirements. Watching his brother, Gale burned him with his gaze, trying to understand his true intentions, assess his cunning, and foresee the consequences of such an appointment. Continuing, the prince explained that Jan, a native of Brock, had managed to establish an alliance with the warriors of the Great Desert and was loved and respected by the inhabitants. He also proposed making him a viscount, and the ministers, listening, exchanged nervous glances, shocked by such a decision. Whispering among themselves, they realized that there was no reason to object, as the candidate was supported by the prince and the expert Romandro. Meanwhile, the Minister of Magic whispered something in Gale's ear, discussing details that could influence the course of events. Listening to her, the prince smiled and remained silent, realizing that her advice was important. But he himself had already thought out a plan for further action. The hall was filled with arguments about what would happen next if Yang became the head of the territory, and whether he had the right to this position at all. Hearing his brother's words that as long as the territory paid taxes there was nothing to worry about, Gale snapped his fingers to get everyone's attention. Laughing, he said that it was all well said, but his voice was clearly sarcastic and showed his disagreement with the first prince's decision. Turning to the Minister of Magic, the prince said, "Wouldn't it be better to put the boy back in chains and make him work in the palace, especially if he had abilities useful for service?" With a smile, Wesley agreed with Gale, since even novices received more than 100 gold coins, and the costs of maintaining the palace were considerable. Glaring at her, Marav asked if she really wanted to make the man closest to God a slave, and the girl tried to object. Slamming his hand on the table, the prince declared that, whatever the case, he believed Yana should be made a lord, considering his actions worthy of the title. If you count the taxes that the young man could provide as a manager, they amount to 10,000 a year, specifying whether everyone would be satisfied with such a payment. Giving his brother a nasty look, Gale said that if Jan broke the terms, would it be fair to return the young man to slavery, while privately realizing that Marav had thought everything through. The Brack territory would be able to pay such an amount only if it did not keep the taxes from the residents, otherwise the budget balance would be disrupted. Otherwise, Wesley would claim the territory, and if Yang managed to pay the taxes, the territory could become mired in debt. The head of the meeting noted that this was a good idea, because the payment would justify the young man in the eyes of others, and then there would be no protests. The others supported him because, despite the young man's abilities, not many would like the fact that he had the blood of a criminal running through his veins. Marav thought to himself that his plan had worked, but he remained calm, trying not to show his emotions. Breathing a sigh of relief, the ministers decided that now it was imperative to appoint Yana as Lord of the Territory in order to finally establish order. Meanwhile, Gale and the Minister of Magic continued to whisper, discussing the bastard's appointment to the post. The girl was saying something fiercely in his ear, and the prince listened attentively, smiling and pondering what he had heard. Closing his eyes, Marav thought about his own affairs, while his brother was curious about what he was thinking, believing that everyone would defend the magician more fiercely. It didn't matter to the first prince whether Yang would get into debt or not. It was much more important that none of his brother's supporters became lords. Smiling, he believed that the young man was capable of ruling Brock well, taking into account all the political nuances and finding common ground with the inhabitants. The next day, the imperial carriage rushed straight to the estate, surprising the residents and servants, and everyone understood that the arrival was connected with important news for Yang. Seeing it, the people in Hannah panicked and ran to call the hero, realizing that this was extremely important and could radically change the young man's situation. The instructor reported that a carriage from the palace had arrived for the young man, and the hero asked in surprise if it was because he had put Melina and his men under arrest. With burning eyes, Romandro said that it was a golden carriage, which meant that people had arrived with a decree from the emperor himself. Surprised, Yang silently looked at the expert, not expecting such a turn of events. He couldn't believe that they had brought a letter appointing him to the position of lord. While all the servants lined up at the entrance to the mansion, the watching crowd whispered, wondering if another investigation team had been sent. When the carriage stopped and the doors opened, an administrative official from the imperial palace, Colonia, stepped out. In a stern voice, the woman introduced herself and stated that she had come with orders from the palace to convey the emperor's will. While Yang and the servants knelt before her, she demanded respect and compliance with the rules, emphasizing the seriousness of the visit. Unfolding the document, she announced that the letter of recommendation from Prince Mariv and expert Romandro had been approved by the council. In recognition of his contribution to the restoration of the territory and the defense of its borders, Yang was granted the title of new Viscount of the territory of Brock. The surprised servants and people outside the gates whispered among themselves, considering it a remarkable decision and discussing how the new ruler would change their lives. Continuing, Colonia added that because the young man was the illegitimate son of a criminal, he was obliged to fulfill the conditions, otherwise the title would be revoked. Within a year of receiving the title, the young man was required to pay 10,000 gold coins as compensation for Durgi's unpaid taxes. Hearing that this would secure his right of ownership and that his fame would be passed on to future generations of the family, Yang continued to kneel with his head bowed. He thought to himself that he had become the steward only temporarily, and that fulfilling the conditions would determine his future position. When she finished, the minister rolled up the order, folding the papers neatly, signaling the end of the official part. She then turned to the young man and informed him that he had the right to refuse, giving him freedom of choice, which added to the tension. A brooch sparkled brightly on the hero's neck, and he continued to stand motionless, as if pondering his decision and weighing all the possible risks. Raising his head, he stated decisively that he would not refuse, that it was a great honor for him, and that he accepted the emperor's will. Finally, the woman decided to ask one more question, and the young man looked at her questioningly, waiting for her to clarify. With concern, Colonia asked if Sir Moline was alive and well, and the young man replied that he was perfectly fine. In that case, she also wanted to read the decree of the second prince, Gale, and Yang looked at her with curiosity. It was an order that the subjects of Moline, Maycomb, and Daegor be returned safe and sound. Hearing this, the hero clenched his teeth and remained silent, thinking about his next steps, assessing the risks and consequences for Brock's safety and his own. With a smile, he asked what the official was trying to do with the second prince, testing her intentions and understanding the possible political games behind her back. He stated decisively that there was only one sun in the sky, the emperor, and that according to palace etiquette, only his decrees were read in the golden carriage, shocking Chelonia and Romandro. The woman thought to herself that even some aristocrats did not know these rules, so how did a bastard from the border of the empire learn about them? Unrelenting, the hero claimed that the official did not respect his majesty, promising to take care of the old man and his entourage, but not to expect anything more. The young man thought to himself, could it be that the Minister of Magic had also sided with Gale, or was he supporting Molina? But he decided not to hand the men over to anyone. Clenching the papers, the woman seethed with anger, but tried to control herself, realizing that her emotional reaction could be used against her. Afterwards, she said she wanted to make sure the prisoners were safe, so she could report back to the palace, and Yang agreed to escort her. The weather outside was beautiful and sunny, the rays illuminating the mansion and adding solemnity to the moment. Descending into the dark basement with torches burning on the walls, the minister felt tension and fear as she walked alongside the hero. When they saw her, Mac, Moline, and Daegor cried out in surprise, and she cried out in response, experiencing an unexpected and abrupt collision with reality. Rushing to the grate, Mac begged Colonia to help them and pull them out, hoping for the intervention of the authorities and their protection. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the bundle in the woman's hands, arousing curiosity and fear, for its contents could influence their fate. Then, Mac asked if she had come with a decree appointing Jan as lord, wanting to refute or confirm his assumptions. With a smile, the young man replied that it was true. He was now a viscount, and demanded that they address him appropriately from now on. Turning around, Colonia asked permission to speak privately with Sir Mullen, intending to discuss the decision that had been made. Stepping forward decisively, the young man declared that they were suspected of conspiring to murder him. While the minister and Mac looked at him in surprise, he explained that as a lord, he was obliged to watch over them for his own safety. Approaching her, he took her by the hand and began to lead her away, showing confidence and control over the situation, leaving her no opportunity to resist. Reporting that the deputies were safe and sound, he said that he did not consent to negotiations, so Colonia had to leave. With a smile, he asked if the minister would now like to go upstairs, showing goodwill and light irony. When he returned to the castle grounds, celebrations began for his appointment as lord, with people drinking and having fun, creating an atmosphere of joy and celebration. Laughing, people asked the otherworldly clan of warriors to join them, while Sue and Barrack stuffed their cheeks with delicious food. The people approached Jan with congratulations, and he greeted them with a smile, showing friendliness and a willingness to maintain contact with his subjects. Suddenly, he heard Kakanir's voice and turned around in surprise, not expecting to meet the clan leader at such an event. Shaking hands with the chief, he thanked the man for his congratulations and for the clan's help in his becoming a lord. While the people rejoiced, the leader announced that in a couple of days they were going to return to the Great Desert, and Yang asked in surprise why so suddenly. It was already getting cold, the warriors missed the desert, and Nurserin and a few guys would stay in Brock to keep order. With a smile, he said that supporting the boy was the best decision, as now they were treated as allies rather than barbarians. Suddenly turning around, they saw Romandro pouring himself a glass of wine alone, expressing his dissatisfaction and personal feelings. Muttering under his breath, the expert said that the emperor had only given him the title of Viscount, Lord of the Border Territories, assessing the political balance. With tears in his eyes, he was indignant, began to calculate the 10,000 gold pieces in taxes that the young man would have to pay, and drank in one gulp. The hero thought to himself that the palace had deliberately named an amount that would be difficult to pay, and believed that it was Gale who had arranged it. The expert was worried that they would never be able to collect that much, looking at the people who were happy but still recovering from the Civil War. Looking at the young man, he claimed that Jan had been given the title of Viscount, but the hero stopped him, explaining that this had not yet officially happened. He asked Romandro to address him as before, demonstrating prudence and a desire to keep his distance. The expert noted with concern that the young man had already reread the imperial decree many times, wondering if something was wrong with it. But the hero replied that everything was fine. Still, something in the document bothered him, causing internal doubts and the need to double-check to make sure the information was correct. The empire was ruled by Clive Varrochian, but the hero could not remember anything special about him. Yet the seal with which the document was certified was different. The emperor had used it for many years and could not have simply changed it. And if he had, the young man would certainly have known about it. He wondered why the seal, which had remained unchanged since the beginning of the empire's rule, had suddenly changed. Looking at the decree, there was only one conclusion to be drawn. In the midst of everything that was happening, the emperor's seal had been changed. Even despite the different time and all the details of what had happened, it seemed rather strange. The changes were sudden. He couldn't have been unaware of such an event when he himself sat on the throne and watched over all the processes of governance. Suddenly, someone called him, and Yang seemed to return to reality from his deep thoughts, focusing his attention on those around him. Romandro noted with concern that the young man had become gloomy and asked if something was bothering him. Puzzled, the hero asked what had happened, but the expert simply explained that he just wanted to know the reason for the change in his mood. With a smile, the instructor noted that since the character had received a letter of appointment, perhaps they should inform their neighbors. Realizing that he was referring to Mariloff, the hero happily replied that of course they should tell them, confirming his diplomatic foresight. The next day, Carlo had already received the notification and, studying the letter, wondered if the bastard had really received a title. He did not understand where the world was heading, and the butler noted that they would have to write congratulations and respond to all letters concerning the latest attack. Lighting a cigar, the count clicked his tongue to silence the servant, showing his irritation at the bureaucratic formalities. Noting that it was a waste of paper and ink, he ordered him to just write something, and the servant obediently bowed in response, obeying the order. Suddenly remembering an important detail, the lord looked seriously at the butler, assessing the need to clarify the current situation. He asked with interest whether anyone from Bracha had written about food supplies, and the manager replied that no letters on this subject had been received. Shaking off the ashes, the lord wondered what Yang was going to do with the devastated territory, even if they found themselves in a difficult situation due to the crop failure. Gritting his teeth, Carlos sarcastically suggested that the young man would probably start eating carrion and weeds. Waving his hand, he told the butler to leave, and the latter bowed and left the office, not wanting to argue. Closing the door behind him, the servant breathed a sigh of relief. The conversation with the lord had been tense and emotionally difficult. Suddenly, he heard someone address him and turned around in surprise, expecting an unknown guest or news. Seeing the countess in front of him, he asked excitedly if something had happened, trying to find out why he had been called. With a smile, Rienne asked if there was any news from Brach, showing interest in the events and fate of Jan. Lowering his head, the butler reported that they had been informed that the young man had received the title of Viscount, and upon hearing this, the woman cried out in surprise. She asked with interest what her husband had said about it, but the steward looked at her with alarm, fearing his reaction. Hiding her face with a fan, she realized that Carlo was not thrilled, but noted that since Brack was their neighbor, they should send their congratulations. The lady said that she would write and send the letter herself, and if the Count complained, the servant should say that she had ordered it. Folding her fan, Madame said that something else needed to be done, showing determination and thoughtfulness in her actions. Entering the study, she said that some kind of gift should be sent to Jan and asked that the treasury be left open, while she herself wanted to ask the Count's permission. The butler shouted after her in horror that she was not obliged to do so, trying to keep the woman from her husband's wrath. Stopping, Rien replied with a smile that this was exactly what she had to do, showing confidence and determination. Meanwhile, in the county of Brach, the hero came to breakfast, and Romandro asked him how he had slept that night. Replying that he had slept quite well, the young man ordered Hannah to pour him some water, sitting down at the table, observing the usual order and ritual. He was overwhelmed with new feelings. As if with the help of a single title, he had managed to overcome a great mountain, feeling an inner strength. The expert wanted to talk seriously about the support received from the palace, and the guy asked in surprise if the remaining subsidies would not be returned. The man confirmed that this was customary and that he could use them at his discretion, wishing to draw up an estimate for all expenses. Surprised, the character said that he would be very grateful if Romandro did so, trusting the expert to manage the financial aspects. Calmly, the man noted that this would be the right thing to do, and if Yang was unable to open the gola, the 3,000 gold coins would be wasted. He added with confidence that he was sure the young man would also spend the rest of the money wisely, showing his trust in the young man's wisdom. Smiling, the character thanked Romandro and said he would keep his opinion in mind when accepting advice and recommendations. In turn, the inspector was glad that the hero had allowed him to return to the capital in the middle of winter, and he would not have to wait for the warm weather. The young man asked with interest if the expert was talking about his wife again, and rubbing his mustache, he just smiled without revealing all the details. With unconcealed joy, he announced that they were expecting a child, and Yang congratulated him on the addition to his family. Suddenly, interrupting the conversation, a servant announced that news had arrived from Mariloff, and the young man and the expert turned around in surprise. The hero gave a serious order for the messenger to enter immediately, wanting to know all the details of the message as soon as possible. The messenger entered with a box in his hands and announced that he had come to convey congratulations from the neighboring county on receiving the title. Noting that it was strange that the congratulations had come first, Yang asked if anything had been said about the complaint they had sent earlier. Realizing that there was no answer, he accepted the letter with wishes, demonstrating diplomacy and observance of etiquette. The messenger also said that the lady had sent the Count a gift, and the young man looked at it carefully, not knowing what it could be. Opening the box, the servant said that this device had been made in another country, surprising both the hero and the expert. Romandro asked with interest what the device was used for, but the messenger himself did not know its name. Examining the gift, Yang said that it was called a dripper, demonstrating his quick wit and powers of observation. The messenger and the expert were surprised by the young man's curiosity and impressed by his attention to detail. The young man asked again if it was really a gift from the Countess, and the servant confirmed it once more, leaving no room for doubt. With a smile, the messenger assured him that Rien had specifically said that the device would help the young man, and despite its cost, he should not feel indebted. Thinking it over, the character noted a very unusual reaction, believing that the madam could have sent the trinket as a gift on purpose. Laughing, he thought that maybe that was indeed the case and it was really nonsense, as he had initially assumed. Feeling afraid, the servant explained that he was simply following orders and relaying the woman's words, unaware of her true intentions. The expert also noted that the Countess had specific tastes, which corresponded to her character and habits. Romandro thought to himself that Mariloff would soon start pressuring them because of the ghoulie, but he certainly did not expect such a provocation. Looking at the young man and the gift, the man wondered how Yang would react to this, assessing his character and reaction. Suddenly, the hero asked to wait a moment and decided to write a reply to Rien himself, showing initiative and diplomacy. The expert asked with interest what the young man was going to write, and Yang noted that he liked the gift. As he left, he admitted that he would like to meet her in person sometime, wanting to get to know the woman and her true intentions. The dripper is a recording device that automatically made a hole with each press of the handle. Many thought it was a useless device, but it became the basis for all future machines, and before the hero's death, its development became a national project. The character wondered to himself whether this was an insult or whether the Countess also realized the value of the device, trying to understand her motives. The image of Rian with a fan in her hands, refined and mysterious at the same time, was in his mind, and he decided that he must talk to her. Later, Kakandir came to his office, and he asked if the clan was ready to leave. The chief confirmed their readiness and asked if the young man wanted to ask something. Yin explained that he wanted to ask him for a secret favor. In winter, Mariloff was expecting food supplies from Huan, which would greatly simplify all tasks. In response, the chieftain said that this was possible, but in winter the county and the mountains had the advantage, so they would have to act with extreme caution. The hero categorically stated that battles were unnecessary because if the clan's interference became known, the information could be used against Brach. The man asked with interest if Jan had any other plan, hoping for the young man's ingenuity and not hiding his excitement. Looking at him confidently, the young man replied that he had long since come up with an alternative safe solution. Going outside, Jan watched as the people and servants saw off the clan of otherworldly warriors, expressing their respect and gratitude for their help and service. One of the warriors said goodbye to his beloved servant, and the character noted that the clan had become much more beloved here than he had expected. Romandro said that love can blossom in a short time, despite the fact that the tribe is nomadic. The guy thought to himself that marriage strengthens the union and cultural exchange and considered it a good step to solidify the relationship with the clan. Gradually, the hero began to immerse himself in memories of when he was emperor, and his face froze in a smile. Suddenly, he found himself in his own palace in a huge corridor with red curtains, and someone was calling him. Then his mentor told him that his decisions could change people's lives and influence their destinies, so it was worth listening to their voices. With a smile, she said that it was not enough to simply discuss what was on the agenda, but to try to understand how the people living there felt. Returning to reality, Yang thought everything over and decided that the wedding should be the choice of the people, not just a political alliance for power. Moving forward, he headed for the clan to lead them into the Great Desert and say a proper goodbye to his allies. Barrick reported that everything was ready for the journey, and he ordered them to set off, wishing Kakanir good luck on the long road. On horseback, the chieftain handed over his duties to Nursarin, who accepted them and thanked him, wishing the leader a successful journey. Demanding that the gates be opened, the tribe announced that it was returning to the Great Desert, expressing its pride. The people greeted the warriors, wishing them luck and acknowledging that without their help, Brock would not have been able to cope with the difficulties. Thus, the clan, which everyone considered barbarians and feared, gained fame and honor among the people of Brach, who all shouted in admiration as they saw them off. Suddenly, the chief heard a call, someone apologizing and asking for attention. Then the man looked down. On the ground stood a man with a child in his arms, holding a bouquet, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. With gratitude, the boy held out a small gift, hoping that the chief would accept it, looking at him as if he were God. Kakandir's harsh expression softened into a slight smile. He found this gesture from the child endearing. Accepting the gift, he called the boy a demos and continued on his way, rejoicing in the people's recognition of all the clan's merits to the county of Brach. Approaching the castle on the outskirts, the clan stopped. They were surrounded by sand, and it was hot despite the approaching cold. On horseback, the chief thanked Jan for his company and promised to fulfill his request about Mariloff after returning to the desert. He also expressed his hope that the young man's trip to the capital would bring good luck and open up opportunities for Brock to accomplish important tasks. With a smile, Jan agreed and suggested that they both try to fulfill their duties to the people and to each other. Holding out a bag with a chest, the young man said that it was a gift and a reward for their help and loyal service to the county. With one deft movement, the chief took the seeds and said that he did not need the rest, he would only take this. Explaining that his hands were full, he continued to hold the bouquet of flowers given to him by the child and did not want to exchange it for money. Urging his horse on, he directed it forward toward the lands of the Great Desert, worried about the health of his deputy, Kakanir, and wanting to return as soon as possible. Waving after them, Barrick shouted, "Demosha!" and wished them luck. Standing among the sands, they watched the clan hastily recede into the distance. Yan abruptly noted that it was time for them to return as well, as many important matters and responsibilities awaited them in Brosh. Walking through the sand, the hero said that first they would take care of growing the Guli, and then they would need to rein in Mariloff. As the clan walked to their lands, the warriors noted that Kakanir was in a good mood, not expecting such a reaction from their leader. The man then asked if it was really that noticeable, and the warrior said that he was also in a great mood. Turning around, The leader added that he would never have thought that the empire would meet someone who would win the clan's respect. With a smile, Kakandir said that Yang was different from all the fools of the empire, and his wisdom had brought the clan a lot of benefits, despite his inexperience. They received information about the Silask, thanks to which they managed to save the deputy who was practically dying. They also learned about the financial machinations of Dergi and its allies on the border with the empire, which allowed them to build connections. The main thing was that the map of the Great Desert allowed the clan to move safely, avoiding unpredictable dangers. Now they were returning home after the peace ceremony, and one of the participants was holding a branch with a red ribbon in his hands. Suddenly, someone asked everyone to stop, and Kakanir turned around and asked why they had stopped. Approaching him, a woman from the clan warned that the wind had changed direction, and the sandstorm would arrive earlier than expected. She explained that the guiding branch was damaged and its energy had been depleted. But judging by the wind, it should come from the north. Kakandir thought to himself that at this rate, they would soon have to return to Brack County and postpone their return. Turning to the others, he decided to bypass the storm and instructed the clan to turn east to avoid the threat. Behind him, Yang was surprised and did not understand why they were going there, to the very epicenter of the storm, and froze in amazement on his horse. Uncertain, he decided to ask again if they should really be heading east instead of south, considering it a safer route. Hearing this, everyone instantly turned their attention to him, wondering who was speaking at the very end of the clan. Deciding that Yang was not yet accustomed to the desert, his indignation amused the others, who considered him to be a typical aristocrat. Unrestrained, they laughed in the face of the young man and his bodyguard, thinking that they had set foot on the sands of the Great Desert for the first time. They noted that guides passed on their knowledge from generation to generation to protect heroes and residents, and the hero watched them with amazement. The warriors shouted that the young man should not interrupt the experienced guides, and the chief turned around at the noise, staring intently at him. After a short pause, the leader asked whose hands the map was in, assuming that it was with the character. Holding it in his hands, the young man explained that it had been drawn up by the great explorer of the Burial Empire, who was interested in the desert. Judging by it, the sandstorm would come from the northeast, the young man noted with a smile and confidence as he sat astride his horse. If they went east, they risked ending up in the epicenter, and they couldn't continue on their previous route either, so it was better to go south. Snatching the map from his hands, the chief told the young man to give it to him, adding that it was important for everyone. Handing it to Nurserin, he ordered him to translate it, as it was written in the language of burial. The assistant noted that the map was very detailed, showing precipitation, temperature, and humidity for the last 100 years. Hearing this, Kakanir became alert, not expecting such a turn of events, and thought about the future of science. Balaam noted that they had learned all this information on their own, and that there was even a recently discovered oasis marked on the map. Turning around, the chief asked where John had gotten the map and waited for his answer with interest, as did the others who had turned to face the young man. The hero calmly explained that his mentor had given it to him, and Kakanir wondered if even an ordinary teacher had such information. Then Jan said that the man had been forced to become a teacher for personal reasons, but had been studying the Great Desert for a long time. The leader thought to himself that the Empire was so far ahead of them in technology that it was capable of creating such a map. Looking at the character on horseback, he also noted that the young man was smart, since he was able to understand it, and decided that he needed to be watched. That day, thanks to this information, they managed to reach the settlement without getting caught in a sandstorm, which saved them all. As Yang looked at them intently, the chief noted his broad-mindedness, composure, and courage, admiring him. He believed that such talents should not be wasted in Bracha, as the hero could significantly change the future of the entire empire. Walking among the mountains, Kakanir could not wait for news of what the hero would achieve in the capital, anticipating his success. Meanwhile, Colonia entered Gale's office to report on the situation in the county of Brack, trying not to show her anxiety and confusion. Hearing that Molina and his men had been put behind bars and not tortured, but simply left in custody, the prince frowned and thought. His eyes flashed with anger when he realized that Jan was even familiar with palace etiquette and knew the intricacies of court rules perfectly well. While Wesley was leafing through the papers, the minister said that the young man's face had changed when he spoke of the charter, and even Romandro had no idea about this knowledge. Looking up from the papers, the girl said confidently that Marav and the boy were undoubtedly in contact with each other. But the prince told her not to jump to conclusions because the bastard could only have learned the basics, and we were talking about the intricacies of palace etiquette. Undeterred, the Minister of Magic added that this explained the first prince's decision to make the young man a lord in the first place. Even if the character possessed magic, His knowledge was alarming, and no one understood why Marev had decided to entrust him with power. Puzzled, Gale pondered silently. But his brother's true intentions remained a mystery and increasingly troubled him. In the end, he thanked the minister for her work, saying that the order had been carried out in any case, and told her she could leave. Left alone with Wesley, each of them thought about their own thoughts and did not rush to speak, immersing themselves in personal reflections. The girl in red shoes stepped forward and approached him, her eyes sparkling with defiance and anticipation, as if in a secret game. Sitting down on the prince's lap, she asked if she should kill Jan, saying it calmly but with a cold smile on her beautiful lips. Gale asked sarcastically if she had any ideas, and she explained that at the appointment ceremony, the young man would become a member of the ministry, and this could be used to their advantage. Hearing these words, Gale thought seriously and remained silent, not wanting to reveal his true intentions or show his doubts. He stood up abruptly and headed for the exit, and the girl asked where the prince was going, to which he replied briefly that he was going to his brother. Suddenly, the prince stopped and froze, as if he had remembered something. His face tensed, and his gaze fixed on the distance, full of doubt. Turning around, he unexpectedly asked why Yang had not killed Molina, even though the opportunity was suitable and quite convenient. Wesley explained that the old man was a messenger from the palace, and if he had died, the young man would have had to face investigators. With a sly smile, the prince agreed with her words, although it was clear from his face that he was thinking about something else entirely. Not understanding his reaction, she asked what else could be the reason, and Gale whispered in her ear that he himself did not know the answer to that question. Touching her face, he said that she was not suited to the role of Minister of Magic, hinting at a different destiny. Thinking it over, Wesley decided that perhaps he was hinting that she should be his lover, not his colleague, in court service. Left alone, she wondered what Gale meant by his strange words, leaving her with anxiety and guesswork. Trying to call after him, the girl shouted, but the prince disappeared behind the doors, leaving her with a heavy heart and confusion. Racing past buildings in his carriage, the prince thought about his own affairs, trying to push away unnecessary emotions and stay focused. For him, Wesley was the perfect lover, but as a colleague, she acted too hastily and aggressively, getting in the way. The investigation team could have been one of the reasons why the hero spared Molina, but Gale was convinced that it was definitely because of his brother. If the official had died during the clan's intervention, it would not have been an investigation team that arrived, but an entire army to punish them. Therefore, the decision was left to Marev, and Jan, understanding the balance of power, chose a strategic path and exercised caution. The second prince thought to himself that Molina's life depended not on the bastard's decisions, but on the will and intentions of his older brother. As he approached the palace, he realized that he had few people in the ministry, and the old man was an important military figure and a necessary ally. Grabbing his shoulder, he seemed to be trying to stop his own thoughts and hold back the doubts and anxiety that were bursting out. In an instant, he ordered the coachman to stop and turn the carriage around, deciding to change the direction of the trip. With a smile, the prince said that he had to visit not his brother, but his father, showing his determination to change his future path. Cly sat on the bed in his chambers and hoped that his son would come to him soon, for he was looking forward to a conversation and a warm welcome. The Mariloff mansion was bustling with activity, and each of the servants was busy with their work, carrying out the instructions and orders of their masters. Approaching the count's chambers, the butler knocked and asked if he could enter, receiving permission from his master. Carrying letters on a tray, he asked if the baron had been cold in his chambers during the night, and Carlo noted that the air was fresh. Bowing, the steward promised to tidy up the fireplace and handed over the notes, informing them that they had arrived the previous evening. The man was flipping through the papers in surprise when his eyes landed on a stamp from Bratch that caught his attention. Seeing that it was a reply to his congratulations, he asked why the letters had been sent, and the butler explained the countess's instructions. As he continued to examine the papers, the count's gaze fell on a letter addressed to his wife, and he frowned when he noticed the unusual handwriting. The envelope said that the letter was for Lady Rien Mariloff, and the man immediately became suspicious. Carlo angrily asked why it was a personal note, and the butler explained that perhaps Jan had replied because the congratulations were from the countess. Judging by the telegram, Carlo understood that the countess liked the gift, but the servant added that he had chosen it himself and sent the old device. He asked with interest whether they had met in person and heard the answer that they had only met at the farewell party and had hardly spoken. Suddenly, the countess appeared behind him and quickly snatched the letter from his hands, angry that he had read it. She asked with interest why he was studying a note addressed to her, and the count coldly ordered her to look at the contents. Seeing that Jean was pleased, Rien did not know whether to be happy about it or not, her face expressing doubt and hidden excitement. After that, Carlo ordered dinner to be prepared, and the woman said there would be venison steak, and the servant went to pass on the instructions to the kitchen. As she left, she noticed that the manager had forgotten her preferences, and the butler apologized, promising that it would never happen again. Thoughtfully, Rian approached her husband and took him by the shoulder, trying to speak softly so as not to cause irritation. Hugging him, she said that they eat goulash and brace, and Carlo replied sharply that Jan had become a beast, living with barbarians in the desert. Calmly, she added that the boy wanted to thank them and visit them, and asked if perhaps she should go to the neighboring county herself. Angered, her husband told her not to talk nonsense because the people were complaining that they had nothing to eat, and a large trading organization was due to arrive soon. So he told her to be patient and just wait, without making up pointless plans, and Rian remained silent. In fact, she understood that it was because of Brack that agriculture had weakened, and their own lands had begun to rapidly decline. At the same time, the hotel and entertainment industry was thriving, and the Countess realized that the balance between them had been completely disrupted. The woman calmly noted that there were problems both inside and outside, hinting to her husband about the danger that lurked around them. She asked with interest when the merchants would arrive, and her husband said that, according to his information, it would be in a month. As she left, Ryan noted that the journey would take a month or a little longer, as mountain passes were always difficult and dangerous. Closing the door, she said she hoped the merchants would arrive soon, as people had been waiting for their help for a long time. Stepping out into the corridor, the Countess took a deep breath and closed her eyes, as if gathering strength before a new and difficult conversation. Suddenly, she noticed that she was not alone, and her gaze immediately fell on the figure of a servant standing nearby, and she called him. Turning around, the young man listened attentively to each of his mistress's instructions and nodded, showing his willingness to do everything. As she left, she ordered the windows to be washed, because in a month people from Havana would be arriving, and everything had to look perfect. Her words echoed in the young man's head, forcing him to focus and prepare for the arrival of the distinguished guests. They also echoed down the long corridor, repeatedly reflecting off the stone walls and arches of the estate. On the table in Jan's office lay a pile of papers and documents, each of which required attention, verification, and a careful signature. Looking at the letter from Lady Mariloff, the young man suddenly realized that he knew nothing about her origins or even the Countess's family. Nursaran asked if he meant her maiden name, and the young man admitted that he did not know whether she was from a noble family or not, only that she had been married for 3 years. Their wedding was very modest by aristocratic standards, and the inhabitants of the territory only learned about the event much later. After hearing the story, Romandro suggested that there was a difference in status between them, and that the woman was a commoner, to which the hero nodded and agreed. However, he himself believed that Rian was not from Mariloff, but her knowledge of the Dripper proved that she was definitely not a commoner. With interest, Yang asked if the servant had learned anything about the caravan from Havana, and the young man reported on the Illic trading organization, which traveled once every 5 years. Although the company only had 100 people, a large number of escorts were required along the route. After listening to the report, the expert decided that they should reach the caravan first, and Nursaran noted that trust would make the task easier. The warrior said confidently that in an emergency, they could only count on themselves and their own strength. Yan was about to reveal the plan, but suddenly there was a strange sound of gunfire, which interrupted the conversation and made everyone freeze. Surprised, they turned to the young man, but soon silence fell, and he himself could not understand what had just happened. Expressing his dissatisfaction, Bellamy declared that someone was behaving extremely rudely and disrespectfully toward those present in the room. Everyone looked at Sue, who had just entered, and decided that it was her fault, but the girl began to shout that she was not to blame. Standing in the middle of the office, she looked around nervously and declared that she did not want to go to the caravan because it was cold there, and she hated Nursaran. When it became clear that she did not know the way, Beric said that this was nonsense, and the girl decided that he had recommended sending her there. Standing up, Yang approached her to calm her down a little and tried to speak to her in a soft and confident voice. He said that Kakantir trusted her and considered her a worthy warrior, which is why she had been assigned to this important secret mission. Taking Sue by the shoulder, the hero noted that the work was difficult, but with her endurance and responsibility, she would cope better than others. He kindly reminded her that she was the fastest in the clan, which meant that the mission was perfect for her. The guy also added that he couldn't find a better candidate than Sue, and at these words the girl smiled sincerely for the first time. Embarrassed, she agreed to carry out the assignment, and the character decided that now he could tell her all the important details of the case. The sun was setting over the treetops, painting the distant mountains pink, and the sky was slowly darkening. The caravan stopped in a clearing, and the leader ordered the workers to rest well before the long journey in the morning. Standing in line for food, the tired men felt pain in their bodies and exhaustion that prevented them from even talking. Turning to Sue, the old woman said that the young lady was a great help and thanked her for preparing the food. Stirring the dish in the cauldron and feeling embarrassed, the girl in the beautiful dress smiled and quietly replied that it was nothing. Looking around warily, she heard the workers whispering and asking to be served their food quickly. Clutching a small bag in her hands, she remembered all of Jan's instructions and prepared for the decisive moment. She had to sprinkle gooey powder and yellow scorpion powder into the food, and that is exactly what she did carefully. At that time, cold weather and famine had come to Marilof. Life was becoming harder, and people's survival was threatened. Mothers tried to calm their children, who were crying from pain and hunger, but it was impossible to comfort them. Rats ran through the streets, scurrying in search of even a crumb of bread, because there was not enough food even for wild animals. In the alley, men discussed what was happening and blamed the county of Brock, as well as talking about the river polluted with blood. Someone mentioned compensation, but another objected, reminding them that people from their territory had tried to kill the Lord, which is why relations had become strained. Looking at the rats on the floor, they thought about asking the Count for help, but he just kept raising taxes as if he didn't notice the difficulties. Suddenly, one said that he had heard stories in Brach about delicious goulash, and these words provoked laughter from those gathered. Thinking the story was nonsense, the friends burst out laughing, but the man did not give up and insisted that he was telling the truth. Then he said that an expert from the palace had told him that he often ate it, so it was definitely not a fabrication. But people did not believe him and decided that their friend had gone mad from hunger and despair, losing his clarity of thought. Putting aside talk of seeds, they asked when the caravan with provisions from Havana would arrive, as the time had already come. At dawn, birds flew over the forest canopy, and the sun slowly rose, flooding everything with golden light. In the caravan's tent camp, people desperately demanded water, as illness and thirst were exhausting them, and liquid eased their suffering. Everyone was puzzled because usually only a few people fell ill on expeditions, but now dozens were affected at once. While Sue and the cook cared for the sick, the others whispered about when the doctor from Marilof would arrive. Feeling anxious, she realized that her plan was close to failure, and if she were exposed, it would spell disaster. Suddenly, she asked the woman whether they were closer to Havana or Marilof, but the woman just looked at her in confusion. The girl thought to herself that the road to Havana was easier, across the plain, and the doctor would arrive much faster from there. Writhing in pain, the boy begged for some warm water, and his words sounded very pitiful, his voice very weak. With a smile, the girl bent down and said she would prepare everything, trying not to betray her anxiety and fear, looking for an opportunity to consolidate her success. Watching her, the old woman decided that Sue could be trusted and asked the boys to wait a little while the maid brought the liquid. Leaving the tent, she was glad to have found a reason to go outside, as it was an opportunity to carry out her plan. Thinking that if she returned alive, she would never leave her native desert again, she closed her eyes with pleasure. Pouring poison into the barrel of water, she decided that when the doctor arrived, she would convince them to return to Cavan. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her and stopped in fright, her heart pounding wildly with fear and excitement. Grabbing her arm sharply, the man pulled her toward him, not letting the girl escape his powerful grip. Looking at her sternly, the stranger ordered her to immediately show him the contents of her palm. Struggling to break free, the girl screamed that he was a pervert and demanded that he let her go, while the man asked what she had just been holding in her hand. Noticing the scratches on her wrist and palm, he explained that this is what the hands of those who often use their fists in fights usually look like. He asked her angrily what she was doing there and demanded that she hand over the object she had just hidden in her pocket. With a sly smile, Sue asked in return if he had nothing better to do than spy on her in the dark. Hearing this accusation, the guy was taken aback and stepped back, not expecting such a response and losing his confidence. Without wasting any time, the girl delivered a quick and accurate blow straight to his chest using her combat skills. The unexpected force and pain caused the young man to collapse at her feet, unable to understand what had happened or defend himself. Hearing the noise and screams, the workers rushed to help, noting that they had heard the screams and wondering about the fight that had taken place. When she saw them, Sue realized she was in trouble, because dealing with two of them at once was extremely difficult and almost impossible. Suddenly, there was a noise in the bushes and a woman appeared, asking what this place was and where she was. Holding a weapon in her hands and with her hair disheveled, Captain Erica demanded an explanation, trying to understand what was going on. Distracting attention, Sue shouted that they were robbers, causing real panic and diverting suspicion away from herself. Terrified, the workers ran, grabbing their weapons, while Batty was puzzled, not understanding why people were reacting this way to her appearance. Trying to explain that she was the captain of the Imperial Army, she shouted, but no one listened, and the torches fell to the ground. While the men fled from Erica and her people, Sue hid in a tree and watched what was happening from above without interfering. She thought to herself that in the darkness, no one could distinguish between enemies and allies, half would die, and she would eliminate the rest later. Laughing at the starry night sky, the girl declared, as if addressing Kakanir, that she would soon return to her clan. Meanwhile, an empty cart with several sacks arrived in Marilof, accompanied by a few young men, and people looked at them in surprise. Clutching the papers in his office, Carlo was indignant, unable to believe that this was all that the people from Havana had managed to deliver. In a rage, he couldn't believe that only 3 people had arrived in an empty cart and refused to listen to any explanations from the servants. Trying to object, the butler suggested that perhaps they had been attacked by bandits, but Carlo, banging his fist on the table, called it all nonsense. Then the manager reported that he had gone to the camp with a guide and saw that most of the people there were wounded or completely unconscious. The leader of the caravan had suffered the most, which was why he had not stayed but had immediately returned to Havana, abandoning the rest. Upon hearing the report, Carlo swept the documents off the table with one movement, scattered the inkwell and papers, unable to contain his anger, and shouted furiously. Cursing, he wondered why he had to eat porridge alone, while everything around him was flying apart, and the butler remained silent, trying to keep his composure. Calming down a little, the Baron breathed heavily, standing over the table and clenching his fists, trying to think about his next move. He asked with interest what the prices were in Hiron, and the manager reported that a bag of flour cost 6 silver coins. Deciding that there was nothing to be done, the Count ordered to find out who exactly needed supplies and to assemble a trading group to send people there. With a trembling voice, the butler apologized to his master and, plucking up his courage, decided to express his own opinion. He asked with interest why they should not seek help from Brock, and Carlo glared at his subordinate in anger. Unable to hide his surprise, he asked him to repeat his words, as it was the first time the servant had dared to suggest such a thing. Explaining, the man said that it was colder in Cheiron, the snow would come earlier, and transporting the cargo would become much more difficult and time-consuming. Not giving up, he added that they could try to get some guli, which was currently being eaten in a neighboring county not far from there. Slamming his palm on the table with all his might, Carlo declared that this was nonsense and that he was not going to buy weeds that even pigs would not eat. Declaring that he would not waste money on useless things, he finally abandoned the idea and ended the conversation with the butler. Waving his hand, he ordered the servant to leave and once again instructed him to find out the exact prices from Chiron, hoping for more reliable information. The manager realized with tension that his proposal had failed miserably and that the Count had completely rejected it. Deciding that there was no other way, the man secretly planned to write a letter to Brock, hiding it from his master to try to help the estate. The next morning, the sun shone brightly on John's castle, and everything around it sparkled with gold, evoking a sense of calm. A note from Marilof was delivered to the young man's office, and the hero was surprised to see that it came not from the Count, but from his butler. Standing nearby, Barrack ate cookies and asked in surprise, but the hero explained that there was no seal on the envelope, which seemed strange. In the letter, the servant offered the young man a secret trade deal to sell guli, but without Carlo's knowledge, hiding the truth. Judging by his actions, the hero realized that the Count was looking for goods somewhere else, and Romandro added that it was possible that they were in Chiron, but the road there would take 10 days. Then Jan wondered whether to accept the offer from the manager from Marilof, because the decision could affect the future of his people. He resolutely told Barrack to accompany him to the dungeon, preparing to talk to the prisoner and entrust him with a special task. Turning around, he unexpectedly asked the warrior for a cookie, and the warrior, embarrassed, handed him the treat, not understanding his master's plan. Slowly, they descended into the damp dungeon, where the walls were lit by the flickering light of torches, casting shadows on the bars. Entering, the hero and his bodyguard stopped at the cell and looked closely at the prisoner sitting in the corner. Colin sat in the corner of the cell, trembling with fear and cold, looking exhausted, as if he had spent agonizing weeks here, not just a few days. Looking at him, Yang noted that the young man was having a hard time and would certainly not be able to stay here much longer. Holding out the cookie, the guy said that if he ate the treat, he would release him right away without delay. Fearing poison, the criminal hesitated, not understanding the hero's actions, doubting the sincerity of his words, and thinking about a possible trap. Nevertheless, He obediently followed the instructions and ate the cookie, fearing Yan's wrath and hoping that this would give him a chance of salvation. Sitting down next to him, the character asked him to listen carefully and not tell anyone what he heard, promising to spare his life. Then he said he would send Colin to Mariloff, where he would join a group of merchants who were soon to depart for Cold Sheeran. There, the young man was to disrupt the deal by any means necessary to ensure that the group would not return for at least 2 weeks, no matter what. Terrified, the prisoner wondered how he could stop the merchants since he had no strength or power, and fear paralyzed his body. Looking straight at the guy, Yang said that if he didn't complete the task, he would die, leaving him no choice. His eyes lit up with magic, and the hero added that if anything went wrong, the poison in the cookies would take effect instantly. Clutching his cheeks, the criminal was terrified, not knowing what to do. But he understood only one thing. He wanted to live and avoid death. Yang continued to threaten that his blood would turn to acid, his body would melt, and the remains of his flesh would seep into the ground. When the guy started crying, the hero leaned over, patted him on the shoulder, and said that there was still a chance of salvation if everything went well. He also promised that he would remove the spell, and Colin would be able to leave free, forgetting what had happened once and for all. Looking intently into the criminal's eyes, he asked if he could handle the task, but the boy had no choice left. The discouraged young man sat on the floor, his eyes full of horror and despair, realizing that there was no turning back. Meanwhile, on the streets of Mariloff, lists of merchants going to Shiren were being compiled, and anyone who wanted to go had to sign up. When he saw Colin's name, the butler said that the young man was not suitable because he had a criminal record, and there was no place for such people in the trade caravan. The boy was terrified, remembering his punishment if the mission failed. But the servant decided to take him on for his enthusiasm and persistence. Gritting his teeth and hiding his tears, he decided that he had to survive at any cost, because if he didn't make it into the group, he would surely die. Watching him from the bushes, the workers discussed whether the young man would cope with the task or prove to be weak and perish on the road. They agreed that Colin would make it because he had been accepted, and if not, he would become food for worms and die in obscurity. While the strangers discussed the young man, Clark watched them from the sidelines, listening to how the situation in Mariloff had changed since last year. Silently watching them, he decided to report everything that was happening to Rian so that she would understand that the situation could get out of control. With determined steps, the young man walked through the corridors of the estate, heading straight for the Countess's chambers without stopping. Knocking on the door, he called out to her insistently and loudly, demanding that the woman listen to him right away. Without waiting for a response, he said through the door that a suspicious person had joined the trading group who could harm the deal. Without looking up from her papers, Rian noted that this was good news and wished Clark a safe journey, counting on him and placing her trust in him. Staring intently into space, she believed that the young man would do an excellent job and benefit her with his participation in the deal. After a short pause, he replied that she should not worry and trust in fate, as sometimes even a small thing could change the entire outcome. His words echoed off the walls of the empty corridor, plunged into darkness, where torches burned, illuminating the floor and stone walls. Night fell, and snow covered the surrounding mountains, turning the landscape into an endless white desert with the quiet rustle of the wind and cold air. The trading party set up camp at the foot of the mountains, pitching tents and building fires, everything covered in snow. Stepping on the ground, barely visible in places, Colin made his way to the cart with provisions, clutching a torch in his hand. Holding the fire, he was lost in doubt, and his body was enveloped in fear and anxiety, as if death itself was walking beside him. Gritting his teeth, he mentally asked for forgiveness, realizing that if he did not do so, he would perish and his mission would end in complete failure. His hands trembled, and the torch burned brighter, as if sensing the tension, casting shadows around him and frightening the young man with its light. Just as he was about to carry out his plan, someone suddenly called out to him and Colin froze in horror, not understanding who was behind him. Turning around, he saw Clark, who asked what he was doing, but he replied that he was doing nothing and had just come out for some fresh air. Approaching him and snatching the torch, the guy asked what it meant and why he was sneaking up to the merchant caravan's wagons at night. Looking at him with malice in his eyes, he asked if Colin had decided to burn the carts and take the gold for himself, to enrich himself at the expense of others' misfortune. Hearing this, the young man froze in amazement, his eyes wide, not understanding how the guy knew his name and why he suspected him of arson. Suddenly, the torch flew out of his hands and fell right on the ground near the wagon with provisions, causing the flames to instantly flare up. Everything around him instantly burst into flames, and Colin froze in horror, not understanding what was happening, while the stranger stood behind him with a cold smile. The young man did not understand who this man was or how he knew him, and his thoughts were confused, fear eating away at his mind like poison. With one swift movement, Clark delivered a fatal blow to his back, robbing him of his strength and leaving him to bleed to death in the dark night. Hearing voices behind him, he froze in tension, not expecting such a turn of events, and realized that people were about to rush in. Merchants rushed to the noise, not understanding what was happening or why the fire had broken out. While drops of blood dripped from his sword onto the ground, Clark boldly declared that Colin had set fire to the wagon with the gold and resisted, so he had to kill him to save the others. Everyone began to call the dead man crazy and carry sand to extinguish the flames while his corpse lay on the ground and Clark watched intently and silently. Behind a huge bush nearby, another young man watched, seeing what was happening and understanding that something terrible had occurred. Not understanding what was happening, he thought Clark was acting according to plan and decided to urgently report everything to Jan and Romandro. Meanwhile, chaos also broke out in Miraloff, and the butler ran to the Count to tell him the terrible news about the caravan and the fire. Bursting into the office, he shouted that something terrible had happened, but Carlo turned around and coldly asked what was the matter and why his servant was disturbing him. The manager fearfully reported that they had contacted a group of merchants, but all the carts had burned down and there were no goods left. Hearing this, the Count could not believe his ears and froze, not understanding how they would now survive the winter without supplies of provisions and grain. Asking again, he slammed his hand on the table, and the butler reported that Colin had set fire to the carts and tried to kill people by starting a fire. He also said that the boy was dead and the caravan had suffered, and they had decided to go to Cheiron first, but the journey would take too many days. Hearing this, Carlo realized that winter would be the hardest, and he stared intently at the servant, feeling anger inside. Shivering and holding on to the table, he realized that even the mansion's supplies would soon run out, and the family would be left without food. Suddenly, one of the servants said that if Cheiron and Havan did not help, it was worth turning to Jan, because he was strong and rich in supplies. Hearing this, the Count grabbed the young man by the back of his head, while the young man froze in bewilderment, not understanding his master's behavior. With one movement, he slammed his face right into the table and shouted, accusing him of everything, blood spattering in all directions. Screaming, he asked what this meant and how it had happened. The servant begged for mercy, and the butler watched in horror. Without letting go of the boy, the Count ordered the entire family of Colin, who had started the fire, to be killed, cursing as the manager backed away in horror. Going out the door, the butler ordered the maid not to enter because Carlo was tearing and throwing things, and screams echoed throughout the mansion. The maids asked in horror what to do, and he, motioning for them to be quiet, asked if they all wanted to calm the Baron down. In a decisive voice, the Countess demanded that the door be opened, but the servants tried to stop her, fearing for their lives and peace. Confident, she said that everything was fine and ordered them to obey her command, and the maid obediently did so. Before Rienne's eyes unfolded a scene of Carl beating the servant, blood flowing across the floor, and the man screaming, holding a candlestick in his hands. Smiling, she called out to her husband, trying to look calm and confident, as if the horrific scene before her eyes did not bother her at all. Coming closer, she asked him to let go of the boy and give her some time, distracting the Baron from the mad rage that had taken hold of his mind. Patting Carlo on the shoulder, she asked him not to be so angry and to stop, wanting to discuss important matters. While the Countess asked why the Count himself did not ask his neighbors for help, the butler pulled the beaten servant out of his master's office. The woman also suggested sending messengers to negotiate with the Lord if the Count's pride prevented him from doing so himself. After listening to his wife, Carlo froze in thought, his soul torn by anger. But her words seemed reasonable, even though his heart was boiling. Surprised, he asked if his wife wanted to go herself, and she smiled and asked him to grant her that right. Suddenly, with one sharp movement, he grabbed her by the hair with his bloodied hand, squeezing her tightly and not giving her a chance to escape. Holding her in his bloodied palms, he asked viciously if she was trying to run away and leave him alone with a mountain of problems. Looking intently into her husband's eyes, she asked what Carlo would do if she really wanted to. Responding that she should not even think about it, he shouted, and his words echoed throughout the mansion, whose windows were illuminated by the cold moon. It was winter outside, bare trees surrounded the estate, and a small amount of snow covered the roof. Rian decided to visit John anyway, and he bowed and asked her if the journey had been difficult. Hiding behind her fan, she noted that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and asked if the young man was really a Viscount now. The hero was also happy to see her and was surprised by her visit. Approaching the castle, she explained that they had not been able to congratulate him properly on his title. But the young man replied with a smile that they should not worry. He also reminded her that they had sent a gift after all and asked if Rian was sorry to part with such a valuable item. With a smile, the woman replied that she had thought her gift would put Yana in an awkward position. She then explained that she had insisted on a different surprise, but the Count had insisted that this was what would help the young man, and she couldn't argue. The hero thought to himself that they had given him the dripper simply to get him off their backs, and he was convinced that Rian was definitely an aristocrat. Moving slowly down the corridor, the Countess finally decided to reveal the true purpose of her visit to Brock. Folding the accessory, she explained that she would like to see Lady Marie's chambers, hoping to find her lost item. Surprised, the guy opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, could it be that Rian had not come for the ghoul, which was so necessary? Giggling, the woman decided to remind him that his stepmother, Yana, had never returned what she had lent her in the distant past. Approaching the doors, the young man told her to do as she saw fit, since he had not touched the Countess's chambers. And if the item was there, it was still there. Waving his hand, he wanted to escort the woman out, but she replied that if she was shown to her room, the Viscount need not waste his time on it. But the hero insisted on accompanying his guest, while Rian watched him silently, burning him with her gaze. Entering the room, where all the items were covered with various blankets, Yang asked what the Countess was looking for. Explaining that if she told him, he could help, she flatly refused, saying that the item could not be touched. Apologizing, the woman asked the young man to leave her alone in the ladies' quarters, promising to let him know when she was finished. Turning toward the exit in bewilderment, Yang agreed, but deep down he did not understand such excessive secrecy. When he stepped out into the corridor, he whispered an order to his servant to watch over Rian, and the young man bowed obediently and accepted the instructions. In the room, the bedspreads slowly fell to the floor one after another, raising dust around them, as no one had been here for a very long time. Upon entering, the young man asked if he could help the lady with anything, while Rian opened the boxes and examined everything around her, standing with her back to him. Irritated, she asked if he hadn't heard what she had said to the Viscount, sharply ordered him to open the jewelry box and leave. Looking at herself in the huge broken mirror, she said angrily that she would find the item herself, slightly frightening the young man. After a while, the room was in chaos with jewelry, heels, letters, and other items scattered on the floor, but she still hadn't found anything. While Yang was sitting in his office, Romandro came in and asked where Rian was, and the hero explained that she was in the former Countess's chambers looking for something of hers. The expert was also surprised to note that the woman had not come because of the ghoul, but the character shrugged, not knowing the answer himself. Looking thoughtfully at his watch, the man was sure that the conversation would turn to the seeds, but a little later, and the hero agreed with him. Without hiding his interest, the inspector noted that Yang had already decided on the price, and he was curious to know how much the guy was planning to charge. The character said slyly that the cost depended a little, remembering how Mariloff had treated them when they needed help. Rian entered abruptly and, smiling, began to apologize for the long search. She herself had not expected to spend so much time. With an excited voice, Yang asked if the Countess had found what she was looking for, but she replied that, unfortunately, she had not. He was sorry to hear this and invited the woman to sit down and have some tea before leaving, hoping to discuss a more important deal. While she went over to greet the expert, the Viscount approached the servants and ordered them to bring drinks. Approaching the young man, the hero whispered in his ear to go to Barrack and tell him to tidy up the late Countess's chambers. After a while, a beautiful white and blue tea set appeared on the table, and with a cup in her hands, Rian admitted that she had not actually come for the lost item. Talking about rumors, she said she had heard that Yang had to pay his debts to the palace, and the hero was very surprised at how she knew this. Smiling, she noted that nothing could escape her attention. Noting the large sum, she said she could help, which greatly surprised the hero. But instead of lending money, she wanted to buy some gully and asked what Yang thought about such a deal. Smiling back at her, the young man honestly admitted that he didn't particularly like the idea. And upon hearing this, Romandro choked on his tea. Thanking the Countess for her offer, he replied firmly that they had already figured out how to pay such an amount. Unable to believe it, Rian asked again in surprise, and he confirmed once more, explaining that the ghoul would still cost about 5,000. There was a set on the table, and the woman noted that the seeds used to be worthless, and the hero confirmed her words. Looking at her intently, the Viscount asked if the Countess would really save money when people's lives were at stake, and she watched him. Explaining, he said that, on the contrary, if Rian decided to buy the gola from them after all, the woman was interested in how much Yang was willing to sell it for. The hero happily replied that it was 50 gold pieces per bag, and Romandro, who was nearby, even spat his tea back into his cup. Earlier, the young man had been writing down and thinking about how much he wanted to get from the sale of the seeds and still found a profitable price. The expert's face turned pale as he wondered if Yang, who had previously promised not to overcharge him, was now demanding 50. At the same time, a surprised Hannah entered Madame Marie's chambers, not expecting to see anyone there and hearing the noise. Seeing Barrick, she asked what he was doing there, and the bodyguard replied that he was carrying out the Viscount's orders. The maid wondered with interest what he was looking for, and the warrior, turning to her, called the Countess strange and said he himself did not know what he was looking for. Continuing to rummage through things, he noted that it seemed to him that it should be here, and the girl thought about it. Pointing sharply upward, she asked if Barrick had looked at the ceiling, surprising him with her suggestion. There was a small carved gilded soft stool in the room, which they decided to use to carry out their plan. Rubbing his head in pain, Barrick was not thrilled about this, but there was no other way. They had to check the secret storage room. Standing on the soft stool and picking up Hannah, he lifted her up to the ceiling and, opening the hatch, she began to search without understanding what she was looking for. Shouting sharply, the maid said that there was something there, and the warrior couldn't believe that she had found what she was looking for in such a strange place. Taking out a powder compact in the shape of a cookie, she couldn't believe that the Countess was looking for such a trifle. Climbing down, the young man wondered why Martha had hidden it there, and the girl noted that the item was very strange. With one movement, Barrick opened it and began to look at himself in the small mirror, examining the contents. Suddenly, he smelled a strange odor and froze, as if afraid to move in some kind of stupor, his mind becoming clouded. The sharp scent of powder made him stagger from side to side, and the girl watched him in fear, not understanding what was happening. Barely asking if something was wrong, she saw Barrick collapse to the floor, and there was a sharp explosion. Nearby on the floor lay an open powder box, smoke rising from it, while the maid tried to revive the warrior. Meanwhile, in the living room, Rian, hearing the price of 50 gold pieces for a bag of guli, wondered whether to agree to the deal. Considering the plant's yield, this was quite a large sum for the county, and she weighed the pros and cons. Trying to find arguments in her favor, Jan said that in 2 months, she could help everyone in Marilof survive. Putting the cup on the table, the woman pondered, and the hero noted that he was sure she herself understood how important it was to maintain the population. From her behavior, the young man understood that she was only thinking about the lost item and was not really interested in buying seeds. In addition, he said that he and the expert, like the Count, were guided by the interests of the residents and reminded her of the price Marilof wanted to sell them provisions for. Listening to the expert's indignation that there was neither wheat nor corn on the list of goods, Rian pursed her lips in disappointment. Touching her temple with her finger, she said that the final decision was up to the Count, but she understood that Brock wanted to make money. Her gratitude could be heard in the hallway behind closed doors, and the Countess was about to say goodbye. Suddenly, Hannah burst into the office with a pale face and shouted that something terrible had happened. Everyone stared at the maid in surprise, and Jan asked what had happened and heard that Barrick had found the thing. It was a powder compact with white powder, and the young man lost consciousness as soon as he inhaled it. The hero and the Countess listened, looking at each other in dismay. Rien abruptly jumped up and rushed out of the living room, and the young man only had time to shout after her, asking where she was going. He rushed after her, running down the long, bright corridor of the estate, trying to catch up with the woman and calling her name. But she did not stop. Grabbing her by the arm, he asked the Countess to calm down, but she screamed, demanded to be let go, and struggled to break free. She managed to break free with one sharp jerk, but Yang tried to reach out with his hand to grab her. Hannah and Romandro, who had come to his aid, noticed that the young man had fallen and asked excitedly if everything was all right. He replied that everything was fine. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the Countess, and he wanted to ask how she was, but he froze mid-sentence, his eyes wide with surprise. Hooking her foot on one of the steps leading to the second floor, Rian fell and tried to get up, stretching out on them in an awkward position. The hero's attention was drawn to the woman's leg, covered in bruises, and he thought it was the result of the fall. Lady Marie's chambers were in chaos. All the covers and things that had been covering them were scattered about, and there was no trace of the previous order. Barrick lay unconscious on the bed, pale and helpless, the unknown powder having had a strong effect on him. The evil Rian sat on a chair with her hands tied, and Yan, turning to her, decided that they had something to discuss. Standing menacingly over the Countess with Hannah and Romandro, he asked if she could tell him everything that had happened, from beginning to end. Trying to appear calm, Madame insisted that it was just ordinary powder and did not understand why she had been tied up. Holding the object in her hands, the maid standing behind the hero clarified that it was quite unusual if it had such properties. Most skin-colored powders were coarser, and she could not remember anyone ever losing consciousness because of it. Indignant, the Countess asked who this girl was, and Yang replied that she was a highly educated member of the family. Silently, Rian glared at him with a malicious look, and he looked at her, waiting for a clear explanation of the situation. Then he asked if the maid could bring a wet towel, and Hannah bowed and went to carry out his instructions. Pushing Romandro, she wanted them to leave together, leaving John alone with Rian. The expert, not understanding her, tried to object, but followed them anyway. Silence reigned in the room. Barrick still lay unconscious on the bed, and the young man watched the Countess intently. Taking a chair, the young man wanted to talk frankly and pointed out some oddities he had noticed. Sitting opposite the woman, he said that, first of all, it seemed to him that she knew what a dripper was, considering her to be an aristocrat. More precisely, she knew its significance, and when he asked if he was right in his assumptions, the Countess nervously bit her lip. Looking into her eyes, the hero speculated about her possible place of origin, drawing parallels and comparing all the known facts. Deciding to speak openly, he asked if the woman was from the Rajan Mountains, which were far from the county. Not believing himself, he asked if she was part of the Dara people. Angered, the woman asked in response if she looked like a mole in human form. Hearing that Rian knew what they looked like, the young man decided that his guesses were correct, and she fidgeted nervously in her chair. Still, she made up her mind and confessed that she was born not far from the mountains and was friends with this people, and that her mother was a dryad. Surprised, the young man realized that the woman was half fairy, which seemed even stranger than he had previously imagined. They were mystical, capricious, and cruel creatures who guarded trees and devoured those they loved alive so as not to part with them. Because she did not understand her mother, Rian cut down the tree and ran away, not even having time to bury her father's remains. Yang asked with interest how she ended up here, and she replied that as soon as she left the forest, she encountered slave traders who captured and sold her. Waving her bound hands, she said she knew how valuable the dripper was, even though she didn't quite understand how it was used. Surprised, she asked how the young man knew so much about this thing, and he replied that he had heard about it from someone somewhere, sometime. It was already dark outside, and stars were beginning to appear in the sky. Yang asked if Carlo knew about all this, and the woman replied that he did not. After listening to Rian, the hero wondered why she did not tell her own husband about her origins. Surprised, he asked if the Countess really wanted to help him and bring his plan to life. She noted his strange reaction and asked if she should be grateful, to which Jan replied that it all depended on her true intentions. With a sharp movement, she lifted the hem of her dress, and what he saw shocked the young man, changing his expression. The woman's legs were covered in bruises, and she confessed that her husband was insane and often beat her. Admitting that she was of low birth and could not get divorced, she said that she could no longer live like this. Therefore, she needed this powder compact to deal with the tyrant and live peacefully, since she had betrayed her mother for a reason. Barrick was still lying on the bed next to her, showing no signs of life, even though a lot of time had passed. Thinking that the powder from the powder compact was deadly and that Rian wanted to use it to kill the Count, Yang was terrified that the bodyguard might die. Grabbing her by the arms, he asked angrily if it was poison, and the woman explained that it was a new hallucinogenic sleeping pill brought from the Kingdom of Haven. The powder could stop breathing for a while, but neither she nor Marie had any problems, and Yang was surprised that his stepmother had also used it. Then Rian suggested that perhaps Madame was going to use it on Dergi, but apparently decided to try it on herself first. But the hero did not understand why. Turning to him, the woman said that it was all because of Yang, since he was Marie's husband's bastard and her son's direct competitor. Hearing all this, the character was discouraged by such a confession. But despite all this, he understood a lot. Remembering his stepmother's condition in the basement, he wondered if this behavior was related to withdrawal syndrome. Turning to him again, Reen admitted that she hated the Marilov surname, and what was the difference between her and her mother then? She said decisively that the only thing she wanted was the freedom of choice that she had been deprived of her entire life. Raising her bound hands, the woman added that she had a business proposal for the young man and did not want hostility. Declaring that her friend's enemy was her enemy, she saw no reason not to cooperate with Jan, hoping that he would free her. If the hero turned a blind eye to certain things, the woman would help pay off the palace's debt and assist him in any situation, as long as he looked at her palms. But the young man knew that Carlo had younger brothers and sisters, and in the event of his death, Rian would not receive the title, but she assured him that it did not matter. To clarify, the young man asked if this opportunity would remain if she helped him, but the Countess did not know. Realizing that it was time for the woman to return home, he wondered whether to simply accept her offer or let her go. Hearing a noise outside the door, He returned to reality, and he and the lady turned in surprise to look there. Opening the door, Yang heard someone shouting and trying furiously to see the Countess, but they wouldn't let him in. The servants, along with the expert, tried to stop him, but the guy asked what the Viscount had done to the lady. Putting her hand on his shoulder, Hannah tried to get the young man's attention, but he was furious and wouldn't listen to anyone. Leaving the office, the hero said that the lady was a little busy and asked the uninvited guest to wait a little. Clark's attention fell on the Countess's bound hands as she followed the Count out, looking at him fearfully. Gritting his teeth in anger, he blushed, his body filled with determination. Not intending to stop, he decided to act. Hearing the threat that otherwise he would be fed to the worms, he asked maliciously what that meant and rushed straight at Jan. Reaching out his hand, he tried to strike the hero, but the latter intercepted the attack with a single movement and looked his opponent in the eye. Using magic, the character created a fireball in his palm and struck Clark with a powerful blow straight to the chest. The force of the blow caused his opponent to lose strength, and the floor gradually slipped away from under his feet as the young man slowly began to fall. Watching what was happening and not expecting such a turn of events, the Countess was horrified and screamed. Meanwhile, in the room, Barrick slowly began to come to his senses, hearing the noise, but his eyes were still closed. The defeated Clark lay on the floor, Rien rushed to him, and Jan, along with Hannah and Ramondro, stood on different sides. Another servant who had come running at the noise began to shout that it was him, and the expert looked at him in bewilderment, trying to understand what was going on. Then the guy explained that it was Clark who killed Colin on the way to Sharon and set fire to the carts, and Jan asked if he was sure about that. Turning around, the Countess began to shout that she hated everything about Mariloff, but the hero clarified that it was her servant who had destroyed the caravan. But the woman began to accuse him that instead of gratitude, Jan attacked. But the young man explained that he was just defending himself, and besides, his opponent was simply unconscious. Night fell, and the hero asked how she knew about Colin, and she explained that after the attack, people had disappeared from the gambling house, and it would be strange if only one had returned. The young man persisted, asking about Carlo's behavior, but the woman said that the old man had done nothing and might not even know anything. Reflecting on this, Jan did not understand the Count at all. Could it be that he did not care what the inhabitants of his territory had done? Then he ordered his servant to carry Mr. Clark to his room, and the servant obediently followed his instructions, lifting the young man up. The Countess and Jan silently watched them leave, each lost in their own thoughts. Noticing Rienne's distress, the young man asked if there was something between her and the boy, something more than just a servant and his mistress. Understanding what the Viscount was getting at, she replied that it was not what he thought, but did not even turn around. Not quite understanding the Countess's reaction, the hero replied affirmatively and fell silent, not knowing what else to add. Turning to her again, he asked the woman to tell him everything in detail, wanting to finally dot the I's and cross the T's. Removing the rope from her hands, he understood her intentions but also wanted to pay his debt. Yet he was not sure that she would receive the money after Carlo's death. He also added that if the Count found out about their plans, he would be in trouble, since it was the young man who had allowed Rienne to kill her husband. It was necessary to decide how to transport the gold from Mariloff without putting the Countess herself at risk. With a sly smile, she agreed with him, but she also understood his true intentions, beyond paying off the debt to the Emperor. She believed that Yang wanted to sell her the Gola by any means necessary in order to receive reward and glory. The moon rose in the sky and a worried Carlo went out into the courtyard with his servants, waiting for his wife to return. Looking at their master's back, the maids trembled with fear, sensing the tension and anger emanating from the man. Maintaining outward calm, the Baron's blood ran cold. Everyone knew how cruel he could be when things did not go according to his plan. Suddenly, he heard the clatter of horse hooves as a carriage approached the estate with the Countess. Seeing his wife, he turned to her angrily, finding it increasingly difficult to control himself and remain calm. With a smile and a bag in her hands, the woman apologized for staying late in Brach. Saying that she had a lot to tell him, she handed him the gift, but he did not understand what was going on. In a rage, he demanded that she tell him everything right away, his shouting deafening the maids. Without delay, the woman informed him that she had sold Clark for goulash to save them from starvation, and had been delayed because they had argued for a long time about the price of the seeds. Asking if the Count would like to try the goulash, she gave orders to serve it as a side dish and discuss everything over dinner. After a while, salad and soup were served with a bottle of red wine, prepared using the seeds brought by the lady. Realizing that his wife had exchanged the servant for a plant, Carlo understood that they were worth 15 gold coins, but decided to clarify. The woman calmly informed him that the young man had demanded 50 for the bag, but had agreed to this exchange as humanitarian aid. Thinking it was all nonsense, Carlo noted that the goulash looked decent as a side dish and decided to try it. Putting a piece in his mouth, he was very surprised by the taste, and his angry expression changed to one of surprise. After chewing, the Count noted that it was quite good food, and the Countess sat silently next to him with a smile. Then Rienne said that the information that it was popular in the capital turned out to be true, and she was told that the seeds sprout a month after planting. But Carlo was interested in what she had been talking about with the Viscount in Broche, which had kept her out so late into the night. To which the woman replied that, as her husband might have noticed, she was trying to arrange matters with Jan's help. Earlier, she had understood the young man's hints and asked if he really wanted her to persuade her husband to buy the seeds. Then the young man asked her to do more, wanting to make a profit, adding that Mariloff had no choice. The roads to Haven and Sharon were closed, and Rienne listened. After listening to everything, she noted that the hero's plan was quite good and agreed in exchange for a powder compact and a promise to look after Clark. Pouring wine into a glass, the Countess continued her story, which she had made up for Carlo in advance to calm her husband. After the deal, she went to check Marie's chambers and did not find the powder there, deciding that the Countess had lost it during the Civil War. Puzzled, the man asked what his wife was going to do with the dead trader's belongings, but Rienne reminded him that they had originally belonged to her. Suddenly, a servant entered and, apologizing, wanted to take away the dishes, but the Count snapped viciously, ordering him to leave immediately. While he turned away and gave orders, Madame seized the moment and sprinkled the magic powder into her husband's glass. Pleased with herself, she smiled sweetly, but the Count turned around, turned his attention to her, and addressed her sternly. In a malicious voice, he said that there would be no second time, and if she ever returned home again, he would break all her legs. But she knew that he would never see her again, because soon he would be feeding the worms deep in the ground. Clinking glasses, she replied that her husband should not worry about it anymore, hoping that she would soon receive her long-awaited freedom. The next morning, Clark woke up and shouted, demanding that the door be opened, asking what Yang was going to do with the lady. Coming closer, the hero decided to address him, and upon hearing his voice, the guy was very surprised and began to listen carefully. Continuing to pound his fist, he begged for mercy for Mrs. Rienne and asked the Viscount not to harm her. Falling to his knees, he said that it was already difficult to protect the woman in the mansion, and that thanks to her, many had managed to escape the Count's wrath. Surprised, Yang asked if she had really been helping people, as if he didn't believe in her kindness, considering the Countess to be selfish. Deciding to take pity on Clark, he informed him that the lady had just returned to the mansion, and the young man could not believe it was true. The character also added that the young man was a guarantee of their interest before Mariloff and asked him to wait. Realizing that he was just a pawn in someone else's game, Clark was very upset, his gaze painful and tired. Looking at the doors and listening to the silence, the hero was a little surprised at the young man's submissiveness, gradually sinking into his own thoughts. He himself was thinking about how the Countess was feeling and what she was doing, feeling a certain anxiety for her life. A picture appeared before his eyes of how he had accompanied her to the carriage and asked her to be careful, understanding her husband's anger. Glancing at her bruised leg, he wanted to object, worried about the woman's health. Understanding the Viscount's concern, the Countess said that everything was fine for now and resolutely stepped into the carriage. Turning around, she added that she had been waiting for this chance for several winters. And did Yang really think that she would not be able to hold out for a few days now? With these words, the door slammed shut, and the young man was left alone. The wheels spun, and the carriage began to move. Slowly, the carriage set off for Mariloff, drawn by horses, and he silently watched it go, thinking about their agreement. Convincing himself that everything would be fine and the plan would succeed, Yang returned to reality and went back into the estate. Realizing that he was standing near Clark's chambers, he decided to go check on his bodyguard, whose condition had not changed. While the doctor listened to Barrick's heartbeat, the hero anxiously asked how the warrior was feeling. The man replied that the boy had only fallen asleep and asked if this reaction was due to the hallucinogenic sleeping pill, and Jan explained that it was possible to die. Reassuring the Viscount, the doctor explained that Barrick had inhaled a small dose, so he would be fine. He also added that it was important to keep a close eye on the young man until he woke up, as he could talk and walk in his sleep, and Romandro was shocked. Hiding behind the door, the expert fearfully suggested tying up the bodyguard, but Jan himself did not know what to do. Barrick suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if frightened by something in his sleep, but remained silent, not uttering a sound. The hero quietly asked if the warrior had woken up, and the bodyguard asked in a weak voice why he was lying there. The character then explained that Barrack had inhaled powder from Madame Rienne's powder compact and lost consciousness, and the young man grimaced. Saying that he was not in any pain, he noted the strangeness, but Yang did not understand what the bodyguard was talking about. Without giving him a chance to explain, the hero said that it was a hallucinogenic powder, so he could have confused dreams and reality. But the problem was elsewhere. Everything was blurry before his eyes. He even imagined seeing some people, and he admitted that he felt very sick. Lifting his head, the warrior tried to stand up, but he didn't have enough strength and his head fell back onto the pillow. Romandro stood behind the door, frightened, peeking into the room, afraid to move or say anything. Catching the bodyguard's gaze, the expert asked tensely, his voice trembling, if Barrack recognized him. With a crazy smile, the guy started calling him a dog, and the man screamed in horror, thinking that the bodyguard had gone mad. Jumping up from the bed, the young man rushed at the inspector, who called on the clan of otherworldly warriors and begged them to stop this madness. Watching everything that was happening, the doctor noted that the warrior had no problems with physical strength, and Yang thought that it was not for nothing that he was a magical swordsman. A week later, a letter arrived from Mariloff. Carlo wrote that he wanted to buy more guli, and the hero understood that this was a success. Deciding to write a reply, the hero thanked the count for agreeing to the deal, writing each letter in calligraphic handwriting. After an expert assessed the situation in the neighboring county, they concluded that 100 bags would be enough to feed the people. The young man also added in his note that they refused to sell a bag of seeds for less than 50 gold coins. After reading the reply, Carlo learned that John had promised to forget all past grievances, and the young man suggested contacting him to change the terms of the deal. Gritting his teeth in anger, the count realized that he would have to negotiate the price because it was too expensive. A few days later, a couple from Mariloff arrived at the Brack estate, and many horse-drawn carriages stopped in the courtyard. Looking out the window, Jan realized that they were in a great hurry, and the expert suggested that everything would be decided today and wanted to distract them. Sitting in the living room, the hero thanked Rienne and Carlo for their personal visit, with Romandro sitting next to him. The count awkwardly asked if they had distracted the young man from important matters, but the guy noted that their business was much more important. He asked with interest why the Baron and Countess had come to see him, surely not to buy goulash, expressing some surprise. Nervously tapping his fingers on the sofa, Carlo noted that Brock had calculated the exact amount of seeds Mariloff needed. Noting that the purchase volume was huge, they came to find out why the price was so high, thinking that it was not worth the money. The young man replied that they could not lower the price because it was a long-lasting product, while Romandro listened attentively nearby. The hero also added that they were not selling wild gulu, but gulu grown by the inhabitants of their territory, which is why they were asking a fair price for it. Looking intently at the count, he asked if the man knew that the seeds grow in any conditions but die as soon as the snow falls. Therefore, the hero suggested that this would be the only large deal, and in the future, Mariloff would be able to provide for himself. For this reason, he now had to either sell more guli or ask for a higher price in order to earn more. Looking out the window, he asked if the weather wasn't too strange now, and that in the future it would not be possible to harvest large crops, which is why the price was so high. In the future, they wanted to build a greenhouse and increase the volume of the harvest. Yang proudly said that this was why they would sell it for at least 50 coins per bag. When Carlo was left alone with the Countess, he wondered why he should pay 5,000 gold coins for some weeds. The woman noted with concern that the situation was particularly difficult this year and that they needed to save the territory as soon as possible. While Yang and Romandro were out on urgent business, they could discuss everything between themselves, but those standing outside the doors could hear everything perfectly well. Looking at her husband, Rian asked what he thought was the maximum amount they could ask for one bag. After thinking for a moment, the man said that, in his opinion, it wasn't worth even a single coin, considering the plant to be nothing more than a useless weed. Turning to his wife, he said that they could pay a maximum of 35 gold coins for the guli seeds, while the woman looked at him. Thinking it over, she did not know if Yang would agree to this. Judging by his behavior, the young man wanted to get a bigger piece. Touching the count's hand, she said that she thought that if the young man lowered the price to at least 40, it would be worth agreeing immediately. Looking at Carlo, she added that the hero had said that when the snow fell, the seeds would die, so the price would only go up, and it would become even more difficult to buy gully. The woman confidently suggested buying seeds for food and planting, some large and some small. And upon hearing this, the count thought about it. The door opened abruptly, and Jan and Romandro entered the living room, apologizing for the wait, while Carlo noticed that the tea had already cooled down. Apologizing for the inconvenience, the hero ordered Hannah to brew a new pot and she bowed and obediently complied. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to the earrings in the Countess's ears, and his expression showed sincere surprise. The purple decorations shimmered brightly and sparkled in the light, and their shape resembled some kind of symbol. He thought to himself that he had asked for 50 gold coins for a bag of guli, and they were willing to pay 35, and decided that it was good that he had overpriced it in advance. Suddenly, Rian stood up and addressed him decisively, drawing the young man's attention. After all, the meeting was of an official nature. She stated seriously that the price was too high, and noted that it sounded as if the hero was trying to monopolize the ghoul. By setting such a price, it seemed that he did not want to make a deal with them. But he calmly looked at her in response. With a smile, Yang said that in that case, he would offer them different terms, deciding to accept the terms of the game that his neighbors were playing. Slapping the table with his hand, he said he would sell Mariloff one bag for 40 gold coins, stating that the price was final and more than reasonable. But in return, he wanted Carlo to sign an agreement that they would not interfere in their economy. Hearing this, the Count tensed up, not understanding why the hero was suddenly asking for this, since he could have asked for the same thing himself. Thoughts arose in the man's head. Could it be that the guy wanted to steal something by cooperating with the barbarians, remembering the guard from the clan of warriors? Considering Jan a fool, Carlo smiled slyly, realizing that even if he agreed, he could report it to the capital, and the young man would be stopped immediately. Deciding that Braca's economic freedom was part of its independence, Carlo agreed, but offered a price of 30 gold coins. However, the character reminded him that the price was 40, and the man decided to raise it to 31, but the hero noted that this was too big a discount. With tension, the Baron offered 32, then 33 coins, hoping to knock down the price, but the young man was adamant. Gritting his teeth, the man was very angry that the young man was so unapproachable and would not agree to give in so easily. Shouting sharply, 35, he declared that he would not agree to anything more, and Rian looked at him in dismay, realizing that her husband's nerves were at their limit. Giving in, Jan agreed to the price, deciding to concede and not exacerbate the tense situation, and Romandro offered to discuss the terms of the contract. Negotiations began, and the Baron asked if they could replace the word fresh with a week after harvest. But then it was necessary to add clarification about the harvest schedule. Accepting the expert's suggestions, the man proposed to write about this in the new contract and specify the average diameter of the fruit. Noting that Madame was probably tired of the long negotiations, Yang suggested that she take a break in another room. Turning to her husband, the Countess asked for permission, and he replied that she should leave and not get on his nerves. Hearing that the young man kindly wanted to accompany his wife and get some fresh air together, the Count could barely contain his rage. His eyes filled with blood, he did not understand how the servant dared to approach the Countess and was already about to object. Noticing that the Count's attention was distracted, Romandro asked if the man was listening, considering the terms of the contract to be very important. Stepping out into the corridor, Jan and Madame listened as the expert and Carlo discussed changes to the papers, but they were not interested. Closing the door, the young man thanked the woman for all her suffering, realizing how difficult it had been to persuade her husband to agree to the deal. Walking down the corridor, she asked how Clark was doing, and he replied that the servant lived in the best rooms and ate exclusively there. Deciding to find out some details about the neighboring county, he turned to the Countess, trying to find the right words. Knowing some information about the Baron's family, the hero asked with interest if Rian had seen Carlo's younger brother. She replied that she had seen him a couple of times, that he lived in an old mansion in the east of the territory, and that, like her husband, he had a nasty temper. Hearing this, Jan thought to himself that in the event of Mariloff's death, only his younger brother would be eligible to claim his place, as there were no other contenders. In the absence of relatives, no one would suspect Rian of murdering her husband and trying to seize the territory for herself. Suddenly, the woman said that she was cursed. Her mother always said that the existence of dryads depended on promises and their fulfillment. If a promise was made, it had to be kept. She remembered walking with an axe toward that tree. With deft and powerful movements, she furiously chopped at the trunk, swinging her weapon with frenzied rage. Birds flew in the night sky and stars shone, while the echoes of her actions reverberated around her in the forest silence. She couldn't believe that she would get away with it so easily, as if in a state of passion, beads of sweat running down her face. Her hands were shaking. The girl realized that she had killed the guardian of the forest and threw down the axe, not knowing what to do next. The woman was afraid that the Count's death would raise suspicions in his brother's mind, and he would immediately sell her to slave traders. As if asking the void, she said, "Is it just my imagination? And are all my fears too exaggerated? Yang replied sincerely that he himself did not know the answer to the Countess's question, wondering how all this could be prevented. He asked with interest if Rian had promised her mother something, because if not, he did not understand why she should be cursed. They slowly approached the chambers where Barrack was standing, and the hero explained that everything depended on the Countess's belief. Shocking her with his arguments, he explained that if she believed in the broken bond between the families, then that would be the case, but if not, then everything would be fine. Pulling the handle of the massive wooden doors, she entered the room after the Viscount, not understanding where they had come. A moment later, she saw a surprised Clark in front of her, who could not believe his eyes. Unable to hide her amazement, the woman also could not believe that she was seeing the servant she had previously left as collateral. Feeling ashamed and awkward, the Countess swallowed nervously and pressed her lips tightly together. Turning abruptly, she decided to leave, and Clark asked her about it, to which Rian replied that she had no other choice. Looking the young man in the eyes, she explained that she had sold him for a slave and just wanted to make sure he was alive, but he felt betrayed. Barrack watched silently from the sidelines, looking at the young man. He felt sorry for him, but there was nothing he could do. Coming closer, he asked what they were doing here, looking at the Countess and the young man, wondering why they had come. Behind closed doors, the warrior couldn't calm down about the times they were living in, where people were selling each other for seeds. Returning to his office, Jan asked if Romandro and Carlo had discussed much without them, and the expert replied that they had just finished. Handing over the documents, he explained that the edited part was written in burgundy ink, and the hero noted the enormous amount of work that had been done. Leafing through the papers, he carefully studied the contents and noted that there were no problems with the contract. Apologizing that he did not yet have an official seal, Jan said that he would simply sign it, and the Count was confident that he would take the ghoul today. The Baron firmly stated that he could only pay 1,000 coins now, and the rest would be transferred through the Heyman Bank. Shaking hands, the character thanked him and noted that this deal was an important event for both territories. Announcing that his men would begin loading the seeds, Carlo suggested going to the bank, and the expert agreed. In a loud voice, the Count gave the order to load the provisions and brought a chest from the carriage, while Jan whispered in Barrack's ear to tell his men to help them. He also added that the warrior should tell the workers to put the seeds where they saw fit and not to overwork themselves. As he left, he asked them to prepare the carriage so that as soon as they had verified the authenticity of the gold, they could go to the bank, and the bodyguard asked in surprise which one. Turning around, the character asked if there was a larger selection of such institutions in Burial, not understanding the silly question. After a while, they found themselves in Heyman. The room was spacious, with a strict yet refined atmosphere. With a smile, shaking hands and greeting John, they were greeted by the bank manager, a lovely woman with a voluptuous figure. Looking at the chest filled with gold coins, she said that she had heard about their deal with Mariloff. The hero confidently said that there was 1,000 here, and the employee couldn't believe that the Count hadn't even written him a check, while Barrack drooled behind him. The expert confirmed with malice that this is how rich people treat money, trying to distract the spellbound warrior. Suddenly, an employee approached, closed the chest and lifted it, which discouraged the young man, as his appearance was unusual. Turning to the manager, the knight in armor and helmet asked if he could take the money away, and she agreed. Barrack asked in horror what it was, and Romandro replied by asking if it was the first time the boy had seen it. The warrior's armor was made of magical stones, impervious to fire, swords, or simple spells, and it contained great power. Feeling a tremor in his body, the expert noted that with such a set, the money was under reliable protection, but the bodyguard annoyed him. Supporting him, Barrack said that thieves would not even look in the direction of the bank, and Yang added that when an attempted robbery took place, the knight killed everyone before it even began. Heyman was a kind of shrine, which is why even during the Civil War, neither the investigation team nor the Count's men came here. With a smile, the manager reminded them that at that time, many people seeking refuge had gathered at the gates, and if they had decided to rob them, they would have been killed immediately. Inviting them into her office, the woman asked them to wait there, offering them various snacks while they counted the gold. Sitting down at the table, Romandro said that they had collected part of the taxes, but it was still not enough to pay off the debt. He continued to talk about the problems that awaited them next year, the expenses for the holidays and for Barrack's maintenance and food. Looking at the hero, he said that if Yang didn't mind, he could stay at his house in the capital when he went on his trip. Recalling that the expert had recently gotten married, the young man was concerned that he might cause discomfort, but the man noted that he had many rooms. Reassuring the young man, Romandro said that they had already collected 40% of the total debt to the emperor. But he added that it was not worth relaxing, and the hero said that taxes had already increased because of the gully, and it could become more difficult for the residents because of this. Then the inspector asked why they didn't save more and find a better solution over time. With concern, he decided to find out if the young man was going to raise taxes, worrying about the people in Brach County. Taking him by the hand, the hero said that he would be away for a while, but the expert himself should understand everything without words. Now people were preparing for winter, but when spring came, they would be overwhelmed by negative thoughts associated with rising prices. Angry, they would think that the commoner governor had gone to the center and imposed even higher taxes on them. Knowing that the expert was worried about him, the young man said that it was all because of his stubbornness, and therefore there was no need to worry. Moreover, there was a more effective way to make money. Hearing this, Romandro was surprised. Explaining, Yang remembered that Hannah had given him advice, saying that people would soon want to sell gulu. The girl cautiously asked if the Viscount was afraid that Mariloff would start growing seeds himself and distributing them. Then she suggested giving permission only for roasting gola, and they planned to do so after concluding the deal. Noting that it would take a month to grow, the character concluded that, depending on the season, it would be better to sell raw seeds. Joyfully grabbing him by the shoulders, Romandro noted that the young man knew everything in advance, which is why he mentioned the rights to sell in the contract. A little embarrassed, the bank manager peeked into the office and called the hero, a little embarrassed and afraid to interrupt the conversation. Announcing that they had almost finished the check, she asked him to sign a certificate confirming the authenticity of the money. As he signed, the character asked if there were any problems, and the woman replied that everything was fine and that the vault would be filled before the experts arrived. Handing the papers back, Yang said that Carlo had to transfer another 2,500 coins and hoped that they would be able to check them in advance. The manager noted that the young man was well-versed in financial documentation, even though he was a commoner, and decided that an expert must have taught him this. Leaving the bank building, the hero asked Barrick to find out more about Mariloff's younger brother. Upon learning that he lived in an old mansion, the warrior was horrified, thinking of ghosts and bats, and terror gripped him. Saying goodbye, Romandro said he wanted to stop by a few stores to buy gifts for his wife and child. But suddenly, the hero called out to him and asked if there was any news about Moline, as he had not heard from him in a long time. The expert replied that he had tried to find out news about the old man, but had been told to wait a little as there was apparently a lot of work to be done at the palace. He was surprised and asked why Yang had suddenly remembered him, since he himself often forgot about his existence because he was in prison. The hero thought to himself that it was all too strange, and did not believe that the palace was dealing with this issue. Meanwhile, Gale sat in his brother's office and thought about how he could benefit if the hero took their side. Marev glared at him maliciously, but the prince remained calm and unperturbed, confident in himself. A few weeks earlier, in the imperial palace, the prince was studying papers in his office and thinking about plans for the future. The noise outside the door distracted him from his work, and when he saw his brother, he asked what was going on, not understanding the real reasons for the unexpected visit. Looking at Gale, he decided that he had probably entered the wrong door and made a mistake in coming to him, but his relative remained silent for some time. Looking at him, after a while he said reproachfully, "What kind of fool would inform a servant of his own arrival?" Responding irritably that he was busy, Marev asked him to get straight to the point, and his brother asked what he was going to do with Moline. Noting that this was a very interesting question, he did not understand what he had to do with this old man who was sitting in Braca's dungeon. Swinging his leg, Gale told his brother not to pretend, because everyone knew about his support, and added that Jan should take Moline and his people when he came to them. As a reminder, he added that after the ceremony to accept the title of hero, they would go to the Ministry of Magic, and Marev himself should understand what that meant. The prince understood everything, but wondered if Gale had fallen under the influence of his mistress Wesley, and decided that threatening him would make it easier to deal with him. Filling out the journals, he was surprised that his brother was interested in Moline and his people, since he himself had not thought about it before. In fact, he wanted to kill the old man's people, but when he heard that the prince had taken an interest, Gale, attracting his attention, told him to forget about it. When Marev asked why he was smiling mysteriously, he was silent for a while, as if searching for the right words. After thinking for a moment, he said that he had just returned from his father with news that he would not like very much. During the discussion of the appointment of the Chief Justice, Marev was to nominate Halet, but the prince did not understand what his brother meant by this. Taking out a glass vial, Gale said that this potion had recently been invented at the Ministry of Magic. It was called the Elixir of Truth, and whoever drank it would speak only the truth. The liquid itself was gray in color, Hearing this, Marev was shocked, not understanding what his younger brother was suggesting he do. Did he really need to poison someone? With one sharp movement, he overturned the chair he was sitting on and stood up, holding onto the desk, losing strength from rage. He asked angrily if Gale really wanted to use this potion in court, not understanding how the prince could use magic so calmly and freely. To which his brother calmly replied that he had asked his father about it, and he had agreed, and that it would be interesting to see how he behaved during the oaths, saying that if Marev wanted to make Halet the chief judge, it would be worth inviting Marev and his people to the New Year celebrations. The prince fidgeted nervously. It was not difficult for the prince to distinguish between lies and truth. The potion was made by the Ministry of Magic, and he decided that it could suppress the will rather than loosen the tongue. Gritting his teeth, he realized that Gale was indeed ready to go to any lengths, and he couldn't believe that they wanted to subjugate the judiciary. Barely restraining himself, he asked if his brother was sure he could pull it off, to which the prince replied that some ministers might protest. Smiling, he compared it to a human fire. At first there would be chaos, but over time everyone would understand the value of this potion. By announcing that Halat would be at the forefront of this madness, he further angered Marev, who was seething with rage. Standing up, he hoped that his brother would think carefully and make the right decision, one that would benefit them both. With fury, the prince said that it was enough to pretend that Gale was giving him a choice. In any case, they wanted to use the potion. Clenching the papers, he decided that if things turned out that way, he would kill Molina and withdraw his candidacy for judge. Turning to his brother, the prince said that this was precisely why he did not like his way of thinking and the actions he was taking. Approaching him, he noted that if his brother had chosen a man with such a good reputation, it would be a shame if he simply gave up on his plan. He also suggested that Marev treated people like objects because he had had everything handed to him on a silver platter since childhood. The prince was shocked to hear this. He slammed his fist on the table with such force that the papers scattered and shouted that Gale knew nothing about him. Bowing politely, the prince said goodbye and hoped that they would not hear any bad news at the Ministry of Magic. Left alone, Marev could barely control himself. He hated his younger brother, but he was powerless. The servant cautiously peeked in on him, but remained silent so as not to provoke further indignation, standing in the doorway. Deciding to come closer, he asked if everything was all right with his highness, but the prince replied that the butler should not pay any attention. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the paper under his palm, which he had been clutching in his hands and now decided to do something with. To vent his anger and rage, he began to tear it into small pieces with sharp movements, imagining Gale in its place. He then gave instructions to immediately convene a meeting, and the servant obediently went to carry out the order. Taking a new sheet of paper, he wrote that they should refrain from executing Mr. Molina, as he had his own plans. Night fell, and the carriage sped through the small houses of Braca, the moon illuminating the roofs, and the stars in the sky creating a certain coziness. Upon receiving the letter from the prince, Jan thought that Marev had asked him to delay the old man's execution because Gale had intervened. Surprised, the hero did not expect him to decide to save Molina, and did not understand why he needed him so much, considering him an ordinary official. No matter how loyal the man was, he was just an old courtier. Either Gale loved his people or the old man was truly valuable. The young man also began to wonder if there was some mystery hidden in Brock itself that he did not know about. Putting his hand on the map, the character believed that amid so many changes, the reason must lie in their territory. While he was thinking about all this, the carriage approached the square near the estate where he was headed after the bank. When he got out, accompanied by his bodyguard, Carlos saw him and asked if the Viscount had finished his business. He calmly replied, apologizing, that they wanted to check everything carefully. Standing behind him, a red mark appeared on Rienne's cheek, as if from a blow. Deciding that the Countess could not wait to get her hands on everything, the young man noted that this was very mean. Holding out the papers, the Baron asked Jan to look at them, and the young man and Barrick began to study the documents with interest. The letter from the bank reported that some areas were being raided by bandits, making it difficult for caravans to travel through the mountains. Reporting that Havana had run out of paper, Carlo asked to postpone the remaining payment, but the young man replied that in that case they would have problems. Puzzled, the man asked if he really would not take the gold, but the young man replied that this would violate the agreement, since payment had been promised by check, not cash. Understanding the Viscount's conscientiousness, the Count simply accepted their position, but the character flatly refused to conclude a deal that would bring him a loss. Feeling the tension, Carlo did not know what to do in this situation, as he needed to feed his hungry people. Turning to Rienne, he ordered her to give him her jewelry as collateral, and decided that earrings and rings would be sufficient guarantee. Without objection, the woman obediently began to remove all her jewelry, as if afraid to argue with her husband for fear of being slapped. Watching her, Yang and Barrack were shocked at how easily she was willing to part with her possessions. But what caught the hero's attention even more was the stone in her ring. He opened his eyes wide in surprise as if he were seeing things. It was a yellow ruby, clearly reminiscent of something familiar. But the hero tried to remember what exactly. A pot of silisk came to mind, in which a chain had been found, and he realized that it was a set that had belonged to Rien. Noticing his reaction, the Countess asked what was wrong, and he asked if she knew what the stone in her ring was. Turning to her husband, she replied that it was a gift from the Count, so she did not know for sure where Carlo had gotten it. After thinking for a moment, the Baron said that he himself did not remember, but that he had received this ornament from a merchant in the capital. The only thing he was sure of was that he had bought it in a caravan and that there was definitely an alchemist there. Hearing this, the hero remarked that it was very interesting. Knowing that such people sought to turn iron into gold by studying the laws of nature rather than magic, they were perceived as madmen or heretics. Objecting, the Count said that in other countries they were treated calmly, as they were living factories for the production of valuable materials. While the young man was examining the decoration, Carlo said that he would be interested in seeing their work with his own eyes, since they were popular in other countries. Thinking that the stone was the result of an alchemist's work, Yang could not understand why a chain with the same stone was hidden in his flower pot. Handing over the jewelry, the Countess asked if it would be enough, and the young man replied that if they handed over the check tomorrow, he would return everything immediately. A servant ran up and informed the Count that they had loaded all the bags, to which Carlo replied that it was time for them to go home. Extending her hand graciously, Rien thanked the Viscount, and he replied that he was very pleased with their deal, rejoicing in response. With malice, looking him in the eye, the Countess said that now they should wait 30 days, and what they had been waiting for would happen. Hearing this, Carlo asked what his wife was talking about, and she replied that she was talking about the ghoul, and, complaining of severe fatigue, suggested they go to the carriage. Looking at her maliciously, he suspected something, but kept silent, barely restraining himself, wanting to reveal Jan's plans. In silence, they approached the carriages to depart for Mariloff after a difficult and important day for the entire county. When it was already late at night and there was a full moon in the sky, the carriage left the territory of Braca. Barrack asked anxiously what would happen if the jewelry was not real, and they did not receive the check. But the warrior thought he was worrying too much. As he left, he said that he would simply thank them for not complying with the terms of the contract, as in that case he would be able to send a complaint to the palace. As soon as the Count left their lands, they had to go out to the square and announce that only prepared food could be sold and that a tax would be levied. Entering the estate, the bodyguard asked what to do with Clark, but Yang noted that he would stay with them and would be useful to them somehow. The orphan asked apprehensively if they really weren't going to get rid of him, but just wait. But the character remained silent. After thinking for a moment, he replied that if Barrack wanted to do something, he should do it, but first make sure that no one would get hurt. The warrior rejoiced and jumped for joy. The next morning, the butler from Mariloff came to the office with a check for the purchase of seeds from Count Carlo, as agreed. Taking it out of the envelope, Jan decided to check it, and he ordered Hannah to bring all of Ryan's jewelry, which had been left as collateral. He calmly invited the servant to sit down and wait a moment, and the servant bowed and thanked him for the invitation. Suddenly, the character asked if it was true that the man's name was Salmon, and the old man was very surprised that the young man remembered his name. The servant cautiously decided to admit that he had rewritten the letter several times, assuming that this could be the reason for the young man's knowledge. He had secretly sent messages from the Count and the estate, agreeing to any terms, but everything turned out differently. Shaking with fear, the man thought about what might happen to him if the Count found out about this, and what Jan wanted to achieve with this conversation. Then the Viscount said they needed a butler, but the man replied that he was born in Mariloff and wanted to die there. Understanding him, the young man smiled and said that in that case he had another offer, and they needed a teacher, which surprised Salmon even more. While Hannah carried the bag of jewelry, they discussed that in any case, they needed to get permission from Carlo. The character assured them that the butler would receive decent pay and that he could return Clark to them if he wished. Bowing submissively, the old man promised to discuss the matter with Count Mariloff, believing that he had no right to act on his own initiative. A maid entered and said she had brought the jewels. He motioned for her to approach the table so that she could hand them over. With a smile, the Viscount introduced her to Simon, and she greeted the butler graciously, not understanding why she had been given such an honor. Bowing again, The man said that he understood everything and would pass it all on to Carlo, but she did not understand what he was talking about. When the butler returned, a crowd of people had gathered in the center of Mariloff, blocking the way. Looking out, Salmon asked the coachman in surprise why there was such a crowd, indignant that he could not get home. Not getting a clear answer, he couldn't believe that the Count had bought the ghoul from Bracha after all, and that was why there was such a gathering here. Entering the study, he poured all the jewelry out on the table in front of the Countess so that she could verify that everything was in place. The Count angrily ordered his wife to examine everything carefully, suspecting that the butler might have pocketed something, but she asked him not to joke like that. He looked at Rien suspiciously and silently thought to himself that he had not liked her behavior lately. It seemed to him that his wife and Jan had been talking strangely when they said goodbye, and he really wanted to know what they might have in common. Interrupting his thoughts, the servant said that the young man had told everyone about their deal, and then Carlo realized that it was he who had forbidden them to trade with the people of Brach. His eyes flashed with anger, and he imagined a completely different, more sinister scenario that he couldn't wrap his head around. What if the people of Brach had actually been selling seeds to people in his territory for a long time? But he knew nothing about it. Shouting that the young man was a scoundrel, he smashed the cup and the shards flew in all directions. Carlo was furious. The butler anxiously asked him to calm down, informing him that they were selling ready-made goulash, which could only be eaten. He wondered in bewilderment whether the inhabitants still had some kind of food problem, but the Baron gritted his teeth. Continuing, Salmon noted that it was strange that Yang had not discussed this with the Count, but saw nothing wrong with it. Hearing this, Carlo shouted again. Pounding his fists, he asked what would happen if the seeds were sold at a lower price after they had planted everything they had bought. Indignant, he realized that they should have thought about this from the very beginning when they discussed economic ties. Trying to calm her husband down, Rien pointed out that they still had plenty of time and didn't really know the young man's true intentions. Suddenly, the butler announced that the hero had asked for his help in training his servants, and the Count, puzzled, asked him to repeat himself. The man added that he had been offered good pay and the return of Clark, but he wanted to ask Carlo's permission first. The Countess remained silent. She understood that this was addressed to her, but she did not understand whether Jan wanted to return the servant in exchange for their butler, or when all this would end. After listening to him, the man gave orders to send the young man a new message, deciding to take matters into his own hands. Looking at the broken cup, he asked for an invitation to dinner to be sent as a thank you for selling the seeds. In a rage, Carlo noted that he would give him a warning, finding it strange that the young man had decided to use the center's help. Looking at the chest in surprise, Barrick could not believe his eyes. He had never seen such a large amount of money before. Looking at the gold coins, he wondered if they had really earned all this in one day, considering it unreal. Jan noted that everyone turned out to be more resourceful than he had expected, and he himself was very surprised that they had managed to earn so much from Mariloff. With a smile, he said that he himself was curious how much money there was and ordered his bodyguard to count everything and sort the coins into different storage places. While the warrior opened the chest, the hero added that if he couldn't handle it on his own, he could call Clark for help, but Clark refused, calling him boring. Counting the gold, the bodyguard decided to ask his master something and addressed him with a question. He awkwardly asked whether Yang would take him with him to the capital or leave him to guard the estate. Hearing this, the hero froze in silence, as he himself did not know the answer and had not thought about it at all before. Sitting down next to him, he replied that it was up to the warrior to decide whether he wanted to go with him or stay. Then the young man asked what he could learn there, and Yang replied that he could learn a lot, as there were many skilled archers in the palace. Surprised, Barrick asked if there were more of them than in the unearthly clan, but the character said that it was impossible to compare. Not remembering who exactly had told him this, he pretended to be trying to remember and decided to joke with his friend. With a serious look, he added that even the best warriors of the north could not compare to the captains of the Imperial Guard, and the bodyguard looked at him in surprise. Hearing this, the warrior noted that Yang really couldn't lie, and laughing, the guy apologized, not believing that it was so obvious. Deep down, he hoped that this would happen soon, remembering the Battle of Atan's descendants, who were defeated by the captains of the Imperial Guard. Not letting up, the warrior, stacking the gold into piles, asked how many leaders there were, and Yang replied that there were usually 3. Agreeing, Barrick noted that the Imperial Palace was huge, but the hero objected that there were experienced people throughout the capital. After thinking about the character's words for a moment, the bodyguard said decisively that he would go with him to the capital. With a smile, he said that he believed that if he settled there, he would be able to rise to a higher level, and asked for the hero's opinion. In response, Yang simply agreed, having grand plans for his warrior and confident in his abilities. Thinking that it would be good for him to join the Central Army, the hero believed that the Empire could not afford to lose a man with the talent of a magical swordsman. Hannah entered and reported that a message had arrived from Mariloff, and Barrick noted that the Count had too much free time. Unfolding the envelope, Jan thought it was related to a trade deal and found it strange that Carlo himself had not pounced on him. After reading that they were invited to dinner, he told his bodyguard to join them, and the guy was very happy. Throwing the bag on the table, the maid told him to count that too, and Barrick's expression changed dramatically. While the warrior was counting, the girl offered to prepare the Viscount's clothes for dinner, and he agreed. Suddenly remembering something important, Hannah turned to him, and he looked at her with interest, wanting to listen carefully. Noticing the chain around Jan's neck, the maid asked if he would wear it when visiting the Count and Countess Mariloff. Not understanding what she meant, the hero answered in the affirmative, and she said that she would find something to cover it with. Recalling that the young man considered Carlo suspicious, the girl was worried that he might say something about the identical jewelry with the Countess, but the guy denied it. But the maid insisted on safety, and in the end, the character agreed to hide the pendant around his neck. On the way, the Viscount said that Clark would go with them and asked her to prepare him, which she obediently did. Noting that he was Madame's only friend in the mansion, he believed that he should be brought back for her safety. Suddenly, they heard Barrick shouting that he had finished counting and stopped abruptly, frightened. With 11 hours left before Count Mariloff's death, they arrived at Carl and Rian's place and gathered around the table. Watching the bodyguard stuff his mouth with food, the Baron asked why John had brought him along, and the young man introduced them, replying that he trusted the guy very much. To himself, the man noted that he had told the young man to come alone, and thought that he should have spat into his soup bowl. Eating slowly, the character noted that the Count liked the goulash and was very pleased with it and the deal that had been made. Lowering his head, Carlo decided to admit that this was his favorite food lately, deciding that it was better than nothing. He said maliciously that he had heard that Jan had allowed the inhabitants of the territory to trade seeds, which meant that the taste would soon become known to the common people. The hero said with pleasure that good things should be shared and expressed his gratitude to the Count for the purchase, thanks to which he had collected part of the taxes. Since Carlo had invited them to dinner, the character announced that he had decided to return a servant named Clark. Hearing this, the Countess nervously took a sip of wine. If he had known in advance how important the boy was to Mariloff, he would never have accepted him, but since the agreement was not documented, deciding not to dissuade the young man from returning the servant, Carlo slapped his palm on the table and wanted to discuss something else. He asked with hatred how the character dared to make a decision on his own to allow the trade of ghouls immediately after concluding a deal with him. Declaring that they would remain neighbors forever, the man said that if he did not do so again, there would be no problems between them. But Yang did not understand the essence of the complaint, as he had no intention of specifically attracting buyers from Mariloff. Putting his hand on the table, he asked why he should refuse the residents of the neighboring county if they wanted to buy seeds. It was precisely because they had signed an agreement that he was able to give this permission, and he wondered if this union had not established peace between them. Staring intently at him, Carlo remained silent, his face reflecting anger as he searched for the right words to respond. Agreeing with the Viscount, he noted that the latter had given his consent immediately after the deal, and this could be misinterpreted. The character then explained that this was precisely why he had come to dinner and recommended encouraging residents to consume goulash and prohibiting its sale. They could take care of this issue themselves, but they did not have enough workers, since supply depends on demand, and both sides must be careful. After listening to Jan, the Count downed a glass of wine, but noticing this, Rian warned her husband not to get drunk. Putting his glass on the table, Carlo said he would declare the trade in raw seeds illegal in the territory. Glaring at him, he hoped that the Viscount would do the same in Brosh, and the young man assured him that he would certainly issue such a decree. Rising from the table, Carlo said he had a lot to do and asked his wife to entertain the young man until he returned. Left alone with the Countess, the hero watched her skillfully eat the goulash dishes, but remained silent. Concerned, he asked if everything was all right with her, and the woman replied that it was very tasty. Then the young man asked if Rian had used the cosmetics she had taken last time, and she replied that she had, even today. The weather outside was fine, while the Countess noted that Yang had brought Clark with him, whose value was higher than gold. But the woman, thanking him, said that it would be wrong to take the servant back without paying anything at all. Noticing that her ring had caught the young man's interest during their last meeting, she wanted to give it to the Viscount. But the Countess was curious as to why John was so interested in the artificial stone. created as a result of an alchemist's mistake. Admitting that he actually had something similar, he took out a chain that hung around his neck under his shirt. Seeing the pendant, Rian asked if she could take a closer look at it, and the hero agreed, hoping to get at least some information. Showing it to her, he said that he had had the jewelry since childhood, but it raised many questions, as it seemed that these stones had been created by the same person. While she was examining the pendant, outside the doors, a servant covered his mouth with his hands in shock, trying not to cry out in surprise. When the business meeting came to an end, the butler ordered the servants to clear the table, and the servants bustled about the hall. While the young man stood shocked on the sidelines, the maids, carrying away the dishes, sighed heavily and did not understand why their masters and their guests ate so much. Noticing the servant's strange reaction, Salmon asked what was wrong with him and why he looked so spellbound. The young man replied that he did not think that Jan and the Countess were close, believing that they had only met a couple of times, and the old man asked what was wrong. With tension, he confessed that he had actually seen Rian touch the Viscount's neck when they were alone. Hearing this, the butler froze in surprise, realizing what might happen if the Count found out about it. A maid passing by dropped a plate, which fell to the floor and shattered into pieces, and everyone heard what the servant had said. An awkward silence hung in the living room, and the atmosphere became more tense with every minute they spent in the dining room. Suddenly, the maid and another butler started yelling at the boy to stop talking nonsense, deciding that he had gone mad. The maid maliciously reminded him how Carlo had beaten him last time, and how the Countess had saved him. If it weren't for her, he would have definitely broken something and then been fired. They believed that it was only thanks to her that he was able to work here peacefully, and they reproached him for his behavior, but Saman told them to stop arguing. Clutching his head, he thought about what to do and ordered everyone to keep their mouths shut, worrying about the consequences. Realizing that the Count must not find out about this, he said that if they were not all careful, neither they nor the lady would fare well. Suddenly, Carlo entered and asked angrily what it was he wasn't supposed to know. Hearing his voice, the butler froze in terror. Turning around, he could not hide his panic, and the fear on his face spread to the others, who also looked at each other nervously. Approaching him, the Baron ordered the old man to tell the truth, but he remained silent, realizing what this would mean for everyone. Looking at him angrily, the Count asked why everyone had to keep their mouths shut, wanting to know the truth and boiling with rage. In the twilight, Rian walked sadly down the corridor, thinking about her plan and wishing to find her long-awaited freedom as soon as possible. Suddenly, the butler came out and called out to her. Surprised by his presence, the woman stopped abruptly. Standing opposite her, he informed her that the Count was asking her to come up to him right away, without further explanation. Looking at him, Rian asked in bewilderment what was going on and what was happening, not understanding the urgency. The servant's cheek was red from the blow, and he began to search for words to answer, stammering nervously, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Deciding to tell the truth, he said that her relationship with Jan had aroused Carlo's suspicions, at which she opened her eyes wide. Hearing this, the Countess froze in shock and numbness, unable to understand how her husband had found out about their plan. Surprised, the butler asked if it was true and why she had done it. Clutching her head, she replied that it was all nonsense. Unrelenting, Salmon did not understand how she could have made such a mistake, knowing what kind of man her husband was, but the woman cried out that it was simply unbearable. In horror, she did not understand what to do, realizing what her husband's suspicions meant and what he was capable of. Crying, she realized that she could be stuck in this disgusting mansion for the rest of her life with no way out. She suddenly started running down the corridor, and the butler shouted, trying to catch up with her and not understanding such a change in her condition. Seeing the breathless Countess, the servant asked what had happened, and she ordered him to immediately bring a carriage or a horse. Salmon ran up behind her and said that she couldn't do that, but the woman did not want to die and go to her husband, deciding to escape. Suddenly, a warrior from Mariloff approached her, blocking her path and preventing her from escaping. He had been sent by Carlo. Grabbing her by the arm, Punula told Rian that it was better not to resist and to obey the Baron's orders. Realizing that she was not in the best position, she struggled and protested, asking who he was to treat her this way, but the knight's grip was very strong. Struggling to break free, she screamed and demanded to be let go, while the butler apologized for their actions, unable to do anything. Suddenly, the Count's voice was heard behind them, ordering everyone to disperse and stop the chaos that had erupted in the foyer. He angrily declared that no one would leave the mansion until he gave the order, and the Countess cried, realizing that she might die. Meanwhile, Clark, who had been returned to Mariloff, approached the building. He heard a strange noise in the distance but saw nothing. He looked anxiously at the windows and sensed that something had happened to Madame. He didn't know what exactly, but he could guess. Glass, heels, and jewelry lay scattered on the floor, and there was chaos and panic everywhere, which was unusual for this place. Nevertheless, the corridors were empty, and as he walked through them, the young man did not see a single person, not even the servants. Deciding to quicken his pace, he felt excitement and an inexplicable fear for the Countess's life, deciding that he must save her at any cost. Approaching the doors of the Count's chambers, he saw the butler and a soldier standing nearby, not letting anyone inside. With horror in his eyes, Salmon ordered the young man to leave quickly, but the servant did not understand where his mistress was or what had happened to her. Suddenly, they heard a noise behind the doors and the Countess's terrible screams, and they froze in horror, guessing what was happening. Deciding to save her, Clark rushed forward, but the warrior blocked his way and ordered him to step back, not even allowing him to look. Through a small crack, he saw the Count's angry and insane face. The man was often in this state, and the boy had seen it many times before. But what shocked him even more was the state in which he saw Rien. He opened his eyes wide in horror and surprise. The exhausted, beaten woman sat on the floor, and her husband held her hair tightly, preventing her from escaping. Scolding her, the Count decided that his wife had been cheating on him not only with Jan, but also with Clark. While the servant was trying to get into the room, she assured her husband that it wasn't true. There was blood on her face, she was screaming, and he was dragging her by the hair and asking why she had called the boy. Opening the door, Carlo ordered Clark to come in and decided that since that was the case, he would end it all today once and for all. Realizing what this meant, the woman shouted for him to run away immediately while he still had the chance. Realizing the inevitability, the young man did not want to appear cowardly and despicable, so he closed his eyes and stepped forward. His body and legs were shaking with fear, but he decided not to leave the Countess alone, regardless of the consequences. The doors closed, and the butler and the warrior remained waiting in the corridor, feeling the tension and horror of what was happening. Meanwhile, in Brach, the atmosphere was calm. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, and the sun was shining outside the window. Suddenly, Hannah came to Jan's library and told him that he had received a letter from Mariloff, and he sighed tensely. Hesitating slightly, the girl said with horror that it was a death notice, trembling with fear. Hearing this, the hero's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought that Carlo had died according to his and Rien's plan. In silence, Clark realized that it was finally over and had no regrets about his actions. Beaten together with the Countess, they looked at the Count's corpse at their feet. Blood splattered all over the office. A sharp pin, which the woman had previously used to pin up her hair, stuck out of the man's neck. The castle corridors were silent, and only the drops of blood on the office floor hinted at the terrible events that had unfolded. Sometime later, after learning of Carlo's death from a note, Jan and Barrick arrived in Mariloff, shocked by what they saw. A woman sat on a chair crying, and the butler stood next to her with the soldiers trying to comfort her in any way they could. Seeing the young man, Rien, beaten and covered in blood, turned toward the door and greeted him. Noticing her condition, Jan asked in horror what had happened, followed obediently by the bodyguard. Gazing blankly at the chaos around her, the Countess said that he could see everything for himself and understand what had happened. The Count's various belongings were scattered around the office, and there were pools of blood on the floor and carpet, evidence of a struggle. The hero asked if Carlo was dead, and she replied that the doctor was examining the body, because Clark had stabbed her husband in the throat with a pin. The character thought to himself that it was unbelievable that the woman had used such a weapon to avoid criminal responsibility. Suddenly, one of the warriors addressed him, pulling the Viscount out of his thoughts and forcing him to look up. Turning to him, Yang learned that the knight's name was Punula, who bowed politely and greeted him. Surprised, the young man asked if it was he who had sent him the message, and confirming this, the warrior said that he needed to check something. He stated resolutely that it was his duty to investigate the death of his master, and that anyone involved must be punished, the Countess burning him with her gaze. Not understanding the meaning of the investigation, Yang frowned, but realized that he had no choice and would have to obey the knight's orders. Then the warrior asked without hesitation and directly what his relationship with Rien Mariloff was, hinting at a romantic one. Not expecting to hear such a question, the hero was genuinely surprised and, opening his eyes wide, asked what he was talking about. Then the woman said that everyone suspected that they were in a romantic relationship. Barrett coughed, and Jan thought it was all madness. Asking where Clark was, he asked for him to be brought. But Panola replied that he could not do so because the young man was in confinement. Angrily, Rien gave the order to bring him, but the knight said that until the investigation was over, he would not listen to her. Unable to influence them, the woman remained silent. She was furious, and the character silently watched their reaction. The brooch on Jan's neck sparkled and shimmered, and he asked if Rian herself could tell them what had happened here. She then said that the Count had paid for his cruelty. The knights had done nothing, and were now rude to their neighbors. The soldiers were struck by her confession. The young man calmly replied that the Countess would surely be busy managing the mansion and would surely punish them, but they tried to object. Beric sharply shielded the Viscount with his body, drew his saber, and ordered Poonal to step aside, as it was becoming too crowded. The young man thought to himself that there would be a lot of trouble if they ousted Rian and put the Count's younger brother in his place. The knight stared at him in bewilderment but took no action, simply standing there. Whispering in his bodyguard's ear, Jan ordered him to clean up the mess, and the bodyguard asked if he should get rid of the soldiers. But the hero told him not to talk nonsense and to bring Romandro here. The orphan obediently obeyed and went to fetch the expert. Turning to Poonal, Rian ordered them to leave as well, wanting to be alone with the Viscount to discuss further plans. She ordered the soldiers to escort the expert to them and to do what they had to do and not get on her nerves. They looked at her reproachfully but left. She ordered the butler to bring tea, since they had guests and needed to receive them properly, despite what had happened. Deciding to obey her, they all left the office one by one, the sound of their boots echoing off the tiles on the floor. As a result, Beric, John, and the Countess were left completely alone, which was an excellent opportunity to talk and develop a plan of action. Clutching her head, she said she was going crazy, and the young man asked her to calm down, saying they first needed to make sure she had the right to own the territory. Looking at the drops of blood on the floor, he asked if the Count's younger brother had been notified of his death, to which the woman replied that he had not yet. In that case, he told the Countess to keep the Count's seal with her until the palace expert arrived and to go about her usual business. As she looked at him, he promised that if the knights betrayed her, he would send his troops to her. Suspecting some kind of trick, Rian asked what the young man wanted in return for his help, understanding the market relationship between them. Folding his arms, the hero said that he did not yet know what he wanted for his services and began to think, considering it a chance to ask for something good. Then he asked if the Countess could make a donation, since nothing else came to mind, and she agreed, rising from her chair. As she left, she noted that it would be better if the young man asked for something other than money, as her knights could do that. Opening a box with her jewelry, she replied that she could not give Jan much at the moment, but she still had to fulfill her promise. Taking out the ring that had previously interested the hero, the woman said that there was something she could give only to him. Showing him the ring, she asked if it was interesting and noted that his pendant and her jewelry were made at the same time. Puzzled, Beric asked if Jan was not going to take what he was being given, and the character noted that the bodyguard had not yet left. Reaching for the decanter, he said he was leaving but would take the ring, not wanting to refuse such a gift. Putting it on, he was frightened that it was too small and could not be removed. But the Viscount was delighted and said that everything was fine. Deciding to joke with the orphan, John asked if Rian could give him a knife to cut off his finger and remove the jewelry, and the orphan hurried to find an expert. Resolutely, the boy gave the order to get on with it quickly, as they had to act faster than the Knights of Mariloff would. Folding her hands, the Countess anxiously uttered the name of Clark, who had killed the Count and was now in prison. Staring intently at the Viscount, she asked what would happen to him, not wanting the servant to be punished with death. Looking at the beaten woman, the hero noted that this was the murder of an aristocrat, a crime considered particularly serious without trial or investigation. In response, she looked at him silently, her face covered with bruises, her eyes filled with pain and disappointment. Rian's voice echoed off the walls of the corridor as she asked if there were any exceptions, but Yang had not heard of any. But he remembered that once upon a time there was a king who was a slave, and the first person he killed was his master. She asked hopefully if the young man could help her, but he replied that he would soon be leaving and could not afford to get involved in serious trouble. Undeterred, she insisted that someone like him had the power to change everything, but the Viscount did not understand how he could save a slave who had killed an aristocrat. Resolutely, the Countess declared that he had already done so, that the bastard had crossed the border, survived, and become the head of the family. Having said this, she froze with a look of amazement on her face, as if an interesting thought had crossed her mind, but Rian remained silent. Noticing her strange behavior, Yang cautiously approached her, worried that the Countess's health had deteriorated. Putting her hand on her chest, Rian declared resolutely that she would lead this territory at any cost, wanting to become the mistress of the lands. The hero was shocked by this confession, and the woman asked in bewilderment if she really couldn't. Then the young man reminded her that she did not have the blood of the Mariloff family flowing through her veins, and that it would have worked if she and the Count had had children. Now that Carlo was dead, she was just a stranger. and the legitimate heir, his younger brother, would oppose her inheritance. Therefore, in order to rule the territory, the only option was to change the law in the territory, but that was practically impossible. Weak Rien, her face and dress covered in blood, looked at him resolutely, more determined than ever. She understood perfectly well that if she did not become the mistress, she would never be free, as she wanted to be. Looking out the window at the street, she felt like a bird locked in a cage, longing for freedom more than anything else. Looking at her, Yang did not understand her feelings, but it was in his interest for her to lead the territory rather than his younger brother Carlo. It was impossible to predict what would happen if this man became the leader of Marilof, or any of the warriors for that matter. For him, Rien was the best candidate, but as long as the key to succession was in the hands of his younger brother, hasty actions could aggravate the situation, and the young man decided to think everything through carefully. The idea of seizing Marilof himself came to mind, but then it would give Gale another opportunity to intervene, but it would also prove his worth to Marev. To begin with, he decided it would be a good idea to meet his younger brother Carlo to get to know him better. Then he told the Countess that he would inform her relative of the death. The only thing he knew was that the man lived on the outskirts, and he asked what his name was. As if remembering his name, Rien said that his name was Dave, that he was a devout recluse who prayed constantly at the altar. He often wore a black cloak, loved solitude, and was a cruel man, like his older brother Carlo. After a while, Jan and Salmon arrived at the castle of the Count's younger brother, which looked a little scary. Entering the corridor, they looked around nervously, as there were no signs of life around. Noticing the old man, the servant was very surprised and asked who he had come with. The man introduced the new lord of the neighboring territory. The butler asked with interest if Dave was home and asked to call him to tell him the sad news, but they were asked to wait while the man prayed. Hearing this, Yang was shocked, not believing that such a cruel man, according to the stories, could be a believer. Looking at the books on the table, the hero wondered what Carlo's younger brother was like, since he knew nothing about him before. In fact, Simon had seen him several times, but he knew from Carlo that Dave had a great thirst for knowledge. At first, the Count called this desire a blessing, but later considered it a curse, and the hero asked in surprise why. Then the butler confessed that his brother had read a forbidden book, but Jan did not understand what he was talking about. With fear and tension, the man confessed that they said it was about the god of the underworld. A strange shadow fell on the wall from the hero standing nearby. He was shocked by the old man's confession. He had never heard anything like this before and asked again in surprise, trying to understand what exactly they were talking about. Slowly climbing the stairs to the second floor and then descending, Dave, dressed in a robe and holding a cross in his hands, told the guests that he had received an answer from God. Seeing him, the butler announced that they had sad news, not knowing how to choose the right words in this situation. After a short pause, the Count suggested that someone must have died, judging by the anxious look on the faces of the guests. The shocked old man did not understand how Dave knew about it, and the hero thought that this was exactly what the sad news meant. When the man began to tell him about the misfortune that had happened the night before, the Count made a strange sound, like laughter. Cupping his hands together, he placed them on his head as if in prayer. Watching his actions, the young man remained silent. Turning around, the Count asked who had come with Simon, and Jan introduced himself as a viscount, explaining that he did not yet have a surname. Remembering all the scandals and commotion from the neighboring county, the man realized that this was the guy from Braca. Now there was an imperial expert among his people, and Countess Rien herself had asked for help, but Dave did not understand what service he could render. Then, Jan explained that the woman wanted to meet with him and was currently in a very anxious state, and there was an oppressive atmosphere in the castle. The Count asked with displeasure why his sister-in-law had distanced herself from all members of the family and invited a stranger. He stated decisively that they would return to the mansion and that he would get ready now. The young man remained silent, but such behavior annoyed him. Staring intently after him, the young man understood why there were various rumors about this man, both good and very bad. Looking at his desk, he couldn't understand how it was possible to work in such a mess, thinking that it would be impossible to find anything. A few hours later, the carriage with Carlo's younger brother, the butler, and the young man arrived at the mansion in Marilof. Seeing Romandro in the courtyard, Jan immediately introduced him and Berica to the Count's younger brother, Dave, who was standing nearby. Surprised, the man asked if this was the same expert from the Imperial Palace, and he expressed his condolences. Putting his hand on his heart, he declared that since this was a family matter, he would go first, and the others should follow him without haste. With these words, the Count headed for the carriage, while the inspector was indignant that he was already behaving like the master of the estate. Looking at the horse-drawn carriage, He said that he had already been told about Carlo's murder and asked if it was really Clark who had killed him, and the hero confirmed this. The young man was also concerned about the soldiers, who seemed to want to take advantage of the opportunity to take control of the mansion. When the young man said that Dave believed in the god of the underworld, Romandro shouted indignantly, asking what kind of mess was going on. Barrick asked with interest what this meant, and Jan explained that it was a new religion that had emerged among the common people abroad. Previously, it had been considered heresy, but over time, the sect had grown and become much more influential than before. It even led to a religious war outside Bariel, resulting in many casualties and terrible deaths. Romandro asked apprehensively if it was not the most aggressive and repulsive sect, and the young man admitted that it only complicated matters. It seemed to him that it would be better if Madame Rien became the new lord of the territory. Then he could benefit. If power were given to Dave, it was unclear what the future held for Brock. It would be better if Mariloff were ruled by someone willing to negotiate. Sighing heavily and realizing how much had been piled on him, the expert agreed with him, while Yang insisted that they needed to intervene. Looking at him, Romandro asked if the guy really knew how to do it, and the hero replied that there were many possibilities, but they would be leaving soon. Listening to the conversation, Barrick was full of determination and courage and prepared to fight, keeping his hand on his weapon. Taking his saber, he smiled and said that he had found a solution and suggested simply killing everyone, and the Viscount said ironically that the warrior was good at it. Standing near the building, he explained that they had no right to do so, and that the Countess must take the lead to begin with. Although it would be difficult, they had to do everything quickly, and he asked if his bodyguard understood, wanting to be sure of the plan. In Count Carlo's chambers, the sobs and cries of his younger brother could be heard behind the doors, and it all seemed very staged. Romandro entered another room, where Rien was still sitting motionless, staring at one spot as if spellbound. She asked anxiously where Jan was, and the expert replied that the young man would be there soon, as he had some business to attend to. Approaching her, the man whispered and asked if Mr. Dave was inside, and the Countess replied that yes, he was pretending to weep with grief. He said just as quietly that the hero had asked him to give her something, but he was afraid that someone might hear them and spoke in a low voice. It was necessary for Rien to keep her husband's seal, and then Mariloff would definitely become hers, she wondered. First, the expert had to send a report to the capital about the appointment of the new lord, and depending on the monarch's decision, someone from the palace would be sent. With a wary look, the woman asked if she would still need to keep the seal with her. Receiving an affirmative answer, she began to turn it in her hands, realizing the power that this seemingly simple symbol possessed. While the Countess was studying it, the expert added that she simply had no other choice. Otherwise, she could be expelled. After that, she would have to dismiss the knights, and Rien asked about the three who were standing behind the doors but could not hear them. He insisted that order was very important. If a person died on Mariloff territory, their name had to be included in the report, otherwise it was not necessary. He asked hopefully if the woman understood what he was getting at, hoping for further mutually beneficial cooperation. Rien replied decisively that she would take everything into account and try to spare her and Jan unnecessary trouble by taking responsibility herself. She also asked what to do with Dave, but Romandro replied that the hero would deal with him and told her to rely on him completely. She also had to promise to pay the mandatory fee of 5,000 gold coins, as required by law in such cases. She had to make sure that the number of soldiers did not exceed half of the current number so that there would be enough funds for everyone. The expert clarified that the Countess had the right to refuse, but Jan retained the right to vote. However, if she agreed, they would sign a contract with her in the future. In desperation, Rien admitted that she had no other options, so she agreed to all the conditions put forward by the Viscount. Suddenly, she heard that there was something else concerning Clark and froze in anticipation of terrible news. Folding her hands hopefully, the woman asked if there was anything that could be done to save the young man from death. Romandro replied that there was, but he did not have time to finish, as their conversation was suddenly interrupted. Wiping away tears, Dave entered the office and expressed his condolences to his sister-in-law on the death of her husband and his brother. Angrily, the Countess said that he had ignored her all day and now only paid attention to her because the palace expert was nearby. Making excuses, the man replied that he was simply shocked by his brother's death and went straight to his chambers. Wanting to keep the peace, Romandro told the Count to sit down, as there was much to discuss, and Dave bowed and agreed. While the Countess was measuring him with her malicious gaze, he already knew that the slave who had killed Carlo was sitting calmly and breathing in the dungeon. Excitedly, he asked the expert to raise the issue of inheritance in the report and write in detail about what had happened. Then the expert decided to ask if it was true that Dave believed in the god of the underworld, wanting to confirm the opinions of others regarding the Baron. Hearing this question, the man was taken aback and began to deny it, asking in surprise who had told him such a thing. Clutching a cross in his hands and bowing his head, he said that he did not believe in him, and that in the Empire this was considered heresy. Noting the unpleasant situation, he believed that a simplified ceremony of succession to the title should be arranged, followed by his brother's funeral. But the expert objected that it was imperative to arrange the funeral first and then deal with the succession, as was proper according to etiquette. Romandro also wanted to ask Dave a few questions about the reports and learned that the Count would be the 9th representative of the family. Meanwhile, Rien, sitting nearby, simply watched their conversation in silence and did not say a word. In truth, she was not interested. She thought to herself that she needed to survive at all costs, and then she would start with a clean slate. Suddenly, a strange image of Clark appeared before her eyes, holding flowers in his hands, but dressed in some strange clothing. Paling, she began to say his name aloud, as if losing consciousness, paying no attention to those around her. The expert addressed her excitedly, and the Countess, coming to her senses, apologized and asked what he had said. Romandro asked her to inform all the residents about what had happened and to take care of all the affairs in the mansion. Suddenly, in a malicious voice, Dave categorically said that this would not happen, interrupting their conversation. He indignantly asked why all the affairs of the estate were being handled by a man who would soon be leaving it, and that all matters should be transferred to him. Angrily, Rien said that she knew that the Count had long since been expelled from the mansion, and even if he did get involved in the affairs, he would not know where to start. Hearing that she should be more polite, she became angry and asked what he was talking about, as the funeral had not yet taken place, and he was bending over backwards to get the title. She also added that he had been expelled from the family for believing in heresy. But there was such a thing as morality, and the Count was struck by her words. In a rage, he tried to attack Rien with his fists, but the expert stopped him. It was clear that he had hit a sore spot. Calmly, the woman added that Dave's actions immediately showed that he was one of the Mariloff clan, but he shouted that she knew nothing. Standing in front of him, the Countess asked what he could say about his own brother, who had married her, that he was just as crazy. Beside himself with indignation, he tried to hit her again, but Romandro managed to intervene, and the Countess called for the knights, asking if they were not supposed to protect her. She waited for action, but the warrior replied that until the truth was established, they would do nothing. Clutching the seal in her hands, she declared that since everyone around her was talking nonsense, she had only one option left. Announcing that Romandro had confirmed that she was responsible for the mansion until the funeral, the Countess decided to dismiss the 3 knights immediately. One of the warriors asked in bewilderment what it all meant, thinking it was just a silly joke at their expense. Suddenly, there was a noise from the corridor, and stones flew in all directions, as if the walls around them were collapsing. Throwing the door wide open, the knight asked what was going on, not understanding the reason. Someone was walking quickly down the corridor with confident steps, but so far the knight saw no one nearby. Smiling, Barrick and the warrior from the clan, holding the body of the slain warrior in their arms, greeted him as if nothing had happened. Outraged, Dave asked the expert how to understand all this, but he replied that help had arrived in the matter of Ryan's safety. Puzzled, the man asked if this really bothered the Count, and the Count considered such behavior to be extreme measures. The warrior cried out in horror when he saw the dead and bleeding cur in the bodyguard's arms. Explaining, Barrick said that the knight had blocked their way and said that they could only enter over his dead body, so that's what happened. Jan appeared out of nowhere and stated that nothing unusual had happened during his absence. Standing next to the bodyguard, he said he was very happy about this and turned to the Countess, expressing calmness and smiling. Seeing the hero, the warrior was beside himself with rage, as Punulu had told him that the young man would not interfere. Behind the knight, Dave shouted, asking what all this meant, but the staff greeted him with bewilderment. Looking at the corpse at his feet, the hero explained that these people had insulted him and accused him of having an indecent relationship with Rian, when he had simply come to support her. Putting his hand on his heart, Jan admitted that this was the first time in his life he had found himself in such a situation, but his offenders had paid for it with their blood. Puzzled, Dave asked if people usually prove their innocence at the cost of their own lives, and the character replied that he certainly did not. With a smile, he added that in his case, in order to justify himself, he had to survive by any means necessary. He also noted that offensive thoughts disappear when the owner dies, which shocked the warrior and the Count. Patting Barrick on the shoulder, he told him to deal with them and come to him, and the bodyguard happily took out his weapon. As the hero passed by the knight, He noticed how his legs were shaking with fear, and the character felt his superiority. The warrior lost his confidence with horror, while John was more satisfied with himself than ever, but did not want to witness another murder and left. After that, the knight was left alone with the orphan, one-on-one, as if in a ring, and they stared intently at each other, assessing their strength. A fierce struggle began, and shards from the broken cup nearly hit the Countess in the face, but she remained unperturbed. Trying to attack his daughter-in-law, Dave shouted that it was all her fault and that she had destroyed their entire family. Turning to him, the hero tried to calm the Count while Romandro held him back, but the man yelled at the guy to shut up. Ignoring him, Jan noted that Dave had just insulted the Countess and wondered if he would be able to handle what would happen when those doors opened. Behind the doors, there were screams and sounds of battle between the knight and Barrack, but no one knew what was really going on there. Feeling fear, the Count grimaced and looked there, not wanting to deal with the consequences and calming down a little. Silently, he sat down calmly on the sofa, and the expert sighed heavily, noting that it seemed that all the warriors were finished. Suddenly, the character said that one was missing from the mansion, but he was going to give the order to find him. Sitting down and crossing his legs, the young man formally addressed the Count, who was trembling with fear, expecting some kind of trick. Smiling, the Viscount wanted to make him an offer and asked if Dave could spare him a minute. First, he wanted to apologize for making such a mess, looking at the broken dishes under his feet. He also noted that all these people no longer had anything to do with Marilov, but the man asked doubtfully if the young man really thought so. Officially, Jan asked him to listen carefully and only then make a final decision. Turning to the Countess, he said that this also applied to her, and Rianne looked at him questioningly. Deciding to speak bluntly, the Viscount asked if Dave and the lady really did not want to live together, and the woman replied firmly that she did not. In that case, the hero believed that one of them had to give up in favor of the other, or better yet, leave the mansion. Jan hoped that Mr. Dave would do so, shocking the Count with his unexpected statement. Jumping up, he began to shout and ask what kind of manipulation this was and how the Viscount dared to say such a thing to him. Looking at the doors, he asked if there was really no one behind them and if he had been foolishly deceived like a child. Suddenly, the doors opened and blood was smeared all over the floor, evidence of a recent battle. Peering inside, a warrior from the Heavenly Clan asked if Yang had called him. His face was covered in drops of blood and looked terrifying. The Count looked at the young man in horror, and the Viscount gave the order to leave and clean up after himself. The boy obeyed but remained alert. Continuing, he said that it would actually be better if no one with the surname Marilov remained, but then the Countess might have problems. Looking at the papers, the hero announced that an expert would come and check everything, and then grant the woman a title, which was a difficult process that could take a long time. Therefore, it would be ideal if Dave stayed away from this area. The man was furious when he heard this. Asking if the belief in the god of the underworld really did not come from Toulon, he suggested going there. Rian asked anxiously what would happen if the Count returned after his departure or reported everything to the Emperor. But the young man assured her that she need not worry. Dave would be under the supervision of escorts from Havana, which required a lot of money, but it was safer that way. With a smile, the hero noted that the most important thing now was what decision the Count would make and whether he would interfere. The man looked at the Viscount with frightened eyes, not expecting such a turn of events, losing faith in his success. Folding his hands in prayer, he began to pray to the god of the underworld, not wanting to get involved in political games. In the evening, the young man returned to Brack Castle and worked in his library, with a lit lamp on the table and books lying around. Hannah asked if she should leave the literature there, and Romandro replied affirmatively, turning his attention to her. Looking at everything, the expert noted that this would surprise the inhabitants of the capital, and Yang agreed with him. After all, the slave had killed his master, and Carlo's brother turned out to be a heretic. But the man added that they would also be surprised by the deal about the ghoul, because, judging by the responses from the capital, everyone was still skeptical about it. Noticing something was wrong, the young man asked if the reply had really come from the capital, and Romandro hesitated, trying to find the right words. Suddenly, he said that the palace was asking Jan to send Molina to the center, a decision the Viscount had not expected. He decided that Marev had probably lost to Gale in the mental game, but by and large he didn't care. With regret, the hero nevertheless decided to order a carriage to be prepared, and the expert asked in surprise if he was sure of his decision. Folding his papers, the young man replied that he didn't know what else to do, and that he didn't care about the old man. Rian wanted to share the gola with the residents, and shifting the coins, Yang said that in that case they should allow free trade. If everything went smoothly, they would be able to pay off their debt before summer, and the Viscount thanked the expert for his support and good work. In a calm atmosphere, they planned a trip to the capital once they had settled all matters with Mariloff and the situation had stabilized. Remembering his family members, the expert awkwardly decided to ask the young man something, worrying a little about his reaction. The memory of a beautiful woman among flowers came to mind, and he wondered how Jan was going to deal with his own mother. Not expecting such keen interest in the question, the hero was a little confused by the answer and was at a loss, gathering his thoughts. Then he said that he had asked her to come, but she preferred to live in the forest surrounded by nature, and he wanted to ask the foresters to check on her since it was already winter. The expert persisted, insisting that they would soon leave and the young man would not be able to see her, but Yang replied that this would be the case regardless. The man noted that they said that magicians leave with the east and return when the stars are already in the sky, still supporting the Viscount. He thought to himself that Wesley, with her venomous character, would certainly not leave him alone and would get her way at any cost. Suddenly, Hannah's attention caught the young man's eye as she stood in the corner and he addressed her with a formal order. Tomorrow she was to go to Mariloff to study and learn the work of a butler, as he had previously agreed. Hearing this order, the girl asked in surprise, not believing her luck and pointing at herself. She asked incredulously if Yang would really appoint her as the next manager, and the hero confirmed it. Excited, she said she knew nothing, and how could he trust her with such a job? But he assured her that she would be taught everything. Feeling a rush of emotions, she asked if she could step out for a moment, and the Viscount replied that she could do as she wished. Bowing, the girl left the office in an instant, leaving her master in the company of Romandro. The expert asked with interest what Barrick was doing and why he had not yet returned, and Jan replied that he was with the soldiers and that if anything had happened, they would have sent a falcon. Feeling uneasy, he understood that in any case it would take a very long time, but the bodyguard had been gone for a long time. Meanwhile, the warrior found himself in some kind of terrible dungeon resembling a mine deep underground. Sweat dripped down his face and he cursed to himself as if he had done something terrible and was trying desperately to fix it. Holding his sword at the ready, Barrick asked what this was all about and what was going on, fear evident on his face. Stepping out into the corridor, Hannah jumped for joy when she learned that she would be trained as a butler, unable to believe her luck. The expert doubtfully asked if she could handle it, but Yang assured him that she could be trusted and was a capable girl. He also added that Nersarin and 2 assistants would stay here while she went out to the others with burning eyes, and everyone looked at her in bewilderment. Romandro reported that he was going to leave only one person, but the situation in Mariloff was unstable, and some instructions would obviously come from the palace. Then the Viscount noted that the man had left only unmarried servants, and the inspector argued that it was a sin not to have a submissive wife. The young man's attention was suddenly drawn to a falcon outside the window, which was tapping its beak on the glass to announce its arrival. Realizing that this was a bad sign, he understood that something was clearly wrong with Barrick and that he should hurry to his aid. Seeing the bird, the expert asked if it was a falcon from the heavenly clan of warriors and asked what was written in the note. After reading the message, Yang realized that the warriors who had gone with the bodyguard did not know Burial's language very well. Noticing the word Monet, he suggested that perhaps it was about Molina, and that everything was somehow connected, but the whole picture was unclear. After a while, the Viscount and the others made their way through an underground mine, littered with stones in search of the bodyguard. Their shadows were reflected from the ground and walls by the light of the torches, and ahead lay old rails that had previously been used to transport minerals. Dark night fell, the moon rose, and the bird flapped its wings nervously, sensing the approaching danger. With a falcon on his arm and a kerosene lamp, the warrior led Jan to the mine where Barrick and the others were. The young man anxiously asked what had happened to his magical swordsman. But upon hearing the question, the knight hesitated, as if he did not know how to answer. He began to explain indistinctly that the orphan was fighting inside, but the Viscount did not understand who exactly his warrior was beating and what was happening in general. Rubbing the back of his head, the young man himself did not know how to explain everything correctly so that it would be clearer to everyone. Seeing the hero off and lighting his way, he said that he would understand everything when he saw it with his own eyes. In the distance, they heard a warrior trying to stop the bodyguard, but it seemed he was unsuccessful. It was unclear what was happening, but Barrick was putting in a lot of effort, and the soldier was trying to dissuade him, not understanding the point. With his eyes wide open in surprise, Yang couldn't believe he was feeling a strange energy in such a place. Standing near the stone with the warriors inside, Barrick tried to break it with his sword, but to no avail. Noticing the Viscount, he turned around and greeted him, his face reflecting anxiety and fatigue. The bodyguard asked in bewilderment what it was, but Yang rebuked him, asking if the guy really thought he knew everything. The orphan asked if the hero really didn't know, but he had some suggestions, though he wasn't entirely sure. Staring intently ahead, it reminded the Viscount of a magic stone that was now shining before his eyes. Unable to hide his surprise, Barrick asked again, and Yang reminded him that they had previously used a similar one for eavesdropping. This mineral had special qualities due to its energy, ranging from transporting the hero to another body far into the past. It could record voices, track locations, create bottomless storage, and much more. The Viscount asked with interest if the warrior felt anything, because as soon as he entered, he felt magic. But the orphan replied in the negative. To himself, the character noted that the bodyguard was indeed a magical swordsman, but he still had much to learn. Looking at the corpses of people in the stones, the Viscount asked what had happened to the knights who had gone with Barrick. Then the young man explained that they had chased after them. But suddenly some kind of purple slime appeared. He managed to catch up with one warrior, but the latter was too frightened by something and, calling him a monster, ordered him not to come near. Noticing that the boy was trapped, the bodyguard wanted to free him, slowly approaching with his sword in his hands. But an unknown thick liquid began to fly through the air, further frightening the warrior and sucking his body in. In an instant, his legs turned into a glowing stone, as if something had affected the slime. Screaming and trying to break free, the knight asked in horror why he couldn't get out, hoping for salvation. Trapped, the guy soon turned completely to stone and died, and Barrick witnessed this terrible sight. Thinking it over, he explained that at first it was a sticky liquid, which then hardened, and perhaps something had affected it. While the other warriors stood obediently with their heads bowed in shame, the orphan cried out in unexpected pain. Turning to Jan, he asked why he had hit him, but the Viscount asked him not to get angry and asked what the bodyguard would have done if the same thing had happened to him. Warning him, he suggested that the liquid might reappear and Barrick would drown in it, fearing for his life. Turning to the others, he stated that stupidity and courage were their traits, shaming the irresponsible knights. Pointing his finger at the members of the Heavenly Clan, he gave the order to pass all this on to Nurserin, but one of them objected that they had tried to stop the young man. Looking at the stone, the bodyguard suggested that if it was magical, it must be very expensive, but the Viscount replied that it was priceless. As if spellbound, he decided to study the mineral in more detail, remembering what he had heard about it before. Lost in deep thought, he did not notice the frightened swordsman addressing him, not understanding what was wrong with his master. There was a lot of this mineral in the mine. It sparkled and shimmered with different colors and appeared as if out of nowhere. Having come up with a plan of action, Yang decided that everything he had thought of was possible, but he just needed to act. As he left, he ordered everyone to return to the mansion immediately and close off access to the mine, while Barrick asked what to do with the body. Responding that there was nothing that could be done about it now, he insisted that everyone leave, considering his plan to be more important at the moment. Shrugging their shoulders, the warriors looked at each other in confusion, not understanding the young man's reaction or what he had in mind. Stepping forward, the hero realized that in order to study the deposits of magic stones, he needed the help of the Ministry of Magic. Only they could determine whether there were veins underground and their size, value, and many other things that the hero did not know. One of Gale's supporters was Wesley, the Minister of Magic, and the character knew this and hoped for their help. Realizing what was going on, the young man understood why, of all the border territories, all the officials had latched onto Brock. Even if Gale was not entirely sure of his assumptions, he still saw potential in the county and aimed for it. They trained troops to repel the barbarians and created a situation that required the intervention of the palace to resolve. After the scandal with tax evasion and the discovery of a mine with magic stones, everything worked out perfectly for Gale and the other mages. On his way out, he ordered the mine to be closed, but someone had to stay behind to notify the miners. The hero understood that upon returning to the mansion, he must immediately check everything to confirm his suspicions. Was the arrival of Milton and his men a coincidence? Or were they deliberately attacking Brack to gain access to the underground tunnel? Descending into the dungeon, he walked down a long corridor lined with cells, dimly lit by torches on the walls. Determined, John wanted to look his enemies in the face and find out their true intentions regarding the territory of Brock. Seeing him, Mac asked in surprise what had happened and why he had come to them. They were all on guard, except for their leader. Looking intently into the old man's eyes, the hero announced that a letter had arrived from the palace, and its contents concerned Molina. Continuing to sit on the floor with a book in his hands, the man calmly asked what it said, as if he were completely indifferent. In a stern voice, the young man said that he had been ordered to take care of him, as he was soon leaving for the capital. Hearing this, the prisoner froze with the page in his hands, unable to believe his ears that he would finally be released from this terrible cell. Looking at the character, the old man couldn't believe he was telling the truth. It all seemed like some kind of fabrication. Looking at the lines, he thought about his freedom and future. He was no longer very interested in political games. Observing Melina's reaction, the young man thought that this was why he had put so much effort into it. But why had he given up so easily now? Jan understood everything from his mannerisms and behavior, but he tried to maintain his composure and not give himself away. Molin and Gale knew about the underground mine with magical stones, which is why they took action and fought for Brack. Winter had come, and Burial Castle stood surrounded by snow-covered mountains and trees, everything looking like something out of a fairy tale. Looking at the blizzard outside the window, Marev sat in his office and pondered state affairs in the future. Memories of his childhood came to mind when the queen held him in her arms and he listened with delight to the falling snow, rejoicing. Many years had passed since then, and now that he was a prince, he still loved this time of year, but his head was full of thoughts. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a servant who noted the snowfall, the first of the year, and looked cheerful. Turning to him, Marev noted the upcoming New Year celebrations, and the butler remarked that there was a real commotion in the main wing of the palace. The person in charge talked to Mrs. Dillon every day, and she was also involved in organizing the holiday. Hearing this, the prince noted the woman's recklessness and did not understand why there was so much fuss. But the servant reminded him that the emperor had previously been in charge of this. But now, she was responsible for the organization as the closest favorite, and Marev asked in surprise if she had received his father's approval. Looking at the stacks of papers on the table, the servant noted that it was good that the woman was there, otherwise it would have been difficult for them. Turning his attention to the prince, he said that he was working late, and it would be difficult if the organization of the celebrations fell on his shoulders. But the prince wondered what he should do, because as long as he and Gale were around, she would never become empress. This topic had been raised several times, but because of the princes, nothing had come of it beyond discussion, and everyone had forgotten about it. No one could take that place while their mothers were alive, and no one could call them their sons except them. Looking out the window, he asked when Romandro and Jan would arrive, but no one sent any written news. They just hoped to see them by the holiday. Then Marev asked how things were going with Molin, and the servant replied that it seemed he would arrive before the Viscount. This had not yet been confirmed, but most likely the administration would send the old man on vacation, and then the servant was going to send someone. Realizing that everything was going well and that the official would be under close supervision, the prince thought for a moment and fell silent. Then he turned to the butler and addressed him by name, drawing his attention and asking if there was really no way out. Lowering his head, the manager remained silent, sweat dripping from his face from the tension. In fact, he himself did not know what could be done. Then he said that everything would not be so difficult if it weren't for the truth potion. No one could interfere with their activities. While the prince listened attentively, he continued to explain that effectiveness could only be judged by reports, but even those contained many terms that only magicians could understand. Since this was a serious matter, others also opposed it. But Marev noted that there had been no response from the administration. Since Melina's new employees had arrived, all that remained was to wait for the New Year celebrations, and if they sent Jan there, it would be easier for them to obtain information. The prince thought to himself that everything used to be completely different, without secrets and intrigues, a carefree childhood. A few years ago, it was said that the Ministry of Magic would inherit divine power, so it remained neutral. However, one event happened that broke everything completely, and they ceased to be at the center of the palace. After Wesley became Minister of Magic and gained more power, this balance was disrupted, as if a glass had been broken. The prince asked if there was a report comparing the truth potion to something similar, and the butler handed him some papers. Carefully studying the documents, the prince could not understand what they were talking about, as they mentioned a strange mineral. Then the servant explained that it was a rare, high-quality magical stone that had been discovered quite recently. There were not enough resources to study such material, so Marev wondered if they had conducted tests and their effects on people. The servant noted that they did not seem to have any problems with this, as it was said that the ministry had received 15 kilograms. But the prince said that this was too little and asked if other magic stones were not mined by the hundreds. The butler reported that the Ruran was different from them, having been discovered only last year, and the prince noted that in that case it was a very valuable resource. The location of the deposit was unknown. They were rarely found near the sites where ordinary magic stones were mined. But there was something unusual about it. It was said to be a liquid mineral that turned solid under the influence of external magic. If a person touched it, something bad could happen. But the manager said that no such deposits had been found yet. The more bubbles in the stone, the more susceptible it was to magic. but he did not know what the magicians did with it or what they wanted to achieve, as the solid ruin was impossible to scratch. Hearing this, the prince asked how the stone was processed, and the steward suggested that it was probably done with magic. After hearing all this, Merev caught himself thinking that they could be used to determine a mage's level of power. Meanwhile, Yang was in the mine, examining the magic stones with a lantern, trying to understand their properties. Observing their quantity and brilliance, Romandro was delighted and slightly shocked, his eyes wide with surprise. Overjoyed, he shouted that in his past life, the Viscount must have been the emperor of a peaceful country, while Barrick irritably asked the expert to pull himself together. While the bodyguard brought the man to his senses, the hero and the mine manager examined the material. The director noted that he knew nothing about them, and the miners who passed through this tunnel 5 or 6 times a day did not seem to notice them. Reassuring him, the hero noted that it seemed like very little time had passed since their arrival, and he was not going to shift the responsibility onto the workers. The manager asked if he really didn't know what this vein was, but the young man replied that he had some ideas. Looking at the pile of stones, he was sure that there were a lot of them, and that the branch was located deep in the mine. Romandro, who had come to his senses, asked if the Viscount knew what kind of stones they were, but Yang did not know what type they belonged to. He had only seen them in processed form before, so it was difficult for him to say anything at first glance. Looking at the young man, the expert noted that he could not contact the Ministry of Magic, but suddenly a thought occurred to him, and he was surprised. Could this be why Prince Gale and the other ministers were so eager to take over this territory? For now, it was just speculation. He noted with horror that if they found out about this, the situation with the capture of Brack would worsen, and the hero agreed with him. But the guy noted that at least the good news was that no one but them knew about this vein, so they could keep it a secret. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the manager with a lantern in his hands, and they thought he might betray them. Bowing low to the ground, the man assured them that he would remain silent at all costs, and the Viscount thanked him for his trust. Continuing to examine the stones, Romandro tried to understand what they really were and how they appeared in this place. Suddenly, the manager asked permission to examine them himself, asking them to make way for him. Agreeing, they stepped aside, and he took a small hammer from his bosom, with which he wanted to obtain information. Sitting down next to the stone, he tried to chip off a small piece to get a better look inside. Behind him, Barrick noticed that it wasn't working. He had previously struck them with his sword, but there wasn't a scratch left. However, the manager wanted to break the stone. Finding the joint, he began to tap it, and small fragments flew in different directions, the noise echoing everywhere. Inserting a pickaxe, he noticed a purple liquid that glued the stones together and seemed to come from underground. Seeing this, Barrick rushed over and shouted that this was exactly what they had seen with the soldiers, but suddenly the substance began to harden, and he froze in shock. Noticing the commotion, Yang asked what was going on, and the man confirmed that liquid had definitely come out of the ground. But as soon as the bodyguard approached it, it became solid when touched with a finger, the manager stated. Hearing the accusations against him, the orphan cried out that he had done nothing. Everyone looked at him with suspicion, but he insisted on his innocence. He swore by the stolen treats. The Viscount did not know about the theft, but asked him to stand next to him and not move. The hero asked if the liquid was still the same when the bodyguard left, and the man replied that it was still hard. Turning to them, the expert asked if anyone had any guesses about the properties of these stones. Then the character noted that magic stones always react to magic, and Romandro asked in surprise. Their principle of operation was to react to an external magical force that could come from a person with abilities. Just as a special solution was needed to play back the recording from the brooch they used to eavesdrop on Molina and his men. Turning to the bodyguard, Yang asked him to tell him more about the chase after the night, without leaving out any details. When he found the warrior, he first thought that he had fallen into some kind of sticky liquid. But then, when the knight tried to get out of it, it turned to stone. Now they were looking at the stone with his dead body inside and trying to understand what was happening and why they had appeared there. After thinking it over, the hero decided that it was most likely a reaction to Barrick's magic, which the bodyguard had previously denied. The guy was a magical swordsman, and it was natural that he had magical energy, but he didn't know about it yet. He thought about the name of the stone and realized that they hardened under the influence of external magic. Suddenly, he ordered everyone to move away from him, but no one understood why this was necessary or what the Viscount was going to do. Then the hero explained that he would try to split the stone, and Barrick decided that the Viscount had gone mad, intending to do it with his bare hands. While Jan touched the stone with his hands, Barrick insisted that he would only succeed if he surrounded it with boxes of explosives. Suddenly, a bright magical yellow light shone under the hero's palms, illuminating the entire space around him. Frozen in shock, Romandro and the orphan did not understand what this reaction was and what the young man was doing. The Viscount himself did not expect this either and opened his eyes wide in surprise, continuing to watch the process. Gradually, the stone began to melt, and small pieces flew off in all directions as it split apart under his hands. Surprised, the expert stepped aside and covered his head with his hands. The mine manager also fell to the floor, and only a small piece remained of the huge boulder. Barrick asked anxiously how Jan was feeling, but the young man replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. The hero couldn't believe that he had been able to get so close to the slain warrior and remove the magical barrier that had engulfed his body. While the expert cried in fear, the manager's heart nearly stopped, and the bodyguard asked to be warned about such things. Looking at his hands, the character found it strange that he had directed a very weak stream of magic just to see what would happen. The reaction was too strong and unexpected even for him. He couldn't believe he had such abilities. He couldn't understand how the magic stones had become so susceptible to such an effect. Standing nearby, Barrick noticed that no matter how hard he tried, nothing like that happened, but the magic worked well. Noticing how the expert was collecting the fragments, the bodyguard asked what he was doing, and the man replied that even a small stone would be worth 1 gold coin. Hearing about such large rewards and opportunities, the orphan was shocked, and his eyes widened in surprise. Waving his arms, he began to shout, asking if anyone outside had a broom, and Yang informed the manager that he would soon be leaving the mansion. The man replied that he knew about the trip and that, while the Viscount was away, he would do everything to ensure that the extraction continued. Thanking him, Yang noted that the mine would have to be closed for the time being, shocking the manager with this statement. Trying to calm him down, the hero said that he would pay him the same salary, and he just had to settle the issue of paying the miners, as the stones were lying on the ground. In a serious tone, he again asked the manager to keep everything he had seen today a secret, otherwise there would be irreversible consequences. Looking tensely at the Viscount, the man replied that he understood everything and would remain silent at all costs, fearing punishment. Soon, a sign appeared near the entrance to the Monet mine, indicating that unauthorized persons were prohibited from entering. The precious stones were loaded into wooden boxes and loaded onto carriages standing at the gates of the mansion. Near the estate, the servants carrying them shouted for everyone to move away, as they were much heavier than they appeared at first glance. The young man was surprised that they were heavier than any other mineral, and there were only 5 boxes, but the maid said that about 10 carriages had arrived. Looking at the papers, the hero asked Barrick about the mine. He replied that it was managed by the manager, who was asking what to do with the stone chips. The character gave the order to separate it from the earth, as it might contain magic that they would need in the future. Suddenly, the Viscount said that today the bodyguard would go to the forest, and he asked if this concerned his mother. It was necessary to tell the woman that he was leaving soon, and if she wanted to come to the city, she should go with Barrick. The young man seriously noted that this could well be their last meeting, as there was very little chance of returning from the capital. The bodyguard asked with interest whether the Viscount would be going there himself, to which the young man replied that Romandro and his men would be there. Those who remained here would see Madame Rianne often, and, looking at the documents, he hoped that everyone would be able to find common ground. Suddenly, several sheets of paper fell from the huge stack onto the floor, raising dust around them. There were too many of them. His nose itched badly, and the hero covered it with his hands, grimacing from the unpleasant sensation, as if he were about to sneeze. Realizing that he couldn't get away from this mountain of documents, he decided to sort them out so that everything would run smoothly even in his absence. Silently observing his master's actions, Barrick watched him from the side and thought about his future assignment. Suddenly, a servant shouted from outside the door that the carriage was ready, and Jan looked at them and replied that he would be right down. Opening the door, Hannah stood in her butler's uniform, and when the hero asked about Romandro, she replied that the expert was waiting for him downstairs. Suddenly, someone touched her shoulder with their fingertips, and she turned around in surprise. Seeing Barrick, she asked what was going on, and he asked if she was also leaving for Mariloff. The girl calmly confirmed that she would return late today, after training, and asked what was going on. The warrior replied that nothing special was happening. Looking at Jan's back and noticing his behavior and the circles under his eyes, the bodyguard noted that he looked very tired. The manager also noticed this and said that he had been under-eating lately, assuming that he was ill. Suddenly, she froze, as if thinking about something important, and the orphan, noticing her reaction, called her name. Clutching her head, she remembered that the butler's main responsibility was to ensure the comfort and health of his master. Running sharply down the corridor, she shouted that she must prepare something delicious and become the perfect housekeeper. Watching her behavior, Barrack was shocked and sighed heavily, thinking that the girl would soon go mad from her busyness. Despite all this, peace and tranquility reigned in the mansion, while outside it was cloudy and cold, with snow falling. Suddenly, someone rushed down the hallway, kicking up dust and almost lifting the carpet runners behind them. Hannah opened the kitchen door abruptly and shouted at the cook, who was just about to have lunch. Frightened, Meadow asked if she was leaving, to which the girl replied that she had to go. She quickly gave instructions to prepare nutritious meals of pork, duck, and beef from tomorrow until the master's departure. As she ran away, Hannah shouted that the master looked very tired, as if he had exhausted himself, and that he needed to be fed everything that was good for his health. Noticing her strange behavior, the maid asked her what was wrong, and Meadow ordered meat to be brought from the village for the Viscount. Concerned, everyone began to ask if Jan was ill, imagining the worst. Rumors spread like wildfire among the people of Bracha when the servants came for meat for the Count. Everyone said that Durgi's illegitimate son had taken over the territory, but despite this, they were concerned about his health. A blizzard raged outside, and a strong wind changed the weather abruptly, bending the trees with its force. In the carriage, Yang held his ear and did not understand what was happening to him, but he did not say a word, listening to his inner feelings. Noticing his strange behavior, Romandro asked what was wrong, but the young man replied that he was fine. The expert then reported that he had dealt with other matters in the correspondence, but had not received any answers regarding the organization of the Count's funeral. Reflecting on this, the hero suggested that perhaps they were trying to keep it a secret so that no one would find out about them. As the carriage sped along, no one knew that Dave had decided to marry Madame Rien. Meanwhile, in Mariloff, black flags were raised in the streets, signaling Carlo's death, and Mariloff was plunged into mourning. People discussed how this was the first time they had heard of a slave killing his master and wondered what could have happened. One of the guys said he had heard that the Count beat his wife and the slave killed him while trying to stop the violence. There was much debate among the people. Some did not know what had really happened, while others believed that Carlo doted on the Countess and could not have hurt her. Everyone asked about the execution, but the slave was sentenced without trial because he had killed a man, and his master at that. The young man also claimed that he had heard that there was something between the servant and Rien, but everyone just laughed, considering it nonsense. However, the young man insisted that it was true because he had learned it from a friend who worked on the estate, but no one believed him. While rumors of what had happened quickly spread throughout the city, the streets of Mariloff were gradually covered with snow. In her chambers, the Countess slept soundly on her huge bed, unaware of what was happening in the city. Her body and arms were relaxed, but the woman had already woken up. She just didn't get up, wanting to rest a little longer. The butler came and asked if she wanted food, but she refused, having lost her appetite after what had happened. The manager noted with concern that she had not eaten dinner yesterday either, but Rien remained silent, not knowing how to respond. Sitting down, she asked if he thought her behavior was strange, considering that she should be acting completely differently. Sadly, the manager tried to find the right words. He did not think she was wrong and hoped that everything would be different. In the end, he noted that the lady looked unhappy, and this raised questions, since she herself had sought power. She agreed that her husband, who had beaten her, was dead, but she did not feel happy, as she had when she cut down her mother's tree and ran away. Putting on her slippers, she asked what caravan Dave would be sent to Toulon on, and the servant replied with a joint trading organization. They were already prepared. Everything cost 200 gold pieces, including the advance payment, and the Countess said that things were not as bad as she had thought. As she left, she asked them not to abandon the matter and to pass on her request, because Jan was due to arrive soon. Turning around, she reminded them to explain all the details and not to miss anything, as this was important for her first and foremost. Besides Dave, another person was supposed to travel with the caravan, Clark, who was still sitting in the dungeon. In a room with boarded-up windows, Dave was kneeling on the floor. He had spent all this time here without leaving his quarters. With his hands clasped together, he prayed to the gods of the underworld and thought about his future with fear, hoping to become the new lord, but ending up with nothing. An oppressive silence reigned in the corridors of the mansion, and even the maids did not talk to each other as they usually did. Suddenly, they saw that Rien had left her chambers for the first time in a long time, and they were very surprised. Paying no attention to them, the Countess walked with her head held high, heading for Clark's dungeon. As if coming to their senses, the maids froze in a low bow, not saying a word, obediently performing their duties. Illuminating everything around them with a dim light, torches hung on the walls of the dungeon, reminiscent of a prison with many cells. In one cell, Clark sat with his head bowed on his knees, his fate sealed, simply waiting for his sentence. Hearing a noise, he raised his head, his face covered with small abrasions, the only reminder of what had happened. Rian stood in front of him, staring intently at him while he crouched, watching her like a puppy on a chain. The Countess regretfully informed him that in a few days he would be leaving with Dave and the trade caravan for Tulun. She also added that the route would pass through the kingdom of Havan, and the prisoner could not believe that he would escape punishment. Shocked by this decision, the young man repeated the name of the city, as if remembering something. It seemed familiar to him. Then the woman asked if he knew where it was, and kneeling at the bars, Clark admitted that he did. The prisoner noted with regret that it was very far from here, and Rian was also in despair, as she secretly wanted to be with him. Biting her lip, the woman tried to find the right words but couldn't. She simply thought it was the right decision. Holding on to the bars, she said that the palace investigation needed proof that Dave had arrived and asked him to accompany her. But he withdrew his hand. Managing to grab his hands, she cried out resolutely that he must come back, her voice full of hope. At first, Clark was shocked, but then he felt happy that Rian cared so much about them, because he himself wanted to be with her. Holding her hand, he felt something more than just a servant-mistress relationship. There were feelings between them. He loved her and obediently accepted any instructions. Bowing his head, but without letting go of her hand, the woman remained silent. The situation in Mariloff finally settled down, and the long-awaited peace reigned, with things gradually returning to normal. Everything in the living room was ready for the arrival of guests. There were 2 blue sofas, and everything was in a strict and refined style at the same time. With a broad smile and a curtsy, the Countess joyfully greeted Yan, whom she had been waiting for to discuss business. Kissing her hand courteously, the Viscount noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked if she was well, to which she replied that thanks to him, everything was fine. Inviting the young man to sit down, she turned to Ramandro, asking how he was, and the man replied courteously. Everything was ready for tea on the table, with a beautiful set and a fragrant drink, the aroma spreading around. Handing him the papers, the Countess said that it was an envelope containing 5,000 gold coins, as they had agreed earlier. She also said that the size of her army had been reduced by half and that they would continue to fulfill the other agreements. Then the hero asked if he could look at the estimate, and she replied that this information was on the back of the document. Studying the papers, Yang smiled, pleased with the mutually beneficial cooperation, and asked if her assistants had not told her anything. Puzzled, she asked if they were going to scold her for selling the territory, which shocked the workers. Reassuring him, Rian assured him that there would be no problems with management, and if he felt uncomfortable, he should consider it a personal payment. He calmly replied that he was just curious and that, in any case, it was a service for a service as agreed. Holding out the folder, Romandro said that he would show this report at the palace and asked her to check the Countess. After reading it, she replied that there were no lies in it and nothing that needed to be hidden. She liked everything. With a request to send it, she asked if the experts would come, but Yang replied that there would be no serious problems. In that case, she wanted to put her seal on the document, which she had kept with her all this time. With joy and admiration, she couldn't believe that everything was so simple, feeling her own power. Puzzled, she did not understand why it took her husband all day to do this, and noticed how harmful and ineffective he was as an old man. Looking at the guests, she was happy to have such good neighbors in the county, and all the deals were conducted in a pleasant atmosphere. She also did not forget the friendly residents of the Mariloff territory, whom she greatly respected and appreciated. It was thanks to their work that they received a lot of food for the entire county, including ghoul. With a smile, Yang noted that this was a huge relief, because winter was cold and hard, and the seeds came just in time. Bowing, the Viscount asked what had happened to Mr. Dave, and the Countess replied that he was in the wing, and it seemed that it was time for him to leave. While a blizzard raged outside the window, they discussed which caravan would transport the Count, and the woman assured him that it was the best trading organization. She also said that the team would include 5 workers and 2 representatives. The prices were fair, and the staff was honest. She was also going to send Clark with them, deciding that it would be the best option for the slave and herself. Everyone else was to return after making sure that Dave had entered Havana and was under reliable protection. Trying to speak calmly, the expert said that he trusted her, but they needed to make sure that no problems arose. To tell the truth, they too were risking a lot in this situation. If anyone found out about the Count, it would not end well for them either. Understanding his concern, Rian smiled and assured him that all these people were very talented and there was nothing to worry about. Looking intently ahead, she said that she had made it clear to them that Dave should be closely guarded so that he would not escape. Therefore, the Baron would be treated like a dangerous criminal, under close guard in a special mobile cell. The Countess also mentioned that this was not only her instruction, but also Sir Jan's, thus granting him his freedom. Laughing, the hero noted that this pilgrimage was just right for a believer like Dave. Slowly chatting about business, they slowly walked out into the corridor, completely absorbed in conversation and not noticing it at all. Turning around, Rien asked if they should visit Brother Carlo one last time and see him off on his journey. Horse-drawn carriages from the merchant caravan were already waiting at the gate, ready to set off on the long journey. Screaming and struggling to break free from the strong grip of the workers, Dave tried to free himself and cursed, demanding to be let go. Noticing the Countess accompanied by servants and Jan, he began to call them demons and asked if they really thought they would get away with it. Showing her middle finger, Rien smiled and said that life would be much better now and hoped that they would never see each other again. Calling her crazy, Dave shouted and struggled, saying that God would punish this woman, realizing that he had lost all his power. While the hero warned the merchants to beware of robbers on the road, the Count shouted at the young man, asking how he dared to make such a decision. With uncertain steps, his legs bound by handcuffs, Clark approached the caravan. He was also leaving with them. Amidst the crowd of people from the clan, his and Rian's eyes met, and they seemed to freeze in silent silence. Sadly, she asked if everything was ready for the journey, and the slave obediently bowed his head and said they were ready. After a short pause, the woman said that in that case it was time to leave, as she wanted to avoid long goodbyes. Everyone climbed into the carriages with bars for Dave and Clark's safety and set off on their journey, a difficult road ahead of them. The trade caravan slowly left the gates of Mariloff, and the Countess watched them go, hoping to see Clark again. She felt sad that the young man was leaving and even closed her eyes, so she wouldn't have to see it. Turning to John and Romandro, she suggested they go for a bite to eat to celebrate the good day and the bottles of wine they had prepared. Looking at the managers, she asked if they would be frequent guests on her property, and they replied that it would be great. Suddenly, she said she would need help. Hearing this, the hero turned in surprise, listening carefully to the request. He wondered to himself if his past body had died, whether a similar farewell ceremony had taken place throughout burial. He was sure that this had definitely not happened, because he was a fugitive emperor, a traitor who had betrayed the empire. Distracting him from his thoughts, Rian asked if he would come inside, as it was quite cold outside, and the Viscount agreed. Remembering something important, he decided to call out to her, wanting to discuss it right away. He asked her decisively about the Count's funeral, and the question caught her off guard. She didn't know what to say. Without giving a specific answer, she said that the young man knew everything himself, showing her unwillingness to discuss the subject. When it got dark outside and the moon rose in the sky, their carriage was returning to Brock after a difficult day in Mariloff. The expert excitedly asked the Viscount how he was feeling, but the young man noticed that Romandro's face had become even redder. Laughing, the man said that, to be honest, he was seeing double, to which the young man replied that he had already mentioned this 3 times. Continuing to joke, the inspector said that he seemed to be drunk and saw the Viscount with 2 heads in front of him. After a while, the carriage stopped near the entrance to the mansion, the wheels creaking as they did so. The coachman announced their arrival, and John, stepping out onto the street, thanked him for his good work and told him to rest. Before he could open the door, the servants rushed towards him, shouting anxiously, and he did not understand what was happening. Lifting him up, they insisted that he couldn't walk on his own, and that he had a fever, noting that it was cold outside and he wasn't in the best shape. Annoyed, the hero asked why they were behaving this way, but no one seemed to hear his questions, and they carried him into the hallway. Suddenly, something unusual on the floor in the center of the hall caught his attention, and the Viscount was surprised. In the middle of the room stood a multitude of different gift boxes, and the young man asked what they were, as they had not been there before. Coughing, the maid replied that the residents of the area had learned of his illness and sent gifts. Yang was shocked by this information. Looking at the gifts, he thought that nothing would come of it, since it was winter and hard times for ordinary people. Looking through the boxes, he realized that people had managed to find something for him after all, and he was incredibly pleased. The Viscount then gave orders to stack them up and take them to his bedroom, and to tell everyone that he was healthy. Suddenly, a servant announced that a guest had arrived for the Count, and he asked in surprise who it was. Suddenly, Jan called out to him from the balcony, and the maid did not have time to finish her sentence, interrupting herself mid-word. Waving his arms joyfully, the bodyguard said that the young man's mother, who had been living in the forest for a long time, had arrived. The shocked woman stood nearby, looking at her son with respect. She had waited a long time for their meeting. Quickly running down the stairs, she hugged him tightly. He felt awkward and embarrassed, but he was also happy. With tears in her eyes, she replied that she had missed him very much, and Yang asked how she had been living, suggesting that it must have been difficult for her because of the cold weather. She objected, saying that she should be the one worrying about him, but he did not understand what he had done to deserve her attention. Taking his hands, his mother said that Barak had told her everything, and asked in surprise if he had really saved the entire nation, with the help of the Ghoulie. She had also heard that he had become the head of the territory and that the people loved and trusted him, judging by the number of gifts he had received. Wiping away her tears, she was very proud of her son, and the Viscount once again realized what a scumbag Durga was, Ramandra whispered, asking who this woman was. And turning around, the hero saw the palace expert, having completely forgotten about him earlier. Extending his hands courteously, he said that she was his mother and wanted to introduce them, as the man had heard about her before. The hero also said that she lived in the mountains and had come here because of the onset of winter, realizing that she had always gathered the ghoul, and the expert noted her tremendous work. Embarrassed, the woman did not understand why they were addressing her formally, considering herself too young for that. But Ramandro could not afford to be rude to her. Extending his hands, the man wanted to introduce himself and said with a smile that he was the new palace expert. Gradually, tears of pride for her son welled up in the woman's eyes. She couldn't believe that everything had turned out so well. Although she couldn't do anything for him, slowly shaking hands, she was very proud of Jan, not hiding her emotions. Suddenly, crunching with snow-covered boots on the mansion floor, a warrior of the unearthly clan who remained in charge entered the hall. In the office, Nursarin asked in surprise if the Viscount had already arrived from Marilof, expecting him to stay longer. To which the hero asked if the fighter had returned from the observation deck, to which Bellamy replied in the affirmative. Turning his gaze to his mother, the young man noted that the Viscount had not previously mentioned that he had a sister, praising the lady's beauty. Smiling mysteriously, the hero replied that she was his mother, very proud of her and her physical form. Hearing this, everyone in the hall froze, unable to believe what was happening. For Nursarin, it was a complete shock. Understanding this reaction, Yang remembered that the otherworldly clan of warriors had previously thought his mother was dead, since he himself had not spoken of her. Now he was curious to see how they would react when they found out that she was from the lower classes of society. Philia was a little scared. With defiance and incomprehension, Nursarin stared at him, waiting for some kind of explanation. Shocked by this statement, the warrior froze, his eyes wide with surprise. He couldn't believe that such a young girl was the mother of a Viscount. Jan and Philia felt fear and awkwardness, trying to find the right words. The situation was extremely tense. Explaining that he had a reason to hide her existence, the hero asked him to give him a chance to tell him everything in detail. Stepping forward abruptly, the woman shouted that she had told her son not to say anything about her, as if she was afraid he would be beaten. With trembling hands, she asked not to blame the boy, and he was shocked by his mother's actions and her reaction. Discouraged, Nursarin remained silent, but the expression on his face spoke for itself. He was not going to do anything wrong. Suddenly, he said that he knew about it, stunning the Viscount and Philia with his confession. They did not understand where he had gotten this information, as it had been kept secret. Puzzled, Yang asked again, and the warrior explained that he had been talking to the locals every day and that they had told him everything. There were rumors that the Count's illegitimate son had returned from the desert with an otherworldly clan, and that his mother had disappeared before the peace treaty signing ceremony. At first, he thought it was part of the preparation, because the guy had planned everything in advance before leaving for the Great Desert. Then the hero asked if Kakanir knew everything, and the warrior replied that there was nothing he knew that his chief did not know. In fact, he had hoped to see the Viscount's mother before his departure, but he could not have imagined that it was Philia, who looked quite young. Rushing towards him, the woman began to thank Nursarin for trusting her son and for keeping everything a secret. She sincerely said that she hoped he would continue to cooperate with him, which embarrassed Nursarin a little. After a short pause, he remarked that the lady had no reason to be so polite to him, and such excessive kindness seemed strange to him. Waving his arms, Yang invited the warrior to come in and rest, as he wanted to talk to his mother alone, but the fighter stopped him. Unexpectedly, he asked if he could give the hero some advice, which made him freeze in amazement as he listened attentively. Nursarin said that recently the movement of the stars had become unusual, and many of them had fallen to the ground. Considering this a bad sign, he asked the young man to be careful on his way to the capital, as he was a firm believer in astronomy. He explained that the stars symbolized people who illuminated the world, comparing them to Jan, thus showing his importance. As he left, the Viscount thanked the warrior for his advice and told him not to worry about his life, confident in his own safety. Turning around with a sly smile, he declared that he was going to become the sun, not a star that was destined to fade away. Not expecting such self-confidence, Nurseran's eyes widened in surprise, but he decided to remain silent. Bowing, he decided that the young man would become an important person in the great desert and wished him luck and a safe journey. The moon was shining in the sky and bright stars were shining. It was a deep, frosty winter night, the last one Yang would spend in Brasha. Going into the kitchen, the hero told his mother to ask the servants to rest, but she wanted to do everything herself and suggested they have dinner together. She cheerfully asked if he wanted to eat his favorite barley porridge, which he often ate as a child, and the young man agreed. Hannah kindly showed him which dishes to use and where the grains and spices were kept, and Philia thanked her for her care. She asked in surprise if it was the girl who had given her the message from her son, and the manager was amazed that the woman remembered her. Putting her hand on her chest, she sincerely thanked Hannah for carrying out all of her son's orders. While the grains were cooking, the mother asked how Yang had been doing all this time while she was in the forest hut. The character calmly assured her that he was fine and asked Philia about her affairs, whether she had been bored in the deserted grove. Now that there was plenty of food and Durgi was gone, he offered to let her move in and live there, or he could find her a house. Tucking her hair behind her ear, the woman replied that she needed to think about it, because she was no longer alone after meeting the warriors. She asked with interest who the dark-haired man was whom they had just met in the hall. The hero then explained that he was the younger brother of the leader of the otherworldly clan of warriors, Nurseran, a brave fighter with a falcon on his shoulder. He was supposed to help manage the territory in his absence, and Philia replied with a smile that she understood everything. The Viscount asked anxiously if anything dangerous had happened in the forest, but his mother assured him that everything was fine and asked him not to worry. As she poured the porridge, she said that some people who had lost their way and some wounded people had come. Hearing this, Yang asked in surprise. Recalling the incident, Philia thought for a moment and remembered that there were 3 of them, named Ricardo, Nav, and Erica, all of whom looked quite tired. An image of warriors with sabers led by a girl appeared in the character's mind, and he immediately understood who they were talking about. It was the Imperial Army. Then the young man asked if they had suffered greatly, and the mother said that they had lost many comrades and could not return home. She put the plate on the table, and the Viscount asked if Philia knew where they were headed, and she said that they were heading towards Havana. With hope in her eyes, the woman wanted to ask her son a question that had been on her mind for a long time, and he listened to her attentively. Nervously, she asked if she could write to him while he was away, believing that she would be able to keep in touch with him. Taking his hand, she explained that this would calm her mind, as she was very worried about him and rarely saw him. After thinking for a moment, Yang happily agreed, realizing that they might never see each other again and how important this was to his mother. He also asked her not to be offended by his long replies, as he would be very busy with state affairs in the capital. Hugging him tightly, Philia understood everything and said that she would always wait for him here in Brach, for such was her destiny. The city was sinking into night, and she wished him a safe journey. Despite the cold, some plants remained green. The next day, Jan drove to the mine to collect some magic stones to show the emperor, and there was a lot of hustle and bustle around him. Hannah held out her hands and gave the gentleman the brooch he had asked her to make from precious stones. Thanking the manager, he ordered her and the other servants to return to the mansion, as it was very cold outside. He added that he hoped they would have a good winter under Hannah's leadership, and the girl felt proud. She assured him that she would take care of the mansion and fulfill the task at any cost, but the hero told her not to overdo it. Romandro anxiously asked if they had taken everything they needed for the journey, and Yang replied that everything was in order, and Barrack agreed with him. Approaching Nurseran, the Viscount said goodbye, and the warrior, shaking his hand, wished him luck, knowing that such a long journey awaited them. The firm handshake expressed the strength of their cooperation and trust, and the warrior called the young man the Great Shah of Bracha. On that note, the Viscount, along with Romandro and Barrack, got into the carriage and looked out the window one last time at those who had come to see them off. Looking at his mother and the warrior beside her, he told Philia to live freely, as she deserved it after enduring so much suffering. The gates slowly opened, and the hero told everyone to set off, as the road promised to be very interesting. In the center of the city, people also said goodbye to him, waving their hands and asking him to secure a new name for the territory. The servants, his mother, and Nurseran hoped for his speedy return and hid their tears. It was hard for them to say goodbye. Smiling, the young man and his bodyguard felt calm and sad at the same time. They themselves did not know if they would ever be able to come back here again. Indignant, the orphan asked why no one was shouting after him, only after the Viscount, as the carriage moved forward. After a while, the caravan with the hero found itself on a snowy forest path, with a real blizzard raging outside. In the carriage, Beric was bored. He was not used to traveling such long distances, having spent most of his life in slavery. Slumped on his knees next to Jan, he complained of pain in his body. So Romandro offered to switch places with the coachman. Without ceasing to complain, the warrior asked how much further they had to go, and the expert reminded him that they had been on the road for 4 days, which meant they still had 10 days to go. Reassuring the young man, Jan asked him to be patient and informed him that they would be stopping for the night in a village today. The orphan could not believe his luck. He added that there would be no mansions or luxurious inns there, and asked him not to expect too much. The bodyguards sighed heavily. Listening to them, the inspector noted that they should soon arrive in Karenna, and Beric said in surprise that he had never heard of this place. Then the man said that it was a very ordinary small town, and the Viscount asked if he was talking about Longines, Zakov, and Karennu. Earlier, in a letter, Count Mariloff reported that robbers had appeared in these lands, attacking and plundering people. Hearing this, Beric was surprised because he thought Carlo was lying, but the Viscount replied that official documents were usually difficult to forge. Fearing the worst, the orphan began to stutter, trying to find the right words, and a tense sweat appeared on his face. Suddenly, he cried out with joy and suggested that they might be attacked. Surprised, Jan asked if he had never seen bandits before. The orphan persisted, asking if these areas were not nearby, and that they could run into them anyway, and the character realized that he was right. The Viscount noted with excitement that they had a lot of luggage and few nights, so they should move more quietly and quickly. The horses did not slow down and rushed forward along the snow-covered path, despite the long road, but it was noticeable that they were tired. Suddenly, the coachman asked if there were any villages nearby, and the hero said to wait a moment for the answer, as he needed to check the route. Then he asked Mr. Romandro to look at the map again, and the expert kindly agreed to help. Suddenly, Beric's gaze was drawn to what was happening outside the window, and he told everyone to look, as they had already arrived at their destination. After crossing a small bridge, their caravan entered a small village nestled among snow-capped mountain peaks. Looking at the map, Romandro noted something strange, because the settlement was not marked on it, and Yang asked when it had been drawn up. The expert replied with concern that it had been made last year, and he himself had used it on his way to Brach and was confident in its accuracy. Beric was happy to note that they didn't care where they spent the night and suggested looking around. But the Viscount asked him not to be so reckless. He understood that if this village was not on the palace map, then the Empire did not know of the settlement's existence. Realizing that it could be a den of robbers, he immediately ordered the coachman to turn the carriages around and return to their previous route. Obeying, everyone began to shout to each other, turning carefully, not wanting to get caught in a snow trap. But there was not enough space, and the coachman said that they would have to unhitch the horses and turn the carriages separately. Yang agreed. Bored, Beric decided that since they were stuck here, he should take advantage of the situation and go for a walk. While the hero and the coachman were talking near the carriage, the orphan gradually moved away toward the forest, stretching his legs. He slowly descended a small slope among the snow-covered trees, surrounded by a winter wonderland. Suddenly, an unfamiliar noise caught his attention, and he instantly grabbed his weapon, preparing to attack. Noticing the bushes moving, he resolutely told his opponent to come out and not hide, wanting to fight face to face. There was silence in response. No one came out, and the foliage stopped moving, as if no one had been there a few minutes ago. Suddenly, a strange shadow resembling an animal jumped out from there, but it was unclear who it was. Drawing his sword, Beric was about to pounce on the enemy, taking a fighting stance and swinging with all his might. Suddenly, a small white puppy appeared in front of him, looking at him with surprise and fear. Widening his eyes, the warrior was disconcerted, as he had expected to see some kind of bandit, but clearly not a cute, fluffy creature. But there, covered in snow, stood a cute little dog with its tongue hanging out, looking funny. Stroking the puppy, he assumed that it had run away from the village, when suddenly the animal spoke to him in a human voice. Frightened, Beric froze, and everything around him seemed to cease to exist for a moment, but the dog remained silent. Breathing a sigh of relief, the warrior decided that he had simply imagined it, but the puppy called him rude for trying to pet him on the head. Hearing its voice, the boy was frightened and quickly withdrew his hands, covering his face with them, deciding that he was slowly going mad. Meanwhile, the coachman informed Jan that they were almost ready to leave the village, and all the carriages had turned around. He also suggested checking the wheels because the roads were very slippery. But the Viscount replied that the journey would not take long. Arguing that the horses and people needed to rest, Jan decided that they would drive slowly while the bodyguard ran after the dog. Hearing the cries, the hero turned around and called Barrack, and the warrior, carrying the puppy in his arms, told his master to look at his find. Showing the frightened and frozen animal, the guy enthusiastically told him that the animal could talk. Thinking that the bodyguard had lost his mind, the Viscount looked on in bewilderment, while the expert asked him not to pay any attention. Annoyed, the hero asked the soldier not to talk nonsense, and the soldier asked indignantly if talking dogs really did not exist. Not backing down, he said that he himself had heard the puppy speak to him, while Yang stared intently into the animal's eyes. Bringing his face closer, he asked the dog to say something, but it remained silent, staring at him with a crazy look as if it did not understand him. Everyone froze in awkward silence, waiting for a miracle, but nothing happened, and the puppy only barked a few times. Unable to bear such a spectacle, Romandro asked one of the servants for a cigar, while Yang remained irritably silent. Explaining that they didn't have time, the Viscount asked to let the dog go, but Barrack assured him that it was very amusing. When the orphan suggested eating it, the puppy grabbed his hand and bit him hard, not wanting to become food. In pain, the bodyguard let go of the dog, and it quickly ran back into the forest, no one even managing to catch up with it. Turning around, the animal called everyone rude, even though they looked like pious and decent gentlemen. Hearing human speech from the animal, everyone froze in shock, their eyes wide open as if in a dream. A few moments later, the puppy disappeared into the bushes at the speed of light, leaving no trace. Barrack began to shout excitedly and ask if everyone had heard what the beast had said, and the expert wondered if it was really true. Hearing their conversation, the coachman just laughed, calling Romandro a joker, and said it was time to move on. With interest, Yang asked how it had happened, and the bodyguard replied irritably that he didn't know himself, as the dog had bitten him badly. The hero thought to himself that it was some kind of creature, a deity or a demon, although it was too small an animal for that. Suddenly, the Viscount's attention was drawn to a strange energy nearby, and he began to look around, but saw nothing. Noticing the character's strange behavior, Barrack asked what was wrong, and Jan asked if he sensed a foreign presence. Puzzled, looking around, the warrior wondered if the puppy had not yet left, but the hero told him to get into the carriage. Anxiety and a strange premonition did not leave him, although he tried to drive the strange thoughts from his mind. Meanwhile, nearby in the snow-covered forest, someone was watching them intently from behind the wide tree trunks. When the sun began to set, they reached the village of Karena, which was also located near the mountain hills. Romandro's people slowly began to unload their belongings from the carts, afraid to leave anything valuable on the street, each going about their business. Approaching the warrior, the expert asked how he was feeling, and the bodyguard, realizing that he was referring to his arm, replied that everything was fine. Angry, Yang began to reproach him for his irresponsibility, not understanding how one could grab someone else's dog like that. But the orphan reminded him that it was a talking puppy. After arguing, they suggested that perhaps it was the influence of some strange magic that made the animal talk. Even with their combined abilities, the hero still did not understand where a magician could have come from in such a small settlement. Suddenly, a woman approached them and greeted them in the courtyard called the Quick Pig. Concerned, the Viscount said that they had a lot of luggage and asked if there was room, but the hostess replied that there were few guests at the moment. Upon entering, the hero assumed that the lack of guests was due to winter, but the woman admitted that business was no better in the summer. The interior of the living room was quite simple and concise, with wooden tables and stools in the hallway. Standing behind the reception desk, the hostess kindly asked if the guests had come for just one day, and the Viscount confirmed this. Counting the number of horses, carriages, luggage, and people, she counted only one gold coin, including the bathhouse and food. Pouring a handful of coins into her hands, the hero hoped that it would be enough, and the woman's eyes widened with delight. Bowing, she assured him that she would do her best for them and asked if she should heat the water for bathing. Yang agreed and ordered more firewood to be brought. Suddenly, Barrack started shouting and demanding food. He was very hungry. She asked him to wait a little and showed them to their rooms. Once inside, the hostess asked them to make themselves at home and told them that this was their best room, and the bodyguard immediately jumped onto the large bed. Presenting a tray with soup, the woman kindly offered a snack before the main dinner, realizing that the guests were hungry. But Yang wanted to ask something, so before she left, he decided to speak up and get the manager's attention. He then told her that on the way they had seen a village that was not on the map, and asked if she knew anything about it. Hearing this, the hostess assumed that the young man was talking about Daniel, and the hero repeated the name in surprise. She then explained that it would not be on the maps because several years ago, all the inhabitants had died, and the village had been abandoned. Demolition was expensive, so everything had been left as it was. Yang asked with interest why the inhabitants had died, and the woman noted that it was all very strange. Barrick began to eat the snacks. She recounted with horror that the corpses lay in neat rows, and no one had ever seen such a nightmare before. An investigator was sent from the imperial palace, but he said that everyone had been poisoned. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard dismissed it as nonsense. But the woman believed the palace's testimony, and since the agent was from the Ministry of Magic, she was sure his words were true. Hearing this, the hero was very surprised and wondered what could have happened in this place several years ago. Probably because the whole village had been destroyed, a magician was sent there, and he personally conducted the investigation. Admiring his abilities, the woman enthusiastically assured him that they could even summon a storm, and her eyes shone with amazement. Realizing that Yang possessed abilities, Barrick just laughed and remained silent, because such people had much more power. Since then, everyone had been careful about hygiene, and she said that guests needn't worry about it, as the case had long been closed. The character pondered the oddities to himself, because the ministry was short-staffed, so why would they send an investigator to a small village? Usually, special cases were under the jurisdiction of the investigation team headed by Erica, and investigations were not part of the magician's responsibilities. Bowing, the woman left and said she would let them know when dinner was ready. Yang thanked her for the soup as an appetizer. Left alone, Barrick asked if the dog really lived there alone, and the Viscount agreed with his assumption. The bodyguard then continued that perhaps it had eaten all the dead people, but the character remained silent. Holding a crust of bread in his hands, the warrior thought that his master was looking at him and offered him some food, but Yang refused. He was annoyed that the war was disturbing the animal, but it replied that it was simply interested in his unusual abilities. Angry, he reminded him that the mutt had bitten him and threatened to kill it the next time they met, but Yang didn't believe him. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Romandro entered, asking for permission and attracting attention. He stopped in another room. Noting that there was nothing here but beer, the expert was going to another establishment and asked if they needed anything. The Viscount replied that he was satisfied with everything. Holding out a bag of gold, he allowed the others to buy whatever they wanted, but told them to tell the coachman not to get too drunk. He also added that Romandro should not overdo it either, reminding him that they were leaving tomorrow, and the man replied in the affirmative. Falling onto the bed, Barrick said that he was quite comfortable here, he was well-fed and warm, and did not want to go to the palace. After a moment of silence, the Viscount turned to him and noticed that the bodyguard had fallen into a deep sleep. Night fell, and the hero wondered how he could lie down when the orphan had collapsed in the middle of the huge shared bed. Settling down next to him without even changing his clothes, the character soon fell asleep himself, ending a very difficult day. After a while, through his sleep, he heard a strange noise and did not understand if it was really that loud downstairs. Feeling alarmed, he opened his eyes in fear and jumped out of bed. Something was clearly wrong on the first floor. Touching the bodyguard's shoulder, he told Barrick to wake up, but Barrick didn't understand what was going on, thinking that they had brought the promised dinner. Opening his eyes, he realized that his master was in some kind of danger if he was waking him up in the middle of the night. Putting his hand on the weapon that was always at his belt, he prepared to defend himself, his sleep instantly gone. He walked decisively to the door and took up a fighting stance, waiting for the named guests who might come to them. He stood around the corner so that no one could see him, while Yang remained in place, seemingly unsure of what to do. Staring intently at each other, they felt tension and a strange anxiety that gradually enveloped their bodies. Suddenly, the doors to their apartment swung open, but no one entered, which aroused even more suspicion. A stranger crept quietly toward them, his bare feet covered with strange abrasions. Noticing a shadow on the wall, Barrick deftly swung his weapon, realizing that it could be a robber. But the dark and mysterious silhouette resembled an elf or some other creature, but not a human being. Sticking his sword forward, Barrick stopped the uninvited guest with one deft movement, touching his shoulder. Seeing his opponent, the warrior cursed, applying even more force to stop the attack. Watching what was happening, Yang was no less surprised to see a human-like creature. It was like a dream. Unable to believe what was happening, the hero's eyes widened in amazement, not understanding where the undead could have come from. Right in front of them, in tattered clothes and a single shoe with a glowing eye, stood the living corpse of some kind of elf. Opening its torn mouth, the creature began to utter some indistinct, incoherent sounds. Suddenly, the hero realized that he had heard something like this before. although he could not hide his surprise. The tone reminded him of someone. An image of a puppy appeared in his mind, saying that they had treated his people badly. The voices were very similar. Unable to believe that the dead man and the dog were the same person, the Viscount was even more astonished by what was happening. A man in a robe and with a sword in his hands abruptly entered the room and asked if their carriages were waiting below or if it was someone else's luggage. The robber noted the boy's beautiful clothes with malice and asked where the guests were coming from, the blade glinting maliciously behind his back. Watching him, Barrick cursed and stopped, trying to understand the situation, wondering where the undead and the villain had come from at the same time. Judging by the number of carriages, the stranger decided that they had a lot of money and, grabbing his weapon, prepared to attack. He gradually began to approach, but his path was blocked by a dead man who stretched out his arms as if calling someone. Not understanding what this creature was, the villain did not realize what was happening and who was actually standing in front of him. Noticing how the man was growling and staggering, he asked what was wrong with him and whether the stranger had forgotten how to walk. Not wanting to stand on ceremony with him, the robber began to swing his weapon without the slightest regret. With deft movements, he struck blow after blow at the corpse's body, as if it were some kind of baseball bat. From such a powerful attack, the creature collapsed to the floor, practically at the feet of the surprised Yan, who stood afraid to move. Dying before his eyes, tears welled up in the undead's eyes, and he seemed to be trying to say something, opening his mouth, but no sound came out. His pupils reflected the face of the Viscount, who was staring at him intently with some regret. As he died, he clearly saw the wild amazement on the face of the young man, who had never seen other creatures die. Soon his cold gaze froze. The dead man did not manage to do anything. His life in his new form ended suddenly. In the middle of the room, between the character, Barrick, and the villain, lay the corpse of an unknown creature in a pool of blood. Taking up a fighting stance, the robber slowly approached them, determined to deal with his task as quickly as possible. With one deft movement, Barrick managed to knock the weapon out of his opponent's hands and wound him directly in the arm. The force of the attack sent his opponent flying to the side, but he still managed to stay on his feet. While the man looked at the wound and the blood that spurted out, the bodyguard said that now he knew what it was like to be stabbed with a knife. Stabbing his body with a sword, the orphan asked viciously how he had found them and demanded an answer, the blade covered in crimson liquid. The hero was in complete shock at the scene and simply watched what was happening, unable to do anything. Suddenly, a noise outside the window caught his attention, and he decided to go closer to see what it was. Looking out onto the street, Yang noticed that robbers had attacked the village. Houses were burning. Chaos reigned. People were screaming and rescuing children. He then called out to Barrick and told him about the situation on the street, but the bodyguard responded without much interest, as if he already knew about it. With their faces hidden behind masks, bags of loot, and daggers in their hands, the villains roamed the streets. Now the Viscount realized that when he sensed he was being followed, it was the robbers, and declared that they had led them here. Stretching out his hands in his black gloves, the warrior was preparing a plan that he had long since devised in his mind. With malice, he said that the time had come to drink the blood of the sword which was already covered in it. Without hiding his emotions, the character looked at his partner without saying a word, struck by Barrick's cruelty. Taking his hand in his, they sealed an unspoken agreement to cooperate. Yang said he had many questions for them and asked them to leave a couple behind. In the hotel lobby, wooden chairs flew apart with a loud crash as the bandits destroyed everything without remorse. Having reached this place, the villains attacked the guests who begged for mercy, but it was all in vain. The bandits carried out their plan. The hostess was also robbed. She tried to defend herself and screamed, but none of them paid any attention to the ordinary residents. Noticing that someone was on the second floor, one of them demanded that the guests come down immediately. The blade of the sword struck him sharply in the knee, piercing his leg through and through. Blood poured out. He did not have time to defend himself. Screaming in pain, the villain collapsed down the stairs, and his partner, seeing the protruding weapon, did not understand what was happening. While everyone stood there in surprise with daggers in their hands, Barrick jumped down from above onto the wounded man like a wild deer. He landed right on his opponent's face, trampling his head into the floor with his boot without any remorse. Without loosening his grip, he decided to smash the robber's face and then deal with the others who were standing nearby. His shocked companions gaped in amazement, not understanding what was happening around them or who this warrior was. Having dealt with one, Barrick prepared for new attacks from the others, who rushed straight at him. With a deft movement, he pulled the blade of his sword straight out of the villain's wound, his weapon covered in the enemy's scarlet blood. With burning eyes and a blood-stained face and sword, the bodyguard entered into a new battle, the pleasure evident on his face. At this time, Yang was curiously examining the body of the slain undead, remaining in his room until the warrior cleared the way. Looking at the undead, he realized that this was the second time in his life that he had seen such a creature with his own eyes. Necromancy had come here from the east, and in burial it was rare, only found in places where wars often occurred. Puzzled, Yang did not understand why the inhabitants of the city did not know about the existence of such a monster. Had they not been robbed before? The voice also seemed very familiar to him, and the Viscount tried to draw parallels between the events taking place. In the end, he was certain that it was the same dog, but he did not yet know how the two could be connected. Stepping over the corpse, the young man strode decisively into the corridor, realizing that he had to find out. As he descended the stairs, he heard the loud sounds of the slaughter taking place below and was slightly horrified. Watching the bodyguard, he noted that Barrack was a good fighter and wondered if the guy had forgotten to leave a few bandits alive. The servant who entered, seeing the carnage, screamed in horror for the Viscount to flee, fearing for his life, while he himself trembled with fear. Having finished the massacre, they stood among the corpses, and the servant asked what had happened, but the hero assured him that everything was fine. But the servant began to shout that the problem was not that, but that their carriage and the remaining luggage had disappeared. Hearing this, the character and the orphan asked in surprise, unable to believe what had happened. There was a fire in the street, and the flames were spreading quickly between the neighboring houses, engulfing everything around them. Opening the door to the stable with the horses, the Viscount and the warrior rushed in, hoping that the transport was still there and that it was a mistake. But in an instant, the faith in the young man's eyes disappeared. He realized that they were trapped, and his fears had been justified. Everything was very bad. Under his feet, he saw only a few pieces of hay and his own shadow. Everything was gone. Clutching his head, the orphan cursed, realizing that all their luggage and gifts for the emperor were in the carriage. These were not just things, but magic stones, documents, and gold, and now there was only emptiness. Then Yang gave the order to find Mr. Romandro, while he himself wanted to gather everyone else, worried about their lives. Not understanding, Barrack asked what he should do, but just as his master was about to give an order, they were interrupted. Realizing that the guards had arrived, the robbers prepared to retreat, but the noise attracted the attention of the hero and the others. The Viscount resolutely ordered the fugitives to be captured and even allowed the young man to kill them without mercy. He wanted revenge. Receiving Jan's approval, the orphan's eyes lit up with a thirst for battle, which was the foundation of any swordsman. Like a wild deer, he leaped high above the ground, leaving electric circles and raising dust around him. With long strides, he rapidly approached his enemies who, calling him names, did not understand who he was or where he came from. While one of the villains tried to stop the warrior, he began to swing his weapon in all directions, inflicting damage on his enemies. Then the bodyguard said that if anyone ran away, he would kill them all. And now they had met again, and he had decided to finish them off. Like a butcher, he struck blow after blow, and the blood of his opponents spattered everywhere as the swordsman fulfilled the promise he had made to himself. Angry, one of the villains, calling the guy crazy, rushed at him without hesitation, confident of his own victory. But before he could reach him, the warrior deftly grabbed him by his shirt, preventing him from resisting. Swinging his arm, Barrack threw him aside with all his might, and the man flew to the floor, smashing the table to smithereens. Breathing heavily, he tried to recover, while the Viscount watched from the sidelines, realizing that the robber would soon die. Suddenly, something else caught his attention, and the servant screamed in horror, shaking with fear. Yang turned away to look. Turning around, he saw another undead slowly approaching them, making very eerie sounds and growls. The dead man's face was one solid hole. Only his eyes glowed red, and most of his body had decomposed. The servant asked in disgust what it was, and Yang replied by asking if he had never seen an undead creature before. Hearing this, the man stammered, unable to believe the truth while the monster slowly approached them. Stretching out his hands, Yang used his magical powers to stop it, and the dead man began to make strange sounds as he gasped for breath. Tears welled up in the enemy's eyes at the unexpected power of his opponent, and he tried to say something but couldn't. His face became one solid ball of fire, but the Viscount did not weaken his grip, instead increasing his power. Soon, pieces of burnt flesh began to fly off the body, and the undead collapsed to the ground, dead. The servant asked anxiously if everything was all right with his master, and the character, answering in the affirmative, asked him to find Romandro. Deciding not to waste a minute, the boy rushed off, shouting that he would be back soon. The hero watched him go. Left alone, Yang thought about how no one had noticed the undead, but that was not surprising. Even magicians were viewed with suspicion, let alone necromancers, and it was difficult to notice anything strange in such a transition. Suddenly, he caught himself thinking that this could be a clue to something previously unknown. Suddenly, the young man's gaze fell on a purse at the waist of one of the defeated robbers lying nearby. Approaching, he decided to look inside, trying to find the key to unraveling the events and connecting everything together. Something strange was sticking out of the bag, and the Viscount, not believing his eyes, decided to check his own guesses. When his suspicions were confirmed, his eyes widened in surprise and he became alert, unable to believe what he was seeing. Inside lay a small strand of light hair, but he did not know to whom it belonged, perhaps to a person who had become undead. Looking at the corpse of the evil creature, Yang wondered if it belonged to him. But then why was it in the robber's bag? Meanwhile, in the village, the fire began to die down little by little, and people came out into the streets looking at the ruins that remained in place of their homes. There were many wounded. Children were crying and calling for their parents, and Yang and Barrick found their horses and the remains of their belongings. Touching his tongue, the bodyguard covered in abrasions complained that people had no conscience and that a dog had bitten him. The Viscount asked him to hurry up, because the expert and the people sent to search were still not back. And the warrior asked what to do if Romandro was dead. He angrily asked him to repeat the same thing in front of the man, and the orphan said to ignore his words. Suddenly, a knight shouted at them, asking if they were locals or travelers and attracting their attention. Calmly, the young man confirmed that they were passing through and asked if the man was the captain of the guard. The warrior wondered why such a youngster was talking to him informally, and if he weren't a strong mercenary, he would have killed him long ago. Then he introduced himself as Captain Karena and thanked them for their help. But according to protocol, he had to check their documents. Showing his ID, the hero introduced himself in return and explained that they were traveling with their bodyguard to the capital to celebrate the new year. Now they were looking for an expert from the Imperial Palace. When he saw the documents, Ulan was horrified and felt extremely awkward. Bowing low, he apologized for his rudeness, realizing how important the people standing before him were and how foolish his question had been. Then Yang asked why they had done nothing during the raid, and the man explained that they were guarding 3 cities at once and that problems had arisen there as well. The Viscount asked maliciously if they had opened an inn here. Didn't that mean they had to guard it? Because thanks to them, his carriage had been stolen. Annoyed, he asked where the mayor was, but the knight began to search for words to explain himself. Unexpectedly, Romandro appeared before them, shouting about his arrival. Despite the horror of what was happening, he was quite cheerful. Yan asked anxiously how the expert was feeling, and he replied that there had been a wild party, after which he had nearly passed away. Smiling, the bodyguard noted that it seemed he had escaped unscathed, but the expert shouted that he had nearly died. Indignant, the man said that he knew about the theft and did not understand how it could get any worse. But the Viscount decided that they had been attacked from the forest at the same time as the raid. He also asked if the others were okay, and Romandro said that everything was fine except that he didn't know what had happened to the coachman. Then, he ordered Clan to collect the bodies of the robbers and asked the mayor to receive him briefly, deciding to clarify some issues. Mounting his horse, the hero said he would quickly ride to Danil and return, and the expert asked where that was. Jan explained that the abandoned village they had seen yesterday afternoon appeared to be a bandit hideout, but Romandro did not understand what he intended to do there. The character stated decisively that he was going to find the dog that had recently been seen and had bitten Barrick. Finally, he shouted for the expert to deal with the consequences, and the latter watched them go. Shouting and crying with all his might, he begged the Viscount to find their missing carriage, not knowing how to continue this difficult journey to the palace. Without looking back, the character and the warrior urged their horses forward to solve one of the mysteries. When they reached the abandoned village, the moon rose in the sky and the first stars appeared, and it was freezing cold. Shivering from the cold, Barrick complained that when he caught the robbers, it would be the end of them, and that it would have been better if they had traveled by carriage. Stretching out his palm, on which a magical light appeared, the hero noted that if it hadn't been stolen, they wouldn't have been doing this at all. Noticing the light, the bodyguard opened his mouth in surprise, but Yang turned around and asked what he was looking at and asked him to stay close so he wouldn't trip. He asked how to create such a light, but the Viscount explained that it was the simplest thing to do. You just need to concentrate your energy and hold it. Then, the guy asked why they had been using a lantern all this time, and the character replied that it was because he had brought it himself. Passing between the houses, the young man remembered that the cause of death was poisoning, which was probably why there were no traces of battle or raid. But even so, it was too well preserved for an abandoned place, which surprised Jan and raised new questions. Stopping abruptly, he turned to Barrick, and the bodyguard listened attentively to further instructions. Arriving at a large two-story house, the hero ordered the warrior to go inside and survey the area. The orphan looked puzzled, wondering why he should go in there, and not understanding his reaction, the hero offered to go in himself. Then Young explained that there was a dog door here, which meant that the dog they were looking for could be hiding inside. Swinging his fist, Barrack understood everything and asked if he should open the door. But the Viscount asked him to enter cautiously, as the puppy was very suspicious. Ignoring his master, the warrior kicked the door down with one powerful blow, like some kind of Hulk thirsty for battle. Bursting in, he looked around for the animal, but there was an oppressive silence. "I'm glad," he said. "There's no one here," which means there are no problems either. In response, the hero only sighed heavily. Looking around at the room, which appeared to be quite tidy, he suggested that they start by searching it thoroughly. Continuing to light his way with the light in his palm, the Viscount went into the kitchen, followed by his bodyguard, who was bored. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a frame with photographs, and he suggested that Jan take a look at it. Showing it to the hero, he suggested that these people had lived here, and the dog they were looking for had been with them too. The blue hair and pointed ears of the guy in the photo seemed familiar to the character. It looked like it was the same undead creature. Suddenly, someone called out to them, and they turned around in fright, not expecting to see anyone else here, finding themselves in an awkward situation. Behind them stood a dog who asked how they dared to enter someone else's house and, calling them rude, rushed to attack. Barrack sarcastically asked if she could stomp louder, and the puppy noted how long the arrogant criminal's tongue was. Yang politely apologized for the intrusion and for everything that had happened earlier, and the warrior was outraged by these changes. Baring its teeth, the animal did not back down, but the Viscount said he wanted to ask something and thought they would both benefit from this time. Suddenly, the dog's front paws rose up as if under the influence of some unknown force. Watching the light in the character's hands, the puppy asked how the guy was connected to the Ministry of Magic. Then the hero admitted that although he was a magician, he had no connection to this place and thought they should go their separate ways. With interest, Yang asked if the people in the photo were the beast's owners and suggested that they were from Astana. Jumping up and down with excitement, the dog asked how the young man knew about their city, and he explained that he had figured it out from their blue hair and clothes. They said that those who live in the valley of the edge of the world are calmer than the clouds and freer than the wind. And the dog was convinced that he knew everything. Realizing that the animal trusted him and was calmer, the hero picked it up in his strong hands. Bringing its muzzle close to his face, he noted that the traditions of necromancy were passed down from generation to generation there. Sitting down, the Viscount asked for more details and introduced them to Barrack, who was standing nearby. Sitting on the floor, a human shadow moved away from the puppy. His name was Hasharan Takunte, but he asked to be called simply Hash. Sitting on chairs opposite each other, the character asked permission to be the first to ask the question that had been bothering him all this time. In the photo, he saw a boy, and it seemed to him that he had become undead and had raided with the robbers. Then he asked if the puppy was in cahoots with them, and upon hearing this, the puppy became angry, considering it nonsense. Looking again at the photo on the mantelpiece, the character asked if it was his owner's, but the dog replied emphatically that it was not. Pointing his paw at himself, he admitted that the man in the photo was himself, the young man with pointed ears and blue hair. Touching him with his hand, Barrack asked if it was true and wondered why Hash spoke with a child's voice, since he looked 10 years older. Hearing this, Yang noted that the residents of Astana live longer than them, and that the young man was most likely around 30 years old. Angered, the puppy bit the bodyguard's finger again to prevent him from touching him and uttering offensive words. The character persisted, asking how a man from Astana ended up here and why he looked the way he did. With sadness on his face, Kosh explained that one day an invitation from the Ministry of Magic had arrived in the city. His grandmother was the leader of the faction, and she received an order from the king to bring the boy to burial. At first, everything was new and interesting to him, and he was very happy about it, his eyes burning with a thirst for knowledge. Thanks to the support of the ministry, he was able to study necromancy. The cities were very different, and everything seemed like another world to him. But his joy did not last long, because the Minister of Magic, Wesley, suggested applying this magic to living people. Necromancy was used on corpses, and the rest contradicted the laws of the universe, which became the cause of future bodies and a source of destruction. As a result, strife began among the necromancers, and his grandmother and others abandoned their research and hid in this village. However, one day the magicians found them and broke into their homes. There were several of them, and they turned everything upside down in search of traitors. Then Kosh became very frightened and just lay there, while they asked maliciously if the Ostankins had decided to hide here. They were very angry that no one had thanked them for their help in conducting the research, and one of the magicians ordered that this be reported to the ministers. Seeing him on the floor, they thought he was just an ordinary child and suggested he go with them, but he did not respond to their words. Their terrible, malicious faces were reflected in the boy's pupils as they asked if he was one of their test subjects. Then one girl in a robe decided to try a spell on him and turned him into a puppy. This was how the young man's grandmother paid for her betrayal. The spell was very powerful, and he remained in the form of an animal. Sadly, he believed that he himself was to blame for resisting the truth, but time could not be turned back. Explaining, Kosh said that on that day, Ruki was the only living creature, and the spell did not work as intended. The other magicians did not even guess whose body he had moved into, and probably thought that the boy had simply died. After everything that had happened, they poured something unknown into the well and disappeared from the village forever. Yan realized that everything was more serious than he had thought. First, they had exterminated the entire village, and then they had tried to cover up the traces of their own crime. Due to a necromancy spell, Hashi's body had become undead, and he watched in horror as it rose from the grave. From that day on, he kept a close eye on it, until one day he encountered robbers in the forest and did not see the body again. Not understanding, Yang asked if the villains had taken it, but Ruki replied that they had not done so immediately, as they had many doubts. At first, they themselves were confused and afraid that if they were noticed, they would call the guards and be punished. Therefore, they tried to kill him twice. But when they realized that their blows did not cause any damage, they decided to simply take the body with them. After that, they somehow figured out how to use the spell, and at some point, he was able to see through the eyes of the undead. Every time they created a new corpse, Kosh could see more and more, because he himself was a necromancer. Therefore, he also saw everything that had happened recently at the inn and remembered Yan very well. Admitting his past, he lowered his head guiltily, as if he were ashamed to talk about it. Still, he decided to ask the Viscount and the bodyguard for help. He needed someone to take care of his body. Of course, the hero felt very sorry for this guy, but he already had enough problems of his own, so he thought about it. With pity, Barrick took a crust of bread from his pocket to feed the animal, thinking that the dog was hungry. Holding out the food to him, he suggested that he eat and regain his strength, but the puppy grabbed his hand with all his might. Angry and screaming in pain, the warrior said that they would have to sweat for hash, considering him ungrateful and shaking his hand. Be that as it may, Yang understood that their interests coincided, so it was worth working together. The puppy would find its body, and they would find the carriage. Then he asked if the dog knew where the robbers were now, interrupting him from fighting with the bodyguard. He happily answered in the affirmative and noted that he now had a dog's sense of smell, so he could find them even by their scent. Following the path indicated by Ruki, they raced forward on horseback through the mountains and forests in the darkness of the night. When they reached the hill, they saw a whole tent camp below, set up by the robbers, and noted that the puppy really did have an excellent sense of smell. Yan decided to check them out and then go to Karen for reinforcements. Barrick asked how long it would take and how many people would be needed, but the Viscount could not determine how strong they were, so the bodyguard declared that he would kill them all himself, as he was worried about the documents. He asked furiously if the character didn't feel sorry for Ramandro and his work, and the warrior replied that he didn't care. Turning to the dog in his arms, he asked if Kosh could check whether the villains had taken his body this time. Sniffing, the beast reported that it sensed magical energy in the central tent, so perhaps that was where it was. Right in the middle of the clearing was a huge tent surrounded by a crowd of villains standing guard. Waving his sword, the orphan shouted that they were going to the carriage, and the expert, who had recently married and was expecting a child, would be dismissed. Yang asked him to calm down. Descending the hill, the warrior was ready to kill everyone, but the Viscount told him not to let the leader escape and to make sure everything went smoothly. With burning eyes, the bodyguard declared that he would clear the way immediately so that his master could go around. Meanwhile, the villains lit a fire to cook food when suddenly a strange noise caught their attention. Looking up, they saw someone flying toward them with weapons in their hands and did not understand what was happening. Landing nearby, Barrick scattered all the boxes with the shockwave, and they flew straight into the robbers. Coughing from the dust, one asked the other if he had seen anyone, and the guy suggested that it was someone from the village, as he was not wearing a guard's badge. Before the other could say anything, he received a lightning-fast fatal blow to the neck, and his eyes widened in pain. Blood spurted in all directions, and the rest of the robbers froze in complete shock at what they had seen and did not know what to do. Screaming with all his might, the villain collapsed to the ground, and the warrior knelt down as the gang asked what he was doing. Not wanting to waste a minute, another guy decisively rushed to attack the orphan with a large, sharp axe. Getting up, Barrick did not even see the danger threatening him, as if nothing had happened and it was just a normal walk. When he looked up, the blade was almost at his face, but he managed to react in time thanks to his speed. Swinging his sword from side to side, the bodyguard managed to stop the attack and knock his opponent aside. Feeling the extraordinary energy and strength of his opponent, the villain did not understand what was happening, why the warrior had not been damaged. Moving at lightning speed, Barrick found himself on the other side, and the enemy couldn't keep up with him, only dust rising into the air. Finding himself near the villain's face, Barrick asked if he had come to Karenu today with the others. As if asking himself if he had missed someone, the warrior swung for another blow, his eyes reflecting anger. Shouting that everyone was infuriating him, the bodyguard delivered a fatal blow to another bandit who had no time to react. The rest rushed to attack, and the orphan asked if there was anyone else, telling everyone to come out of the tents. With his bloodied sword, he reminded them maliciously that he had told them then that if they decided to run away, he would kill them all. Terrified, the bandits screamed and begged for help. It was a real massacre, watched from the hill by John with Hashi in his arms. Noticing the Viscount's reaction, the puppy asked what was wrong, and the boy asked what he thought of Barrick. He had a bad temper, and if he behaved like that in Astana, he would have a hard time. But the hero said that in Burial too, and they had to go to him. Even for a magical swordsman, the orphan was too cruel. He was fearless but thirsty for blood, and that was strange. Nimbly running between the tents and the surviving bandits, Yang remained unnoticed as he approached the center of the camp. Once he was near the right tent, the hero apologized to the dog and said that he would check the carriage first. Unexpectedly, one of the villains witnessed their conversation and wanted to call the others for help. Without giving him any chance to attack, Yang used his magical power, delivering a powerful blow of bright light. In an instant, the robber's body lay on the ground, and they were able to move on freely, according to their plan. After checking the cart, the Viscount noted that nothing was missing. All the documents and belongings were in their places, and he calmed down a little. Wanting to get into the central tent as soon as possible, the puppy ran ahead without waiting for the young man to catch up with him. Suddenly, a huge shadow blocked his path and asked angrily what all the noise was about. It was the leader of the villains. Standing before him was a huge bearded bandit who did not understand the cause of the commotion and was very annoyed. Looking down, the man asked what else was going on when he saw the frightened dog at his feet. Grabbing it by the scruff of its neck, he asked how it got there. Kosh was very frightened and remained silent, not knowing what to do. Staring intently at the animal, the warrior assumed that the guards were so drunk that they hadn't even noticed the puppy. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Jan, standing behind him near the cart, and he asked who the young man was. Barrick abruptly addressed the robber, drawing his attention, and he froze in surprise when he saw another stranger. With a decisive step, a bloody sword in his hands, the orphan asked if he was the leader of all the robbers. Smiling broadly, the bodyguard looked like some kind of madman, covered in blood, his eyes burning with a thirst for revenge. Not knowing what to do next, the man stood frozen, as if he had seen a demon, unwilling to engage in battle. Opening his mouth, he tried to find the words to explain, but all that came out was an indistinct stammer that no one understood. Standing near the tent, he began to shout that Yang and Barrick were in cahoots, and asked how they dared to sneak in here. Unwilling to listen to the accusations of a criminal, the warrior grabbed his saber and rushed into the attack without hesitation. Making a strange, angry sound, the robber quickly drew his weapon from his belt. The blow and power of the bodyguard's sword shattered it into pieces, but he did not lose his grip, remaining with a piece of the saber in his hands. Glaring at each other viciously and gnashing their teeth, they searched for weak spots to re-enter the battle. Touching the ground with his hand, the orphan began to swing the remaining broken weapon, while the villain cursed at him and tried to fight back. Suddenly, he dropped his saber and bent down to pick up the remaining piece with the hilt and continue the fight. Realizing that his opponent might strike, he used a technique and kicked the robber right in the jaw. Surprised, the man dropped his sword. Blood spurted from his mouth and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Trying to regain his balance, the leader held his face, and Barrick noted that food tastes better when you are hungry. Wiping the blood from his face with his hand, the man was shocked by this statement, and a few tears welled up in his eyes from the pain. Unwilling to tolerate such treatment, the criminal shouted at the warrior not to turn up his nose and moved forward decisively. When the guy approached him, the bandit hit him square in the face with all his might, putting all his anger and rage into it. Without showing any emotion, Barrick smiled and licked the blood from his lips, as if enjoying the beating. Deciding to seize the moment, he managed to grab the villain firmly by his cloak and was about to use several techniques. His eyes burned with a thirst for revenge. Holding his opponent, he swung his saber to strike. Realizing that the end was near, the leader opened his eyes wide, noticing how close the hilt of the saber was. As soon as he caught himself thinking that Barrack had gone mad, blood spurted from his mouth from the powerful blow. Off to the side, near the tent, stood the unperturbed John, silently watching what was happening, trying to maintain a calm appearance. Noticing the ferocity with which the bodyguard was striking, he shouted at the young man not to kill the man, as he had several questions for him. Suddenly, he noticed that the puppy had disappeared somewhere and began to look around carefully in search of him. When the Viscount called him, there was no response, and the hero wondered where Hacha, who had run ahead, could be. Deciding to look inside the hut near which he was standing, he froze at the entrance, watching an interesting scene. An unconscious, undead creature sat on a chair resembling a throne, and in front of it sat a dog, paying no attention to the hero who had entered. With its ears drooping mournfully, the beast now understood what death was, something it had heard so much about from different people before. Looking at his body, he realized that now all that remained was to return it to the earth, as it should be by nature. Listening to all this, Yang, standing aside, asked if Kosh was ready for this because if the body turned to dust, there was no guarantee that the soul would remain here. Then the beast explained that he did not know how control of his body had passed to humans, and therefore the undead had to be destroyed. Silently, the character pondered the best course of action in this case, especially considering all the risks of the future. A magic ball appeared in his palm again, and he said that he respected the puppy's decision, using his abilities to destroy it. With his abilities, he created an energy flow that destroyed the beast's human form. After a while, pieces of flesh began to fall to Hashi's paws, and the Viscount watched the result of his actions with amazement. For a moment, he saw the world through his own eyes again. His soul seemed to separate from his body, and tears welled up in his eyes. Looking at the decapitated corpse of the undead, he understood that there was no turning back. He was dead, but not dead. That was what he had become. It was getting dark outside, and the camp was lit by torches. Meanwhile, Barrack dragged the leader by his feet straight to the tent. Suddenly, an interesting thought flashed through his mind, and he glanced to the side, distracted from the task at hand. Noticing the robber's sword sticking out of the ground, the orphan decided why not take it, since his saber was broken. Walking over to the weapon, he deftly grabbed the hilt and began to pull it out as if spellbound. Lifting it up, he stared intently at the shiny blade and admired the saber, having never seen anything like it before. It radiated a special energy, and the warrior decided that it had some hidden power that could only be known in battle. The bodyguard noted with admiration that this was the first time he had seen a blade comparable to darkness, and turned to Jan, but he replied irritably that he was not an encyclopedia. Then he suggested that perhaps this was the blacksmith style, or perhaps the weapon was decorative or made of magical stones. Examining it, Barrack noted that the sword was light and maneuverable, very comfortable and fit perfectly in his hand. He enthusiastically exclaimed that he wanted to take it, which surprised the Viscount, but the bodyguard insisted that his weapon was broken. Agreeing, the hero went ahead and said he would make sure the warrior paid for it when they returned to the village. Passing by the carts, Barrack was surprised because the sword had been stolen, but the character replied that they would return everything to the residents of Karen, or it would all go to the city treasury. He also warned that he would deduct the cost from the money for food, which upset Barrack even more, as he loved to eat well. Torn by doubt, the warrior cursed and thought about leaving the saber behind, while the Viscount did not understand why the bodyguard wanted the weapon so badly. Turning around, he asked if he really liked the sword so much, and the bodyguard replied that blood and cool colors would be invisible on it. It often happened that warriors came across weapons destined for them by fate, and it seemed that this was one of them. While the robber lay on the ground, the Viscount told the orphan to finish him off and suggested calling Romandro and the guards. But suddenly they heard the villain's strange wheezing behind them. He had come to his senses and was trying to find the strength to get up. Standing with his foot on his back, saber in hand, Barrack said viciously that it was time to have a talk with him. Trying to break free, the villain screamed and called him crazy. But the orphan told him not to waste his energy. Putting the blade to his throat, the warrior asked if the man really didn't want to talk to them honestly and tell the truth. While the bodyguard did not let go of his weapon and held him by the hair, Yang sternly demanded that he answer all his questions honestly. Looking at the criminal, the Viscount said decisively that otherwise his throat would be cut, and he would go to the other world. Then he asked how the robber was able to use necromancy on a necromancer, but the man did not understand what the young man was talking about. Deciding that the man was evading the question, the orphan tightened his grip, and the leader begged for mercy and said that the undead had come after him themselves. Sitting down, the hero asked again because he did not understand why, But the villain himself did not know the answer to this question. It was a mystery. At first, he thought it was just a thing, a creature that didn't even die from blows to the heart, so he took the corpse with him to sell to a slave trader later. Hearing this confession, Yang asked if they had been helping the robbers, and he confirmed that they had been collaborating. Then he said that the merchants had told him that if the body was used correctly, many more such undead could be created. They needed a lot of corpses, and for them, killing was their job, which is why they raided and burned the village. Frowning, Yang summed up that it turned out they had made a deal. The slave traders taught them the spell, and they did everything and sold the creatures. Struggling to break free, the bandit shouted that he knew nothing, that he thought they would be paid easy money, which was why he agreed. The hero asked with interest what the name of this trading organization was, and the man replied that it was Pakins. Swiftly turning his sword in his hands, Barrack struck the villain directly in the face with the hilt, and the man screamed in unbearable pain. Then he asked if the leader had dared to be rude to his master, and the man explained that it was the name of the company. Smiling, the bodyguard looked at Yan and thought that he had already earned his living by having such responsible security nearby. Then the hero asked how he had used the ritual, and the leader said that to make one normal person, you needed 10 corpses, and they had to have hair. Listening to all this, the hair on Hashi's body stood on end, as he realized that they were talking about his human body. Approaching the robber, he said viciously that he had used the right spell, that everyone had their own technique, and he had hair. Turning to the beast, the Viscount asked if it wanted to hear more, and the dog agreed, for it was the master of the flesh. Without backing down, Yang ordered the criminal to describe the ritual in detail, without omitting any details. After thinking for a moment, the villain said that he could show him if he was given a body, and since the undead was becoming uncontrollable, he tied it up. The remains of the flesh burned on the pyre, and the villain continued, saying that after purification, flowers must be picked and incense applied. With his head bowed, the puppy silently watched what was happening. The body that had once been his burning without a trace, just like his past life. Afterwards, he confirmed that this was indeed his ritual, which he had performed many times on his own, without any doubts. Then the hero realized that they had learned enough for today, and it was time to end it all. The sun slowly rose above the camp in the thicket of the forest, and it was time to return to the village. Meanwhile, in Karen, people were already discussing how soldiers had attacked the bandits' camp and completely destroyed them. One of the residents told the others that some stranger had single-handedly killed all the villains. Turning around, the people saw that there was a stranger in their village, and this aroused suspicion. Trying not to attract unnecessary attention, Yang and Barrack slowly made their way through the crowd, wiping the blood from their faces with a rag. Suddenly, someone from the crowd called out to them, blocking their path, and they stopped in surprise, not understanding what was wanted of them. Smiling, the girl enthusiastically recounted what she had heard and asked how they could pay them for their feat. And the woman also admired their actions. Approaching the bodyguard, they showered him with gratitude and sincerely wanted to repay him, but the Viscount simply remained silent. Deciding not to miss his moment of glory, the orphan boasted that he was much stronger than the gentleman, and the people were even more surprised. Rushing to the character, everyone began to thank him, but he admitted that he did not do it to get something in return. The warrior indignantly shouted that he had done it all, but Yang, moving forward, told him to hurry up, not wanting to argue. Shouting in the middle of the inn, the bodyguard asked why the young man had stopped praising him and celebrating his successes. Seeing the boys, the expert was very happy and broke into a broad smile, as he had been very worried about them. Hugging Barrack, he could not hide his admiration for his work and the fact that all the documents and belongings were now in place. Saluting, the captain of the guard thanked them for helping to deal with the robbers, drawing the character's attention. While the warrior was breaking free from Romandro's embrace, Yang resolutely refused the pleasantries and wanted to get straight to business. Then the man said that he had brought the mare and asked if the young man wanted to meet him right now, catching him off guard. Turning to the bodyguard, he told him to go eat first and replied that they should wait a little, as they were very tired and wanted to rest. Afterwards, smiling broadly and folding his arms, they were greeted by a dignified, heavy-set man who was the mayor of Karina. Sitting at the table, Yang asked if they had to introduce themselves, but Onyx replied that he knew he was an aristocrat who was traveling to celebrate the new year. The hero asked maliciously what the mayor had been doing when his city was being destroyed, and the mayor, embarrassed, apologized and said that problems had arisen elsewhere at that time. The character asked the man to come closer so he could look into his shameless eyes and confirm his suspicion of lying. Deciding not to argue and to avoid unnecessary problems, Onyx, trembling with fear, took a few steps forward. With all his fury, Yang looked him straight in the eye, hating such an irresponsible attitude toward the territory. Staring intently at the mayor, the hero decided that he had only recently received his title and was still quite naive. Deciding to tell the truth, the young man said that the man reeked of alcohol, which shocked him and embarrassed him even more. Laughing nervously, he apologized and admitted that he had drunk a little before such an important meeting to relieve the tension. But Yang asked him to be quiet and asked what was done to robbers under the laws of Karena, as it was important for him to understand this issue. The sentence for such criminals was death, and robbers, murderers, and others faced the highest punishment. Standing up, the character said that he had a few more questions for the leader of the villains and asked to be taken to his cell. Stammering, the mayor asked again, and, noticing his reaction, the hero inquired if there was something wrong with his request. Bowing low, Onyx replied that everything was fine and that he would prepare the coachman and horses in the meantime. These bandits knew a lot about the ritual, so there was no way they didn't know what undead creatures were. The hero decided to ask the leader himself and find out everything for sure, wanting to end this story as soon as possible. When the Viscount left the room, the mayor and the knight finally breathed a sigh of relief, because although the young man was young, he was very smart. The commander said that John was busy preparing for the holidays, so he had to leave the village tomorrow at sunrise. Karen was convinced that they were all actively involved in military operations, as Barrack's power seemed formidable to him. But the mayor noted that this was not surprising at all when it came to those who used magic. It was enough to look at those who were engaged in inheritance. In any case, if the advisor reported something, they could run into difficulties, so everything had to be done flawlessly so that no one could find fault. Looking at the knight, he noted that Jan's desire to see the leader of the robbers was evidence of his guesses. He cautiously asked if this meant what he thought it meant, and the knight replied that it seemed their assumptions were correct. Then he realized that the noble lord would not leave him alone, and suggested going to the young man, hoping that his anger would subside a little. Going down to the dungeon to the prisoner, the mayor announced that they had come, and looking at the leader, Yang was shocked by his condition. Then the official explained that he had given him a good scolding, and he had just lost consciousness. But if the young man wanted to, he could hit him again. Turning around, the character asked angrily how he could ask him anything now if the villain was unable to answer. With horror and nervous sweat on his face, Onyx stammered and could not give a clear answer, as this was part of his plan. Then Yang ordered him to bring him paper and a pen, and the man obediently complied, afraid to object. He thought to himself that he had a difficult road ahead of him, although perhaps it would be better to entrust the extraction of information to torture specialists. Suddenly, the mayor arrived with a notebook and pen in his hands and handed them to the Viscount so that he could write down everything he wanted. Writing down the address, the hero ordered that the villain be interrogated and that the reply be sent to that very address within 2 weeks. Throwing the note into the man's hands, he ordered him to find out how the boy with blue hair had ended up with the robber. Grabbing him firmly by the shoulder, he said that if he did not receive a reply, a report on his dereliction of duty would be sent to the imperial palace. Whispering maliciously in his ear, he added that if Onyx did not shut his mouth and continued to run his mouth, he would personally visit again. To prove his power, the Viscount asked if the mayor understood him, and the mayor replied, trembling, that he would keep it in mind. When evening came, their caravan was slowly preparing to leave, with the carriages standing at the inn. Sitting in the room, Yang asked what Kosh now intended to do, while the puppy sat on the bed and thought about his difficult future. Sadly, he said that his grandmother was no longer alive and her body had already been buried, so he had to return to Astana. He saw no other way. Then the character remembered how the beast had said that his relative was the head of a sect specializing in magic. In that case, there would be many helpers, but the enemy's forces would also be significant. Perhaps there was another reason. They wanted to avoid meeting Wesley. Suddenly, the beast's paws lifted off the floor, and he decided to approach the young man with a request. Standing next to the chair, he asked John for permission to accompany him to the capital, because if he was going to Astana, it was on his way. Puzzled, the guy asked what he was going to do with the dog's body in his homeland, even if he managed to get there. Losing all hope, the dog lay down sadly on the floor, lowering his head, realizing that it would be very difficult for him in the animal's body. Lifting him up, the character promised to take him to his homeland and help him settle in well to avoid problems. While eating, Barrack asked if they would really travel together, since the carriage was cramped, but John replied that the warrior should simply not lie down. Looking into the beast's eyes, he hoped that Kosh would remember his name and kindness forever, as the Viscount sincerely wanted to help him. Looking at him, he asked who had been with him on the day of true mortal rest. What was that person's name? Wagging its tail, the puppy said his name, showing its gratitude for the services and support provided. Jumping up and down, the dog was very happy. The young man was also happy, and the bodyguard ate silently, not very pleased with this decision. When morning came, after packing all the necessary luggage, the carriage was ready to leave Karen and hurry to the capital. The coachman checked that they had not forgotten anything and noted that the higher they climbed, the more snow there would be, and they should continue without stopping. Approaching the carriages, Barrick reported that Kosh had not come, and Romandro asked in surprise who that was, as he did not know the puppy's name. The Viscount explained that he had met him during a trip to the village, but the expert still did not understand who he was talking about. Holding his own photo in human form in his teeth, a small dog ran swiftly toward them. He nimbly jumped into the carriage, and Yang noted that now everyone was assembled and gave the coachman the command to move forward. The carriages slowly moved in a column between the houses, while the delighted residents watched them from the streets. They enthusiastically wished the gentleman a safe journey and hoped that he would return to them someday. Looking out the window, the hero caught the mayor's sardonic gaze. It was clear that the man was glad that the hated guest was leaving his territory. Turning around, he saw a frightened Romandro and asked if he was afraid of animals. The expert replied in the negative and hid in the corner. Smiling, the puppy said he was pleased to meet him, and, pointing to himself with his paw, said his name was Kashara Tokunte. The disconcerted man's eyes widened in amazement at the talking animal, having never met anyone like it before. Coughing, he apologized and said that he had previously thought that stories about magic were complete nonsense, but now he had changed his mind. Taking the dog by the paw, he replied that he was pleased to meet him and introduced himself as Romandro, an advisor to the imperial palace. He asked with interest what had happened while the boys were in the abandoned village and where Kosh had come from. As the carriage slowly rolled forward on its wooden wheels, the expert repeated in surprise, "Are you really talking about necromancy?" But when he thought about it, the Ministry of Magic had been gathering such people for several years, and Yang wondered if it was an official decision. The expert then explained that the General Assembly had approved such a policy, so he saw no point in quibbling over the name. Of course, there were moral debates, but an army of undead could be very useful in war, and the hero and his bodyguard listened attentively. There were different political positions, but Wesley had been a mage long before she became a politician. Therefore, she knew better than anyone how dangerous it was to break taboos. Glaring at the expert, Yang wondered why they were doing all this. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, the weather was beautiful, and the trees were beginning to turn green, even though the new year was approaching. The Minister of Magic sat in her office with her feet up on the table, thinking about her upcoming meeting with the new Viscount. Turning to the butler, she ordered him to remove the report from her sight, not wanting to delve into state affairs. Barreto asked in amazement if she was not looking forward to it, unable to understand such indifference. Waving the papers in front of her face, he talked about the results of the necromancy research, thinking through his own plan of action. With interest, the woman took them in her hands and began to carefully study the contents, delving deeper into the essence. The servant considered necromancers amusing. In their home countries, they were ready to tear each other apart, but when they got together, their results steadily improved. She replied that this was the power of the Burial Empire. It seemed they had realized that if they made a fuss, they could bring trouble upon themselves. Hadn't they sold their souls for academic interests? It seemed like they had fun getting together. Barreto noted the strengths and weaknesses of each race and asked whether it was worth giving an official report to the General Assembly. After putting her seal on the papers, Wesley noted that the elders were beginning to show curiosity about the matter and agreed. The butler also held another folder in his hands and said that it contained additional materials on the study of living beings. Hearing this, the minister was shocked and wanted to review all the records immediately, without delay. Taking the file, she silently began to study it, turning page after page without distraction. Throwing them aside, she asked why it said the same thing as 10 years ago, and the servant bowed his head and apologized. He pointed out the difference between the dead and the living. The spell was distorted, and she shouted furiously about the money invested to stabilize it. Asking her to listen to him, Barreto suggested practicing mind control magic, because even Gale had not received the full blessing of the Imperial Palace. Continuing, he reminded her that the prince was the child of a concubine, not the first wife, which made the woman even angrier. Slamming her fist on the table with all her might, she demanded that the butler shut up immediately, not wanting to listen to nonsense. Jumping up abruptly, she rose above the table, and all the papers flew in different directions, her appearance very menacing. Gritting her teeth, Wesley said she understood what the servant was trying to tell her, but she didn't want to admit her mistake. Falling silent, he bowed his head and apologized for his words, not wanting to get into trouble. The blessing of the imperial palace is an unknown force that originated with the founding of Burial. All information about it is written in the founding myth, and it was a blessing whose effectiveness has been proven. All those who inherited this ability were immune to mind control through magic. Emphasizing this point, she said that there are many interpretations, but it was generally believed to be a member of the imperial family. It was obvious that this description did not fit not only Gale, but also Mariv, as they were completely different people. Even the elderly emperor, who proudly wore a brooch on his chest and had ruled for many years, did not fit this role. She seriously asked if the butler knew the second prince, who had created a shield in his bedroom to avoid mind control magic. That was why she studied the art of necromancy, to find a way to bypass all this and gain greater power. She also knew perfectly well that her love for Gale was rather unfair, because he never loved her the way she loved him. She constantly wondered when he would ascend the throne, whether he would truly bind himself to her in marriage, or if it was just an illusion. All her life, she wondered if she would ever become empress, or if she would remain at the same level. She never shook the feeling that she was completely under the prince's control, who held her hands, denying her freedom. Closing her eyes, she wondered when her time would come, but all she could do was wait and hope for the best. Then she told the servant not to talk nonsense and to continue dealing with the necromancers, as the uprising was just around the corner and there had been no progress. As if remembering something important, Wesley called out to the servant again, getting his attention and wanting to know the important details. She asked with interest if Yang would arrive in the capital soon, as the appearance of a new magician was important for the entire ministry. Various patterns adorned the ceiling, and the butler suggested that if he had been told about the New Year's banquet, then he should arrive soon. Barreto also suggested that if the Viscount was traveling from Bracha, he would surely stop in Karen, where the fugitive Astana clan was hiding. Remembering this, Wesley noted that they were a real thorn in the side of the experiment and was glad that the story had not been made public. Their king was also very pathetic, as he believed the tales of a secret escape, and the servant reminded him that there had been a strong earthquake at that time. They had to be careful that Gale didn't notice anything, because if the information reached him, he would definitely suspect something. Looking at the documents again, she asked if there was a department working on getting January. But the butler said that no one was particularly enthusiastic about it, which was not surprising to her, since everyone was on Marev's side. Not wanting to think about the future, she nevertheless suggested that Barreto begin preparations for the upcoming magical ritual. Smiling slyly, she suggested that, who knows, maybe they would have a newcomer soon. Meanwhile, the hero, along with Hash and his bodyguard, fell fast asleep on the road, unaware of anything. The carriage slowly approached Burial, its wheels creaking under the weight of the load and the long and difficult journey through the mountains. When he woke up, Yang still did not understand what was happening around him and slowly came out of his sleep, looking around. To see better, he rubbed his eyes and was very surprised when he looked out the window at the street. Everything had changed dramatically while they slept. Then he began to wake the sleeping warrior, who, yawning, did not understand why there was such urgency and why his sleep was being interrupted. Then the young man announced that they had finally reached the capital, the huge city of Burial stretching out before them. Gradually, the carriage entered the arched entrance, surrounded by many buildings, with a tall chapel standing proudly in the center. Pressed against the window, Barrick looked around in awe, while the expert laughed and remarked that someone's jaw was about to drop. Deciding to remind him, he asked if the orphan remembered their agreement to be mindful of his actions upon arrival in the capital, and he agreed. Angered, the man grabbed him by the cheeks and demanded to know if the orphan remembered the basics of etiquette that he had taught him. On the way, they continued to argue about the rules of behavior when visiting and at the table, and Romandro realized that his concerns were not unfounded. Yang asked with interest whether the expert would first visit his mansion and then go to the palace. Pigeons flew in the air, and the man said that he would like to take a bath and rest after the long journey. But Yang noted that the most important thing was to meet his wife, and, embarrassed, Romandro assured him that this was not why he was in such a hurry to get home. After a while, the caravan stopped in the courtyard of the expert's estate, a white building with several floors and many rooms. Looking out the window, the maid noticed that someone had arrived, and then gasped in surprise when she saw the carriages and the master. She ran as fast as she could and shouted to her mistress that her husband had finally returned after a long absence. With tears in her eyes, the pregnant woman rushed to meet her beloved. She had waited a very long time for their reunion. Unable to hide his joy, he threw himself into the arms of his wife, whom he had missed so much all this time and often thought of in Brosh. She anxiously asked how he had survived all this and whether it had been difficult for him. And the expert honestly replied that it had been very difficult. But, burning with desire to see his beloved, He endured everything and now held her tightly, very happy to be home. Moved by this touching scene, Yang watched from the sidelines, holding Hashu in his arms, while the bodyguard continued to unload the luggage, not wanting to watch. Smiling, the expert introduced his wife Vivian to the Viscount and the warrior, and the woman greeted the guests. She sincerely admitted that she had read a lot about them in her husband's letters, and that he owed them a lot. But Yang objected that Romandro had also helped him a lot. Pointing to Hash in his arms, the hero announced that his friend had joined them on the journey, and the dog greeted them. The lady remarked that a talking dog was very cute. Noticing her reaction, the staff asked if she was not surprised at all, and the woman replied that she had seen a lot even before the wedding. She then invited them inside because when she heard about their arrival, she had ordered the guest rooms to be prepared. She asked in surprise if they were going to the palace right away, and her husband confirmed that it would be worth stopping by. But not like this. Sensing the unpleasant smell coming from the men after their long journey, Vivian covered her nose and sighed heavily. Then she called Minnie to prepare a bath for them and invited them into the mansion to rest. Turning to the coachman and the servant, the expert thanked them for their work and told them to go home. Yawning, Romandro thought about his plans, but first he needed to take a shower and eat something, which would take several hours before noon. The carriage remained standing at the gate. Everything was calm, but he had a strange feeling that he had forgotten something. The living room in the man's mansion was decorated in subdued tones, with black curtains hanging on the windows and white walls. Sitting on the sofa, Barrick noted that the bath was just right, and Romandro completely agreed with him, enjoying a cup of warm tea. Approaching them, the woman emphasized that they should get some rest, but it was almost noon, and they had to go to the palace. Closing his eyes, the expert asked his wife to wait at least 5 minutes, and she was surprised by his irresponsibility. Laughing, Vivian noted that their child would inherit his husband's bad qualities. Jumping up, he shouted that it wouldn't work that way, while the dog was indignant and the warrior was dozing. Suddenly, Yang ordered Hash and Barrick to stay in the mansion and find out how to get to Astana, and the guy asked if he could really rest. Puzzled, the hero asked if he really wanted to go with him. Scratching his head, the orphan smiled and refused. On the way, they recorded the dog's story about the magic stones, and they had to buy special water to read the inscription on the brooch. While getting dressed, the Viscount agreed and said that while they were here, he also needed to buy some things and suggested stopping by the shopping district for a bit. Surprised, the expert asked where the young man had learned this, but he did not understand what the man meant. Romandro then explained that this was how officials in the capital usually referred to it, and even aristocrats called this place the center of the city. Realizing that it was not so important, he got ready and asked Minnie how things were going with the carriage, and the maid reported that the transport was ready. Kissing his wife, Romandro promised to return soon, and she asked him to be careful, feeling anxious again. Various buildings were located everywhere. A calm atmosphere reigned in the streets, and everyone was gradually preparing for the holiday. Looking out the window, Yang surveyed familiar places and noted that the Heyman Bank was located there, but it seemed that something new had been built quite recently. Inside, he still couldn't believe that he had managed to return to the capital, albeit in a different body and role. The servants opened the gates leading directly to the various buildings of the palace where the hero himself had once ruled. Yang asked with interest if they would visit the Ministry of Magic, and the expert agreed, since even from the outside it was possible to assess the situation. Pulling back the curtain, he began to explain that the first palace housed the imperial family and the offices of government officials, while the departments were located in the second. The Viscount looked out the window with curiosity, and the man continued, saying that the third housed workers and slaves, and the fourth housed government reception departments and others. Unexpectedly, he remembered the words of his teacher Nam when he was still emperor and trusted him completely. When using forbidden power, he was to be given another chance if he came to the wing of the Ministry of Magic. That way, he could find out why he ended up in Yan's body, what happened to his mentor, and why he really died. Surprised, the young man still couldn't believe that all the answers were hidden so close to him in a nearby building. Suddenly, the coachman announced that they had arrived at their destination, and the carriage creaked to a halt, the doors opening. Unexpectedly, the hero caught himself thinking that this was the palace where Kron had once lived, in whose body he had previously lived. They were at the east wing of the main building of the first palace, which had many columns and a rather austere appearance. The guard standing at the door greeted the expert, and the man said he had come to make a report and asked for his luggage to be brought in. The servant asked with interest if he wanted to meet with His Highness Marev, and Romandro said that he had a lot to tell him personally. The soldier then told them to go inside and wait there, and the inspector asked in surprise if the prince was not in the palace. Hearing that His Highness was currently at a reception with the Emperor, the man opened his mouth in surprise, for this was a very rare occurrence. Slapping his forehead, the man realized what he had forgotten, because today was the very date when the prince attended various events. Deciding that there was nothing he could do, he told Jan that they would have to wait, and the guard showed them the way. The hero asked anxiously if Marev was in the palace, and if so, did that mean that high-ranking officials were also gathered there? Confirming his assumption, the expert said that sometimes the prince went with them to the forest to hunt wild animals. But in some cases, he admired works of art, and after the artists exhibited them, their fees immediately rose sharply. The interests of many people in high society were also intertwined, and upon hearing this, the Viscount, following behind, fell into thought. Drawing the inspector's attention, he asked if Gale would also be there, surprising him with this question. Romandro realized with horror that if Marev was informed of their visit, the second prince would also find out about it. But there was nothing to fear, as Gale rarely appeared at receptions, and Yang took note of the information. An unexpected tense silence fell between them, each thinking his own thoughts and making his own assumptions. The two princes had always been rivals and never friends, standing on opposite sides of the barricades, each pursuing his own goals. This time, Marev went to the exhibition and asked the sculptor if this was the statue he had mentioned. With a smile, the man noted the small number of orders. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hall, Gale was looking at the paintings accompanied by other officials. Noticing him, the prince caught himself thinking that now his brother had also begun to appear in high society, which was unusual for him. Previously, he had kept to himself to avoid suspicion, but now a real war had begun. Each of them had their own informant. Marev reported everything to the butler, who was his loyal servant. Gale's right-hand man and lover was the Minister of Magic Wesley, who told everything only to him. In the crowd, she approached him and whispered in his ear about Jan's arrival, quietly so that no one else could hear. The servant also whispered to Marev that guests had arrived from Braca. Everyone knew about their relationship with the brother, but no one interfered. The manager also reported that they were waiting in the reception room of his office and asked if he should prepare a carriage. But the prince ordered them to wait a little longer and asked them to keep a close eye on his brother and the other party. Noticing the prince's reaction, the artist asked if he had urgent business. But taking a glass, Marev replied that he would share this important moment with them. Waving his arms, he asked him to tell him about the painting, and the master explained that he had mixed crushed magic stone to create it. But Marev was not listening to him. He was much more interested in the bastard prince who had subjugated a great territory than in these old men. However, he did not need to leave the reception to meet him. He decided to behave the same way he had at the meeting. As he drank his wine, he realized that it was a bad trick that had not worked on either his brother or Wesley, but it was a good opportunity to test Jan. Besides, he knew perfectly well that if he made the first move, the others would keep score against him. He himself was curious to see what Gale and the minister would do if he simply waited without taking any action. Too much time had passed, and the sun was slowly setting over the castle, bathing everything in orange light. The last bright rays illuminated the reception hall, where the hero and the expert were already bored from the long wait. Complaining of back pain, Romandro wanted to lie down and asked how the Viscount was feeling, but he replied that everything was fine. Looking at the tea on the table, as they had expected, the princes were together, perhaps deciding to stay for fear that the other would guess their plan. But the character decided that in any case, he would not deviate from his intended goal and would wait for the prince to arrive so they could meet. The furniture and decorations reflected the culture of neighboring states, probably to make foreign guests feel at home. All the books on display demonstrated the image and political views, but judging by the condition of the spines, they had been read. There were also flowers which were ideal for such sunny corners of the office and attracted the character's attention. But the hero did not understand why the plants were placed so far away. Did the prince have allergies, or did he simply not like plants very much? Otherwise, it meant that Marev was a very cold-blooded and pedantic person who kept everyone at a distance. Knocking on the door, the butler announced that His Highness Prince Marev had arrived and the guests should prepare themselves. As if coming to his senses after a tedious wait, Romandro adjusted his tuxedo, feeling very excited. Entering the office, the prince smiled and noted that he had not seen the expert for a long time and was very happy to see him. He also added that it must have been difficult for the man to leave his family, and the latter, shaking his hand, replied that it was a great honor for him to be in the spotlight of his glory. After finishing his pleasantries with the expert, Marev turned his attention to his companion, the new count of the border territory of Braca. Silently, he began to stare intently at the bastard, about whom there were many rumors in the palace and beyond. Placing his hand on his heart, Jan greeted His Highness cordially, smiling sweetly and expressing deep respect. Thoughtfully, the prince suggested that the inspector had taught the young man palace etiquette well before their meeting. But the man replied that the Viscount was so well educated that there was nothing to teach him, so Marev invited them to sit down. He asked with interest what the hero thought of the capital, and the character replied that it was not for nothing that it was called the Heart of Bariel. It was exactly as he had been told. Looking intently at him, the prince said that surely when the Viscount was leaving for the capital, many people had seen him off and did not want to let him go, but he remained silent. Then he said that this was true because he would not be able to see them for a long time, and the palace servants said goodbye to him day and night. Together with the warriors of the unearthly clan, they waved him goodbye, but the young man decided to remain silent about his mother, remembering their images. With a smile, the prince noted that, apparently, many in Brock treated the young man with trust and respect after the events that had taken place. Suddenly, he asked if Jan really thought he was worthy of being a lord. Hearing his question, the expert tensed up. Romandro thought to himself that Marev himself was barging in here, and if the young man answered in the negative, he would reproach him, and if in the affirmative, he would consider him arrogant. Unexpectedly, the Viscount agreed decisively with his head held high, without hesitation or a hint of embarrassment. He also clarified that the prince himself had made this decision, and who in that case would dare to disagree with him. Personally, he believed that he had one duty, to do everything in perfect accordance with the prince's will. Hearing this, Marev was amazed. He noted to himself that the young man not only possessed magical abilities, but also excellent wit and the ability to read the situation. At the same time, Yang understood that the prince's questions were too obvious, because he considered him a man of low birth. Putting down his cup, Marev asked if the guests had familiarized themselves with the New Year's celebration program. Apologizing, the Viscount said that they had only just arrived and had not heard anything about it, and the prince said that he would ask his mercenary to familiarize them with it. Deciding to tell them in advance, he noted that the imperial celebration had always been grand, and this year, it would be even more special. There would be a ceremony to grant Jan the title, followed by an event where they could assess his abilities as a magician. At the end, there would be a transition to the ministry, and he asked if the Viscount had collected the necessary amount, to which he replied that he had not, surprising Romandro. He did not understand what the young man was thinking, because they had gold and magic stones. So why did he lie to the prince? But the hero decided that it was not yet time to reveal all his cards, gradually moving towards his goal. After thinking for a moment, Marev replied that it was a pity, and in that case he wanted to give him some valuable advice for the future. Then he asked if the young man had heard of magic stones, which made the expert cough while drinking his tea. The butler came up to him and suggested going outside for some fresh air. Apologizing, the man agreed. Thus, Yang and the prince were left alone in the office and stared intently at each other. The prince continued, explaining that when the Ministry of Magic decided which department to transfer him to, they would most likely ask for his opinion. The Magical Stone Management Service lacked working magicians. They did not conduct research but focused on training and spiritual practices. Judging by the Viscount, Marev noted that he had a talent for research and believed that this was where he belonged. Putting his hands on the papers, he said that if the hero was sent there, he would help him with the first payment. After hearing the prince's position, the character was stunned and remained silent, in a state of shock, not expecting such an act. Apparently, the prince wanted to help not only with raising money, but also with overturning the decision of the meeting for his own benefit. He knew perfectly well how much Gale wanted to get the stone for himself, and that was natural, because he was only concerned with the Ministry of Magic. But judging by the fact that Marev, who was far removed from all this, decided to intervene, he did not simply want to stop his brother, but had more serious political intentions. This complicated matters because one of the deposits was located in Bracha, and the mine and the stones that had been brought there could disappear at any moment. Taking the papers, Jan thanked the prince for his words and promised to make every effort to get his help. As they parted, the prince said that he did not have to wait for the expert. He could leave the palace immediately, and he would receive all further instructions through his assistant. Finally, the young man said that it had been a great honor for him to meet Marev and hear his position. The prince calmly noted that he also enjoyed their constructive conversation and new acquaintance. After that, Yang left the office and went out into the hallway, thinking about what had happened and trying to come to some kind of decision. Seeing Romandro trembling with fear, he announced that everything was over and they could leave without saying goodbye. Breathing a sigh of relief, the expert noted that it had been difficult for him as he had not met with the ruler for a long time. but Yang noted that the man had held up well. He asked with interest about the strange report, but the young man remarked that he, of all people, knew that even portraits in the palace had ears. As he was leaving, he reminded him that he needed to stop by the Ministry of Magic, and the inspector told him to hurry, because the guards were reinforced after dark. Suddenly, Yang asked who the crown prince was, and the man paused, surprised by the question. It was difficult to determine unequivocally, and he himself did not know the exact answer, even though he was at court and closer to politics. No one except Marav and Gale had any significant influence. The third prince had died several years ago in an attack, and the others were still too young. If nothing happened, everything would become clear at the celebration, and Romandro asked why Jan needed to know, to which he replied that he was just curious. He just thought it would be nice to know everything in advance of the celebration, since the expert himself said that everything would become clear very soon. Marev Voroshin was a blue-eyed blonde in the imperial family, and these were the most common facial features. Concentrating on his thoughts, the hero tried to remember if his portrait was among the rulers of that era. His memories were very vague, but for some reason he was sure that neither Marev nor Gale, who had lost during the coup, would become emperor. It would be someone completely different and younger, who had been in the shadows all this time, being very young and inexperienced. The younger princes were born to Madame Delane, the only favorite who remains close to the emperor to this day. On the way, Romandro said that she was the one in charge of organizing the New Year's celebration. Coughing, he noted that Prince Marev ignored her, although Yang suggested that he probably just hated her. Every day, he habitually walked down the palace corridor where the emperor's portrait hung, but it took a strong push to bring back his memories. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, as if on someone's command. But the coachman remained silent, saying nothing about the reason for the delay. Looking out the window, the hero suggested getting out right there, as if some unknown magical force was beckoning him. Puzzled, the expert noted that the ministry was still very far away and did not understand the Viscount's unexpected desire. Responding that it was nothing serious, the character said that he would just get out for a moment to stretch his legs and breathe some fresh air. The expert cautiously said that he could not go with him, otherwise he might be seen. But if anything happened, he asked him to run as fast as he could. Outside, he felt a strange energy that seemed to beckon him to quickly unravel all the mysteries of the past. He hoped that if he went to that wing, he would be able to find traces of Nam's magic and return to his own time and body. With sadness, he caught himself thinking that he should have said goodbye to Barrack properly before coming here. Standing near the carriage, he decided to address the expert, attracting his attention but not turning his face to hide his sadness. Expressing his gratitude, he asked him to look after the bodyguard, but Romandro did not understand what he meant. Laughing, the man noted that if they were late, the warrior would cause another scandal, so they should hurry home. But the hero just smiled silently, the light illuminating the space ahead, and he moved forward into the unknown. He slowly approached one of the ministry buildings, completely ignoring what was happening around him. Then he started running, hoping to return to the past world from whence he came and correct all his mistakes. The building flashed before his eyes, and he was consumed by his desire to return to the emperor's body and gain power. With hope, he followed his dreams. He did not want to be in this body and seek power by participating in political games. Neum was his teacher and best friend, and he always remembered him with trepidation and hoped to see him again. Suddenly, he stopped near some trees with strange wooden stands on the ground, with dark pieces of cloth tied to them. He realized with horror that the wing he needed was not there, and all his hopes collapsed in an instant. Lighting his way with the ball in his palm, he realized that even magic could not be felt here. Suddenly, someone asked from the darkness if he was the very Yang that had been talked about throughout the empire. Admitting that he was very pleased to meet him, the traveler attracted the young man's attention, but remained in the shadows. Opening his eyes in surprise, the hero's pupils reflected the silhouette of the second prince, about whom he still knew nothing. Holding a large lantern in his hands, the dark-haired prince introduced himself with a broad smile, calling himself Gale. Blocking his path, the prince stared intently at the Viscount, whom he had been waiting for all this time. Unable to believe it, the character wondered if he had been waiting for him since the moment they met at the event. Without showing any emotion, he bowed submissively and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the prince, who was very surprised that the young man knew him. He also suggested that Yang was lost, because the exit from the palace was on the other side of this place. Staring intently at the young man, he asked if it was Marev who had told him that he was here, and that was why the Viscount had come to him. Looking at the character, he understood how much his own brother annoyed him. A small obstacle that stood in his way. A ripple that could no longer be stopped. Bowing, the hero apologized, deciding to lie. saying that it was his first time in the palace, so he was unfamiliar with the roads. But the prince noted sarcastically that for someone visiting for the first time, the guy walked very confidently, as if he had been here before. Noting that this was not so important, he asked the hero to answer one question, drawing his attention and making him tense up. Laughing, he asked the young man what he thought of the palace from here, as he was considering cutting down a few more trees and building another wing. But Marev claimed that fairies lived in the forest, so he forbade touching it, which greatly upset Gale. But the character remained silent, looking ahead, immersed in his thoughts and struck by such news. He understood that the Prince brothers were at odds over the construction of another wing of the Ministry of Magic. Then he decided to act differently, and pretending to be stupid, replied that he did not understand what the prince was talking about. Bowing, he noted that only the Emperor could be his master, discouraging Gale with this statement. But the young man emphasized that if cutting down trees would lead to a bright future, then he agreed, and the prince smiled. Taking him by the shoulder, he said that he thought the young man was an ordinary peasant, but he knew how to behave like an aristocrat. Looking him in the eyes, he admitted that he had high hopes for the young man, because before becoming a lord, he was Jan, and before that, a magician. Whispering maliciously in his ear, he said that magic and ministry workers were insignificant, convinced that they should cooperate for the sake of progress. Clenching his fists angrily and trying to look calm, the young man said he would take the offer into consideration. Then he turned and walked back to the carriage, realizing that the second prince was starting to get on his nerves. Returning to the mansion, Romandro asked in surprise during dinner if the Viscount had really met Gale in the palace garden. The expert asked anxiously if the young man was all right and what else the prince had said, but the hero assured him that there was no need to worry. He calmly reported that the prince had talked more about the garden and asked if it was true that construction was underway there. Wiping his mouth, the man calmed down a little. Waving his hand, he said that the proposal had been made a long time ago and that this was one of many cases of rivalry between the princes. The hero thought that if he did not want to let Gale stage a coup, he should side with Marev. But in order for Nam's magic to appear, he had to support him. The expert himself did not understand why the Ministry of Magic was constantly expanding and believed that it would be better to use the money to build housing for employees. Suddenly, Beric started shouting that Kosh was constantly stealing his food and asked Jan to do something about it, while Romandro was angry, demanding that everyone calm down. The bodyguard and the dog argued, but the hero calmly wiped his mouth, paying no attention. He apologized, saying that he had not had time to find his way to Astana, so the puppy would have to stay. The dog sighed and asked that something be done about the warrior. Vivian asked with interest if they had managed to get to the shopping street today, but the guy replied that they would go there tomorrow. Taking the hero by the hand, she asked permission to go with them, and Yang replied that he could use the help. The kind lady promised to help him choose an outfit and take him to a shop she often visited, noting his beauty. Beric watched them in shock. Smiling sweetly, the bodyguard shyly reminded them of his presence, and Yang allowed them to go with them, and the woman agreed. Overjoyed, the warrior did pull-ups while Kosh stared intently at something without looking away. Noticing his reaction, Yang asked what was wrong, but the beast said not to pay attention. After the transformation, his sense of smell had simply become more acute. The Viscount noted with interest that the bodyguard was overflowing with energy and probably had slept a lot before that, and the latter admitted it. Unrelenting, Hasha continued to sniff around. The smell from the street seemed very familiar to him, but at the same time strange. Night had already fallen, and the hero was glad that the bodyguard was full of energy, but the latter was puzzled by his master's unexpected kindness. The next day, they decided to go to the shopping district to buy outfits for the upcoming holiday. Pulling the bodyguard by the shoulder, the hero asked him to wake up, but the warrior did not understand why he was being awakened. Yawning, he said that he was tired after his watch and would eat meat, and the Viscount was indignant because the warrior had kept him awake all night with his snoring. In his defense, the bodyguard shouted that he had not slept until dawn and nothing had happened, and Minnie had told him everything. Thinking it over, the character realized that he was probably worrying too much, but he was still concerned about the smell that Hash had picked up. Memories came flooding back of how the puppy had sniffed around for a long time, and then said not to pay attention, explaining that it was just his senses being heightened. That was why the Viscount had doubts, and he was almost certain that someone had been outside the window at night, watching them. Pushing away the bad thoughts, he decided that he had simply become too suspicious after meeting the princes, and even the dog said that the smell had disappeared. As the carriage moved forward, Beric asked where they were going, and Jan replied that first they were going to the blacksmith, then to the clothing store, and after lunch, home. Soon they arrived at the blacksmith's, and Madame claimed that the craftsman knew his business, as she had turned to him more than once herself. When the Viscount and his bodyguard stepped out onto the street, Romandro said that he and his wife would wait for them in the carriage. Stepping forward, the young man told the soldier to follow him, and the soldier obediently complied, not wanting to continue the argument. Noticing them, one of the workers thought that customers had arrived and decided to call the senior employee to find out why they had come. Approaching the customers, the man asked how he could help, and Yang said he would like to have his sword sharpened. The man then asked to see the sword, and Barak deftly drew it from his belt, the weapon glinting in the light. He then asked the price, and the blacksmith replied that 5 coins would suffice, but admitted that he did not know what the weapon was made of, which was a problem. Approaching the elder, the workers argued, some insisting that the sword was made of momentum, others of monster stone, marveling at its strange shine. Watching what was happening, Yang decided that those robbers had indeed stolen something valuable, not some trinket. The worker explained seriously that if they did not say what the weapon was made of, no one would be able to take responsibility in case it broke. Rubbing his head, Barak noted that it couldn't get any worse, and the Viscount hoped for good work, as they themselves did not know what it was made of. Handing the blacksmith a bag of gold coins, the hero said that they would come in the evening to pick up the saber, and the man promised to do his best. Approaching the carriage, the bodyguard was happy to take a walk, as it was very stuffy in the vehicle, and Jan agreed with him. When the character stepped onto the step to get into the carriage, he suddenly felt a strange energy around him and turned around tensely. The atmosphere around him became tense, and Yang froze silently by the carriage while the warrior watched his reaction. Tapping on the glass, he told the expert that they would continue without him, and Romandro did not understand why the Viscount had suddenly made such a decision. Explaining, the young man said that he and Barak wanted to take a walk and cool off after the forge, and agreed to meet at the bench with their things. Sighing heavily, the bodyguard asked why he had to walk anywhere. He would have gladly taken a carriage, but Yang told him to follow him. They walked slowly through the streets of the capital among ordinary houses, between which wires with clean clothes hung. Turning his head, Barak noticed that they were being followed, but he didn't show it and continued to follow his master. He casually suggested that Jan buy him a new weapon while his sword was at the smithy. But the Viscount reminded him that the warrior had his own money. The warrior asked indignantly if it was not the master's duty to provide his guard with weapons, slowly turning the corner of one of the buildings. To catch up with the boys and not lose sight of them, the girl quickened her pace, following them rapidly, staying in the shadows. When she reached the intersection, she lost track of them and stared intently at the alleys between the buildings opposite. Feeling tense, the girl realized that they had disappeared despite the short distance, but she did not know where exactly. While she was busy searching for them, Barak approached from behind to grab her and strike the first blow. Shocked by what was happening, the stranger froze in place, not knowing what to do next and not expecting such a turn of events. With a sharp movement of his arm, the bodyguard tried to attack, but accidentally missed, simply shaking the air around him. Taking advantage of the moment, the rival managed to intercept his blow and grabbed his wrist to perform a maneuver. Putting all her strength into it, the girl threw her opponent's body aside with one deft movement, clearing her path. The warrior flipped in the air, shocked by this turn of events and the strength of the mysterious stranger. He still managed to land safely on his feet and immediately took a fighting stance, not intending to retreat. A decent distance formed between the opponents, but neither was going to attack first, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, Barak asked if the stranger had decided to attack him, but she shouted for him to be quiet and asked for his name. Deciding to lie, the warrior said his name was Jan, and his eyes lit up with a thirst for battle and a sense of superiority. He lunged forward decisively, using a tactical move to punch his opponent directly in the head. While she tried to cover herself with her hands, he attacked her, giving her no chance to resist or retaliate. Finding the right moment, she masterfully hit him right in the jaw, and blood spurted in all directions. But Barak's reaction was rather strange. He smiled as if enjoying himself and licked the blood that had spilled out. Jutting his leg forward sharply, he struck his opponent directly in the stomach, pushing her aside with all his strength. Spitting blood, she was very angry at his actions and decided to finish what she had started without any hesitation. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Yang watched their powerful battle as the opponents took turns striking each other. Staring intently at the girl, he noticed her unusual fighting stance, which was unusual for ordinary ladies. Unlike the novice bodyguard, she was well-trained and disciplined, and this was immediately apparent. Because of this, he considered her movements too predictable and decided to help the warrior defeat his enemy with some hints. While Barak was fighting, the Viscount shouted to him that she was left-handed and that he should attack from the right, considering it to be the stranger's weak spot. The bodyguard watched his opponent's actions closely, trying not to miss anything important and not to give her a chance to attack. With one deft movement, he grabbed her cloak with all his strength, and she was surprised by this turn of events, not having time to defend herself. He punched her several times in the face with his fists, and scarlet blood covered her beard and lips as she lost strength. The stranger lost her balance and staggered from such power. The ground receded from under her feet and her head spun violently. Unable to gather her strength, she fell down, hitting her buttocks on the ground, and victory turned away from her. Sitting down, she wiped the blood from her face with her hands and covered her face, while the warrior waited to see what she would do next. With a crazed look in her eyes and a glowing ball in her palm, she rushed into the attack, shouting that the young man was actually Barrack, not Yang. Noticing her abilities, the hero was shocked. Could she also be a magical swordsman, like his bodyguard? Using magic, she released a magical dagger from her hands, which flew straight at the bewildered orphan. Trying to stop the blow and covering his body with his hands, Barrack wondered what it was and where the weapon had come from. Suddenly, John rushed to his aid and, deciding to save the bodyguard, pushed him away and used his abilities. A bright light gradually engulfed everything around him, its energy spreading everywhere, stopping the sword in midair. There was a powerful blue explosion, and small pieces of stone flew in different directions, shaking the buildings. After that, huge clouds of gray, thick dust rose up, blocking any visibility around. Breathing heavily, the girl was losing strength. She could not continue the fight, falling to the ground again, blood flowing from her mouth. Stretching out her palms, she tried to hold her body up so as not to collapse completely onto the asphalt. Watching her, Barrack noted that she had attacked first, and now lay exhausted, while Yang said that the warrior's blow seemed to have been decisive. Approaching her, the orphan asked if she really wasn't going to pick up a weapon, and she replied that raising a sword against an unarmed person was shameful and extravagant. Rubbing his fists, the boy noted that the girl had backbone and offered to introduce themselves to each other. But she covered her mouth with her hand. Feeling something unpleasant in her mouth, she decided to spit it out to see what was preventing her from breathing freely. A whole tooth fell out onto the asphalt, knocked out by her opponent during the fight, and blood flowed, but she endured the pain. Then, the stranger said that she was the daughter of Petreo, the great commander of the Imperial Guard. The girl's name was Batcheva Bruda, and she radiated an unusual blue energy. She was a magical swordswoman. Noticing her reaction, the warrior's eyes lit up, and he shouted for her to attack, wanting to settle the matter once and for all. As his opponent approached, he told her that he did not have orthodox parents and that he was simply Barrack. The girl shouted angrily that he was her father's enemy, so she had decided to avenge him and attack him in the alley. Laughing, the bodyguard decided that his opponent seemed to have made a mistake, not understanding her accusation. Then they clashed in a fierce hand-to-hand fight, punching each other in the face and pulling out tufts of hair. Another tooth fell out, and they lay exhausted on the asphalt after the fight, while Yang stood aside in shock at what was happening. Approaching the warrior, he asked anxiously if Barrack was all right, and Barrack began to scream in pain. But the Viscount noted that he was fine. Standing in front of the stranger, the hero asked if it was really her who was at the Romandro mansion yesterday, and Batcheva confirmed it. The character asked in amazement why the girl was crying, and she, angered, denied such behavior. Suddenly, she asked him to kill her, otherwise she would go back to fighting her father's enemy without any regrets. Then the hero asked if it was Romandro who told her that Barrack killed her parent, considering it complete nonsense. Hearing this, the warrior asked his master if it was the old man who had come from the palace, but Yang remained silent. Then he decided to tell the girl that they had not killed Petreo, but that the man himself had attempted to take their lives by staging a raid in one of the alleys of Brach. It was then that her father chose death, melting his face with a potion for the sake of loyalty to his master. Hearing all this, she gritted her teeth viciously, barely containing her rage and anger at Melina, who seemed to have deceived her. Not believing their words, she shouted that it was all a lie, and Jan asked why Batcheva thought so, since he had given her arguments. Stammering, she tried to find the words, but the hero spoke first, asking if she really thought her father would not be able to leave her behind. Coming closer, he wanted to clarify the situation to the bleeding girl sitting exhausted on the ground. Jan stated decisively that if she was ready to carry out the task, then the right decision would be to kill him. But if she wanted revenge, she should do something else. Asserting that Petreo had acted according to his convictions, he asked if the death of a knight was not more honorable than battle, and her eyes lit up with pride. The Viscount asked seriously if she had followed Molina's instructions, but Batcheva denied it. So he suggested that it was all about honor, and the girl agreed. Kneeling, she confessed that she had received all this information from an old official and blindly believed him. Standing opposite Jan, she said that it was Molin who told her that the Viscount from the borders of the empire had killed her father. He thought to himself that the girl was not on the same side as the old man and could be useful in the future if he let her live. Suddenly, they heard screams and turned around. Someone had heard an explosion and was running straight towards them, but was still far away. Deciding to leave so as not to attract unnecessary attention, Yang asked her to come to the mansion on an official visit next time, observing etiquette. If everything went according to his rules, he promised to give her the ring that remained from Petreo, and she watched him spellbound. Turning around, the hero smiled and said that his death was not so useful to her. Otherwise, she would never know where the relic was. Having said this, he rushed off to meet Romandro and Vivian, leaving Batsheva alone in the alley. Shocked by the Viscount's statements, she pondered the situation for a long time, realizing that she was wrong. The weather outside was beautiful. All the buildings around were lit by bright rays of sunshine, and a holiday was about to take place. One of the two-story houses housed a clothing store, its door wide open, signaling that it was open for business. Hearing a noise behind him, the expert turned around with a smile, noting that Yang and Barrick had finally arrived. He had been waiting for them. Noticing that blood was flowing from the warrior's nose, he cried out, and the Viscount explained that they had been delayed by very important business. Ignoring this, the character asked if Vivian had chosen her clothes. She replied in the affirmative, and the woman was concerned, but Barrick assured her that everything was fine. Smiling, she suggested that the Viscount look at the loose-fitting suits in light colors with a small amount of tweed, which was currently in fashion. Looking at the options, Yang said that the orphan was a slob, so he needed a dark outfit, but he himself liked the white one. He admired the beautiful buttons and wanted to see the lining separately, wanting to wear it to dinner. The saleswoman promised to have everything ready. Yang considered the bodyguard to be very unusual. He had no prejudices against people from other countries, but he was refined, like the local young men. Holding two outfits on hangers, the warrior did not understand the difference between them, and the character was touched by his calm reaction. After thanking the Viscount and his guard for the purchase, the woman said it would cost 5 gold coins. Pouring coins into her hands, the guest asked her to sew the rest of the costumes by the deadline, and she asked him to trust her. Watching him, Romandro said that it was through such craftsmen that rumors spread in high society, and that this was how one should create an impression of oneself. Suddenly, they saw a bright flash in the sky, resembling powerful fireworks and looking like some kind of crystal. Barrick asked in fear what it was, and Vivian laughed and asked him not to be afraid because it was a good sign. This was how the palace signaled the start of New Year's celebrations, and a wonderful atmosphere reigned in the city. Opening his eyes in surprise, Yang remembered that he had never seen anything like this in his time as emperor. Considering it magic, he understood that after their numbers had dwindled, it would be impossible to arrange something like this. Looking out the window, the bodyguard saw another explosion and wondered what it was this time. The hero was also very surprised. In the distance, among the numerous houses, a thick black column of smoke was visible. Something had caught fire, and it was clearly not fireworks. Staring into the distance, Barrick asked if it was coming from the forge, as it seemed to be coming from there. They rushed there at full speed, then stopped abruptly, covering their faces with their hands and coughing from the thick smoke. In front of them, the workshop was in chaos. Everything was scattered, and the rest of the shocked workers sat in the middle of the smoke. The man addressed them excitedly, reproaching them for not warning them. But Yang asked them to calm down and explain what had happened. After recovering a little, the master explained that they had heated the weapon and started hitting it with a hammer, trying to sharpen it somehow. The metal was red hot. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, and they calmly prepared to do their work. Quite a bit of time had passed, but they noticed something strange. The saber had not cooled down, and the blade was red hot. Puzzled by what was happening, they exchanged silent glances, but no one could find an explanation. Making a more appropriate decision, they decided to lower it into a barrel of water to cool it down a little for further work. But suddenly the water began to boil, and they were even more surprised, but still did not pull out the saber and continued to watch. It was at that moment that a powerful explosion occurred, creating chaos and scattering everything around. Admiring the saber, Barrick laughed and noted the sharpness of the blade and the power of the new weapon. The blacksmith shouted, unable to hide his indignation that he had almost lost everything and that they had to pay insurance and compensate him for moral damages. Not understanding how they could carry such a weapon with them, he assumed that they had stolen it, and Barrick wanted to tell him. But Romandro covered his mouth with his hand. Apologizing, Jan explained that he had secretly received it as a gift from his family, so he did not know about its properties, and asked about the amount of compensation. Pouring coins into the guest's hand, the Viscount thought that 1 coin was not enough for insurance, because he had heard that they were the best in town. The master awkwardly thanked the young man for his words and noted that fortunately no one had broken anything or been seriously injured. Bowing, he asked that next time they be given ordinary swords to work on, so that they could do their best work. When the bodyguard got into the carriage, the expert asked him to be careful with the weapon, and he promised to hold the saber tightly. With a certain disdain, the warrior said that the weapon would be fine as long as it was not heated, not understanding such concern. Yan seriously emphasized that the warrior should not release magical energy with this sword, and he agreed. This ability was comparable to heat, and if it was released through the weapon, another explosion could occur. Noticing the Viscount's intense gaze, the bodyguard asked what he was thinking, trying to find out his intentions. The hero replied that he was calculating how much meat could be bought with 2 gold coins, equal to the monthly income of an ordinary commoner. As the carriage headed for the mansion and the sun was setting, the expert and the warrior argued about who was to blame for the explosion in the smithy. Despite the late afternoon hour, the weather was quite good, and the soft rays of the sun illuminated the corridors of the mansion. The holiday season had arrived, and the hero and Vivian tried on new outfits. Admiring him, she said that he would shine in the hall, and the Viscount considered it flattery. Suddenly, Barrack called out to them, asking about his appearance, and she replied that he was also very handsome. Deciding that it was time to finish, they decided to hurry up and leave early, because the young man was the main character of the holiday, and he could be given a lot of instructions. Waving goodbye to them together with Hash, Vivian wished them a safe journey, hoping that everything would go well. Silently, Yang, Barrack, and Romandro smiled back at her. They were all excited and looking forward to the parade today. The hero and the warrior understood how important today was, but everything could change in an instant, yet they promised to return soon. After a while, the carriage stopped at the main gate of the Imperial Palace, where everything was ready for the celebration. At the entrance, Carr, who was in charge of the title conferral ceremony, greeted them with a low bow and asked them to follow him. In the corridor, he explained that after the light of the oracle was lit, Yang would have to wait, then he would receive his title and surname and undergo a magical confirmation ceremony. The Viscount asked with interest whether the glow could really confirm the presence of abilities, and the servant bowed and said that this was indeed the case. The title sounded majestic, but it was a magical illusion, reminiscent of a harp created to enhance the status of the ministry. The hero thought to himself that it was just for show, and if anyone wanted to embarrass themselves, this was the perfect moment. He decided that it was possible to ensure that there would be no reaction to the magic at all, and he was curious to see what would happen in that case. Before entering the main hall, he instructed Barrack to follow Romandro at all times and not to stray from the expert. Grabbing the wooden door handles, Carr prepared to show the future Count a real celebration. A huge and beautifully decorated hall opened up before them, filled with ladies and barons, all engrossed in conversation. Immediately, in his white outfit, the hero realized that there was no turning back and took a decisive step forward. In an instant, all eyes were on him, and the officials and their companions tried to hide their surprise, but they did not succeed. Questions could be heard from the crowd. Could this really be the illegitimate son of the Marquis of Brasha, since the young man was much younger than everyone thought? Gossip began to spread like a spider's web, with everyone discussing how cruel one must be to kill one's own father and collaborate with barbarians. Romandro pulled Barrack sharply toward him and directed him in the right direction, while the warrior wondered if he should already leave his master. The expert realized with horror that this was exactly what would happen, but seeing it with his own eyes was much worse. The glances were openly caustic, and the man wondered if the hero would be able to hold out until the Emperor's arrival. As the young man walked among the crowd of admiring strangers, the words of his teacher Naum from his past life echoed in his head. He had always told him to smile, and he walked on without stopping, paying no attention to the others. Before his eyes was the image of Naum, who claimed that the spirit was so strong that others could know about it without words. Therefore, if he considered himself the center, then others would think the same and gravitate toward him, regardless of status. It was also always worth smiling, and if he did so, the whole world would do the same, but when he cried, then everyone would smile even wider. Immersed in thoughts about his past life and his mentor's teachings, Yang did not notice when he bumped into one of the aristocrats. Looking at the guy with interest, the hero asked if he was by any chance from the Sirio family, about which he knew a lot. It was not the most influential family, but for a first opponent it was not a bad option, and for someone who knew how to read the situation, a peer was more suitable. Smiling, the young man replied that this was correct. gave his name as Manhwa Serio, and asked the hero's name. Placing his hand on his heart, the Viscount gave his short name and apologetically explained that he would only receive his surname today. At that moment, the sister of the aristocrat Eleanor arrived, and they immediately recognized the young man who was to be granted the title. Sharing rumors that everyone was talking about the character's magical abilities, she asked him to shake her hand for good luck, and Yang kindly agreed. Unexpectedly, more aristocrats arrived and asked Serio to introduce them to each other, wanting to meet the new Viscount. The hall was filled with a wonderful festive atmosphere. Pleasant music was playing, red carpets were laid out, and flowers were displayed. Craftsmen of lower ranks were also present at the celebration, which was a great honor for them. Suddenly, everyone was informed that His Majesty the Emperor had arrived, and the aristocrats froze in low bows. Stepping forward, Yang bowed his head submissively, waiting for the leader to appear. The tension was growing, but he tried to hold on. Deciding to raise his eyes slightly, he wanted to find out as soon as possible who was now on the throne, as he himself could not remember. After a while, the old king came out in front of all the nobles and looked at everyone intently. Out of his mind with anticipation, the hero still waited silently with his head bowed, as if accepting his fate. When he finally saw who had taken the main throne, he began to remember that it was the 13th emperor. Thoughts raced through his mind about how old he was, because the young man had read that the old man had lived a long life, but he did not look healthy enough. Could it be that after him, a man with silver hair, blue eyes, and a scar on his face would ascend the throne and rule? But none of the sons fit that description. Marev and Gale differed not only in their lack of disabilities, but also in their hair color and facial features. If the entire royal family had perished, it would have been necessary to turn to the ducal houses. But now the brothers were glaring at each other, thirsting for power. With anxiety, Jan tried to figure out who would be next to take the throne, but he couldn't remember the past, lost in his thoughts. The aristocrats standing nearby did not understand why the leader was looking at them like that and tried to understand him, realizing that today there was clearly another hero of the celebration. Standing on the steps in the center of the hall, the emperor noted in an important voice that another year had passed in the great empire of Burial. Looking at everyone around him, he expressed his gratitude to all those who worked for the good of the territory, addressing the ordinary workers. The princes standing nearby listened as their father expressed his hope that next year the flowers would bloom even more profusely. The Minister of Magic stood on the balcony while the old man spoke of fields flooded with gold and the warm breeze that accompanied them. Romandro was in the distance with a bored barrack, and Jan was worried that the bodyguard would do something stupid. Suddenly, the king said that there had been an earthquake and the rebellious family from the border, the Brack family, had been destroyed. If Burial's enemies want to know their future, let them look to the past. At these words, the character stood up proudly. Therefore, by his decree, the emperor wanted to erase this family from history forever and found a new city. Stretching out his hand, he addressed Jan, who was standing in the center of the hall, and all the numerous eyes instantly turned to the young man. Passing through the applauding crowd of aristocrats, the hero walked confidently down the red carpet straight to the leader. Looking at him, the old man expressed his joy, and the young man, kneeling, said that it was a great honor for him to be in the capital. Then the king stated that although the hero was descended from Dergi Bracha, he had made a huge contribution to stopping the rebels. Taking out a brooch, he acknowledged that it was Jan's talent that the empire needed and awarded the young man with the decoration, pinning it on his jacket. With interest and admiration, everyone tried to see what was depicted on it and did not understand why white was chosen among the beautiful flowers. Hearing their conversations, Jan noticed that none of these people knew what a real guli flower looked like on his badge. But the emperor said that during all the changes, it had become an important agricultural crop and would soon be sold throughout the empire. Soon it would become the most honorable emblem in all of Burial, and Yang would henceforth become Viscount Hilo. While the young man bowed his head gratefully, the chieftain looked at him intently, and the others praised the empire with loud cheers. The title ceremony ended very successfully, with a wonderful atmosphere of celebration and joy. Loud applause rang out in approval of the emperor's decision and in support of the new count. The hero realized that he had heard this surname somewhere before, but he did not know to whom it belonged. Afterwards, the victors of the Battle of Roxana began to be congratulated, while chandeliers sparkled from the ceiling and red carpets adorned the hall. The orchestra played a calm classical melody. The musicians were absorbed in the process, each playing their own instrument. Gathering around the young man, everyone began to congratulate him on receiving the title, and the hero thanked them, surprised by such attention. Hearing that Yang knew his name, Hakmon was surprised, But the character explained that he was acquainted with his son, who had helped him greatly. While the young man was getting acquainted with the other marquises, some silently cast judgmental glances at him. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the crowd, and the expert waved his hand to get the character's attention. The warrior was delighted for his master, and Romandro also congratulated him. Finally, the first part of the ceremony was complete. Approaching them, the Viscount explained that testing their magical abilities would take some time, and they understood with relief that all they had to do was watch and wait. Looking up, Yang decided to ask the inspector if those ladies were really the Emperor's favorites, surprising him greatly with this question. He confirmed the young man's assumption, but the character was not satisfied. He was curious about who the lady with silver hair was. Dressed all in red, it was Madame Dilin, who managed some of the Empire's internal affairs on behalf of the Emperor, including the new year. Then Yang suggested that her sons had the same hair color, but Romandro did not understand such interest. Suddenly, the Viscount's gaze fell on the little prince, who was silently looking at him, with hair color matching the description of the future emperor. Standing next to his mother, the blue-eyed boy with ash-colored hair looked frightened and mesmerized at the same time. Watching them intently, the hero wanted to clarify, but the expert caught his thought and interrupted him mid-sentence, not allowing him to finish. Unable to believe his eyes, he opened them wide, unable to comprehend that he was looking at what might be the new emperor. Standing next to Countess Dillon were the twins, the fourth Prince Arsène and the fifth Prince Jean, the youngest members of the royal family. To get away from the hustle and bustle around them, they decided to get some fresh air on the balcony. Seeing the aristocrats kissing, Barrack started to shout, but Yang told him not to talk nonsense and called him back into the hall. Apologizing, the Viscount asked if this was the 13th emperor, but the man, gesturing for silence, asked him to watch his words. Whispering, the expert explained that this was the 14th ruler, since his father, who had died during the coup, had recently been recognized as the legitimate king. Turning around, the hero noted that everyone had different versions of the story. But this meant that the former leader could be stripped of his title or reinstated. Therefore, the current emperor was considered the 13th. But no one knew what would happen next in the flow of history. It was impossible to sense how strong the storm was. When he received the title, he could not remember the name of the leader. But it was impossible to determine who would be next, as the Empress had twins. All that remained was to live through all these events with only one memory, of the portrait of the previous ruler with his mysterious appearance. But he did not understand why the names were so different. The bodyguard noted that Arsène sounded cool, while Jin sounded ordinary, but Romandro asked him to watch his words. A little embarrassed, the expert decided to tell the story of their names after all, even though it might seem rather strange. When they were born, an oracle made a prediction many years ago, but despite this, he remembered it clearly. According to the prophecy, because of the child born later, the one born first would fall into great trouble, even to the point of death. Hearing this, Yang was in complete shock, as he had known nothing about it before, and this mystery had yet to be solved. But the man continued that this was why the boys could not sleep in the same bedroom. But when Marev and Gale grew up, the situation changed. That is why Gina was given a common name, apparently in the belief that this would ward off the influence of the evil spirit. But Romandro himself was filled with doubts, because the oracle was not always right and could well have been mistaken. During the 10 years of observation, the twins cared deeply for each other, and at times it seemed as if they had switched roles as older and younger brothers. Perhaps that is why Arsène is energetic and lively, while Jin is calm and serious. Although their faces are identical, their personalities could be distinguished at first glance. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the servant Kang, who attracted their attention, and the Viscount turned around in surprise, not expecting to see him there. Asking him to follow him, he explained that the Minister of Magic wanted to see him to tell him some important information before the verification ceremony. Agreeing to go, he ordered Barrack to follow him, and the warrior obediently complied without argument. When they entered the hall, each of the aristocrats was busy with their own affairs, some engaged in small talk, some dancing, some enjoying the buffet. Going behind the red screen, the hero greeted the girl, and the warrior cautiously followed, surprised by her appearance. Turning around, she haughtily said that they had a new aristocrat of low birth, the Count's bastard from the border. Staring intently at him, she asked if his name was now Viscount Yang Hielo. The other magicians in robes stood silently nearby and exchanged glances. Burning her with his gaze, the hero tried to restrain himself so as not to create conflict, realizing that this was a common provocation. Reaching out his hand, he said politely that he was very pleased to meet the Minister of Magic, deciding to change the tone of the conversation. He also asked if she could tell him her family name. Upon hearing this request, Wesley flew into a rage. She haughtily said that her position was equal to that of a Count Palatine and carried equal prestige and power, so she warned the young man to be careful. Smiling, the character casually apologized for his carelessness and for mentioning her surname while feeling his superiority. The girl maliciously said that because of his insolence, he could once again become a slave, as he had been when his father Durgi was still alive. In response, he only noted her concern and kindness, despite various rumors, hoping for prudence. Biting her lip, she thought that some boy who had received a title was now turning up his nose and behaving too arrogantly. Moving forward, she explained that if the verification ceremony confirmed that he possessed magic, the ministry would send him an official invitation. While the magicians behind them whispered about something and Yang tried to listen, Wesley asked if there was a department he would like to join. But the character found their behavior strange and thought that they were plotting something and just waiting for the right moment. Stepping forward in her dark high-heeled shoes, the minister decided to emphasize the young man's low status once again. In her opinion, a country bumpkin who had come to the capital couldn't understand anything about such things, which meant that he needed someone nearby to explain everything to him. She also noted that the Ministry of Magic would not tolerate lazy people who wasted taxes, and that Yang would be assigned to a department appropriate to his level. With a smirk, the hero understood all the arrogance of the official, but tried to keep himself under control and not give in to provocation. Suddenly, one of the magicians announced that the oracle's light had shone and asked if Wesley could spare some time to check everything. As she left, she asked the Viscount to wait for her in the corridor and not to go anywhere, as she needed to settle some matters. In an instant, the atmosphere around them became oppressive. The red curtains were replaced by black ones, and the light around them dimmed. Barrick, walking behind, asked if his master had just laughed, and the hero was very surprised because he was silent. Moving forward, he saw a pictogram under his feet. It was a spell that made the oracle glow, but there was a slight difference. The bodyguard asked what would happen if it were erased, but the Viscount explained that it was not so simple. Perhaps it could be covered with something. Feeling a strange energy under his feet, he thought that perhaps the light of the oracle would help him return to the past or strengthen his abilities. Having chosen the right place, the hero assumed that it was somewhere here, but he did not know the exact location, and the warrior could not help him because he was not aware of the situation. Looking around, the warrior said he was afraid of Wesley, but the young man noted that she had already done something to reduce his power. He resolutely declared that, to begin with, they would publicly disgrace the insolent minister and then do everything possible to have her relegated to the lowest department. But the bodyguard was puzzled as to why the character needed this. Did he really want to obey someone? But Yang explained that it would cause fury in high society. He certainly wasn't going to give up on the little things just because everyone considered him a second-class citizen, including Marev and Gale. Puzzled, Barrick asked what he was going to do, and the Viscount said that he had already set a trap. Holding the back of his head, the warrior noted his headache, but the hero said that he appreciated his concern, but he didn't have to do that because the answer was already there. It was difficult to see the other side of the coin. The prince wanted him to join the magical stones department, but the hero himself believed that he belonged in a more important department. To do this, he needed to declare himself and prove his abilities. Even though he was a bastard, he was worthy of the title and possessed a rare and outstanding gift. Unexpectedly, he asked Barrick to bite his finger, and Barrick, puzzled, obeyed and did so without knowing why. Waving his arms, Jan asked him to draw lines on the pictogram with blood, and the warrior was even more puzzled by what was happening. Realizing his mistake in not coming up with a better solution, the warrior said that in that case the master should feed him meat while his blood remained on the floor. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound of a wheeled cart coming toward them, carrying some kind of object. Fearing that they might be noticed, Barrick stood up abruptly and turned with Jan toward the approaching noise. What he saw shocked the bodyguard. He couldn't believe his eyes, as if it were some kind of magical dream. Before them was a huge golden harp, or, as the magicians called it, the light of the oracle, which was used to test abilities. Gesturing with her hands, Wesley asked if the Viscount knew how the test worked, to which he honestly replied that he did not. She then explained that when this object appeared, he had to raise his hand and use magic, and depending on its power, the atmosphere in the hall would change. The young man understood that they wanted to fool him, but he did not understand why they were doing it so openly. Meanwhile, the other magicians gathered around, and she shouted for them to prepare to deliver their verdict to the young man. Approaching Barrick, they began to push him back, and the warrior tried to protest, but the hero calmed him down, saying that everything was fine. When Yang touched the harp, the pictogram under his feet suddenly lit up with a bright light. and the magician sat down and touched it with their hands. Suddenly, someone called out to the Viscount, attracting his attention, and the character turned around in confusion, distracted from the instrument. Looking at the mage, he couldn't believe that this was the same person who had been awarded for his merits in the Battle of Roxana. Her name seemed to be Nakina, a girl with short hair and an unusual appearance for someone with abilities. Approaching him, she asked if Yang was right-handed, and the hero confirmed this, not understanding why she needed this information. Then she advised him to hold the harp with his left hand and concentrate his magic with his right, emphasizing that it was important for the waves to be beautiful and the movements to be gentle. Suddenly, someone called out loudly for her to come to them immediately, and she obediently headed toward the others, a little frightened. Another mage maliciously reminded her that he had told her not to linger, clearly unhappy that she had been coaching the young man. Indignant, she tried to explain that there must be a limit to any lie, to which she was told that, as always, she was very fair. Turning to them, Yang listened attentively to the conversation. His fears that they wanted to frame him were justified, after which they left him. Remembering the battle at Roxane, he realized that it was Hale and Tommy, the most talented of the magicians, clearly obeying Wesley. Suddenly, the red screen began to open, illuminating everything around with bright light, and the long-awaited test of abilities began. Thus, he found himself in the center of the hall, on a kind of stage, and the aristocrats gathered nearby realized that it was time for the exam. The crowd assumed that it must be difficult to hold 2 races a day, while others believed that someone who had eaten crumbs would have no problems. Listening to all this, the expert was horrified by such an attitude, but did not say a word, hoping for the hero's success and composure. Stepping forward, Wesley stated that everyone knew how important magic was for the defense of the Burial Empire. As she explained that for many years they had had to put up with the inability to find a talented magician, Gale listened attentively. But now, standing here, she declared in front of everyone that they had received a blessing that could be considered a New Year's miracle. She also swore that the Viscount's power would serve them all well in the future. Marev also watched the proceedings closely. The Emperor and Empress, along with the younger princes, sat in one of the alcoves on the balcony and watched the scene with interest. Applauding eagerly, she gave John the opportunity to begin playing the harp, and the others also waited. Silence hung over both the crowd and those behind the screen, many of whom were very skeptical of the bastard's abilities. The hero, dressed in an elegant gold suit with an emerald brooch, settled comfortably by the column, ready to begin. His gaze was focused on the instrument, as he was doing this for the first time and felt slightly nervous. Touching the strings with his fingers, the character thought about how to do it correctly, trying to concentrate. Suddenly, the hall was illuminated by a bright glow. The air trembled from the flow of magical energy, and those present, amazed, looked up, not believing their eyes. With each movement, the melody grew louder and louder, and the Viscount continued to play, paying no attention to those around him. The Emperor and his entire family, seated on the balcony, were shocked, as they had never seen anything like this before. Marev, who did not expect such a level of skill from an ordinary young man, watched him with joy in the shining hall, surrounded by bright lights. Distracted from their own playing, the musicians, along with the conductor holding his baton, froze in amazement. With his mouth agape, the man gave the orchestra the signal to continue in order to support the Viscount's magical melody. Gale also watched the hero with tension, marveling at his abilities and proud that his hopes had not been in vain. Absorbed in the process, Yang played so that flowers seemed to bloom around him, and the power of his abilities only grew stronger. Surprised and shocked, the minister's eyes widened as she watched his hand movements. Frozen in amazement, Wesley couldn't believe that an ordinary bastard possessed such magical power. Watching Gale's reaction, Delane sighed heavily, wondering how a man could look at his beloved like that. Hearing the melody, she herself was shocked and listened, although she had not been particularly interested in magic before. Bringing the binoculars to the Emperor's eyes, she asked if he could see it, and the old man began to watch with interest. Approaching the Empress, Jean turned to his mother, explaining that Arsene couldn't see well from the sofa in the corner of the balcony. Turning her head, she noticed her son sitting in the distance, trying to see what was happening with a small pair of binoculars. Touched by the prince giving his binoculars to his younger brother, she noted his kindness and stroked his head. Turning back to the king, she asked if he thought the Viscount's game was divine. But the old man only chuckled mysteriously. Enthralled by the game, Jean looked in amazement at the new count, absorbed in the atmosphere of magic and enchantment. Feeling a strange power, he noted that Yang was truly an incredible person and wanted to get to know him. Continuing to touch the strings, the young man felt his strength gradually fading, and he needed to finish the game beautifully. Standing up decisively, he shouted with a smile that it was all for Buriel, and in response, the watching aristocrats showered him with thunderous applause. Stopping the game, the character bowed, feeling proud that he had managed to outsmart all his enemies who wanted to stop him. Wesley stood behind him eagerly, waiting for his next move and not interfering in the process. Approaching her, the Viscount graciously kissed her hand and bowed before the minister, like a true gentleman. With a smile, she noted his incredible strength and said she would eagerly await his application to the Ministry of Magic. Having completed the examination, Yang decided to leave the hall, tired from a whole day of such intense attention and testing. But as soon as he stepped outside, the aristocrats surrounded him, bombarding him with questions about his choice of department and admiring his strength. Everyone advised him to join the Volunteer Magical Studies Department, and the Viscount himself did not know where to hide from everyone. Suddenly, someone called out to him, drawing attention and distracting him from the questions. Yang turned around, hoping for his salvation. It was Romandro, who explained that he had something important to tell him and asked him to come closer. Apologizing, Yang followed the man, promising to return soon, as everyone hoped to talk to him some more. The balcony of the luxurious building glowed in the rays of the setting sun, surrounded by foliage and stars in the purple sky. Turning to the hero, the inspector suddenly burst into tears, covering his face with his hands as if in some kind of indignation. With tears in his eyes, he remarked that he had never seen anything more wonderful and wished his wife could see it too. And Yang thanked him. Congratulating him wholeheartedly, the man noted that the young man was the first magician aristocrat in the world who would go down in history. Without much joy, Yang agreed and fell silent, because for him it meant depriving himself of his past once and for all. Puzzled, Romandro asked why the Viscount had reacted that way, but he couldn't explain his emotions. He simply still couldn't believe what was happening. Everything around him seemed like some strange, endless dream. Even in 100 years, he would still be first. And thanks to that, he would be able to sit on the imperial throne. And now he was also in first place. The expert asked anxiously if he was too excited, but Yang thanked him again and asked where the bodyguard was. Not understanding, the man asked if the warrior had not gone with him. But the character explained that the young man had been expelled before the ceremony. A tense silence hung in the air. None of them knew where Barrick was, and he could do anything. The young man hurried over to them with a bottle of wine, and the expert became angry, fearing that he might somehow harm the aristocrats. He furiously asked where the warrior had been and what was wrong with his hands, and the warrior explained that it was payment for meat snacks. Jan remembered that bodyguards should be fed protein, but he was curious about where the warrior had been. The warrior, drinking, replied that he had been in the back corridor. Feeling no concern, Barrick noted that he might have seen something interesting there, but he couldn't remember what it was. Suddenly, he started shouting for everyone drawing the magic circle to come forward, and Jan wondered if the warrior meant Wesley. Laughing, the bodyguard noted that it seemed that was indeed the case, and that she treated all her subordinates like rats. Earlier, he thought that the minister would finish drawing the pictogram herself, but it turned out to be wrong from the start. Now he understood that a person named Nakina had wanted to help him, but she had been prevented from doing so by those with their own insidious plans. It turned out that there were factions within the Ministry of Magic, a department headed by the girl, and she was the one who assigned the work. Thinking that such groups existed everywhere, he realized that if it weren't for Naum, it would have been difficult for him to adapt here the first time around. Interrupting his thoughts, someone suddenly called out to the Viscount, drawing his attention and bringing him back to reality. Bowing submissively and apologizing for the disturbance, a young man asked him to give him a minute and asked him to come over. He then said that he would take him to a separate room on the second floor, where the entire imperial family had gathered at that time. Gradually, they approached the doors of the royal chambers, guarded by soldiers on all sides for security. Bowing, the man greeted the Viscount and introduced himself as Veals, the third captain of the Imperial Guard. He then asked permission to conduct a search, and Yang obediently spread his arms and agreed, noting his duty. While the hero was being searched, the rest of the soldiers obediently awaited further instructions from their captain. After completing the procedure, Veals thanked the character for his understanding and let him inside, deciding that the hero did not have any dangerous items. Opening the doors, he told the young man to go ahead without hesitation. His suit was completely white, suitable for the celebration. Upon entering, Yang noticed the pleasant atmosphere, with aristocrats sitting at tables and children running around, playing with each other. Noticing him, she couldn't believe that the Viscount had actually come, noting his striking appearance up close. The Emperor abruptly called the character over to them, and the young man, not expecting his invitation, turned around in surprise. Confidently, the young man approached them with long strides without the slightest hesitation, paying no attention to the others. Standing in front of the old man, he bowed low and greeted His Majesty and his entire family. Looking around at everyone, he wondered if these people were the center of the empire or the key to its bright future. The Countess and her twin sons looked at him with interest, the boys whispering something in surprise. Waging a secret war between themselves, Merv and Gale assessed the character, his abilities, and his usefulness. The old king also watched the new Viscount, wondering if the young man could become a worthy ruler of Braca. Once again, thanking John, the emperor noted that his words would serve as an example to high society, and John promised to follow all instructions. With undisguised interest, Deline, sitting nearby, asked which department he was going to join after all. Sizing each other up, Gale decided that wherever Jan wanted to go, he would not allow him to get there, while Merv simply remained silent. Placing his hand on his chest, the Viscount declared that his opinion meant nothing and that he intended to follow Minister Wesley's instructions. In fact, he had no intention of joining the magical stones department that Merv had mentioned, because that would only separate him from the center of power. He understood that he needed to skillfully balance between the two sides, so it was worth accepting Gale's offer and misleading everyone. Grabbing the hero sharply by the sleeve, Arson, who was watching him, asked him to show his magic again, as he had done in the hall. Explaining that he needed the light of the oracle to do so, Yang was met with the boy's persistent request to demonstrate something else. The other boys and Jean rushed with determination and interest to watch the magic surrounding the hero. Watching the emperor, the countess noted his weak condition. The old man was barely holding on, and it was clear that he was unwell. Agreeing to show the children his power, Yang used his energy to create a fireball in his palm. Admiring his skills, the children wanted to touch the bright light, and the young man allowed them to do so without hesitation. Then the boy said that it was his first time at such an event, so it was incredible for him. Hearing this, the hero was very surprised, because it was strange that the prince, who lived practically next door to the Ministry of Magic, had never seen anything like this before. While Jin sat next to his mother, Arson continued to watch the Viscount's abilities with admiration. Unable to bear it any longer, Delane told her son to mind his manners because Sir Ian was not a jester to be treated so rudely. Reassuring her, the character said that today was a very happy day for him, so he would like to give the prince some happy memories. Grabbing his leg, Arson laughed and thanked him for saying that and protecting him from his mother's anger. But the Viscount only remained silent in response, watching the boy's actions and admiring his interest in magic. Suddenly, the king coughed, drawing their attention, and the young prince's face showed fear for his father's life. Marev rushed to him with concern, asking if everything was all right, but the emperor was breathing heavily and wheezing strangely. Worried about the king, he asked a servant to take the old man to his chambers, and the servant obeyed, bowing submissively. As she left, Delan called Arson to come with her and asked him not to bother Sir Jan with his silly questions about abilities. The boy and the hero watched them intently, not understanding such accusations, but decided to obey the woman. In tension, everyone except Jean and Gale left the office, accompanying the emperor to his room and not wanting to continue the celebration. The doors closed, and the prince, the boy, and the hero were left alone, and the long-awaited silence fell. With contempt, the prince breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had thrown off an incredible burden of unnecessary worries. Turning to Jin, he asked if he too should have left with his brother and the others, as the boy annoyed him. But the young prince, as if not noticing him, continued to sit silently, staring at one point, as if mesmerized by something. Suddenly, the Viscount addressed him, drawing his attention, and Jin looked at him in surprise. Sitting down, Yang asked permission to escort the young prince, as it was already very dark outside and he was worried about him. Puzzled, Jin looked at the hero, but he promised to do whatever the boy wanted without objection. Lighting the way with a flame in his hand, the character, along with him and the maid, headed for the chambers while outside the window stood the dark night. Behind them, the servant reminded him that they had a lantern, but Yang replied that it was not necessary, as his light was brighter. But in reality, he realized that it would be easier for him to watch the twins from here, and noted that the second one also had no scars. Looking at Jean, as he had expected, it was difficult to tell the boys apart by their faces, but their personalities were clearly different. Perhaps there was some detail that could distinguish them, but it was definitely not external factors. Stopping, the prince turned to him, and Yang listened attentively to the boy, making no sudden movements. In an uncertain voice, the prince tried to say something to him, stammering as he searched for the right words. The unusual energy emanating from the Viscount's hands seemed to draw him closer, and he asked if he could touch the flame. Agreeing, Yang lowered his palm closer to Jin's face so that he could touch it and feel the warmth. Gradually, the light filled the entire space around them, and despite the darkness, the corridor became very bright. Touching the rays, the boy now understood what his brother had actually seen not long ago and why he was so fascinated by it. The hero looked at the boy in surprise, trying to see something strange in his behavior and manners, trying to hold back his power. Recalling the image of both brothers, he soon caught himself thinking that, if viewed from the outside, it was easy to distinguish between the twins. There was another difference. Everyone considered Jin to be a serious child who rarely smiled, but in fact, only he had dimples on his cheeks. In her chambers, Delane sternly asked Arsene what kind of behavior that had been in the hall toward the Viscount. Beside herself with indignation, she reminded her son again that he should behave quietly in the presence of Gale and Merev, and the boy apologized to her. He asked her admiringly if she had seen how beautiful Sir John's magic was, and that was why he couldn't resist being too close to her. Understanding what had captivated the boy, the Countess agreed with him, and her stern features softened into a slight smile. Stroking his head, she noted that although she was his mother, she knew nothing about her own son. As they embraced, a servant suddenly entered and announced that Prince Jin had arrived, drawing the lady's attention. The doors opened, and a focused and serious boy entered the room, lost in his own thoughts about what he had seen. Delane then remarked that he had had a difficult day, but her son replied that it was his mother who had had a difficult time preparing for the new year. The woman wondered to herself how her sons could be so different, being twins, and was amazed by this once again. In fact, she understood that if it weren't for the oracle's predictions, everything could have turned out completely differently. Then she asked Jin to explain once again to his brother what Merev and Gale meant to them, as she was very worried that she would not be able to live up to her status. Suddenly interrupting their conversation, the servant entered again and said that His Highness the Emperor was calling her. Asking Jin to look after Arsene, the woman went to her husband, realizing how critical his condition was. While the servant waited obediently at the door, she went to him, worrying about the king but not showing her emotions to the children. When she left, the twins were left alone, sitting silently on the sofa, each immersed in their own thoughts. The wood crackled softly in the fireplace, and the fire burned, warming the huge royal chambers on cold nights. Taking a purple-wrapped candy from the chest, Arsene turned to his brother, trying to get his attention. He casually asked if his brother would scold him for his bad behavior, as their mother had instructed when she left. But the boy remained silent, and then his brother asked if he wasn't interested in talking to him, but Jin explained that it was because of a mistake he had made. Then he reminded him that when they were little, their older brothers took care of them, but it was only a matter of time, and if they weren't careful, they could perish. The truth about the death of one of the heirs, because he thought himself more important than the others, was kept secret, and no one mentions it. Perhaps it was the Emperor who did it, but Jin said that they lived in luxury only because they did not care for their older brothers. Approaching his brother, Arsene asked him to tell him the truth, considering all fears to be complete nonsense. After all, it wasn't really about their age, but about the oracle, and he stared intently at Jin, waiting for an answer. Then he himself reminded him of the words about the one who was born first, the ominous prediction made by a clairvoyant many years ago. Smiling, he added that if one of the brothers close to inheriting the throne died, the entire imperial line would be cut off. Jin calmly replied that the oracle was not always right, but his brother, throwing down the candy, reminded him that he was not always wrong either. Hugging him, Arsene confessed that he liked the prince very much, proud of his prudence and sound mind. Turning to him, the boy asked his twin not to kill him, and Jin was taken aback by this statement. He wondered if his brother really thought he could harm him, knowing his true feelings. Taking him by the shoulder, the prince sternly asked Arsene not to joke like that. Despite all their differences, he loved his brother. Hugging him tightly, Jin asked his twin if he really thought he could do something bad. Meanwhile, Yang walked through the empty, long, dark corridors of the palace, lost in thought about the day he had lived through. Suddenly, he saw Gale in front of him with a bottle of wine in his hands and stopped, trying to figure out what he wanted from him. The prince asked with interest whether his father and Jean had reached their chambers, and the Viscount confirmed this, not understanding the question. The prince explained with concern that this was the first time this had happened to his father, and even if he had been suffocating in his sleep, everything had been fine afterwards. Therefore, Marev's behavior seemed rather strange to him. He did not understand why his brother was being so dramatic, as if this time his father was definitely going to die. After listening to him, Yang explained that no matter how familiar it was, the anxiety would not simply disappear. He had heard earlier that the Emperor loved Gale more, but without his patronage, his position would be shaken, and he did not understand why he was so calm. Then the prince said that the ceremony of mastery of magic looked very impressive and asked if the hero had seen another magician at the border. But Yang replied seriously that many people there were not even familiar with such a concept. He had only met gypsies and no one else. Staring intently at him, Gale tried to understand the Viscount's intentions and whether he was telling the truth or lying to his face. Then he asked maliciously if that meant the young man had nothing to do with the bloodstains on the magic circle. But the Viscount explained that there had been some problems with him, and they had barely avoided disaster, so it was a relief that the celebration had gone off without incident. Puzzled, he said that he had not shed any blood and that it belonged to someone else, so Gale was obviously mistaken in his assumptions. Then the prince tried to touch his hand, extending his palm as if in a sign of trust and future cooperation. In an instant, the white glove fell to the floor from the hero's hand. It was another test of loyalty, which he was going to pass with dignity. Silently, the prince watched to see what would happen next, saying nothing and trying to understand Jan's motives. Then their fingers slowly began to touch each other, a moment that signified complete trust. Puzzled as to what the prince wanted to see on his palm by making such a gesture, Jan asked if he should show Gale his other hand. Refusing, the prince abruptly withdrew his hand, as if the hero had insulted his honor and did not understand why all this was necessary. Then, leaning against the window behind him, he seriously asked him to tell him what the Viscount thought of his proposal. When they first met, Gale had high hopes for him and reminded him that before becoming a lord, he was a commoner, and before that, a magician. Recalling all this, the Viscount replied decisively that he agreed to accept the proposal without the slightest hesitation. Then Gale asked how he intended to prove his loyalty to the ministry, whether he would break his master's neck. The character said decisively that if the prince wanted him to, he would do it. But the prince must, in turn, prove that he had not made a mistake and had chosen the right path. Hearing this, Gale looked at the Viscount intently, trying to understand Jan's true intentions. Laughing, he agreed and noted that this was exactly what he liked about the guy: his desperation and determination. The second glove fell from the hero's hand onto the floor, and the prince insisted that the order must indeed be clear. He seriously demanded that the young man first declare his loyalty and whether he was a real magician or just a spy. The shocked character remained silent, weighing all the possible risks, but there was no turning back, as he had made his final decision. Suddenly, they heard Romandro shouting, waving his arms and raising his voice indignantly, asking the guards to stop. Trying to get through, he apologized and explained that he had something important to tell Viscount Jan Hilo. Recognizing him, Gale asked if he was the expert, and the man replied that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, not understanding why they wouldn't let him through. Then he explained again that he had come with important news, and the prince asked if it was he who had taken the character from the second floor. Stammering, he began to tell about the knight who accompanied the young man, and the Viscount realized that he was talking about Barrack and became alert. Bowing, he explained that his warrior was not used to such events, so he was worried that he might do something wrong, and therefore had to leave. Drinking wine from a bottle, Gale allowed him to go about his business, realizing that he had figured out all the important points for himself. With a determined step, Jan headed toward the guard holding Romandro to help the young man. As he descended the stairs, he asked what had happened to Barrack, and the expert asked him not to be afraid and explained that he had come simply to take him away from there. Showing him how to be quieter, the hero explained that everything he said would reach the prince, and the man, indignant, shouted that it was only half true. It was still the middle of the night outside, and only the windows of the castle were lit by the dim light of the lanterns inside. Barrack lay asleep on the floor near the entrance to the hall, hugging bottles of various drinks, completely unconcerned. Looking at him, Romandro said that the young man was drunk and suggested that Jan quickly take him away so that no one would see him. When the hero lifted the warrior, he came to briefly, but the character said it was time to go home. Taking him by the hand, the Viscount realized that they should not relax, even considering that they were wearing gloves, because the prince knew how to apply pressure to conduct a check. Leading Barrack out, they realized that in order to avoid falling into Gale's hands, they had to leave the castle as soon as possible. But the prince watched the scene perfectly from the window on the upper floor and gloated that the Viscount was in his hands. Walking through the dark corridors, they complained that the warrior was too heavy, generally outraged by his irresponsibility. Laying him on the bed, they assumed that it was all because he, like the knight, had a mountain of muscles and a lot of strength. Looking at the sleeping bodyguard, Yang said that he should be forbidden to drink, and Romandro noted that it was a good idea. Sitting down on the bed next to him, the expert reminded him that tomorrow a notification should arrive about the young man's admission to the Ministry of Magic. Suddenly, the man's gaze fell on the dark street outside the window, illuminated only by moonlight, and he smiled. Folding his hands nervously, he asked the hero to listen to him carefully as he tried to find the right words. Out of curiosity, he asked why Yang had kept quiet about the tribute collection during his audience with Marev, and lied to him. Not expecting such a question, the character remained silent, discouraged, as if looking for an excuse for his actions. Without waiting for an answer, the expert noted that he was not in a position to comment on the Viscount's actions. He was simply curious. After that, he decided to think for a moment to explain his excessive insistence, as it might have seemed to the young man. Then he said that if Yang wanted to prioritize his abilities as a magician, he would try to help him, further discouraging the hero with his confession. Then the Viscount asked if the expert was not Prince Marev's man, to which Romandro replied that if he wrote a letter of resignation, he would no longer see him. Then he asked if he and the young man would really stop communicating, and if that was the fate of the magician and he had to work with someone else, he was ready to accept it. After listening to the expert, Yang wanted to explain something in more detail for clarity, avoiding unnecessary misunderstandings and ambiguities. He stated decisively that he had no intention of working for Prince Gale. Rubbing his head, the expert said that he had already managed to get excited. Continuing, Yang said that he was not going to let the prince in on his secrets, because there was nothing more dangerous than revealing his cards. If Marev suddenly started asking questions, he asked Romandro not to worry about him, and to answer as he saw fit. Looking at the sleeping Kosh and Vivian, he asked if the most important thing for a man now was not his wife and the child who would soon be born. He continued to assure the expert that he could handle everything on his own, and the expert noted that the young man had already proven himself at the border. As dawn broke, he said he would find a place to hide the roll for long-term storage. Yang thanked him gratefully, and Romandro asked if he couldn't just help him, since they had spent so many days together. The character thought to himself that it was probably real luck that the expert had been at the border next to him at the right time. Suddenly, they saw someone trying to open the door and did not understand who could have come here so early. A maid entered and announced that a guest had arrived for the Viscount, and Yang asked who would be visiting at such an hour. It was Batcheva Krut from the Imperial Guard. Today, the girl looked different and was dressed modestly. Seeing the Viscount, she stood in her beret and official uniform and noted that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Standing at the open gate of the mansion, she explained that she had come to collect her late father's belongings, as they had agreed earlier. Suddenly, Barrick ran up to them shouting, asking why the guards were there and what was going on. Seeing the girl, he remembered that she was the one he had fought with in the doorway and who had knocked out his tooth, and she demanded that he bite his tongue. Going inside, the hero asked Romandro if they could use his living room for negotiations. The expert agreed, but did not understand what connected the hero to the guards. Passing by him, Yang said that she was Petreo's daughter, and the man was curious what he had said to her and why she had come to them. Soon they were sitting in the living room facing each other in the presence of the bodyguard and Romandro so that everything would be as fair as possible. Taking out a blue box, the guy opened it and handing it to Batcheva, explained that it was her father's ring. Looking at the jewelry without much enthusiasm, she seemed to understand what he was talking about, and he asked if she was familiar with it. Then he added that it contained a poison called tabarfin, and as soon as it touched the skin, the flesh began to rot, and the person died in agony. After listening to him, the girl confirmed that it was indeed Petreo's ring, but she did not know that it contained poison for suicide. The hero asked with interest how long the man had been wearing it, and she replied that it was when he left the guard and entered new service. The Viscount realized that the man had started wearing the jewelry while serving Melina, which meant that the old man had given it to him. Lying to her, the official informed her of her father's death, and, blaming John for everything, said that Petreo had defended him from the young man. After listening to Batcheva's story, the character was shocked by the old man's meanness and greed, who was looking out for his own interests. With regret, he said that his father trusted his daughter very much, because when asked if he was worried about Petreo's family, he did not hesitate for a moment. That was all he could tell her, and only the girl herself, who sat silently with her head bowed, could judge who was right and who was wrong. She had never understood why her father wore the ring all the time, and once even asked him if he had met someone. Then the man just laughed sadly in response and said nothing, as if trying not to upset her with his problems. Explaining, Yang said that since this poison was often used in the slave trade, he believed that if he followed its trail, he would be able to prove Melina's involvement. Closing the box, the girl clutched it in her hands, realizing that she would do everything possible to defend her father's honor. Standing up abruptly, she saluted the Viscount and decided to leave, seeing no point in continuing the conversation. She had gotten what she came for. She bowed low to him gratefully without saying another word. Ratcheva needed to think everything through carefully. He sensed sincerity in her salute that could not be expressed in 1,000 words, and he understood that the girl would not back down. Finally, he told her that he gladly accepted her gratitude and did not hold a grudge for the altercation in the alley.